The Strongest Sect of All Times Chapter 74 to Chapter 144. When Xianxia threw Xianxia over his shoulder and put him on the ground, with one hand on his neck and the other wildly abusing him, the great elder of the Xiao clan on the high platform could not sit still and stood up. He just wanted to scold and stop Xianxia from abusing him. He had no intention of making a move. After all, the organizer of the martial arts competition was the city lord of Liang City, and the great elder of the Xiao clan did not have the guts to interfere with the competition. Xianxia did not know. Seeing him stand up angrily, he thought that he was going to harm Xianxia, so he pulled the trigger without hesitation. After aiming for so long, the shot was definitely a hit. The deviation of about half a meter was also a warning to the other party. This was called a warning shot. The bullet condensed by the crystal nucleus flew past him, and the violent power it carried deeply shocked the great elder of the Xiao clan. At that moment, he did not doubt that if it hit him, the result would be either death or injury. The great elder of the Xiao clan was shocked and could only obediently watch Xianxia being abused by Xianxia. His hands clenched on the armrest, and his face turned pale. The expelled trash beat the future genius of the clan. It must be a slap in the face and a stab in the heart. The direct descendants of the Xiao clan slumped in their chairs one by one and died beautifully again. After the referee announced Xianxia's victory, the spectator stand was silent. Xianxia, who had the cultivation of a rank 1 martial disciple, was defeated by the power of his physical body. This was absolutely shocking. Trash? No one thought so anymore. Because if someone who could even defeat a martial disciple was trash, what were they? Xianxia stopped in the winner's area and felt everyone's gaze. He said with an expressionless face, "The feeling from 5 years ago is back." What feeling? The feeling of being envied by countless people. At that time, he enjoyed the attention of others and had the arrogance that a genius should have. After 5 years of experiencing the coldness and warmth of the world, his heart was as still as water. Junior brother. Su Xiaoma squatted in another battle area and raised his thumb. Well done. Xianxia smiled brightly. Only in front of the sect master and senior brother would his decadent face show a pure smile. The 5th round's last contestant was 7 Fields. Because his opponent's strength was also a first-rank martial disciple, he had no choice but to open all 12 meridians and explode with both his spiritual power and physical body. After a lot of twists and turns, he was finally able to defeat his opponent. After going through the devil training, coupled with the spirit energy formation and the 50% meridian opening rate of the body metamorphose scripture, Xianxia broke through from the 5th stage to the 12th stage. Calculating carefully, it was about 1 meridian per day. The 8th match of the 5th round, the winner is 7 Fields, the referee shouted. Xianxia's 12 sections meridian opening stage strike against a first-grade martial disciple once again caused the entire place to become absolutely silent. Ding! 5 disciples have advanced to the 6th round. The completion rate of the epic mission is 50%. The host has received 20 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 112,500. Xianxia murmured. Zueji and Xianxia met in the district finals. That's right. There were only 2 people left in Area D, Xianxia and 7 Fields. The martial artists on the spectator stands also realized this and began to discuss among themselves. If the 2 of them were to fight, who would win? At the end of the 5th round, there were only 2 people left in each battle zone. Next, they would compete for the first place in their battle zone and then fight for the final championship. What made many martial artists collapse was that in the top 8, the Iron Bone took up 5 spots and none of the participating disciples were eliminated. In so many years of the Sect tournament, there has never been 5 disciples who advanced to the district finals at the same time. Too scary. That Lu Qianqian and Li Qingyang are obviously still holding back. The probability of winning the next match is very high. While the crowd was discussing in shock, the referee's voice sounded, the first match of the top 8, Li Qingyang against Hui Yuanming. It's starting. I wonder if that Iron Bone disciple will burst out his true strength in this round. Under the anticipation, Li Qingyang and Hui Yuanming went up the stage one after the other. When the referee shouted the start, the 2 of them rushed towards each other at the same time. Spiritual energy gathered in both of their fists, revealing a cold aura. Li Qingyang knew that his opponent was not simple, so he did not hide it anymore. He directly burst out with the cultivation of a first-grade martial disciple, and his moves were also bold. He is a martial disciple. When the numerous sects recruited him, it seems that he was only in the 10th stage of the channel opening realm. Now, in less than 2 months, he is actually a martial disciple. Incredible! What kind of elixir does Iron Bone have that can make a disciple improve so quickly? On the stage, Li Qingyang, who was full of cultivation, fought more and more smoothly. After more than 10 moves, he suppressed Hu Yuanming, who was also a first-grade martial disciple. The outcome has been decided. Many strong people judged. Bang! Sure enough, Li Qingyang's fist was like a snake from the side and directly hit Hu Yuanming's shoulder, knocking him out of the stage. Hee hee. Xianxia laughed and said, "Second senior brother is still very scary when he is serious." The winner of the top 8 battle is Li Qingyang. The referee shouted. The corners of many martial artists' mouths twitched. They knew of Li Qingyang's strength, but they did not expect that after fully erupting, he would easily defeat an opponent of the same level. The next to appear, Lu Qianxian, shocked them even more because after the start, she defeated a second-grade martial disciple contestant in a very short time. That's right. A real second-grade martial disciple. A contestant with this kind of strength was either the champion or the runner-up in the previous martial arts competition. The martial arts competition is getting more and more difficult. Why are these 2 disciples of Iron Bone getting easier and easier? Many martial artists' mentality really collapsed. Jun Changxiao said, very good, very good. 2 disciples occupied 2 spots in the top 4, and they were 1 step closer to the condition of sweeping the top 3. Next, Xianxia went to fight. His opponent was Zhang Lingyi, an outstanding disciple of the 6th-rate heroic martial sect. His strength was also a second-grade martial disciple. Many experts thought that the Iron Bone disciple would not be able to withstand and would definitely be eliminated. Who knew that after the start of the battle, Xianxia would rely on his agile movement technique to move around the stage, and Zhang Lingyi could not even touch the corner of his clothes. That's too fast. Did he learn some kind of high-level movement technique? Very likely. Many martial artists could not understand and could only attribute the extremely fast Xianxia to using a high-level movement technique. In fact, he did not use anything, just a pair of short legs. Xianxia did not just move around. Occasionally, he would seize the opportunity to sneak an attack from behind. Regardless of whether he hit or not, he would immediately retreat after attacking. Zhang Lingyi was angered by this, and he released his spiritual power recklessly to wave it around the stage. Hey, you can't hit me. Are you angry? Hey, you can't hit me again. Are you angry? Xianxia dodged again and did not forget to provoke him with cheap words, making his opponent even angrier. Zhang Lingyi, who had always been arrogant, was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, and he attacked even more crazily. An hour later, he was exhausted and stood on the spot, panting. The anger in his eyes was about to spurt out. Go down. Xianxia seized the opportunity and rushed over from the side. He raised his leg and kicked him in the face, and he flew out beautifully. Nice. Before Zhang Lingyi fell to the ground, Jun Changxiao could not help but cheer. Xianxia had won the district championship. Including Xiao Ziji and Tian Qi, who did not fight, it meant that the fight for the championship had become an internal battle of the Iron Bone disciples. Plop. Zhang Lingyi fell off the stage, and a footprint appeared on the right side of his face. Is this a dream? Many martial artists were in a daze, and the shock in their hearts could no longer be described with words. District A champion, Li Qingyang, District B champion, Xianxia, District C champion, Lu Qianxian, District D champion, Xiao Ziji, and Tian Qi were one of them. Iron Bone took the first place in all 4 districts. This was definitely something that had never happened since the start of the Intersect tournament. Group B's final battle ended, and the winner was Xianxia. Including the 2 Iron Bone disciples from Group D, no matter who won or lost in the following semifinals, the champion would be Iron Bone, very strong, very awesome. The martial artists on the viewing platform, the higher-ups of various sects, and even the city lord of Liyang City, after seeing this result, the expression on their faces could only be described as wonderful. There had been a case where 2 disciples from a sect met in the finals. But 4 disciples joined hands to enter the semifinals, and no matter how they fought, they would be able to take the top 3 places. This had never happened before. This was definitely a precedent for the sect's martial arts competition, and it would be very difficult for it to happen again in the future. The 3rd round of the semifinals, the winner is Xiao Musu. The 4th round of the semifinals, Xiao Ziji vs Xianxia. The referee shouted one after another. Although no matter who won, Group D's champion would be Iron Bone Disciple, but according to the rules, there would definitely be a winner. Shua. Xianxia was the first to enter the stage. He rushed towards Xiao Ziji, who was walking up, and smiled. "Junior brother, I won't go easy on you." Xiao Ziji said, "Me too." "Begin." The referee shouted. Shua. Xiao Ziji and Xianxia rushed towards each other at full speed. Full speed. It seems that even if they are from the same sect, there will still be a winner in the sect's martial arts competition. Everyone was looking forward to it. They already didn't care who would be the champion. Anyway, it wouldn't be in the hands of other sections. They were more concerned about being able to see a fierce competition. This way, it would be a worthwhile trip. Xiao Ziji and Xianxia rushed towards them at full speed. The 2 of them stopped about 1 meter away from each other. They waved their fists and shouted in unison, "Rock, paper, scissors." Xianxia, scissors. Xiao Ziji, stone. Ah! Xianxia ran to the edge of the martial arts arena, then jumped down and shouted loudly. We agreed that everyone would use paper, but he secretly changed it to stone. The martial artists in the arena were instantly petrified. Using rock, paper, scissors to determine the winner, was this considered a competition? The referee was also dumbfounded, but since 7 fields jumped off the stage, it meant that he admitted defeat. He announced in front of everyone, the 4th match of the top 8, the winner is Xiao Ziji. Ding! 4 disciples have obtained a spot in the top 4. They have fulfilled the conditions. The epic mission has been completed with a completion rate of 150%. The host has received 200 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 312,500. F***CK. Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. You're giving so much? Ding! The host has completed the epic level mission in excess of requirements. The host has received the seal opening talisman X1 and some experience points. The sound of the system notification had just ended when a vast amount of spiritual power gushed out from Jun Changxia's body. It gathered in his dantian and gradually formed a cyclone. He broke through just like that? The sect leader Jun's face was full of confusion as the cyclone condensed and took shape. Then, he gathered a violent spiritual energy inside. And his spirit was lifted. Ding! The host has successfully broken through to 1st grade martial disciple. Jun Changxiao spread out his hands and said, "So easy." The others were struggling to condense their cyclones at the 12th level of the meridian opening stage, but he had directly advanced. However, the spiritual power inside the cyclone didn't stop just because he had broken through to 1st grade martial disciple. Its strength was still rising steadily. Ding! The host has successfully broken through to 2nd grade martial disciple. Ding! The host has successfully broken through to 3rd grade martial disciple. Ding! The host has successfully broken through to 4th grade martial disciple. Ding! The host has successfully broken through to 5th grade martial disciple. In a short time, Jun Changxiao had broken through to 5th grade martial disciple from 12th level of the meridian opening stage in just a few seconds. Plop! The great red sect elder was so shocked that he fell to the ground. His mouth was opened so wide that 2 eggs could probably be stuffed inside. When Jun Changxiao had broken through just now, wave after wave of power had surged out, and he had seen it with his own eyes. My God, my ancestors, what happened to that guy just now? Was he breaking through? Impossible. Impossible, how could there be such a crazy breakthrough in this world? He must have deliberately released the aura of a breakthrough to create the illusion of an increase in cultivation. The great red sect elder comforted his frightened little heart. Phew! Jun Changxiao let out a sigh of relief. He stretched his arms and grinned, how refreshing. What was even more refreshing was, after completing the epic mission, he was rewarded with an opening seal talisman. An unsheathed saber that was 40 meters long was definitely the great sect leader Jun's strongest trump card. With the opening seal talisman, he could directly use it. The Spirit Spring Sect? The Xiao family, once I unsheath my saber, I can kill anyone. At that moment, the great red sect leader Jun wanted to jump to the highest point of the venue and arrogantly shout at everyone, who else? The system's voice sounded, unfortunately, there is no 5th place evaluation in the sect tournament. Otherwise, if this disciple were to take it, the completion rate would be even higher. That's a pity. Jun Changxiao said this, but his heart was already content. He would get 100 contribution points for completing 50%, and 200 contribution points for completing more than 50%. Not only would he have a breakthrough, but he would also receive an opening seal talisman. What was not to be content with? This was really an epic mission, so terrifying. The first match of the semifinals, Xianxia versus Li Qingyang. After a short break, the referee shouted. The martial artists on the viewing platform immediately became spirited. After all, one of them had explosive spiritual power, while the other had both spiritual power and physical strength. The battle between them would definitely be. Li Qingyang went up on the stage. After the referee shouted the start of the match, he cupped his hands towards the great senior sister and turned around to jump down. Many martial artists stared with wide eyes. The semifinals of the sect tournament. Even if you are from the same sect, you should at least show some respect, right? If not, a game of rock paper scissors would be fine. The winner of the semifinals is Xianxia. The referee shouted helplessly. Next up was Su Xiaoma and Xiao Ziji. Many martial artists leaned back in their chairs, no longer having any expectations for the battle. Sure enough. After the match began, the 2 Iron Bone disciples ran at full speed. They didn't rush towards each other, but rushed out of the arena as if they were competing to see who would jump down first. In the end, Su Xiaoma had the advantage in speed. When Xiao Ziji ran to the edge of the arena, he had already landed steadily and successfully obtained the right to be eliminated. Are they kidding us? Rushing to be eliminated, what a joke. Sigh, they are all from the same sect. Wasn't the final stage of the sect tournament extremely intense? In this round's semi-finals, if they didn't take the initiative to jump down, they would rush to be eliminated. I just want to ask. Are you guys having fun? Whether it was fun or not, the final match of the sect tournament was also an internal battle between the Iron Bone disciples. The final match, Xianxia versus Xiao Ziji. The referee's weak voice sounded. Obviously, because they were all waterproof, they didn't have the passion they should have. Xiao Ziji stepped onto the stage first and said, Senior sister, you'll be the champion. After brutally beating Bainai and Xiaolinya, he had found himself and vented his grievances. He was completely uninterested in being the champion of the sect tournament. Xianxia walked up and walked down. She was also uninterested. If Li Qingyang hadn't been one step ahead, she would have been eliminated early. Just like that. The referee didn't even shout the start of the match. The most important final match of the sect tournament that was held every 2 years was over. The champion, Iron Bone disciple, Xiao Ziji. The martial artists watching the match wanted to cry. They came all the way here and almost had hemorrhoids. How could the Iron Bone disciples treat the final match like this? After the match, the elders of the various sects sat together. After some discussion, they came up with a new policy. When disciples of the same sect meet, they must fight with all their strength. They played rock paper scissors to see who would be eliminated first. If they voluntarily forfeited before the match began, they would be disqualified from the competition. Sigh. Jun Changxiao spread his hands and said, I thought it would be difficult to win the championship. I didn't expect the participants of the various sects to be so weak. I'm really disappointed. Ding. Acting tough points plus 999,999. If the system had acting tough points, Jun Changxiao's words would have increased a lot. Unfortunately, it didn't. The corner of the great red sect's elder's mouth twitched when he heard him say, You really disappoint me. Although he was acting tough, his disciple was in the top 4, so he had the capital to act tough. Especially when he thought about how he thought that the Iron Bone disciples were stepping stones for his disciple, he felt his face burn. Sorry. All the participants in the Intersect tournament were stepping stones for the Iron Bone disciples. The most tragic ones were the Xiao family elder and the direct descendants of the Xiao family. Because Xiao Ziji, who they thought was trash, was the champion of the Intersect tournament. The expelled direct descendant won the Intersect tournament. The Xiao family probably didn't even dream of it. At this time, their intestines should be green with regret. Xiao Ziji's matter tells us that even if a genius falls, there is still the possibility of a comeback. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. The Xiao family elder heard the crowd's discussion clearly. The blood in his body was boiling and his hands were trembling violently. If Xianxia hadn't raised his spear, he would have rushed down and killed Xiao Ziji on the spot. Cough, cough. The city lord of Liang City appeared in the center of the arena and announced loudly, "This Intersect tournament is over. The champion is Xiao Ziji from the Iron Bone Sect." Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he gave Xiao Ziji a mortal-grade martial skill book and 10 items similar to crystal cores. Spirit stones? Xianxia murmured. In the memory of the original owner, he knew that there was a kind of stone in the Falling Star continent that contained a vast amount of spiritual energy. It could be used directly for cultivation and was called a spirit stone. Spirit stones could be mined from ore veins or refined by spirit masters using crystal cores. In terms of silver, one spirit stone could only be bought with 10,000 taels of silver. It was very precious. Tisk, tisk. Xianxia said, "I didn't expect that the champion of the Intersect tournament would be rewarded with martial skill spirit stones." The system said, "Otherwise, who would participate?" What he said made so much sense that I had nothing to say. Under the envy of many martial artists, Xiao Ziji took the secret manual and spirit stones and returned to the inner part of the venue with his senior brothers. Xianxia was the first to arrive. He smiled and said, "Babies, you've worked hard." The corners of everyone's mouths twitched as goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. Xianxia put his hand on Xiao Ziji's shoulder. While taking out the secret manual and spirit stones, he said, "In order to celebrate our sect's victory in the Intersect tournament, I've decided to bring you all to the best restaurant for a meal. I want to drink." Seven Fields said. "Let's go, let's go." Many of the spectating cultivators left the stage one after another. Seeing Xianxia walk out with his disciples, the contempt in their eyes was replaced by awe. In a world where martial arts were respected, one spoke with their fists. The 5 disciples had directly taken the top 4 spots. They had already used their fists to tell them not to underestimate the 9th-rate Iron Bone righteous sect. Damn it! The Xiao clan elders who walked out from the other entrance looked at the Iron Bone righteous sect disciples who swaggered away. Their eyes were filled with anger. Just at this time, a clan elder passed by. He cupped his hands and smiled, "Congratulations to Xiao clan's direct descendant for winning the Intersect tournament." "Aya." He patted his head and said, I forgot. Xiao Ziji has already been expelled by you all. He is no longer a direct descendant of Xiao clan since 5 years ago." A Xiao clan elder said angrily, "Xianxia, why are you being so sarcastic? Do you want to fight?" The other elders glared angrily at him. They were already irritated, and this fellow was purposely provoking them. They would definitely not be able to take it. "I just said it casually. Everyone, please don't take it to heart." Xianxia had achieved his goal. He cupped his hands and left. When he came to the front of the crowd, someone joked, "Clan Elder Song, Xiao clan is very annoyed now. Aren't you just rubbing salt on their wounds?" Xianxia sighed, "I really forgot about it. Speaking of which, Xiao Ziji's physical body has become so terrifying in the past 5 years. The Xiao clan really made a bad move by expelling him. In my opinion, when the news of Xiao Ziji winning the Intersect tournament spreads out, Xiao clan will be treated as a laughingstock again." The upper echelons of the various clans did not care about the Xiao clan's feelings and discussed as they walked. Damn it! The Xiao clan elders were furious. The Xiao clan's first elder, who had not spoken since the beginning, looked at the direction Xiao Ziji left. His eyes were gloomy and filled with killing intent. 5 years ago, that woman came to break the engagement and the Xiao clan became a laughingstock. 5 years later, when he won the intersect tournament, the Xiao clan would definitely become a laughingstock again. This was intolerable, absolutely intolerable. Come. In a private room of the most luxurious restaurant in Liang City, Jun Changxiao held a bowl and said, "Cheers." As he said that, he raised his head and drank all the wine in the bowl. Li Qingyang, Su Xianxia, Tian Qi, and Xiao Ziji all drank all the wine in the bowl. Lu Qianqian did not drink but ate quietly. Damn. What kind of food is this? It tastes so bad. It can't even be compared to what Dudu made. After eating Lu Wancher's food, eating the food made by these ordinary chefs felt like eating coarse grain and was hard to swallow. Sigh. His mouth was getting picky. Tian Qi raised his bowl and said, "If not for the sect leader, I, Tian Qi, would just be a medicinal ingredient in their eyes. This bowl of wine, disciple will first toast." As he said that, he drank all the wine in the bowl. His disciple had won the championship and was proud of Iron Bone. He had also completed the epic mission. Jun Changxiao was in a good mood, so he also raised his bowl and drank all the wine. Su Xiaoma immediately raised his bowl and grinned, "If not for the sect leader, I, Su Xiaoma, would probably still be an outer sect disciple in other sections. This bowl of wine, disciple will toast you." Jun Changxiao curled his lips and said, "You guys are trying to make me drunk." After drinking a bowl of wine with Su Xiaoma, Li Qingyang stood up and said, "I am very lucky to have met the sect leader and joined Iron Bone, becoming your fellow sect member. This bowl of wine will toast the sect leader, as well as the senior sister and junior brother." As expected of someone who came from a family, he had a way with words. "Drink." Jun Changxiao raised his wine, looking like he would not refuse anyone. After the senior brothers had all toasted, Xiao Ziji also stood up and said, "Sect leader, I am not good with words and don't know what to say. This bowl of wine will toast you." Gulp, gulp. He raised his neck and drank all the wine in the bowl. His entire face immediately turned red. It seemed that he was not good at drinking. "A bunch of idiots," Lu Qianqian said indifferently. Everyone drank in the restaurant for more than 2 hours and drank 2 jars of wine. The 5 of them were also drunk. Perhaps it was because of the long period of depression that was released in the sect competition. The drunk Xiao Ziji hugged the empty wine jar and cried like a child. Jun Changxiao stayed in Liang City for a night. After waking up the next day, he brought his 5 disciples back. Walking on the streets, the martial artists who had mocked and despised him had long changed their expressions. Trash? Trash sect. After sweeping the top 4 in the sect competition, they no longer existed. Jun Changxiao walked on the streets with his head held high and his chest puffed out. Finally, he brought his disciples out of the city under everyone's gaze. However, after walking for dozens of miles, out of the boundary of Liang City, there were shadows moving in the bushes. Lu Qianqian and Li Qingyang discovered it. The 2 of them placed their hands on the hilt of their swords at the same time, ready to unsheath at any time. Heh. Jun Changxiao placed his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "People of the martial arts world, why do you have to hide your head and show your tail?" Shwa. Shwa. In an instant, dozens of black-clothed men rushed out from the bushes and surrounded them. Their eyes flashed with anger and killing intent. Jun Changxiao was speechless as he thought to himself, the direct descendant of the family was oppressed, and they came to take revenge so quickly. The villains are really stupid. If I were the protagonist of a novel, the readers would definitely think that I have a halo that lowers their intelligence. More than 10 black-clothed men had their faces covered. However, when they jumped out, they glanced at Xiao Ziji intentionally or unintentionally. Their killing intent suddenly became stronger. Jun Changxiao noticed it. Therefore, even if he thought with his toes, he could guess that these people were either from the Xiao clan or the Bei clan in Liang City. He was more inclined to think that they were from the Xiao clan. After all, it was a very cruel blow for their own clan to win the championship. It was normal for them to do something irrational. Damn it. Jun Changxiao thought, this is such a good opportunity. Why isn't there a side mission? Kill. The leader of the black-clothed men said in a deep voice. Swish! Swish! More than 10 black-clothed men took out their sharp swords. Their martial disciple-level cultivation erupted and they poured their spiritual energy into their swords. They attacked from different directions. From the strength of their attacks, it was obvious that they wanted to kill. Clang! Clang! Lu Qianxian and Li Qingyang took out their swords and blocked the 4 black-clothed men attacking from the left and right. Their weapons collided and golden light flashed. Although the 2 of them were only martial disciples, they poured their spiritual energy into their weapons and fought against 2 martial disciples. They were not at a disadvantage. Xianxia took out his wooden sword and stood in front of the sect leader to protect him. Xiao Ziji and Tianqi did not have any weapons, so they could only lean against each other. Their eyes were serious. In the sect competition, they performed very well. However, in front of the black-clothed men who were equipped with weapons and were only martial disciples, their physical strength and spiritual energy were obviously not enough. Wasn't there a saying that even if one's martial arts were high, they would still be afraid of a kitchen knife? Ding! The host has spent 30 contribution points and received 3 low-grade cold-edge swords. They have been transferred to the space ring. Ding! Sect contribution points, 282500. Catch! Jun Changxiao waved his hand and threw the 3 low-grade cold-edge swords over. Pa! Xianxia caught them first. Feeling the coldness from the sword hilt, his eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. Kill! Unsheathing his sword, he stepped forward and faced an attacking black-cloaked man. Tianqi followed closely behind, drawing his sword to block the black-cloaked man who was attacking from another direction. Although the 2 of them were only at the 12th stage of the channel opening realm, with the support of the elementary-grade cold-edge sword, they were able to fight evenly with their opponents. At this moment, the importance of weapon quality was very important. The eyes of the 6 men in black who were entangled flashed with disbelief. Obviously, they did not expect the Iron Bone disciples to be so strong. There were a total of 12 attackers. Although Lu Qianxian and the other 3 were holding back 6, there were still 6 remaining. They circled around from behind, and the murderous intent in their eyes intensified. Shwa! The sword light flickered with a cold light as it fiercely pierced over. Xiao Ziji, who had his back facing the black-cloaked man, suddenly turned around, unsheathed his sword, and slashed with both hands. This speed was the best proof of the extreme strengthening of his muscles. Boom! Without the support of spiritual power, the cold-edged sword struck the black-cloaked man's sword. With a kacha sound, the other party's sword shattered on the spot, and half of the sword's tip was nailed into a tree. The man in black was dumbfounded. Although his weapon was only a low-grade high-grade weapon, after infusing it with spiritual power, its strength was comparable to an ordinary weapon. However, it was actually cut in half by a single slash. Swoosh! While he was still in a daze, Xiao Zui kicked him in the left side of his face, sending him flying. Jun Changxiao said, "Sinful self, you should treat the person who killed you like I did." Whoosh! Turning around, he stepped forward and unsheathed his elementary-grade cold-edged sword. A sword light flashed as he said, "Don't show any mercy." Puchi! The attacking black-cloaked man suddenly stopped in his tracks. He stiffly lowered his head, and there was a slanted sword mark on his chest. Blood spurted out like rain. The sword mark was deep and went straight to the vital point. Plop! The black-cloaked man collapsed on the ground, and his consciousness gradually disappeared along with the flow of blood. A martial disciple, killed with one slash, this was Jun Changxiao's strength after breaking through to the 5th stage of the martial disciple realm. Arrogant, crazy, and awesome. Xiao Ziji's eyes were filled with shock when he saw the sect leader decisively kill a person. Damn! Xianxia, who was fighting with his opponent, looked back and exclaimed, "The sect leader is so strong." The sect leader is a martial disciple? Li Qingyang was shocked. He clearly remembered that the sect leader's strength was only at the 11th stage of the meridian opening realm. Lu Qianxian forced the 2 black-cloaked men to retreat with her mysterious sword technique. She thought, so he has been hiding his strength all this time. After witnessing the death of their companion, the 4 black-cloaked men behind them were infuriated, and they all charged toward Jun Changxiao. Sect leader Jun retracted his sword and turned around. "Do you understand?" Understood. Xiao Ziji's eyes turned cold. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly with both hands and unleashed all the strength in his muscles. He directly slashed at one of the black-clothed men who attacked the sect leader. Bang! The powerful and heavy cold-edged sword slammed into the martial artist's sword and broke it once again. Whoosh! Xiao Zuiji waved his arms, and the cold-edged sword swept along the broken sword with a powerful force. With a splashing sound, blood splashed out. Thump, thump, thump. The black-clothed man retreated more than 10 steps and covered his bleeding neck with one hand. His eyes were filled with despair and the light in his eyes gradually faded. He knelt on the ground and slowly lowered his head. Another companion was killed. The other 3 were so angry that their eyes were bloodshot. They rushed over like crazy. Xiao Ziji walked over quickly and slashed with his sword. Although he did not have any spiritual power, he activated his physical strength and combined it with the elementary-grade cold-edged sword. His sword slashed down and left after images. The black-clothed man who attacked first felt a chill in his heart and was forced to raise his sword to block. Bang! Crack! The sword was cut in half. The remaining power of the cold-edged sword did not diminish and ruthlessly slashed his left shoulder, directly cutting off his left arm. Die! At this moment, the other 2 black-clothed men stabbed over with their swords. They poured their spiritual power and the tip of their swords shone with a sharp luster. Not good. Xiao Ziji's expression changed. At this moment, he had just slashed down with his sword. Without the support of his spiritual power and movement technique, it was too late for him to dodge. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 sword lights flashed in his field of vision, emitting a chill. Then, Xiao Ziji saw blood splatter like a blooming rose. Plop! Plop! The 2 black-clothed men who attacked fell straight to the ground. There were fine sword marks on their Adam's apple. Sect Master Sword is so fast. Xiao Ziji said in surprise. Xianxia withdrew his sword and said indifferently, if you want to kill my iron bone upright sect disciple, you must be prepared to die in advance. Puchi! At this moment, one of the black-clothed men failed to dodge and was pierced through the heart by Lu Qianqian's sharp sword. After killing someone, she pulled out her sword without even blinking. Using her graceful footwork, she appeared in front of another martial artist and pierced his chest again with a cold speed. Plop! The 2 black-clothed men fell to the ground together. Puchi! Li Qingyang also relied on the 9-style wave stacking sword to injure a black-clothed man. In a short time, 6 of the 12 black-clothed men died and 3 were injured. The remaining 3 black-clothed men finally realized that their opponents were too strong. They could only use all their strength to force their opponents back and then tacitly flew towards the bushes. They were very fast. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma were 1 step too late. It was a bit difficult for them to catch up. Bang! 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 Suddenly, 3 gunshots sounded like firecrackers, startling the birds in the forest and causing them to fly. The 3 black-clothed men who escaped all had holes the size of walnuts on their backs. They fell to the ground with horrified gazes. Xianxia withdrew his spear and blew the smoke from the muzzle. He said coldly, since you dared to provoke my iron bone sect, don't go back alive. Li Qingyang and the others' ears were buzzing. The corners of their mouths twitched as they said, Sect Master Spear is too scary. Xianxia, who had broken through to rank 5 martial disciple, fired 3 shots in a row. Not only did all of them hit their targets, but the hand holding the gun did not feel numb. This meant that he could ignore the recoil of the Desert Eagle. Li Qingyang and the others were deeply shocked when they saw the sect leader shoot again and kill 3 black-clothed men who had fled more than 20 meters away in the blink of an eye. Take down the injured ones. Xianxia sat on a tree root nearby and said, I want to see who dares to assassinate my iron bone sect in broad daylight. Yes. The disciple received the order and walked towards the injured black-clothed men. He found that they were all lying on the ground, no longer breathing. Li Qingyang frowned and said, Sect leader, they're all dead. What? Xianxia hurried over and took off the black mask. He found that his lips were black and instantly understood that there was poison in his mouth. Sinful self, do you know these people? Xiao Ziji walked over and carefully examined the dead black-clothed men. He shook his head and said, Sect leader, I don't know them. Don't know them? Xianxia was stunned. At first, he guessed that the assassins were from the Xiao clan. Was he going to be slapped in the face? Li Qingyang squatted down and found a waist tag from one of the black-clothed men's bodies. He said, Sect leader, the word Bei is engraved on it. Could they be from the Bei clan? Xiao Ziji held his chin and said, I've heard that the Bei clan has a group of men of sacrifice. Su Xiaoma rushed to say, needless to say, they must be angry that junior brother tortured Bei and I. That's why the Bei clan sent men of sacrifice to kill us. Slap. Jun Changxiao flicked the back of his head and said, do your men of sacrifice carry a waist tag that reveals their identity when they go out? Su Xiaoma covered his head and grimaced. Li Qingyang said, Sect leader, do you mean that someone deliberately framed the Bei clan? Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, suicide soldiers might not be able to commit suicide by biting poison. Perhaps, assassin. Li Qingyang said. Jun Changxiao patted his shoulder and laughed, not bad, not bad. You didn't follow me for nothing. Li Qingyang said solemnly, previously in the sect, there were also assassins who came to assassinate the sect leader. Could it be related to the Spirit Spring sect? It's hard to say. Jun Changxiao was not sure. He now had two inferences. These assassin-like black-clothed men could be the Xiao family impersonating the Bei family, or they could really be related to the Spirit Spring sect. Search them and see if they have any spatial rings, Jun Changxiao said. Li Qingyang's group of 4 searched, but they didn't even find a single silver tail, let alone a spatial ring. It could be said that they were poor. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, pile these corpses together and burn them. Yes. Everyone pulled all the corpses over. Su Xiaoma picked up a branch from the ground, sharpened it, and began to rub it on the dead wood. Drilling wood to start a fire? This is too primitive. Jun Changxiao shook his head, gently raised his hand, and a ball of exquisite fire spurted out, instantly igniting the corpse. Seeing the flames rising in an instant, Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others opened their mouths. Lu Qianqian said in surprise, you are a fire spiritual warrior? Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, I am a fire spiritual warrior, is it strange? Pa, he snapped his fingers and said, let's go back to the sect. The 5 people hurriedly followed. On the way, Li Qingyang said in a low voice, Senior sister, the flame that the sect leader used just now should be a very rare fire seed. Lu Qianqian said, the best fire seed, exquisite fire. Ah? Li Qingyang almost staggered and fell. When he stabilized his body, he looked at the sect leader in shock. There were thousands of strange attributes in the falling star continent, such as fire spirit and water spirit. Each of them had their own level, the same as spiritual roots. The best exquisite fire seed. It was definitely an extremely rare fire spirit. Li Qingyang suppressed his shock and said in a low voice, Senior sister, the sect leader is not simple. Lu Qianqian said indifferently, if he is simple, do you think these junior brothers can make it to the top 4 with their aptitude and cultivation? Li Qingyang said, that makes sense. Jun Changxiao slowed down and walked side by side with the 2 of them, saying, Qingyang, I said that I will make you a martial emperor. If I don't have the ability, why would I boast? Remember. He glanced at the 5 disciples and said, as long as you follow me down to earth, there will be bread, there will be milk, there will be everything. Although they did not know what bread was, the disciples still said in unison, we will follow the sect leader forever. Boom, a thick bolt of lightning shot out from the dark clouds in the sky and struck the valley where there were few people. The ground instantly cracked. Whoosh, a black stream of light darted out of the valley and into the body of a young man chopping firewood in the distance. Ah! The young man screamed in pain. His originally clear eyes gradually became cold and severe. After a while, his ferocious face relaxed and he said in a hoarse voice, my soul has been trapped for thousands of years. I have finally been reborn. Ling Yao, I saw you as my confidant, but you plotted against me for the Taishan Sutra. When I start cultivating again, I will settle the score with you. What? That woman actually broke through the void? She was worshipped by the world and was crowned as the first empress in history? Crack. After the memories merged, the young man's eyes flickered with endless anger. Even I have not taken that step. She, a woman, actually did it. It's okay, it's okay. I have the Taishan Sutra in hand. In just a few decades, I can easily break through to the martial emperor realm and break through the void. It won't be too late to settle the score with her then. Phew, the young man stretched. His originally clear eyes had a sense of vicissitudes that did not match his status, as if he had experienced many things. He was Xianxia. One of the 10 great martial emperors thousands of years ago, he was known as the Night Emperor. Later, he was plotted against by the woman he saw as his confidant and died. A trace of his remnant soul entered the depths of the earth's core and flew out after thousands of years of nurturing. He then took over the body of the young man chopping firewood. This body's spirit root is only of a low grade, and its cultivation is only at stage 1 meridian opening. It's too weak. Xianxia looked at his new body. Fortunately, I have the Taishan Sutra. This is a cultivation technique that seizes the heavens and earth. It should be able to transform a low-grade spirit root. A smile appeared on his face. The first empress in history? One day, I will pull you down from your pedestal. Xianxia clenched his fist, raised his head, and shouted, from today onwards, I, Xianxia, will make everyone in the world unable to go against my will. If the heavens refuse to obey me, then I will defy the heavens. Bang! Just as the word heavens left his mouth, an object flew from afar and smashed into his face. Xianxia's eyes were bulging as he staggered around before collapsing to the ground. One of the 10 great martial emperors thousands of years ago, a reborn expert who was arrogant and claimed to defy the heavens, fainted on the spot just like that. The object of the attack was actually a football. A cry of surprise came from afar. Sect Master, your kick hit someone. It can't be. How could there be someone in the wilderness? Xianxia. Not long after, Xianxia came over with 5 disciples. Seeing the unconscious young man on the grass, his mouth twitched and said, I just casually kicked and it hit your face. How unlucky are you? Sect Master, what should we do? Li Qingyang asked. Xianxia raised his head to look at the dark clouds in the sky and said, there are no villages around, and it's going to rain soon. Let's carry him back to the sect first. Yes. Xiaoziji squatted down and carried the young man on his back. Xianxia put the football into his spatial ring and brought the 5 disciples back to the iron bone unyielding sect. P.S. Please recommend it. Also, tell me the update time. 2 updates, 8 to 9, 1 in the morning, 6 to 7, 1 in the afternoon. 3 updates, 8 to 9, 1 in the morning, 1 to 2, 1 in the afternoon, 6 to 7, 1 in the afternoon. The sect leader, senior sister, and senior brother are back. The calm Iron Bone sect suddenly became lively with a loud shout. When the disciples heard from Su Xiaoma that not only did their junior brother Xiaoziji win the championship, but their senior brothers also took the top 3 places, they immediately cheered excitedly. As a member of the sect, they naturally valued this honor. Sigh. Lu Wancher leaned in front of the dining hall and pouted. It wasn't easy to make them white and fat, but they lost a lot of weight in just a few days. Sect leader, what should we do with this person? Xiaoziji carried the unconscious Xianxia and asked. Xianxia thought for a while and said, let's put him in the medicine pavilion first. Xiaoziji received the order and walked into the medicine pavilion. He threw Xianxia in the ward and was about to leave when he heard that person say, I'm going to defy the heavens. Defy the heavens? Did the heavens owe you money? Xiaoziji thought that he was talking in his sleep, so he ignored him and turned to leave. On the training field, many disciples stared at a black and white ball and asked in confusion, Senior brother, what is this? Su Xiaoma smiled and said, this is called happy soccer. The sect leader brought it out. He said that if we play it every day, not only can it cultivate our temperament, but it can also improve our leg strength. A disciple leaned over and read the small words written on the soccer ball. Year 2018, World Cup Final, China men's soccer team defeated Brazil men's soccer team. Senior brother, what does this mean? I don't know either. Su Xiaoma waved his hand and said, get out of the way. I'll give you guys a try. Okay. Everyone hurriedly retreated. Su Xiaoma took a few steps back, ran up, and shot. With a whoosh, the soccer ball flew out and smashed into the outer wall, causing cracks to appear. His kick was comparable to Shaolin's mighty King Kong kick, clap, clap. Xianxia clapped his hands and said, "How is it?" "Amazing. Senior brother, your kick just now was at least 500 kilograms of force." The disciples exclaimed. It was indeed a football from the year 8018. It could withstand such a high force, but it was only bounced back. It was not broken or deformed. Xianxia spent 10 contribution points to buy a happy soccer ball for his disciples to play with when they had nothing to do. The purpose was to train their compatibility. The next day, the martial arts practice field was slightly modified into a simple soccer field. After informing the disciples of the rules, they were divided into 2 teams and began to compete. "My face hurts." Xianxia, who was lying in the medical pavilion, slowly woke up. He subconsciously touched his face, and his eyes suddenly became cold and stern. He vaguely remembered that he seemed to have been hit by a flying concealed weapon and then lost consciousness. "Damn it, I am Xianxia." The martial emperor of a generation who had once dominated the continent was actually tricked by a hidden weapon. After resting for a while, he struggled to get up. Then, he looked around and muttered, was he saved by someone else? Forget it. I'll leave this place first and find a blessed place with abundant spiritual energy to start cultivating. I'll strive to become a martial emperor as soon as possible. Xianxia opened the door with a creak, but before he could walk out, he heard a bang. His entire face was hit by the soccer ball, and he fell straight to the ground. "Li Fei!" Xianxia, who was in the martial arts practice field, roared, "How did you pass the ball?" The disciple named Li Fei scratched his head and said, "Senior brother, it's my first time kicking. I can't find the right target. Go and pick up the ball." Okay. Li Fei hurriedly picked up the ball. The Iron Bone disciples happily kicked the ball again. Although they did not even look like an amateur team, they had opened several meridians, and the force of their kicks was very strong. Damn it. Xianxia covered his face and stood up. He was furious and said, "You tricked me again." Bang! The soccer ball flew into the medical pavilion at a tricky angle again, directly hitting his head, and he fell straight to the ground again. Xianxia said frantically, "Li Fei, what kind of footwork is that?" Li Fei scratched his head awkwardly, then picked up the ball and continued kicking. Bang! Xianxia put one hand on the bed and slowly stood up. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he said, "I'll remember what happened today." As he spoke, he hurriedly ran to the door and closed it, afraid that Yuan's hidden weapon would fly in again. Who are these people? Why did they plot against me? Xianxia leaned against the wall in front of the door and looked sideways at the martial arts practice field through the window. Creak! At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. Xianxia walked in and saw that the bed was empty. He was puzzled and asked, "Where's that kid?" Plop! Xianxia, who was squeezed behind the door, straightened his body and fell to the side. He was still foaming at the mouth. Xianxia turned around and said, "Why is he hiding behind the door?" Half an hour later, the pain in Xianxia's body gradually dissipated. He said with a cold gaze, "Who are you?" Huh? Xianxia was surprised. This guy looked younger than him, but his eyes gave off a sense of vicissitudes, as if he had eaten a lot of food and walked a lot of meters. Not simple. Xianxia said, "I'm Xianxia, the leader of Iron Bone Clan." Iron Bone Clan, Xianxia said lightly, "Such a terrible name, I don't think it's a big sect." Oh, damn. He thinks my sect's name is terrible and says it's not a big sect. This guy is a bit arrogant. Xianxia said, "Who are you?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said proudly, "You just need to remember, I'm someone you can't afford to offend." This wasn't just a bit arrogant, it was extremely arrogant. Shwa. Xianxia got up and walked out of the door. He said lightly, "Don't provoke me in the future, or else, I will." His eyes flashed with killing intent. Bang! The football shot from outside and accurately hit his face. Maybe because it happened too many times, he fainted again. When Xianxia woke up, he found himself tied to a chair. Leader, he's awake. Su Xiaoma said. Jun Changxiao walked in from outside and said with a smile, Kid, I don't care how awesome you are. From today onwards, you're a member of Iron Bone Clan. His intuition told him that this guy with sharp eyes must have a story and his identity must not be simple. The sect just happened to have 399 spots, so he recruited him first. As for the missing spot, it was taken by Lu Wancher. They just needed to fill in the form and stamp it. Yi Xingchen's eyes were gloomy. As one of the 10 great martial emperors, he had just been reborn and had been plotted against. In the end, he was even tied up. If this could be tolerated, what could be tolerated? Kid, he said coldly, I won't join, because your sect doesn't have the qualifications to accommodate me. Jun Changxiao said, You think you're a martial emperor and can't be accommodated? Yi Xingchen's eyes became more and more gloomy. He looked very scary. At this time, according to the plot of the reincarnated main character, being looked down upon by the villainous sect leader would be a proper face-slapping mode. In reality, Jun Changxiao leaned over and said, I'll give you 3 to consider, or I won't be polite. Are you threatening me? Yi Xingchen said. Jun Changxiao retracted his body and waved his hand. Not only am I threatening you, I'm also daring to hit you. Swoosh. Su Xiaoma punched him in the face and said arrogantly, It's your fortune that the sect leader likes you. Why are you acting like a peerless expert with a stinky face? Yi Xingchen exploded in anger. You still dare to glare at me? Su Xiaoma raised his fist again and began to violently destroy him. After a while, he was beaten black and blue. Yi Xingchen, Night Emperor. An existence that couldn't be provoked was reduced to this state. It made people sigh, however, they still compromised in the end because they were moved to the martial arts field. Dozens of disciples stood far away with soccer balls under their feet. If they didn't agree, they would kick them until they agreed. Yi Xingchen compromised. It wasn't that he didn't have a backbone, but that he was a young man who had just been reborn. He was only at the first level of the Meridian Opening Realm, so he couldn't fight back. Moreover, the hidden weapons that these Iron Bone disciples used to kick him had at least a few hundred kilograms of force. His small body couldn't withstand it at all. It didn't matter if Yi Xingchen could become a martial emperor in the future, or if he could pull down the empress from her pedestal. He was just a weakling who had just been reborn. He could only choose to endure in order to not die. Despicable guy, despicable Iron Bone Clan. Wait until I've successfully cultivated the Taishan Sutra, and when my realm increases, I'll trample all of you under my feet. Yi Xingchen roared in his heart. How angry and unreconciled were they, but then again, why did Jun Changxiao want to recruit Yi Xingchen? In his opinion, someone who could reveal the vicissitudes of life in his eyes must have experienced something. It was easier than cultivating an ignorant young man. The next day, under the witness of the 99 disciples, Lu Wancher and the tied-up Yi Xingchen filled in the forms according to the procedure and officially became Iron Bone's 101st and 102nd disciples. Ding. Sect member, 102500. Ding. Sect contribution, 274500. Jun Changxiao said, Qingyang, give them the uniforms. Yes. Li Qingyang walked over with a few sets of male and female sect uniforms. Lu Wancher took them and smiled sweetly, Thank you, sect leader. Thank you, second senior brother. She had been envious of this unique sect uniform for a long time. Today, she finally got it. After Yi Xingchen was untied, he unwillingly took the sect uniform and said hatefully in his heart, I'll let you be arrogant for a while. Once I've comprehended the Taishan Sutra, I'll definitely take your life. Do, Xingchen, follow me. Jun Changxiao brought the 2 of them to the main hall and threw them 2 Yi Jing books, saying, This is our sect's entry-level mental cultivation method. Take it and cultivate it first. Remember, don't pass it on to others. He had just spent 10 contribution points to make a maximum of 1,000 copies for backup. Yi Xingchen took the brand new secret manual and thought disdainfully, How can this trashy mantra catch my eye? Lu Wancher happily hugged the secret book and said with a smile, Thank you, sect master. Du will definitely work hard to cultivate. You're so happy just because of a low-level mental cultivation method. What an ordinary person. Yi Xingchen looked down on Yi Jingjing from the bottom of his heart. It was understandable. After all, he had the Sutra of Taishan, not to mention that he had fallen for it once. In the beginning, Lu Wancher was not a disciple and lived in the cafeteria. Now, she was given a separate room when she entered, right next to Lu Qianqian. Yi Xingchen had also been assigned a residence, but when he saw the inner courtyard, which was filled with terraces and pavilions, he was secretly surprised. A ninth-rate sect, but the construction is not bad. Fine. Let's start here and start this Emperor's Road to return to the peak. He walked into the room. He originally wanted to cultivate the Sutra of Taishan, but his hand was impulsive and opened Yi Jingjing. Why would I have the thought of looking at a trashy mental cultivation method? Maybe I'm bored. Yi Xingchen laughed at himself and locked his gaze on the chants recorded on the front page. Gradually, his expression froze, and finally, he could not help but exclaim, "Divine mental cultivation method." As a former martial emperor, Yi Xingchen was more authoritative than Lu Qianqian and Li Qingyang. He only roughly understood and judged the quality. Moreover, it was a divine body refining mental cultivation method. Yi Xingchen said solemnly, a ninth-rate sect would have such a precious body refining mental cultivation method. Am I dreaming? Or today, after thousands of years, divine body refining mental cultivation methods are as common as dogs, and saint body refining mental cultivation methods are everywhere? As he continued to study, his state of mind surged. This Yi Jingjing seemed simple, but it actually contained profound meaning. It was definitely a body refining mental cultivation method that could only be found by chance. Back then, this emperor's body was not well tempered. It could not withstand the tearing of space, and could not take the first step to break through the void. Now that I've been reborn, not only do I have the Sutra of Taishan, but I also have a divine body refining mental cultivation method. Even if I have a trashy body, becoming a martial emperor and breaking through the void will be a piece of cake. Ha ha ha. Yi Xingchen laughed. Whoosh, the ball of happiness flew in from the open window and directly hit his face. Su Xiaoma's voice could be heard, "It's the middle of the night, can't you let me sleep?" Damn it. Yi Xingchen covered his head and said angrily, "Kid, this emperor will remember you." Night came and all was silent. Jun Changxiao was not in the mood to sleep. He sat on a stool in the stone pavilion, as if he was thinking about something. The people who tried to assassinate me in the main hall must have been sent by the Spirit Spring Sect. Who sent the group of black-clothed people outside Liang City? Jun Changxiao summed up the trouble he caused when he came to this world. After thinking about it, he felt that the Spirit Spring Sect had the most motive. Now that I've become a 5th-grade martial disciple and have the opening seal talisman, it's time to go to the Spirit Spring Sect to seek justice. His eyes turned cold and sharp. Jun Changxiao did not think that the Spirit Spring Sect's assassins would give up after failing to assassinate him. Instead of passively being beaten, it was better to take the initiative to attack and let them know that he was not to be trifled with. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a slight sound of wind breaking in his ears. Before his breakthrough, Jun Changxiao would not have been able to detect it. But after becoming a martial disciple, his eyes, ears, nose, and other aspects had improved. Even if a grain of sand fell in front of him, he would be able to hear it. Someone's here. He suddenly got up and dodged to the side. Just as he retreated, a black shadow rushed out from the dark. The sword in its hand slashed across his back, almost hitting him. Jun Changxiao stabilized his body and pulled out the Desert Eagle to shoot. But he saw the black shadow hit nothing. The tip of its foot lightly tapped the ground and instantly disappeared into the night. He frowned. The system said, the host should buy a sect protection array as soon as possible to protect the sect. Otherwise, others can come and go as they wish. Do you have it in the beginner's shop? Jun Chang laughed. The system said, yes, it depends on the face to refresh. Even if it depends on the face, it still has to refresh. After all, it comes and goes as it pleases. It's really annoying. Moreover, the one who attacked was only him. If it attacked the disciples, it would be troublesome. Ah! Suddenly, there was a scream. Jun Changxiao rushed into the male disciple's room and pushed the door open. He saw Yi Xingchen covering his butt and angrily saying, "What kind of bastard is this, to dare to sneak attack me? What happened?" Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma rushed over in their pajamas with swords in hand. When they saw Yi Xingqian's but spurting blood, their mouths twitched. "There's an assassin who wants to assassinate me," Jun Changxiao said calmly. "Wake all the disciples up and gather in the main hall. Take turns guarding to prevent the assassin from taking advantage of the situation." "Yes." Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma hurriedly went to gather the disciples. Soon, all the male and female disciples gathered in the main hall. Yi Xingqian, whose butt was stabbed, also came. He roared in his heart, "If you have a grudge, go assassinate him. What's the use of assassinating a new disciple like me?" Sigh. The assassin probably thought that he was the weakest in the sect. Jun Changxiao was very angry now. He sat on the 1,000-year sandalwood chair and fiercely scrolled down the store. Ding. Sect contribution points, 254500. After the refresh, the store changed again. Not only was there no sect protection array, even the other items were mostly useless. Even if they were useless, he had to choose. Jun Changxiao bought a refreshing cigar, which cost him 10 points. Refresh again. Jun Changxiao scrolled down the store again. Ding. Sect contribution points, 234500. The new items were all daily necessities, such as thermos mugs, feather dusters, ping-pong paddles, and so on. Jun Changxiao clenched his teeth and bought a feather duster that cost 10 contribution points. Its purpose was to clean up. Ding. Sect contribution points, 214500. Ding. Sect contribution points, 194500. Ding. Sect contribution points, 174500. When Jun Changxiao refreshed the store for the 5th time, his face was filled with joy. This was because the store finally had an item with the word Sect Protection Array. P.S. There was a bug in the previous chapter. The protagonist refreshed the store and was supposed to buy an item. I forgot. A reader reminded me. It has been changed. The content and consumption are slightly different from the previous chapter. You can check it again. Jun Changxiao refreshed the store 5 times and spent 90 contribution points. 40 of them were spent on unimportant items, which made his heart ache. But fortunately, the Sect Protection Formation was refreshed. It was worth it. He clicked on the details, item, beginner grade Sect Protection Formation effect. After use, it can be used to set up a defensive formation in the sect to prevent non-sect members from entering. Time limit, use immediately. Price, 50 contribution points. Note, if the formation is successfully set up, it will be activated by default. It will consume 1 contribution point every day. Buy. Jun Changxiao didn't consider that this was a consumable formation and directly bought it. Ding. The host has spent 50 contribution points and obtained beginner grade Sect Protection Formation X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 124,500. The beginner grade Sect Protection Formation was the same as the Spirit Formation. It had a small flag and a manual. I will set it up at dawn, Jun Changxiao secretly said. There were assassins lurking in the dark. Iron Bone disciples stayed in the main hall for the night. Several disciples were responsible for changing shifts. During this time, Su Xiaoma took the initiative to bandage Yi Xingqian's wounds and wrapped both of his buttocks with bandages. The night passed uneventfully. After daybreak, Jun Changxiao ordered his disciples to form groups of a few people and set up a perimeter to set up a formation. Shwa. Shwa. Small flags were inserted outside the sect wall. After half an hour of setting up, they finally surrounded the sect. Xiao. Light flashed and formed a light shield that covered the entire iron bone. It immediately became transparent. Jun Changxiao stood at the gate and reached out his hand to touch the transparent barrier. He didn't find any changes. It was hard to believe that there was a formation in front of him. The system said, the Sect Protection Formation will only appear when an outsider enters or attacks. It will be hidden in the space normally. How strong is it? Jun Changxiao asked. The system said, it should be able to withstand the attack of a Wuzong-level powerhouse from the Starfall continent. Jun Changxiao was relieved. The system said, the level of the beginner-grade sect protection formation is a little low. If the host finds a higher level one in the future, you can replace it. Yes. Xianxia said, tell me, what is the sect lacking right now? If it weren't for the system notification, he wouldn't have known about the existence of the sect protection formation. Therefore, he had to ask about it first. The system said, the sect is still missing the divisions of personal disciple, inner disciple, outer disciple, vice sect leader, elder, and so on. It is still missing the forging pavilion, martial skill pavilion, mental cultivation technique pavilion, no rush, no rush. Xianxia said, take it slow. There were only 100 or so direct disciples and inner disciples, so there was no need to do so for the time being. As for the positions of vice sect leader and elder, there were currently no disciples who were qualified for them, so they had to take it one step at a time. Now that there was a sect protecting grand formation, Xianxia felt relieved. The disciples were the same as usual, either cultivating or playing football. As for Xianxia, he also began his first cultivation after his rebirth. He focused more on cultivating the I Jing. After all, in his previous life, he had suffered a loss because his body was not molded to the extreme. In this life, he had to focus on building a good foundation. However, he, who only had a low-grade spirit root, was the same as an ordinary disciple. If he wanted to cultivate successfully, he would need to spend time. This matter told us that even if one dominated the continent in his previous life and was reborn as an ordinary person, it was impossible to immediately defy the heavens. Xianxia's contribution points could be considered rich. He opened the spirit energy array and let the disciples cultivate. Then, he waved to Xianxia and said, come, come, I will bring you to a fun place. A fun place? Xianxia finally stood in front of the muscle molding machine. Go in. Xianxia said. Damn it, this guy actually wants this emperor to crawl through the dog hole. Shwa. Xianxia directly pressed him in and started the muscle molding machine. The time was 10 hours. Pung. 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 Late at night, Xianxia was lying on the bed like a puddle of mud. His eyes revealed that he had nothing to live for. It must be because this emperor's posture was wrong that he ended up in such a state. Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, and the others stood in front of their respective rooms. Their hands were on the hilt of their swords, obviously waiting for the assassin to appear. Pung, pung. On the small martial arts field, Su Xiaoma was skillfully tossing the ball. For him, who paid attention to speed, kicking the ball could be a good tool to train his footwork. The one with the most skill was still Xianxia. He was sitting in the study, holding a bamboo slip called Records of the Grand Historian. The author was Sima Qian. This was bought when the system refreshed. It could be considered as a cramming of Chinese history in another world. Xiao. At this moment, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. Damn it, the assassin was in the sect. Xianxia, who thought that he could rest easy, hurriedly retreated. However, the ice-cold sharp sword still pierced towards him. Soon, he couldn't dodge it. Helpless, he could only raise the records of the Grand Historian in his hands to protect his vital parts. Ding! The sharp sword pierced the bamboo slip, producing a metallic sound and sending sparks everywhere. The black-clothed man's hand was numb from the impact. His eyes were filled with astonishment. However, he couldn't care about anything else and jumped out of the window. Xianxia was also dumbfounded. Is the thing in my hand a bamboo slip or a piece of iron? Without time to be dazed, Xianxia jumped out of the window. However, the black-clothed man had already rushed out of the Desert Eagles shooting range. At this moment, Lu Qianqian and Li Qingyang heard the news and rushed over. They were about to chase after the disappearing shadow. No need to chase. Xianxia cupped his hands and said. No need to chase. Lu Qianqian and Li Qingyang were stunned. Soon after, they heard a ping sound. They saw the black-clothed man's 4 limbs and face sticking to the flowing light barrier. Then, with a zzz sound, he slid down. Formation! The two exclaimed in unison. Xianxia rolled up his sleeves and strode over. The Desert Eagle in his hand was already loaded and the safety was pulled. He pointed the gun at the assassin who had fallen on the ground and shouted, "You motherf***, run!" The black-clothed man suppressed the dizziness from the impact and flew to the side again. In the end, he still crashed into the sect protecting formation. What's going on? Su Xianxia, Xianxia, and the other disciples rushed over. When they saw the black-clothed man crouching under the flowing light barrier, they were immediately dumbfounded. What is that flowing light? Is it a formation? Since when did our sect have this thing? Everyone found it hard to understand. The black-clothed man hiding in the inner court was also puzzled. After all, nothing happened when he sneaked in. How could there be a formation? Bang! Just at this moment, Xianxia strode over. His right fist, which was infused with spiritual energy, smashed into his face. Like a cannonball, he crashed into the wall of the room. This assassin was only a 4th-grade martial disciple. The reason why he could appear and disappear unpredictably was because of his exquisite movement technique. Now that he had been seen and lost his advantage, he would definitely not be able to withstand the attack of a 5th-grade martial disciple. Xianxia walked over. He placed the gun at his waist, picked up the bamboo block, and smashed it fiercely. Needless to say, the bamboo block that used history as a mirror was quite handy. In a short while, the assassin's head was full of blood and he was lying on the ground dispiritedly. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched as he stood in the distance. He said, "This guy is too cruel." Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the hidden mission, Nowhere to Hide. The reward is 30 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 153,500. Damn. For this guy, I spent so many contribution points and only received 30 points. Seal his meridians and lock him up. Yes. A gold medal assassin, on his 265th assassination attempt, was accidentally captured and became a prisoner. He was sent to a sealed room. The assassin that was previously captured saw the pattern of his fingerprints and was shocked. Even an assassin of this level has fallen in the hands of Iron Bone. Xianxia stood outside. Through the crack in the door, he caught the change in the assassin's eyes. He coldly said, "It must be another one sent by the Spirit Spring Sect." The next day, he handed over the sect's affairs to Xianxia and went down the mountain alone. On his belt was the Desert Eagle and the pocket-sized hard-to-keep blade. The direction he was heading to, Spirit Spring Mountain. "Senior sister, the sect master seems to be very angry." Watching the furious figure disappear on the mountain road, Xianxia said solemnly. Lu Qianqian leaned against the door and said indifferently, "He sent assassins to ambush us one after another. If it were me, I would definitely kill my way to their door." Will the sect master be okay? You should be more concerned about whether the Spirit Spring sect can still exist. The Spirit Spring Mountain was located in the Yaoyang city of Qingyang County. It was a scenic spot that scholars often came to visit. Later, the Wei brothers came here and established a sect. Since then, it became a private area, and no one was allowed to enter. Losing a place to visit, the people were not happy. They complained to the Yaoyang city lord, but the Spirit Spring sect was backed by the Holy Spring sect. The lord could only close one eye. In a short 10 years. Under the development of the Wei brothers, the Spirit Spring sect gradually grew stronger. There were already more than 300 disciples. Of course, it was still the 9th class. If not for the Holy Spring sect backing them, their reputation in the Jianghu would only be slightly higher than the Iron Bone sect established by Sect Leader Wang. Why was it Sect Leader Wang's? Because the second-generation sect leader Xianxia had done all sorts of things. The prestige of the sect had long surpassed that of the previous sect leader. What was lacking was the news of the sect's competition being spread out. Spirit Spring Sect, Main Hall. The one-armed Weinu sat at the head of the hall. On the head of the hall sat a middle-aged man with a slightly gloomy face. He was called Weishi. The current patriarch of the Spirit Spring Sect was a 2nd-grade martial disciple. "Big brother," Weinu gritted his teeth, "we hired another assassin. Can he get rid of Xianxia?" Weishi took a sip of tea. "That's a gold medal assassin from the Drizzle building. He has assassinated more than 200 times and has never failed. He can definitely get rid of him, no need to worry." "Yes. The assassin they hired had already been taken down by sect leader Jun. Right now, he was playing landlord with another assassin. Fuck. Wei Yinu slapped the armrest, unable to understand, why is it so hard to kill a sect leader of a trash sect? Wei Yishi shook his head. Fourth brother, Jun Chongxiao was able to kill second brother and third brother. If you still think he's trash, then you're gravely mistaken. His two brothers had gone to visit the Qingyang city lord and had not returned. He personally went to find out the reason. City Lord Xia seemed to be unwilling to offend the Spirit Spring sect. He told him that Jun Chongxiao had killed Wei Yilu and Wei Yiai. Knowing that his brothers were killed, Wei Yishi was furious. However, he was still the leader of a sect. Even though he was furious, he still calmly analyzed the situation. Jun Chongxiao had killed his brother with one strike, so his strength could not be underestimated. After returning to the sect, he pondered for a while and decided to spend a large sum of money to hire an assassin from the Drizzle building. They didn't dare to face him head-on, so they played dirty tricks behind his back. Wei Yinu was not so calm. When he heard his eldest brother talking about the dead second and third brothers, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. The four of them had cultivated together, entered the Sacred Spring sect together, and started their own business together. Their feelings for each other were extremely deep. Who would have thought that their last parting would be their last? Second brother, third brother. Wei Yishi placed the teacup on the table. His gaze became unusually gloomy as he said, "No matter what price I have to pay, Big Brother will avenge all of you." The so-called price was to hire an assassin with a large sum of money. To borrow Teacher Ma's words, it's a lot of fishing. Big Brother. Wei Yinu said hatefully, after the assassin from the Drizzle building kills Jun Chongxiao, I will personally go to the Iron Bone and use his disciples' blood to pay tribute to second brother and third brother's spirit in heaven. Wei Yishi said, Iron Bone is a member of the 100 Sect Alliance after all. Be careful when you go, don't be discovered. Wei Yinu's face was filled with murderous intent. He couldn't wait to go to the Iron Bone and start a massacre to pay tribute to his two brothers. Wei Yishi took another sip of tea and said with disdain, I heard that kid even brought his disciple to participate in the sect competition. He really overestimated himself. TSK, Wei Yinu snorted coldly, he doesn't know his own worth. Participating in the sect competition is to become a joke to others. Wei Yishi put his elbows on the armrest and interlocked his fingers, saying, I wonder who will be the champion of this year's sect competition? I heard that the sixth-rate sect, the Sound and Valley, also sent their disciple to participate. If there are no accidents, they should be the champion. Wei Yinu said. Although the two brothers had never left the mountain, they were still quite concerned about the sect competition. Report. At this moment, a disciple ran in from outside and said while panting, Patriarch, Elder, this disciple has just returned from Yaoyang City. I heard what? I heard that Iron Bone's disciple, Xiao Ziji, was the champion of this year's sect competition. What? Wei Yishi and Wei Yinu stood up with disbelief in their eyes. The disciple took 2 deep breaths and said, and his 4 disciples even took the top 4 places. Impossible. Wei Yinu said in disbelief, it's already good enough for their disciples to advance to the second round. How could they take the top 4 places? Wei Yishi said calmly, is the news accurate? The disciple said, Yaoyang City even posted a notice. I saw it with my own eyes. Wei Yinu was dumbfounded. Every time the martial competition ended, every city in Azure Sun County would post a notice to announce the champion. This was definitely not a rumor or a false rumor. Wei Yishi frowned and said, the champion of the sect competition is at least a second-grade martial disciple. Are Iron Bone's disciples that strong? The disciple said, I heard from the cultivators who returned from Liang City that Iron Bone's disciples are all very strong. The weakest one is a first-grade martial disciple. Plop. Wei Yinu sat down with a wonderful expression on his face. Just now, he was thinking of waiting for Jun Chongxiao to be killed by the assassins before going to the Iron Bone. If the news of them taking the top 4 places was true, he would be sending himself to death. Fourth brother. Wei Yishi also realized and said seriously, regardless of whether the news is true or not, you must not go to Iron Bone. Yes. Wei Yinu said hurriedly. He did not want to go. But, they came. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound came, startling Wei Yishi and Wei Yinu. The two hurried out of the main hall and saw that the expensive red door had been smashed to pieces. Ta! Jun Changxiao walked in with one foot. On his shoulder was a plaque with the word Spirit Spring Sect written on it. In his other hand was a smoking desert eagle and in his mouth was a cigar. The cigar was also bought from the shop. Although it was used to refresh one's mind, it was more important to show off. Jun Changxiao. Wei Yinu said with his eyes wide open. He was the Iron Bone Sect leader? Wei Yishi frowned and the gloominess in his eyes became more and more intense. Boom! Jun Changxiao put down the plaque and put one hand on it. He looked at the courtyard that was bigger than his own sect and said, "It's a pity to destroy such a good place." Destroyed, a pity? Wei Yishi said with a gloomy gaze. Sect leader Jun, you came here, that's right. Jun Changxiao raised his gun and pointed at him, saying proudly, I came to destroy your sect. You're courting death. Wei Yinu could not suppress his anger. He summoned a brand new broadsword from his spatial ring and was about to rush over. Bang! The desert eagle's muzzle spat out fire. The bullet condensed from the crystal core turned into a stream of light and shot out, directly penetrating his chest. Wei Yinu stopped and slowly lowered his head. Looking at the hole in his chest, his eyes were filled with fear. The broadsword in his hand fell and he knelt on the ground. Wei Yinu only saw a stream of light shooting towards him, and then his chest was pierced. He knelt on the ground, dead. Even in death, he was wondering what kind of hidden weapon could so powerfully penetrate his body and penetrate his heart. Puff! Jun Changxiao blew on the smoking muzzle, lightly saying, your death was worth it. This bullet of mine, if converted to silver, is worth dozens of taels. It was definitely worth it. With Master Jun's strength, he could easily kill Wei Yinu with his bare hands. Shooting was a waste of bullets. Fourth brother, Wei Yishi's expression was sluggish, his eyes gradually turning red. It was not that he wanted to cry, but that he was extremely angry. His three younger brothers had followed him since childhood. They either bullied people together or were bullied together. Now that they had died one by one, it was a heavy blow to him. Thump thump thump. At this moment, the alarmed disciples of the Spirit Spring Sect rushed out of the inner courtyard. There were hundreds of them. When they saw the fourth elder kneeling on the ground with a hole in his chest, their eyes widened. Who killed him? For the first time, everyone looked at Jun Changxiao, especially when they saw the plaque of the sect being taken down. They knew that this guy was here to cause trouble. It's him. The green scarf martial artist who had his face stepped on in the wild looked at Jun Changxiao who was holding a tree root in his mouth, his face showing surprise. In other words, the reason why the Iron Bone Sect and the Spirit Spring Sect had reached this stage of life and death, the Green Scarf Brothers' contribution could not go unnoticed. Because if he did not deliberately approach Lu Xianxia, there would not be a conflict. Sigh. How to say it? It was not entirely his fault. The main reason was that the Spirit Spring Sect was too protective of their disciples. Knowing that their disciples were beaten, they insisted on taking revenge. On the stage of grievances, Wei Yishi's killing intent expanded the conflict to an irreconcilable point. If it were any other ninth-rate sect, they would have brought their disciples to apologize during the recruitment. However, the person involved was Jun Changxiao, an existence similar to an iron plate. Endure for a while and the wind is calm. Take a step back and the sky will be clear. The Spirit Spring Sect could not endure and was unwilling to retreat. They could only use the lives of their three elders to learn a lesson. Unfortunately, Wei Yishi hadn't learned his lesson. He clenched his fists, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as he said in a cold voice, "Kill him." The disciples didn't dare to disobey the patriarch's order. They immediately drew their weapons and rushed over, surrounding Jun Changxiao. Brother Greenscarf was among them, and the anger in his eyes was no less than the sect leader's. Who? Jun Changxiao took a puff of his cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. He said, if I were you, I wouldn't send my disciples to their deaths. Brat, cut the crap and die. One of the disciples was eager to show off in front of the patriarch and immediately brandished his saber to kill. Jun Changxiao put away the desert eagle, and a cold-edged sword appeared out of thin air. With a twist of his wrist, a cold sword light flashed. Ci. There was a sword wound on his neck, and blood was spurting out. That disciple dropped his weapon and covered his wound with both hands. A muffled sound came from his throat and he fell to the ground with a despairing look on his face. Hiss! The Spirit Spring Sect disciple who was about to attack, upon seeing his fourth senior brother, who was at the 10th stage of the channel opening stage, being killed in a single strike, was so shocked that his face lost all color. Go! Go! Wei Yishi angrily roared. Why didn't he go? Because he knew that the shiny silver object Jun Changxiao had just used must be a terrifying hidden weapon. If he made a move, he would be killed just like his fourth brother. Why did he let his disciples go? Because he knew that Jun Changxiao's hidden weapon should be similar to a crossbow, and there would not be a lot of bullets. He let his disciples swarm him, and if they could kill him, then they would kill him. To put it bluntly, he was using his disciples as cannon fodder. The Spirit Spring Sect disciples obviously did not think that in the eyes of the Patriarch, they were so worthless, but they were still willing to listen to his orders and rushed over with their weapons. A group of pitiful people. Jun Changxiao shook his head, and with the cold-edged sword in one hand, he faced the incoming Spirit Spring Sect disciples. Shwa! 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 The 9 overlapping wave sword was displayed, and layers of energy accompanied by sword chi appeared, spreading out like ripples. Puchi! Puchi! The cold sword light swept past, and the 10 or so Spirit Spring Sect disciples who rushed in front of Jun Changxiao all had their throats slit, and fell to the ground like blooming flowers. Drip, drip. The tip of the cold-edged sword pointed downwards, and drops of blood dripped down, splattering on the stone floor. Standing in front of dozens of corpses, Jun Changxiao's eyes flashed coldly, as if he was a killing god from hell. The Spirit Spring Sect disciples were frightened, and surrounded him with their weapons in fear, but did not dare to rush over. Jun Changxiao raised his head, and pointed his sword at Wei Yishi, saying, "The person I want to kill today is him. If you don't want to be souls under my sword, get out of here." The Spirit Spring Sect disciples were not heinous bandits, and he did not want to kill too much. So this time, the so-called extermination of the sect was to eliminate the Wei brothers. Kid, die. Just at this moment, a disciple raised his sword and slashed down from behind. Jun Changxiao, who thought he was merciful enough, had a cold look in his eyes, and swung the cold-edged sword. Whoosh! With a flash of sword light, the martial artist's weapon was cut off, and his head was also chopped off. Kill! Kill! The Spirit Spring Sect disciples took the opportunity to attack from all directions. Jun Changxiao no longer suppressed it, and his 5th-grade martial disciple Cultivation was fully released. He poured his spirit energy into the cold-edged sword, and it instantly emitted a cold and gloomy aura. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for starting a massacre in the Spirit Spring Mountain. While speaking, he suddenly swung his sword, dragging out a long shadow of the sword. Ding! 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 Wherever the cold-edged sword passed, the swords and sabers were all broken. Some of the sabers and swords even pierced the legs of the Spirit Spring Sect disciples. They did not have time to scream, because the second sword had already mercilessly slashed over. Whoosh! The cold-edged sword passed by, bringing along a cold light. Puchi! Puchi! The 20 or so Spirit Spring Sect disciples who rushed over stood still, and a neat small sword mark appeared on their Adam's apple. They immediately lowered their heads. Jun Changxiao walked past them, and the 20 or so drops of blood on the cold-edged sword were instantly evaporated by his spirit energy. Plop! After only a few steps, the 20 Spirit Spring Sect disciples staggered and fell to the ground. These people's cultivation were only at the 5th or 6th stage of the channel opening realm. With the cold-edged sword and the strength of a 5th-grade martial disciple, Jun Changxiao could easily kill them. Wei Yishi was terrified. At this moment, he had roughly deduced that the strength of this Iron Bone Sect master was not lower than a 4th-grade martial disciple. The patriarch of the Spirit Spring Sect was not the only one who was frightened, but the disciples as well. Although they surrounded Jun Changxiao, they also followed him step by step, and retreated. Their eyes were filled with fear. Killing fellow sect members was like cutting grass, so they must be afraid. Go! Go! Wei Yishi roared like a madman. He did not care about the lives of his disciples. As long as he could kill Jun Changxiao, even if they all died, it did not matter. However, Jun Changxiao was too strong. The Spirit Spring Sect disciples did not dare to rush up. Even facing his cold eyes, the hands holding their weapons were trembling violently. This was a killing god, whoever went up would die. Restrain, restrain. Shua. Jun Changxiao raised his sword, and a cold light flashed. A cold aura spread out, making everyone's scalp numb. They immediately made the wise choice to retreat as far as possible. You all. Wei Yishi's anger soared to the sky. He originally wanted to rely on his disciples to delay, and then take the opportunity to escape. But now, they all ran away. Jun Changxiao, who had no disciples blocking his way, rushed forward like an arrow. The cold-edged sword that was infused with spirit energy drew a cold sword light. Not good, Pucci. Just as Wei Yishi's heart was filled with a strong sense of crisis, his head flew out and fell in front of the plaque in the courtyard. A line of blood splattered on the 3-word Spirit Spring Sect. Patriarch. The Spirit Spring Sect disciples stood in place stupidly. On this day, a fire suddenly broke out on the Spirit Spring Mountain, burning for a full day and night. The Spirit Spring Sect that occupied the mountain said goodbye to Jianghu. Who? Jun Changxiao, who had descended the mountain, stood on a boulder and took a deep puff of his cigar. Looking at the distant scenery, he whispered, "Why is there no taste of nicotine?" The system said, "This is an electronic cigarette." Damn. The Spirit Spring Sect that had been established for less than 10 years had been reduced to ashes in a huge fire. More than 200 disciples, because of the death of the Patriarch and the Elder, had scattered. Perhaps they would join other sects, perhaps they would go and live an ordinary life, but the scene of Jun Changxiao killing people would forever be engraved in their hearts, becoming an indelible memory of fear. In the wilderness, Brother Green Hat knelt in front of the grave, clenching his fist tightly. Patriarch, Elder, disciple will one day avenge you, avenge the Spirit Spring Sect. Standing up, carrying his luggage, he resolutely walked towards the east. There was a colossus there, called the Spirit Spring Sect. Jun Changxiao. Brother Green Hat's voice rippled. My name is Dai Lu, remember it clearly. These words, he only dared to shout in the forest where there was no one around. Big news, big news. The Spirit Spring Sect was set on fire yesterday, the entire sect was reduced to ashes, and the disciples all ran away. In Yaoyang City, the sky had just begun to brighten, and a martial artist was shouting on the streets. This news was like a wildfire, instantly spreading through the streets, every household, and even every nook and cranny. The first reaction of the martial artists in the city was, this early in the morning, what kind of joke is this? When people went to the Spirit Spring Mountain one after another and saw the ruins of the sect, they firmly believed that the Spirit Spring Sect that had been tyrannical for many years was really gone. My mother, who is so daring to set fire to the Spirit Spring Sect? Patriarch Wei and Elder Wei. I heard from the disciples that escaped that the Patriarch and Elder of the Spirit Spring Sect were all killed. This sect can be considered to have been completely removed from the Jianghu. Who killed them? I'm afraid you won't believe it, but the one who killed the Wei brothers was the head of the Iron Bone Sect. Iron Bone Sect? Isn't that a ninth-rate sect? How did he have the strength to destroy the Spirit Spring Sect? Did he invite some expert? He didn't invite any expert, it was just him alone. Damn, is the sect leader of a ninth-rate sect that awesome? The Spirit Spring Sect and the Iron Bone Sect clashed in Qingyang City. I thought that the Iron Bone Sect would cease to exist, but I didn't expect that the Spirit Spring Sect would be destroyed instead. Behind the Spirit Spring Sect is the Holy Spring Sect. If they knew about this, they would definitely go to the Iron Bone Sect to denounce us. Not just the Sacred Spring Sect, the 100 Sect Alliance will not let Iron Bone off either. After all, there is a rule that sects in the Alliance cannot commit acts of extermination. Yaoyang City was completely shaken. Whether it was martial artists or ordinary people, they were all talking about the destruction of the Spirit Spring Sect and the Iron Bone Sect leader. The news quickly spread throughout the Azure Sun County. The Longblade Sect, the Tiger's Howl Sect, and the other sects were in an uproar after receiving the news of the Spirit Spring Sect's destruction. What kind of joke was this? The Spirit Spring Sect was destroyed by the Iron Bone Sect. When more and more news came in, they had no choice but to accept this fact. Azure Sun City, City Lord's Mansion. City Lord Xia also received the news. He stood in his study with his hands behind his back and said, "First, you led your disciples to become the champion of the sect competition, and then you destroyed the Spirit Spring Sect. Sect leader June, you really are someone who can achieve great things." However, he shook his head and said, "Although the Holy Spring Sect does not recognize the Spirit Spring Sect, the Four-Way Brothers were still disciples of the sect. You killed them, which is equivalent to provoking a fifth-rate sect." Reporting. A guard walked in and cupped his hands. "The 100 Sect Alliance leader is here to visit." "Heh." City Lord Xia said, "You came quite quickly." He rubbed his temples and said, "Please enter the guest hall." "Yes." The guest hall. A middle-aged man walked in and cupped his hands. "City Lord Xia, long time no see. I've missed you." City Lord Xia gestured for him to sit down. "Is Alliance Leader Qin here for the Iron Bone Sect?" "That's right." Alliance Leader Qin said angrily, "Iron Bone Sect is a member of the 100 Sect Alliance. It is intolerable for them to destroy a sect. I am here today in hopes that City Lord can." City Lord Xia interrupted, "Iron Bone Sect may be a member of the 100 Sect Alliance, but it is still within the borders of Azure Sun City. I don't care which faction you represent, you cannot touch it. Otherwise, you will be making an enemy of the 3.6 million citizens of Azure Sun City." Alliance Leader Qin's face darkened. "City Lord Xia, you want to protect Iron Bone Sect?" City Lord Xia tapped his finger on the table. "Don't misunderstand. I am not protecting Iron Bone Sect, I am protecting the citizens of Azure Sun City." "Good." Alliance Leader Qin said, "Since that is the case, let's follow the rules of Azure Sun City. Jun Changxiao, a citizen of your city, killed the Wei brothers and more than 30 disciples. What should be his punishment?" "Not guilty." City Lord Xia said indifferently. "Pa." Alliance Leader Qin slammed the table and said angrily, "City Lord Xia, you don't want the 100 Sect Alliance to interfere, and you don't want to punish Jun Changxiao. This is too obvious." "Pa." City Lord Xia slammed the table and shouted, "The Spirit Spring Sect hired assassins from the Drizzle building to enter Azure Sun City. I want to ask, who gave them the guts to do so? Very fierce, very strong. Drizzle building assassins?" Alliance Leader Qin was stunned. Obviously, he did not know the inside story. City Lord Xia said coldly, "The conflict between the Spirit Spring Sect and Iron Bone Sect was just a small one." Wei Yishi held a grudge in his heart. He first colluded with the bandits, then hired assassins, and did all sorts of despicable things. He deserved to be destroyed. Alliance Leader Qin was silent. He knew that since Xie Guangquan said so, there must be evidence. Alliance Leader Qin. City Lord Xia said indifferently, "If Jun Changxiao had done something heartless, you don't need to come and punish him. This city lord would have already done it." Alliance Leader Qin calmed down and said gently, "How about this, City Lord Xia, please call Jun Changxiao over. I, Qin, will speak with him as the Alliance Leader." Xie Guangquan said, "Since Iron Bone is a member of your alliance, as the Alliance Leader, you can naturally speak with him. Let's meet at the Star Moon Pavilion." Alliance Leader Qin understood that this guy was afraid that he would act recklessly, so he purposely set the meeting in his own territory. Thus, he compromised and said, "Please inform Sect Leader Jun that we will meet at the Star Moon Pavilion 3 days later." Saying so, he stood up and cupped his hands, "Goodbye. I won't send you off," Xie Guangquan said. After Alliance Leader Qin left, he sat down and drank some tea. He shook his head and said, "Sect Leader Jun, this city lord almost turned against the 100 Sect Alliance for you." "City Lord Xia, you can't say that." Jun Changxiao walked out from the inner screen and smiled, "You and I are working together. It's a win-win situation." Saying so, he placed 2 beginner-grade healing pills on the table. So this guy had been in the study all this while. He was the one who told Xie Guangquan about the destruction of the Spirit Spring Sect and Wei Yishi's actions. Jun Changxiao had predicted that the 100 Sect Alliance would denounce him, so he thought of a countermeasure in advance. Using 2 beginner-grade healing pills as the price, he asked City Lord Xia to help suppress the matter. Destroying a sect was a big deal. Jun Changxiao knew the importance of dealing with the aftermath. Otherwise, how could he survive in the falling star continent where everyone was scheming against each other? Xie Guangquan picked up one of the beginner-grade healing pills and said, "Sect leader Jun, does this pill really have the ability to heal injuries quickly?" Jun Changxiao said, "Is there a need for Jun to lie to City Lord Xie?" Xie Guangquan met his gaze and laughed, "You're right. You and I are working together. It's a win-win situation." Jun Changxiao stood up and said, "I still have matters to attend to in the sect. I will take my leave first. Don't forget, 3 days later at the Star Moon Pavilion." Xie Guangquan said, "I will keep my promise." Jun Changxiao said as he walked out of the hall and climbed over the wall to leave the city lord's residence. Xie Guangquan placed the pill in front of his nose and sniffed it. He muttered, "After destroying the Spirit Spring Sect, he came to me to help suppress the matter. This kid is really not simple." There were many large and small sects in Azure Sun County. A few decades ago, they formed an alliance and elected sect leader Qin Haoran of the 6th-rate Vast Qi sect as the first alliance leader. Their aim was to develop harmoniously and advance hand in hand. Other than the high-ranked sects, most of the sects in Azure Sun County would choose to join and become a member of the alliance. If a sect did not join the 100 Sect Alliance, they would be despised by the other sections. When sect leader Wang established the Iron Bone sect, he treated everyone to a meal and gave them gifts in order to increase the sect's reputation. Unfortunately, his efforts had been wasted today. Because many sects in the alliance were unhappy with Jun Changxiao's actions of destroying the Spirit Spring sect and publicly condemned him. When alliance leader Qin found out, he was also furious. He personally went to Azure Sun City to find City Lord Xia and hoped that he would not interfere with the alliance's matters. He decided to punish Iron Bone severely. Although he was rejected, he would not give up. As the alliance leader, he decided to have a good talk with Iron Bone sect leader at the Star Moon Pavilion 3 days later. When the higher-ups of the various sects found out, they praised the alliance leader's wisdom and were willing to accompany him. They planned to use their saliva to drown that arrogant fellow. When force was not enough to solve the problem, words became even more important. The news of the 100 Sect Alliance leader meeting Iron Bone at the Star Moon Pavilion and the destruction of the Spirit Spring Sect spread throughout Azure Sun County. Indeed, the 100 Sect Alliance was alerted. Jun Changxiao has caused a huge trouble this time, he has to give an explanation. In my opinion, Alliance leader Qin is afraid of the Spirit Spring Sect and can only punish Iron Bone. Many sect leaders have expressed that they want to attend the meeting. There will definitely be many sect leaders in Azure Sun City 3 days later. What meeting? It's obviously an interrogation of Iron Bone. Yes, it's an interrogation. All the cultivators in the various cities were discussing. Some of them were looking forward to how the 100 Sect Alliance would make things difficult for Jun Changxiao 3 days later. Iron Bone, Main Hall. After returning, Jun Changxiao leaned sideways and placed one leg on the chair. He supported his chin with one hand and said, "I'm afraid there will be a banquet 3 days later." Sect leader Li Qingyang asked weakly, "Did you really destroy the Spirit Spring sect?" "Okay," Jun Changxiao replied. Li Qingyang said solemnly, "The Spirit Spring sect is a member of the 100 Sect Alliance. The sect leader will definitely be held accountable for destroying it." Jun Changxiao walked down, patted his shoulder and said, "In the sect, you're the only one who's able to consider things. Your personality is relatively steady. I'm very gratified." Li Qingyang was startled, and an ominous feeling rose in his heart. As expected, Jun Changxiao said that Yi Xingchen is a little troublemaker. As the second disciple, you should discipline him more strictly. If he does anything out of line, there's only one word to describe it: torture. After that, he patted his shoulder and left in a carefree manner. Li Qingyang stood where he was and counted with his fingers. With a confused expression, he said, 2 words? Jun Changxiao returned to his residence in the inner courtyard. He sat down cross-legged and circulated the body metamorphosis scripture to absorb spiritual energy. Ho ho! The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was drawn in, slowly enveloping him, forming a faint mist. The spiritual energy entered his body through his pores, gathering in his meridians, then guided to his dantian and merged with it. On Starfall Continent, every realm will unlock a new ability. The ability of a martial disciple is to open up his dantian vortex. Don't underestimate this ability. The more energy and the purer it is, the stronger a martial disciple will be. After Xianxia broke through, what he needs to do is to continuously strengthen his dantian vortex, breaking through his limit again and again to reach a higher realm. After cultivating for a while, he shook his head in dissatisfaction, saying, "Spirit roots are limited, relying on hard work is too slow." The system spoke, "The host can consider refreshing the store. Maybe you can find a talent-altering liquid that can raise your dantian to a mid-grade spirit root." Xianxia opened the store. Ding. Contribution, 140500 inch. The 4 points less is because of the spirit energy formation and sect protection formation. New products appeared in the store. The first thing Xianxia saw was an item called Magically Altered Sound System. He was very sensitive to the word magically altered, so he clicked on the detailed introduction, item, Magically Altered Sound System. Introduction, a musical instrument that can play songs. Effect, suitable for disciples' morning exercises. After turning on the sound system, divine music will play, and it can cultivate the mood. Special effect, the host's mind can lock onto targets within 100 meters. When they hear the divine music, they will be brainwashed and unconsciously dance to the beat. Effectiveness, once opened, use. Weakness, the interference of the divine music will only take effect once a month. Those with high cultivation may be immune to the brainwashing of the divine music. Price, 10 contribution points. Xianxia said, "Brainwashing of the divine music, seems interesting." He retracted the detailed introduction and looked at the other items. Finding that they were useless, he decisively bought the magically altered sound system. After a series of notifications, Xianxia refreshed the store. This time, his luck was off the charts. There was a talent-altering liquid in the items. He clicked on it and found that it was suitable for mortal-grade spirit roots, but the price was still 50 contribution points. Buy. Ding. The host has spent 50 contribution points and obtained talent-altering liquid X1, ding. Sect contribution points, 80500. Xianxia took out the talent-altering liquid, opened the bottle and drank it without hesitation. It was still the same taste, a little mellow with malt. Ding. The host has used talent-altering liquid X1. Altering the spirit root's aptitude. Spirit root's aptitude alteration completed. The host has successfully broken through to 6th grade martial disciple. The change in his aptitude caused Xianxia's cultivation to increase, but it was only by 1 grade. After his spirit root was upgraded to middle grade, sect leader Jun's compatibility with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had increased. After a night of cultivation, the results were obvious. Not bad, not bad. He walked out of the room, swinging his arms. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and everything was so fresh. Just as he went to the outer courtyard, he saw Xianxia walking out of the training room, squatting on the stairs and panting tiredly. "You've worked hard," Xianxia praised. The disciples got up one after another, washed up, and came to the training field for their routine cultivation. "Hurry up." Li Qingyang also came, but Yi Xingchen followed behind him. This Night Emperor, Lord Yi Xingchen, had his head lowered, but his eyes were cold. "What's going on?" Xianxia asked. Li Qingyang said, "Sect leader, junior martial brother Yi hasn't done any morning exercises since he joined the sect. This time, I pulled him over." "Humph," Yi Xingchen said coldly, "I am a dignified martial emperor. Why would I do morning exercises with you bunch of ordinary people?" Xianxia said, "Xingchen, I think you haven't adapted to the life of a sect yet." "Pa," he snapped his fingers and said, "In order to make you happy, I have to adjust the atmosphere of the sect." "Atmosphere?" Everyone was confused. "Pa." Xianxia changed the sound system and placed it in front of the main hall. He said, "From now on, you will have beautiful music to accompany you during morning exercises every day." Xianxia came over and looked left and right. "Sect leader, what is this?" Jun Changxiao didn't explain. When all the male and female disciples arrived, he gently pressed the button on the sound system. 2 subwoofers suddenly sounded, "Move, move, move, oh my god." Xianxia, who had his ear pressed against the subwoofers, heard the sound and was so scared that he fell down the stairs. It was like a seaweed, 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 swaying with the waves, seaweed, seaweed, seaweed. A very melodious divine tune sounded in the iron bone training field. "Idiot," Xianxia muttered. At this moment, Jun Changxiao pointed in his direction and said, "Come, come, jump." Xianxia's pupils shrank. He couldn't help but spread his legs and raise his hands. Then, he jumped to the rhythm of the divine tune. A dignified martial emperor stood on the training field and danced with joy. Occasionally, he would put one hand on the ground and lift his whole body. The disciples looked at him with strange expressions. Jun Changxiao took off his long robe and put his fingers in his mouth. He whistled and shouted, "Babies, let's have fun." His will spread and enveloped all the disciples. Then, nearly 100 disciples lined up neatly and jumped to the rhythm of the divine tune. "Second senior brother, I can't control my body. I can't control myself either. Hee hee, it's so fun. Why isn't senior sister jumping with us?" After being brainwashed by the divine melody, the iron bone disciples felt refreshed. They did not feel tired even after a whole day of cultivation. This was the effect of the magically modified sound system. Not only could it liven up the atmosphere, but it also had a refreshing effect. However, after the morning exercise, Xianxia squatted in a corner and held his head with both hands. He held in his heart, "What did I do? What did I do?" Where was his dignity? Where was his temper, especially when he thought about how he had been singing and dancing in public? His eyes turned red. He wished he could tear a hole in the ground with his hands and crawl into it. Ah! The more Xianxia thought about it, the more pained he felt. He raised his head and roared. Whoosh, the ball of happiness shot toward him from a tricky angle. Swoosh! Xianxia twisted his body and the ball swept past his face. He thought disdainfully, "I'm not who I was a few days ago." "Junior brother, watch your back," Xianxia shouted. Xianxia was stunned. He instinctively looked back and saw the ball that had hit the wall bounce back. Bang, thump. Xianxia lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. He was not who he was a few days ago, but he still had the ability to catch the ball with his face. He really wanted to die. He really wanted to be reborn again. "Li Fei, what kind of stupid footwork is that? You kicked junior brother in the face again." The next day, iron bone disciples were happily doing morning exercises to the tune of the divine melody. Xianxia, who was supervised by Li Qingyang, could only do the exercises despite his resistance. However, he remained silent, as if he was an autistic patient. After the morning exercises, the disciples cultivated on their own. Jun Changxiao walked over and sat on the stairs. He said, "How have you been these past few days?" Xianxia, who was sitting next to him, was silent. Jun Changxiao said, "Your eyes tell me that you're someone with a story." Xianxia continued to be silent. If he had enough strength now, he would definitely press the sect leader to the ground and ruthlessly rub him against the ground. Jun Changxiao reclined with his hands on the stairs and said, "Actually, I envy people like you who have stories. You're not like me, whose life is summed up by the word handsome." Xianxia, Jun Changxiao stood up and patted the dust off his butt. "Xianxia, if you hold a grudge against me for forcing you into the sect, you can leave now." "Really?" Xianxia finally spoke. Jun Changxiao threw the disciple admission form to him and pointed to the door. "You can leave now. No one will stop you." Shua. Xianxia got up and walked towards the door. Jun Changxiao crossed his arms and said, "However, you have to consider this carefully. Leaving this place is equivalent to losing a lot of cultivation resources. If you have any grudges, it will be difficult for you to take revenge." Xianxia stopped in his tracks and clenched his fists. He really wanted to leave immediately, but after going through the muscle-building training, his physical body had improved rapidly. He was a little reluctant to leave. Was he right? This guy had enemies? Jun Changxiao said, I don't know your story, and I don't want to hear it. But you just have to remember that cultivating in the Iron Bone School will only make you stronger. The disciples who were playing football on the training field stopped and looked at Xianxia, who seemed to be about to leave. Junior brother. Su Xiaoma picked up the ball and shouted, although our sect is a little weak now, under the leadership of the sect leader, we will definitely become stronger. If you leave, you will regret it for the rest of your life. TSK Xianxia snorted coldly. Then, he stepped back and stood beside Jun Changxiao. Can it help me break through to the Martial Emperor realm? He mentioned the Martial Emperor realm the moment he opened his mouth. This guy was definitely not simple. Jun Changxiao touched his nose and said, Martial Emperor is just the beginning. If there are higher realms, I can easily take you there. Let's show off first and talk about it later. Knight Emperor threw the entry form over and said, I'm going to cultivate. He acknowledged me as his disciple? That was rare. Could it be that a martial emperor was fooled by Jun Changxiao just like that? No, he was just obsessed with the muscle building room. Moreover, he needed a place to concentrate on cultivating. Although the Iron Bone School was weak, at least it was quiet. Jun Changxiao forced him into the sect, and Su Xiaoma beat him up. All of this was nothing to Xianxia because his only goal after being reborn was to drag the Empress down from her pedestal. Of course, he did not know that if he really took the entry form and walked out of the Iron Bone School, he would not only lose the muscle building room, but also all the memories related to the tendon-changing scripture. Jun Changxiao said, follow me to Qingyang City tomorrow. I'll take you to see the world. The world? Xianxia sneered in his heart. As one of the 10 martial emperors in his previous life, what world had he not seen? The next day, the disciple continued to cultivate as usual. Jun Changxiao was ready to leave, bringing Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, Xiao Ziji, and Xianxia to Qingyang City. Sect Master. On the way, Li Qingyang said, the 100 Sect Alliance leader invited you. It's a little inappropriate to bring us along. Jun Changxiao said, there's nothing inappropriate about it. TSK. So he was going to attend a sect meeting in a small county. This was considered a world. Back then, this emperor discussed martial arts with the 9 great martial emperors on Crimson Cloud Mountain. Xianxia thought to himself. This guy was still immersed in his past glory and did not know that he was just a useless person in this life. After a few days of cultivation, Xianxia's body was obviously much stronger than before. If he did not have the muscle building room, he would not have grown so quickly. Unfortunately, he did not comprehend the body metamorphose scripture, nor did he comprehend the Taishan scripture. His cultivation was still stuck at the first level of channel opening. Or his spirit roots were too weak. Qingyang City. Jun Changxiao rushed over again. Unlike before, when he brought his disciple into the city, the passers-by no longer looked at him with disdain and contempt. His disciple took the top 4 spots and destroyed the Spirit Spring sect. At this time, who would dare to think of Iron Bone as a mediocre sect? Sect Master Jun Li family head welcomed him with a smile on his face. Father. Li Qingyang called out. After joining the sect, this was the first time he returned to Qingyang City. Jun Changxiao said considerately, go accompany your father and fulfill your filial piety. I'll bring your junior brothers to the appointment. This was the reason why he brought Li Qingyang to Qingyang City. Li Qingyang said seriously, Sect Master, after this matter is settled, disciple will talk to father about the old days. He was the son of Li family head, and also a disciple of Iron Bone. At this banquet, the alliance leader and the higher-ups of the various sects would definitely deliberately make things difficult for him. As the second disciple, how could he not accompany the sect master? All right. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, Li family head, I still have matters to attend to. After I'm done, I will visit your residence. Saying so, he brought his 4 disciples to the Star Moon Pavilion. Sigh. Watching his son leave, Li family head sighed. He knew that Jun Changxiao was going to attend the meeting, and the Star Moon Pavilion was booked yesterday. Inside were all the sect masters of the various sections. Qingyang would be fine if he went, right? There are at least 30 sect masters in the Star Moon Pavilion. It's a big lineup. If I went in and met so many big shots, I would probably be scared to the ground. Sect Master Jun destroyed the Spirit Spring Sect. The Alliance is very angry. This time, he will definitely be targeted. The passers-by and martial artists discussed in low voices. Xie Guangquan stood in the study and heard from the guard that Jun Changxiao had entered the city. He muttered, "Kid, this is an internal matter of your alliance. It's not convenient for me to participate. I hope you can handle it." The extravagant alliance chief Qin booked the entire Star Moon Pavilion. There was not a single random person inside. There were 5 large round tables on the second floor. There was 1 in the center and 4 on both sides. Apart from the center where only 1 person sat, the other 4 had 8 people sitting at each table. Sitting alone at the big round table was Qin Haoran. He put his hands on the table and leaned against the back of the chair. He closed his eyes and rested his mind. His whole body emitted the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. The 32 martial artists on both sides were the big shots of the various sections. Although they did not have the might of the Alliance Master, they still exuded an aura that made people revere them. Because of their presence, the entire second floor became especially solemn. At this time, if an ordinary person came in and saw such a scene, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. Alliance Head Qin. After a long time, the Long Blade Gates Patriarch couldn't help but ask, "It's almost noon, why isn't Iron Bone Gates Patriarch here yet? Will he stand us up?" The Tiger's Hell School Patriarch asked. "No," Alliance Master Qin said firmly. Xie Guangquan was the one who contacted Iron Bone. He didn't think that Iron Bone would dare to break their promise. One of the elders said indifferently, "The Alliance Conference is such an important event and he actually came late. It seems like he doesn't care about the 100 Sect Alliance at all. When he comes, I must ask him if he is familiar with the rules of the 100 Sect Alliance." "Forget about it, Sect Headway. If Jun Changxiao knew the rules of the Alliance, how could he do something as outrageous as exterminating the Spirit Spring Sect? Mother *Ker, that guy destroyed the Spirit Spring Sect. If the Sacred Spring Sect comes after us, we'll definitely suffer." The sect leaders of the various sects discussed with righteous indignation. From the looks of it, if Jun Changxiao were to come, he would definitely drown in his saliva. In fact, if it was any other sect that was destroyed, they wouldn't be so angry. However, the one that was destroyed was the Spirit Spring Sect that was related to the Sacred Spring Sect. The Sacred Spring Sect was a sect that was as different as heaven and earth compared to other sections. Not to mention the upper echelons, just a single disciple was enough to torture him to the point that he doubted his own life. Qin Haoran's expression also became solemn. This time, the Alliance meeting was held to represent the Alliance to stand up for the Spirit Spring Sect and give the Sacred Spring Sect an explanation. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the sound of someone coming up the stairs was heard. Qin Haoran and the 32 sect leaders all looked at the staircase, their eyes flashing coldly. Jun Changxiao's head was the first to appear at the top of the stairs. Seeing so many people, he said, "I'm sorry, my appearance is wrong. Please wait a moment." As he spoke, he retracted his hand. Why did he go down again? I'm afraid he's so scared that he doesn't dare to meet City Lord Qin. Since you're afraid, you shouldn't have destroyed the Spirit Spring Sect. Dudugu, 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 dudugu. Suddenly, a slightly deafening low sound was heard, startling all the sect leaders and causing them to stand up and stare at the stairs. Under the background music of the God of Gamblers, Jun Changxiao walked up in a mink coat with a cigar in his mouth. So flirtatious that it was unbearable. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and Xiao Ziji followed. They stood in a line behind the sect leader, their hands crossed. If they wore a black suit and sunglasses, they would look like a dark evil force. Martial Emperor Yi Xingchen walked up with a crazy face, carrying a stereo. Fuck. So embarrassing, so shameful. Suddenly, the divine song suddenly changed, and he sang, "Don't look at me as just a sheep." The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. "Turn it off." Pa. The stereo was turned off. Silence. On the opposite side, Alliance leader Qin and the 32 sect leaders all stared with wide eyes, their eyes filled with the luster of what the hell is this? Jun Changxiao shrugged. Li Qingyang stepped forward, took the mink coat that he rented from the town, and then returned to his original position. Puff. Blowing out a smoke ring, Jun Changxiao said indifferently, Alliance leader Qin, such a big table, you didn't even prepare a chair, isn't it a bit against the rules of Jianghu? The leader of the Nine Streams Iron Fist gang said indifferently, do you think your iron bone deserves to sit on a chair? There was a ready-made chair next to him, originally reserved for Jun Changxiao, but it was deliberately taken back. This approach was supported by the sect leaders of the various sections. Not to mention the level of the sect, just the destruction of the Spirit Spring sect violated the rules of the alliance. What qualifications did the leader of the Iron Bone gang have to be on equal footing with him in the meeting? I've sinned. Jun Changxiao said, bring the chair over. Yes. Xiao Ziji walked over. The leader of the Iron Fist gang pressed one hand on the chair and said indifferently, if someone wants to take it, it should be the sect leader. What are you, a disciple? The elders of the various sects watched with interest. The Iron Fist gang was famous for their iron fists. With one hand on the chair, the Iron Bone disciple certainly couldn't move an inch. Please take your hand away, Xiao Ziji said indifferently. The leader of the Iron Fist gang changed his palm into a fist and said disdainfully, I said, let your sect leader, Shua. Xiao Ziji's right arm suddenly swung over, the power of his body exploding. Not only was the speed fast, it also carried a gust of wind. The leader of the Iron Fist gang's face changed greatly, subconsciously raising his arms to block. Pung! The heavy iron arm was like a sledgehammer, fiercely slamming into his arms. The power exploded, directly lifting him up, and then with a bang, he broke the window and flew out. Outside the Star Moon Pavilion, many martial artists gathered. They were either whispering or looking up at the second floor. Suddenly the window broke, and a person fell down from above, instantly giving them a big fright. Oh my God! The leader of the Iron Bone gang had just gone up, and the alliance had already acted. Exciting, exciting. Many martial artists looked over and were suddenly dumbstruck. Because the person who fell from the second floor was not a member of the Iron Bone gang, but the leader of the Iron Fist gang. It hurts. The Star Moon Pavilion was silent. The elders of the various sects were stunned as they watched Xiao Ziji pick up the chair, place it behind the leader of the Iron Bone gang, and then return it to its original position. His exposed right arm revealed beautiful muscle lines. At first glance, one could tell that it was very powerful. That guy is obviously a trash without spiritual power, but with only the strength of his body, he sent a martial disciple flying. It's unbelievable. Yi Xingchen was secretly shocked. Jun Changxiao sat down elegantly, one hand holding a cigar, one leg crossed, and said indifferently, everyone, I've come to keep the appointment. Bang! The leader of the Long Blade gang slammed the table and stood up, angrily saying, Jun Changxiao, this is the alliance meeting. Your disciple acted without permission, is there any law? The tone of the word law suddenly weakened. Because Jun Changxiao had already mounted the Desert Eagle and pointed down, saying, if you have something to say, sit down and talk. The faces of the leaders of the various sects changed. After the destruction of the Spirit Spring sect, they learned the truth from many sources and learned that Wei Inu was killed by this silver hidden weapon. A 12th level Meridian Opening Realm cultivator was shot to death in an instant. This was no ordinary hidden weapon. The leader of the Long Blade gang was angry, but he still sat down obediently. That's right. Jun Changxiao put away his spear, took a puff of his cigar, and said with a smile, since it's the alliance meeting, why do you have to stand and talk? Leader Qin went straight to the point, saying in a low voice, Leader Jun, did you destroy the Spirit Spring sect? That's right. Jun Changxiao didn't deny it. Leader Qin said with a cold face, according to the rules of the alliance, members can't destroy a sect without permission. As the leader, you should know, right? I know, Jun Changxiao answered. Leader Qin's face became gloomier, saying, Leader Jun, why do you still do it when you know it's impossible? Jun Changxiao bent down, put his elbow on his leg, and said with a smile, because, the motto of the Iron Bone sect is, if someone offends me, I will retaliate. Li Qingyang and the other disciples' mouths twitched. My sect leader, isn't the motto of our Iron Bone Jing sect changing every day? P.S. Vote. The Iron Bone's motto was to be an unyielding person and do unyielding things. Then, it was to be indifferent to life and death. Now, there was one more: if someone offends me, I will offend that person. Although the motto changed frequently, the real emphasis was, don't provoke me. The Spirit Spring sect was provoked, so it was destroyed. Humph, the Long Blade sect's patriarch coldly said, regardless of whether the Spirit Spring sect offended you or not, you can't just destroy their sect. Jun Changshao glanced at him and said indifferently, if your sect offends the Iron Bone, you will end up like the Spirit Spring sect. Very arrogant, the Long Blade sect's patriarch was furious. The Tiger's Howl sect's patriarch coldly said, Sect Master Jun, don't go too far. Don't tell me you don't understand this kind of Jianghu rule? Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs, saying indifferently, those who provoke me will be directly destroyed. There will be no need to see them again. This guy. The other sect's patriarchs were furious. During the 100 Sect Alliances conference, Sect Master Wang kept a low profile and didn't say anything. Yet, this second-generation sect master was so arrogant and despotic. Another sect master righteously said, ignoring the alliance's rules and destroying members of the alliance is an unforgivable crime. Alliance Master Qin, please punish them severely as a warning to others. Each sect's patriarchs took turns to speak. They clearly wanted to use their strongest spit to drown the most arrogant sect master Jun. Unforgivable crime. Jun Changshao indifferently said, Sect Master Toad, I want to ask you, a sect that first communicated with bandits, then hired assassins, and played dirty tricks, what kind of crime is this in the alliance? That sect master was speechless. Another sect master took over and said, Sect Master Jun, if this is true, then show us the evidence. The alliance headquarters will uphold justice for you. If there is no evidence, then you are going against the heavens and betraying the alliance. Uphold justice? Jun Changshao indifferently said, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but you don't have justice in your hearts. You are just pretending. You. The sect leader was furious. Jun Changshao said indifferently, the Spirit Spring sect colluded with the bandits and hired assassins. I had a good reason to destroy them. What crime was that? On the other hand, you ignorant men who fear the Sacred Spring sect. You talk about Jianghu's morality all day long, yet you don't send a punitive force to punish the thief. You only care about your food and clothing. What face do you have to banter with me here? You. The sect leader's voice trembled. Jun Changshao loudly rebuked, you, as the leader of a sect, have never done anything for the people. You only know how to wag your tongue. Now that I have annihilated the Spirit Spring sect that colluded with the bandits, you are quibbling for it. You are like a dog with a broken spine, barking madly here. I have never seen such a shameless person. Pooh. Hearing this, the sect leader was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. Taking a puff of his cigarette, Jun Changshao inwardly commented, Zhuge Koming's words are truly valiant. A war of words? Come on, let's hurt each other. If I don't beat you to a pulp, I'll write the word internet trolled backwards. Cold sweat dripped down the foreheads of the various sect leaders. Luckily, the one he insulted was Sidu Wang. If it was him, he would probably vomit 3 liters of blood in anger. Alliance. Master Qin's face darkened. He obviously did not expect that a guy who was not even 20 years old would have such a high skill in insulting others. What should he do next? Jun Changshao said, everyone, speak freely. The corners of the sect leaders' mouths twitched. They wanted to speak freely, they wanted to say the lines that they had thought of before, but compared to Jun Changshao's insulting words just now, they suddenly felt weak. Second senior brother. Su Xiaoma stood at the back, whispering, sect leader made that old man vomit blood. This is simply too terrifying. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji expressed their agreement, and their admiration for the sect leader went up another level. Yi Xingchen, on the other hand, thought disdainfully, in this world, only the weak will use their mouths to retort. The truly strong can only use their fists to settle everything. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden mission, War of Words. You have received 50 contribution points. Ding. Contribution points, 127,500. As expected, hidden missions were mostly related to the forward idiom. The Star Moon Pavilion was silent, and all the sect leaders were silent. At the start, they had prepared many lines to criticize Jun Changxiao, but when they saw how ruthless he was, they did not dare to say anything. No one wants to speak? Jun Changxiao stood up, walked to the big round table, and placed a piece of paper on the table, saying, "Then let me say it. From today onwards, Iron Bone Clan will lead the 100 Sect Alliance." On the paper, it was written that Iron Bone Clan would lead the 100 Sect Alliance, and it was even stamped with the sect leader's seal. Alliance leader Qin said angrily, "Jun Changxiao, the alliance is not an inn. You can't stay and leave as you wish." Jun Changxiao shrugged, saying, "Iron Bone does not want to be associated with an organization that is afraid of offending the Sacred Spring Sect and colluding with other sects to target their own members." Pa. Alliance leader Qin slammed the table and stood up. Clang. Clang. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and Xiao Ziji drew their swords and walked in front of the sect leader, forming a defensive stance. "What's wrong?" Jun Changxiao grinned. "Does Alliance leader Qin want to make a move?" Qin Haoran naturally did not dare to make a move. After all, this was Green Sun City, Xie Guangquan's territory. He suppressed his anger and announced, "From today onwards, Iron Bone will be removed from the 100 Sect Alliance. If a member were to leave, it would be embarrassing." Thus, he took the initiative to remove his name from the alliance. At least he could save some face. Jun Changxiao did not mind, saying indifferently, "As long as I have nothing to do with you bunch of idiots, it's up to alliance leader Qin to decide whether to leave or be removed from the alliance." With that, he turned and left. Iron Bone disciples sheathed their swords and followed the sect leader. Alliance leader Qin and the 30 over sect elders could only watch as that guy walked down the stairs. Pa, the sound system turned on, and he sang, "Don't look at me as a sheep. The green grass has become more fragrant because of me, the sky has become more blue because of me." After Jun Changxiao left, the Long Blade clan leader slammed the table and said angrily, "This guy is too arrogant. Iron Bone is the first sect that dares to lead the alliance since its establishment. It's good for them to leave. If the Sacred Spring Sect comes to question us, they won't implicate us." "Makes sense, makes sense." The sect leaders who were originally angry were calmed down by the sect leader's words. The Long Blade clan leader said, "Alliance leader Qin, since Iron Bone is not a member of the alliance, does that mean they won't have any privileges in the future?" Alliance leader Qin stood up and walked down the stairs, saying, "Those who are not members of the alliance have no privileges." The Long Blade Gate's patriarch understood. He quickly got up and walked towards the broken window, shouting at Jun Changxiao, "Patriarch Jun, please wait." "What's the matter?" Jun Changxiao stopped and asked. The Long Blade clan leader sneered, cupping his fists and said, "Your sect's disciples have taken the top 4 spots in the martial arts competition. Which means sect leader Jun is extraordinary. Today, I would like to learn from you. Do you have time? You can't outtalk me, so you want to fight me?" Jun Changxiao turned around and took a puff of his cigar. He smiled and said, "I'm free." In front of the grievance stage, Jun Changxiao and the sect leader of the Long Blade faction walked over. For a moment, the martial artists in Qingyang City poured in from the streets and whispered to each other. Sect leader Shen is a 9th grade martial disciple. Can sect leader Jun beat him? When the 100 sects recruited disciples, sect leader Jun was only at the 4th or 5th stage of the Meridian opening realm. Didn't he defeat Elder Wei, who was at the 12th stage? A 9th grade martial disciple's strength is more than 10,000 pounds. A 12th stage Meridian opening realm martial artist is no match for him. That makes sense. After a round of discussion, many martial artists were optimistic about the sect leader of the Long Blade faction. The leaders of the various sects also came to watch the battle. They supported sect leader Shen without hesitation and even hoped to beat the arrogant Jun Changxiao on the grievance stage. Alliance leader Qin didn't leave. He stood far away from the grievance stage and watched. On the 4th floor, Xie Guangquan stood with his hands behind his back and said in confusion, "That guy is not stupid. Why did he accept Shen Tong's challenge?" From his tone and eyes, it was obvious that he didn't think Jun Changxiao would win. It was normal. The Long Blade faction was an 8th grade faction and its sect leader was a 9-star martial disciple. He was considered a good master in Qingyang County. What about Jun Changxiao? Many people thought that even if he could kill Wei Yishi, he was only a third-grade martial disciple. Sect leader. Li Qingyang whispered, "It's a bit tricky." Jun Changxiao put away the electronic cigar and said indifferently, "Remember Qingyang. In my eyes, there are no tricky opponents, only weak ones." With that, he stepped onto the grievance stage. Ding. Side quest triggered. Jun Changxiao steadied himself and opened the system data panel. The side quest was, defeat the sect leader of the Long Blade faction, Shentong 01, elite mission. Shentong, why wasn't he called Yuan Tong? Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up with excitement when he saw that he had triggered a side quest, and an elite one at that. What did he lack the most? Contribution points. Sect leader Shen jumped onto the grievance stage and said indifferently, "Sect leader Jun, shall we compete with fists or weapons?" "Whatever," Jun Changxiao said. Clan Master Shen said, "The Long Saber clan is famous for our sabers, but I won't take advantage of Clan Master Jun. Let's settle this with our fists." "Sure." Jun Changxiao had no objections. He thought to himself, every time a martial disciple increases by 1 rank, the increase in strength is around 1,000-2,000 gene. Taking into account that he increases by 1,500 gene per rank, plus his meridian opening and 9th rank martial disciple cultivation, his strength should not exceed 15,000. The system replied, "This person's strength is around 14,000, Jun Changxiao was stunned. "You can tell?" "Yes." "Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me wait here." "You didn't ask." Jun Changxiao was speechless for a while, but he also thought to himself, a rank 9 martial disciple only has this much strength. Taking him down won't be difficult at all. Thinking of this, he said indifferently, "You may begin." Shen Tong. Jun Changxiao. After exchanging names, Shen Tong clenched his right hand and strode forward like a meteor. Immediately, visible energy ripples spread out under his feet. As expected of a rank 9 martial disciple, the spiritual energy he released alone could completely crush the participants of the sect competition. Li Qingyang's expression became serious. With the strength of the Long Saber clan's clan master, if it were him, he would definitely not be able to win. Su Xiaoma and Xiao Ziji also thought so. With their strength, they could be a rank 1 or rank 2 martial disciple, and they could also bully the clan masters of rank 9 sects. But against a martial disciple like Shen Tong, they could only be abused. Trash. Yi Xingchen said disdainfully. As a former peak martial emperor, he didn't put a rank 9 martial disciple in his eyes. If he still had his cultivation, he could kill him with a finger. Brother. Haven't you seen the reality? You are no longer a martial emperor who can summon wind and rain. You are just a little newbie now. Even if you have extraordinary experience, if your strength and body can't be improved, you will still be beaten black and blue. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the grievance ring. Jun Changxiao crossed his arms and blocked Shen Tong's heavy punch. His body was pushed back and barely stopped at the edge. He was 1 step away from leaving the ring. "It hurts." He waved his arms and his face was slightly ferocious. Clan Master Shen didn't even use his full strength, and he couldn't hold it. "He is really weak," a clan master said disdainfully. But he didn't know that he was only a rank 2 martial disciple. If he went up to fight with Shen Tong, he would be even weaker than Jun Changxiao. He would be beaten down with 1 punch. Some people were like this. They never considered their own weakness and would always laugh at others as bystanders to increase their ridiculous sense of superiority. This guy is too weak. I have to suppress my cultivation. If he is beaten down, how can I abuse him? Shen Tong rushed over and poured spiritual energy into his fist, but only used half of his strength. His goal was not to win, but to beat Jun Changxiao and make him pay for his arrogance in the Star Moon Pavilion. Whoosh! The fist was swung, and the wind from the fist whistled. Jun Changxiao's slightly ugly face suddenly showed an evil smile. Shen Tong became vigilant. Shua. At this moment, Jun Changxiao strode over. His right palm hit Shen Tong's fist and pressed his arm down. Then, he poured spiritual energy into his left fist and punched. 1 rush, 1 push, 1 attack. It was extremely fast. Even though Shentong realized that something was wrong, he could no longer avoid it and could not mobilize more spiritual energy. Boom, the fist, which carried the force of 10,000 kilograms, landed heavily on Shentong's abdomen. The strong impact disturbed Shentong's muscles and meridians, causing him to bend down and open his mouth. His eyes were wide open. It hurts. Shua. Xianxia raised his other hand and hit Shentong's back with his elbow. Shentong's eyeballs bulged again, and he fell to the ground with a loud bang. Hiss. The spectating martial artists gasped. Sect leader Jun's 2 attacks had spiritual energy fluctuations. At first glance, it was obvious that they were powerful. If they were hit, their meridians and internal organs would definitely be shattered. The various sect leaders, who thought that sect leader Shentong was going to win, were all dumbstruck. Suddenly, they understood that Shentong's punch that almost knocked him off the stage was an act. He was deliberately showing weakness, Xie Guangquan frowned. The 2 attacks just now were about 15,000 kilograms of strength. Could it be that he has entered the 9th grade martial disciple? Xianxia was only a 6th grade martial disciple. His explosive strength was so high because every grade increased by 2,000 kilograms. To be exact, every grade increased according to the upper limit. The reason why he was so strong was because of Yi Jingjing and the muscle building room. Yi Xingchen also noticed it. With a serious expression, he said, I didn't expect this guy to be so strong. I'm afraid it will take me some time to catch up. Wah. Shentong, who was lying on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. When he was attacked, he only used 50% of his spiritual energy. After taking 2 violent blows from Xianxia, his meridians and internal organs must have been severely damaged. Xianxia squatted down and said apologetically, Sect leader Shen, I'm sorry. I was a little too harsh. You, Shua. As soon as he opened his mouth to speak, Xianxia grabbed him by the leg and dragged him to the edge of the stage. Then, with a whoosh, he was thrown out. Plop. Shentong fell to the ground with his limbs on the ground. He could not support himself and fainted on the spot. Ding. Defeat the sect leader of Long Blade Sect 11, Elite Mission. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. You have received 50 sect contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 177500. After completing a hidden mission and an elite mission, he easily earned 100 contribution points. Xianxia looked at the various sect leaders in a good mood and said in a provocative tone, who else wants to come up and spar? P.S. The strongest sect system has been updated. It is no longer separated to make it easier for readers to read. Is there anyone else who wants to spar? When Xianxia said this, his eyes were filled with disdain and provocation. The various sect leaders below the stage were instantly enraged. They were all experienced sect leaders, who would be able to take it, but they had to remain calm and restrain themselves. Even the 9th grade martial disciple Shentong was beaten unconscious by him. If they went up, wouldn't they be looking for trouble? The various sect leaders looked at each other angrily, but no one dared to go up. Looking at the group of sect leaders who were furious yet helpless, Xianxia shrugged and said, so this is the 100 Sect Alliance? It's only SOSO. From afar, Alliance leader Qin's eyes were cold as he walked over. He had the urge to spar with Su Mo, sect leader Jun. Suddenly, Xie Guangquan's voice came from behind. He walked over and smiled, you defeated sect leader Shen in 2 moves. Your strength is extraordinary. You have opened my eyes. Xianxia cupped his hands and said, thank you, City Lord, for your praise. Xie Guangquan looked at Qin Haoran and smiled, Alliance leader Qin, are you planning to spar with a youngster like sect leader Jun? If sect leader Jun was the only one who was fine, why did he have to add a youngster? This made Alliance leader Qin understand that Xie Guangquan was telling him not to bully a junior. Xie Guangquan, you are so scheming, Alliance leader Qin said indifferently, as a martial master, I will naturally not spar with a junior. City Lord Xia is thinking too much. Martial master? Xianxia thought to himself, this is a little tricky. City Lord Xia smiled, since all of you from the 100 Sect Alliance are here, the meeting must have ended. Let's go, I will be the host and treat all of you to a feast. Alliance leader Qin cupped his hands and said indifferently, I still have matters to attend to, I will take my leave first. With that, he waved his sleeves and left. From his back view, he looked normal, but he was actually holding back his anger. City Lord Xia, my sect still has matters to attend to, we will not trouble you. Goodbye, goodbye. The various sect leaders would not freeload at the city lord's mansion, so they quickly found excuses to leave. When they came, they were all arrogant, but when they left, they were a little dejected. How could he not be dejected? Before the meeting started, he had wanted to drown Xianxia with his saliva. In the end, he was rendered speechless. A sect leader vomited blood, another sect leader was seriously injured, and the alliance leader and the other sect leaders left in a huff. This alliance meeting could be described as a complete failure. Xianxia jumped down from the grievance stage and cupped his hands. Thank you, City Lord, for coming. Otherwise, Alliance Master Qin would have gone up the stage to spar with Jun. City Lord Xia shook his head and said, Sect Leader Jun, you shouldn't be so competitive. Otherwise, you might run into a nail one day. Xianxia said, Ironbone's motto is to keep a low profile. As long as others don't provoke me, I won't provoke others. Li Qingyang and the others, who had already gotten used to the changes in their mission, did not show any changes in their expressions. City Lord Xia smiled and said, this time, Alliance Master Qin left angrily. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you, Iron Bone, to survive in the Alliance. Xianxia said, my sect has already left the Alliance. City Lord Xia was stunned. He raised his thumb and said, since the establishment of the 100 Sect Alliance, all the sects have been fighting to get in. Sect Leader Jun, you've taken the initiative to leave. You're very courageous. Xianxia said indifferently, they're just a bunch of mobs. My iron bone will only harm our sect's reputation if we join them. Hearing this, the cultivators in the distance only had one thought in their minds. Sect Leader Jun is really amazing. City Lord Xia originally wanted to invite Xianxia to the City Lord residence as a guest, but was rejected. He brought his disciples to the Li family so that Li Qingyang could catch up with his father. Seeing Sect Leader Jun defeat the Long-Blade Sect leader, the Li family leader was both shocked and happy. He hurriedly prepared a banquet. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Xianxia left the Li family leader alone and went to the market to look for medicinal ingredients that could be used to concoct pills. There were 4 types of medicinal ingredients in the medicine refinery pavilion. Apart from the beginner healing pill that was easy to find, the rest were relatively rare. After visiting a few shops, he only managed to gather 2 sets of beginner body shaping pill. As for the chi gathering pill and chi revolving pill, he didn't even have one set. Sigh. Xianxia sighed, although the medicine refinery pavilion can concoct pills quickly, without medicinal ingredients, it's like a housewife can't cook without rice. The system said, host, you can grow them yourself. Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, let's just talk about the 100-year-old ginseng used for the chi condensation pill. Even if I could grow it, I wouldn't be able to complete the main quest by the time it matures. The system said, there are items in the merchant shop that can speed up the growth of medicinal ingredients. It's up to host's luck to get them. Xianxia was speechless. Can't you be more straightforward and just show them to me? Why do you have to show them to me? The system said, the merchant shop's refresh function is to prevent host from relying too much on the system. If you want to get the items you need, you have to earn contribution points to refresh them. Xianxia was speechless. This is similar to a lottery. It's cheating me of my contribution points. The system said, that's why host has to earn contribution points. Because if contribution points are used up, you won't even have the right to draw a lottery. Alright. Xianxia didn't argue with it and continued to search for medicinal ingredients in the medicine refinery pavilion. When he returned to the Li family, he obtained 4 sets of healing pills, 3 sets of body-shaping pills, 1 set of chi-gathering pills, and 0 chi-revolving pills. Whether or not a disciple could quickly become stronger depended on the pills of the medicine refinery pavilion. It wouldn't do if he didn't have the ingredients. Sect Master Jun, is there something on your mind? As soon as he returned to the Li family, Patriarch Li saw his gloomy face and came over to ask. Jun Changxiao said, I've been researching pill Dao recently and am lacking some medicinal ingredients. I searched the city for half a day but couldn't find what I need. Patriarch Li said in surprise, Sect Master Jun knows pill Dao? Blacksmiths, alchemists, formation masters, and spirit masters of the falling star continent were the most respected. Alchemists and spirit masters were especially revered. Pills and spirit stones were of great help to one's cultivation. Many sects had alchemists and spirit masters who were even treated as guests of honor and enjoyed special treatment and privileges. I know a little, Jun Changxiao replied. Patriarch Li's gaze became even more surprised. This Iron Bone sect master was indeed not simple. His son becoming his disciple was definitely the best choice. Sect Master Jun, although Qingyang City is the capital city of Qingyang County, it's relatively weak in terms of medicinal ingredients. If you want to buy medicinal ingredients, you'll have to go to Huyang City. Huyang City? Jun Changxiao thought of the AI family and his eyes lit up. The AI family has been in the business of medicinal pills for generations. Perhaps they have the medicinal ingredients to refine their own pills. The next day, Jun Changxiao bid farewell to Patriarch Li and returned to Iron Bone with his 4 disciples. However, when he returned, he found a man wearing a bamboo hat and rough clothes standing in front of the red lacquered door. He held a saber and snored rhythmically. It's him again, who, wandering saber master, Ma Yongning. Su Xiaoma walked over and waved his hand in front of him. Sect master, this guy fell asleep standing up again. Jun Changxiao said, Zueji, carry him outside. Don't block the door here. Yes. Xiao Ziji walked over and carried Ma Yongning. The other party seemed to be really sleepy. When he was carried away, he was still snoring. Shua. Xiao Ziji placed Ma Yongning at the entrance of the stone stairs and turned to leave. Little did he know that he had placed Ma Yongning at the bottom of the stairs, half of his feet dangling in the air. Now he was sleeping like a rock. When he woke up and stretched or yawned, he would definitely lose his center of gravity. Then, P.S., author's words can't be displayed on QQ. I won't mention the names of the readers who tipped me in the past few days. I'll thank you one by one here. Now I have 8,000 plus votes. I hope it will break 9,000 on the last day of the weekend. Iron Bone Group, 70270547. The shy author is waiting for you to flirt with him. After returning to the Iron Bone, Jun Changxiao had been thinking about how to obtain a large amount of herbs to refine the 4 types of pills. Needless to say, the more the better. Even if he couldn't use them, he could sell them and make a lot of money. The body-shaping pill and the qi-gathering pill strengthened the body and increased the speed of cultivation. They were essential items for martial artists. Naturally, the more the better. The qi-revolving pill was even more amazing. With it, disciples could open 12 meridians and become a martial disciple easily. If he had all 4 types of pills and had an inexhaustible supply, he would be invincible and could quickly break through. No. Jun Changxiao said, I have to find the herbs as soon as possible. Even if I can't mass-produce them, I should at least refine 100 pills each. Huyang City, I have to go, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he opened the alchemy pavilion and refined 4 sets of healing pills, 3 sets of body-shaping pills, and 1 set of qi-gathering pills. The body-shaping pill can only be used once per person. Any more and it won't have any effect. I'll give it to Xianxia and Xingyang first. There were 100 disciples in the Iron Bone. Jun Changxiao couldn't take care of all of them at the moment, so he could only give it to a few disciples who had joined earlier. Sect leader, what is this? Li Qingyang asked with a puzzled expression as he held the grape-sized body-shaping pill in his hands. Jun Changxiao said, this is a body-shaping pill. After taking it, it can strengthen the meridians and body. The effect is very obvious. Li Qingyang's eyes widened. From what he knew, strengthening the body mostly depended on mental cultivation and hard work. It was hard to believe that a pill could change the body. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth. The medicinal juice merged into his body and instantly formed a special energy that filled his body. Soon, Li Qingyang could clearly feel that his blood, meridians, and every inch of his skin were transforming. His body's strength was constantly increasing. After the transformation, he went to the training room and punched the testing machine. It showed that his strength was 3000 jin. This was the purest physical strength without using spiritual power. The previous test showed that his strength was 2500 jin. After taking the body-shaping pill, it directly increased by 500 jin. Unbelievable! Li Qingyang exclaimed. Su Xianxia also came for the test after taking it. Now that he was at the 12th stage of the meridian opening realm, he was able to punch out 2000 kilograms without using any spirit energy, which was 200 kilograms more than before. Boom! Su Xianxia kicked him again with a force of 2500 pounds. Sure enough, after playing football for a while, his leg strength and athlete's foot chi had improved greatly, far surpassing the strength of his fists. A normal 12th stage meridian opening realm cultivator's strength was around 1500. Su Xianxia's aptitude wasn't high, so he could break through to 2000 jin. This meant that the molding pill and the molding machine were very useful. Lu Qianqian also took the body-shaping pill. Although she was shocked, she didn't show it and didn't test her strength in front of the machine. She was really a cold and arrogant young lady. Qingyang. Jun Changxiao ordered, let the disciples enter the molding room and the spirit energy formation in batches to achieve a balanced increase in strength. Yes. You are my little apple. Just like the most beautiful clouds in the sky. Spring came again and flowers bloomed on the hillside. You will reap what you sow. Early in the morning, the sound system played the divine song Little Apple. Under the dynamic rhythm, the iron bone disciples lined up neatly and danced to the beat. Yi Xingchen was among them. His steps were stiff and his movements were incoherent. He looked like he had nothing left to live for. After the morning exercise, the refreshed disciples either entered the molding room or the spirit energy formation under the second senior brother's arrangement and started a new day of cultivation. Jun Changxiao ate in the cafeteria and planned to go to Huyang City. Suddenly, he heard a boom and the red door flew past him and shattered on the training field. Friendly reminder, the sect protection formation may not be activated every day. My door, thud. Ma Yoning strode over. His face was bruised and his body was covered in dust. He roared, who carried me away? Damn it. Jun Changxiao rushed over and poured his spirit energy into his fists. He rushed at the wandering swordsman and gave him a flurry of punches and kicks. Did my door offend you? You kick it every time you come. Thump, thump. At noon, on the training field, Ma Yoning, whose head was full of bumps and bruises, was waving a small hammer and repairing the red door that was split in half. Hiss. He accidentally touched his sore muscles and sucked in a breath of cold air. I'm a swordsman. How can I do such chores? Ma Yongning's eyes flashed with anger. He suddenly threw away the hammer and rushed to the door with his saber. Li Fei. Yes, senior brother. The disciple named Li Fei put down the ball and locked onto the escaping Ma Yongning. He raised his leg and shot the ball. Whoosh, Ma Yongning sensed that something was wrong. He looked back and was hit in the face by the ball. He fell backward. What a great sure-kill technique that relied on one's face to catch the ball. Su Xianxia walked over and dragged one of his feet to the martial arts arena, saying, before the sect leader left, he said that if you don't fix the door, you can forget about leaving the Ironbone sect. Damn it, Ma Yongning was furious, but he could only rub his face and continue to fix the door. Huyang City. Sect leader Jun stood on the main street and smelled the medicinal herbs in the air. He sighed, as expected of a medicinal herb city. As one of the 8 cities in Azure Sun County, Huyang City mainly sold pills and medicinal herbs. The AI family in the city had a long-established medicinal herb store. Jun Changxiao didn't have the time to look around the unique buildings in the city. He asked the passers-by and went to the medicinal herb market. It was the right choice to come. He only went to a medicinal herb store and collected 5 sets of medicinal herbs for healing pills. There were at least 10 medicinal herb stores in the medicinal herb market. This made Jun Changxiao very happy. He went from one store to another and bought all kinds of medicinal herbs for refining pills. After an hour of shopping, he concluded that there were 20 sets of healing pills, 5 sets of molding pills, 4 sets of qi gathering pills, and 2 sets of revolving pills. Huyang City was known as the medicinal herb city in Azure Sun County. It was indeed better than Azure Sun City in terms of medicinal herbs. However, the quantity was still not enough for Jun Changxiao. Therefore, he could only go to the largest medicinal herb store in the market, the AI family's medicinal herb store. "Young master, do you need anything?" When he entered the medicinal herb store, a quick-witted shop assistant came up to him. Jun Changxiao swept his gaze over the dazzling array of shelves inside the store and said, "Call your shopkeeper over. We have a big business deal to discuss." "Big business?" The shop assistant hurriedly went to inform the shopkeeper in the inner courtyard. Soon, a pot-bellied middle-aged man walked out. He cupped his hands and smiled. "I am Ma Jing, the shopkeeper of the medicinal herb store. May I know who you are?" Jun Changxiao placed a medicinal herb in the basket and said with his hands behind his back, "Iron Bone Upright Sect's sect leader." Shopkeeper Ma was shocked. "You are Jun Changxiao?" Looking at Shopkeeper Ma's expression, sect leader Jun guessed that Shopkeeper Ma must have heard about the big things he had done recently. Sigh. "I am no longer an ordinary person. I can scare people when I announce my identity." Shopkeeper Ma's face darkened and he shouted, "You dare to come to my medicinal herb store after beating up my young master AI? You have guts. Men, take him down." Swoosh. Swoosh. A group of thugs rushed out from the inner courtyard and surrounded Jun Changxiao. The corner of his mouth twitched as he thought to himself, this isn't right, right? AI family, main hall. AI family's patriarch, AI Xianxia, was discussing the recent medicinal herb business with several elders, a smile appearing on his face from time to time. AI Xianxia and the other elder were also full of smiles. During this period of time, many cities and sects came to purchase medicinal herbs, business was booming, and the profits were higher than previous years, so they were naturally in a good mood. "Patriarch, have you heard that Iron Bone's disciple won the sect competition?" After discussing business, AI Xianxia began to chat. AI Xianxia took a sip of tea and said, "I heard. Third brother, you're right, Iron Bone is not simple." Second elder AI Xiangfeng said. AI Xianxia said, "4 disciples took the top 4 of the sect competition, this is unprecedented, Iron Bone can do it is not by chance. Also." He paused and said in a deep voice, "Spirit Spring Sect was also destroyed by Iron Bone's sect leader." What? AI Xianxia and AI Xiangfeng were shocked. The two of them had been in seclusion for the past few days, and the news stopped at Iron Bone's victory. AI Xianxia said that Jun Changxiao went to Spirit Spring Mountain alone, killed Wei Yishi, Wei Yinu, and more than 30 disciples, and even set fire to Spirit Spring Sect. That's too reckless. AI Xiangfeng said with his eyes wide open. AI Xianxia said, "Spirit Spring Sect and Sacred Spring Sect are related, Iron Bone destroyed them, isn't that courting death?" AI Xiangfeng said, "Not just Sacred Spring Sect, in my opinion, the 100 Races Alliance will not let Iron Bone go, after all, the Alliance has a rule that members are not allowed to destroy sections." AI Xianxia said, "Yesterday, Alliance Master Qin held an Alliance meeting at Star Moon Pavilion, they should be discussing how to punish Iron Bone." Poochie, Poochie. A carrier pigeon flew over and landed on the tea table with a small bamboo tube tied to its leg. AI Xianxia took it down and said, "News from Green Sun City." When he opened it, his expression froze, and his eyes were filled with shock. "Patriarch, what's wrong?" AI Xiangfeng asked. AI Xiang tossed the letter over, and AI Xiang came over as well. After the two of them read the letter, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. There were only a few paragraphs in the letter, and the content was as follows. The leader of the Iron Bone Sect severely injured the leader of the Long Blade Sect with 2 moves. 2 moves to heavily injure a 9th-grade martial disciple, Shintong? AI Xiangfeng was startled. Could that Iron Bone Sect leader be a martial master? AI Xianxia recalled the scene when he fought with Jun Changxiao and said with a grave expression, "No wonder he's so fast. He's a martial master." The speed of the afterimage was still imprinted in his mind. Every time he thought about it, he would feel a chill run down his spine. After all, if he had any killing intent at that time, he would have died many times over. AI Xiang was silent for a moment before he said, "This Iron Bone is no small matter. At first, when Xianxia was defeated, he was still furious. He almost couldn't stop him and took his men to Ironbone to take revenge. What about now? His attitude had changed. Annihilating the Spirit Spring Sect and severely injuring the leader of the Long Blade Sect meant that Xianxia was not simple. The AI family was originally a business, and they valued harmony. Ironbone's recent performance was amazing, so they naturally had to consider carefully. AI Xiang said, Patriarch, for such a sect, it's best if we can befriend them. If we can't make enemies. Makes sense. AI Xiang agreed. Not good. At this moment, a servant rushed in and said in a panic, Sect leader, elders, someone is causing trouble in the medicine shop. AI Xiang stood up, their eyes filled with anger. The AI family had been in Huyang City for hundreds of years, and this was the first time someone dared to cause trouble in the medicine shop. AI Xiang asked in a low voice, what happened? The servant said anxiously, a guy who called himself the leader of the Ironbone sect, he beat up our guards. What? AI Xiang opened their mouths. Just now they were talking about Xianxia, saying that they should befriend him. If they can't make enemies. Now he directly came to cause trouble in the medicine shop. This was a bit, ked. Let's go. AI Xiang stood up and walked out. At the entrance of the AI family's medicine shop, a group of martial artists were gathered, sometimes pointing at the shop, sometimes discussing. Yes, it's the leader of the Ironbone sect. Strange, he's not in the Ironbone sect, why is he in Huyang City? The AI family has been in the city for hundreds of years, and no one dared to cause trouble. This Ironbone sect leader is really bold. If he's a coward, how can he annihilate the Spirit Spring sect? Someone has already informed the AI family, there will be a good show to watch. They're here, the AI family's patriarch and elders are here. Someone shouted. Many cultivators turned their heads and saw the AI family's patriarch walking over with two elders. His expression was very serious. Swish. Swish. AI Xiang and the other two walked into the medicine shop. One by one, the AI family's martial artists fell to the ground, holding their stomachs. It seemed that they were beaten to the point that they couldn't stand up. Elder AI. Suddenly, a voice came from the living room, we meet again. Xianxia crossed his legs and leaned back on the chair. The shopkeeper called Ma Jing stood beside him, covering his face. His legs and stomach were trembling violently because the azure dragon biscuit was pressed against his neck. If he moved a little, his head would be separated from his body. AI Xiang's eyes darkened. His subordinates and shopkeeper were beaten to such a state, this was too much, AI Xiang said in a deep voice, Sect leader Jun, what do you mean? Xianxia looked at the trembling shopkeeper and said, I came to your shop to talk business with the AI family, but the shopkeeper ordered people to take me down, so I was forced to fight back. Hearing this, AI Xiang and the other two understood. AI Xiang cupped his hands and said, Sect leader Jun, we can talk things out, please put down the saber first. If he didn't hear that the other party had seriously injured the Long Saber Sect's patriarch, he wouldn't be so kind. That's right. Xianxia put down the saber and said, if he was as polite as Elder AI, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Plop. The saber on his neck was gone. Shopkeeper Ma collapsed on the ground, cold sweat running down his forehead. The injured cultivator was carried away, and so was the frightened shopkeeper. Only Xianxia and the three AI family elders were left in the shop. The four of them sat in the living room, the atmosphere was solemn. AI Xiang suppressed his unhappiness and said, Sect leader Jun wants to talk business with the AI family? That's right. Xianxia said, it's a big deal. What kind of deal? AI Xiang was interested. Business was the most important thing in the world, that was the AI family's motto. Xianxia put a piece of paper on the table and said, the herbs written here, I want as many as your AI family has. AI Xiang and the two elders looked at each other and picked up the paper. There were 12 kinds of herbs written on it, some common and some rare. Sect leader Jun, he raised his head and said, are you sure you want as many as you have? Xianxia could tell from the AI family's eyes that the AI family had a lot of the herbs he needed, so he said seriously, that's right, I want as many as you have. AI Xiang said, Sect Leader June, the AI family has more than 200 of the rarest flower leaves. If you buy all of them, the price will not be cheap. More than 200, June Xianxia's heart was in turmoil. There were 3 kinds of cyclone pills. The first 2 were easy to find, but the flower leaves were hard to find. The AI family had more than 200 of them. If he bought all of them, he could refine more than 200 cyclone pills. I want all of them, June Xianxia said without hesitation. For kinds of herbs, he had to get them even if he had to sell everything. AI Xiang pinched his fingers and narrowed his eyes. After some calculation, he said, Sect Leader June, if you want all of the herbs written here, you will need to pay at least 100,000 taels. 100,000 taels, June Xianxia crossed his arms and smiled, no problem. June Xianxia's net worth was 50,000 taels after looting the mountain bandits' treasure house and receiving the reward. Could he gather 100,000 taels? Yes, yes. After destroying the Spirit Spring sect, not counting the various treasures and martial skills, just the gold alone was worth 10,000 taels. AI Xiang and AI Xiangku, the 2 elders, were surprised. 100,000 taels was not a small amount. It was inconceivable that a 9th-rate sect could take out so much. Master AI. June Xianxiao said, how long will it take to transport these herbs? AI Xiangku thought for a moment and said, if Master June needs them urgently, they can be transported here in 4 hours. I need them urgently, June Xianxiao said. He couldn't wait to get the herbs in his hands and take out the furnace to refine pills in large quantities. AI Xiangku looked at AI Xiangfang and said, go and inform the medicine store elders to transport all the herbs Master June needs to the medicine store. Yes. AI Xiangfang received the order and turned to leave. 4 hours was a bit long, so AI Xiangku chatted casually, Master June needs so many herbs, could it be that you want to refine pills? June Xiangxiao said, yes. The AI family was in the business of pills and herbs, so they might need them in the future. His tone was more gentle, not as arrogant and despotic as in the Moonstar Pavilion. This was June Xiangxiao. He could ruthlessly destroy the Spirit Spring sect, but he could also sit down and chat with Master AI like an old friend. This was because the AI family valued harmony. If it was a martial arts family, if their subordinates were beaten in their own shop, they would have drawn their swords long ago. AI Xiangku was surprised, is Master June refining pills? Yes, June Xiangxiao said. The surprise in AI Xiangku's eyes became stronger, Master June's cultivation is extraordinary, and you know alchemy. You are a dragon among men. As expected of someone in the business world, his words made June Xiangxiao embarrassed. He said humbly, June also learned a craft. If I don't become a sect master in the future, I can still make a living. AI Xiangku and AI Xiangku's mouths twitched. The path of alchemy was not like that of a chef. One could learn the craft just by picking up a spoon. It depended on one's aptitude and physique. According to the statistics of the relevant departments of the Starfall continent, only 1 in 100,000 people had the aptitude for alchemy, which was quite rare. AI Xiangyi said, since Sect Master June views the Tao of pills as a craft, I presume you already have a very high level of attainment in this field? Not bad. As soon as June Xiangxiao finished speaking, a thought arose in his mind. He leaned forward and clasped his fingers together. Oh right, Patriarch AI, does your AI family accept pills? AI Xiang smiled and said, my AI family is in the business of collecting and selling medicinal pills. The AI clan's pill workshop had branches in every city in the Azure Sun County. At least half of the pills sold in those branches were purchased from others. It could be considered as buying a brand. June Xiangxiao said, I have a kind of healing pill here, is Patriarch AI interested in purchasing it? This, Patriarch AI hesitated for a moment and said, to be honest, Sect Master June, healing pills are the most common medicinal pills. Our AI family has a lot of them, so we don't have any need for them at the moment. June Xiangxiao leaned back in his chair and said, Patriarch AI, forgive me for being blunt, but your AI family's healing pills are just a pile of trash. AI Xiang and AI Xiang were stunned. Their eyes were filled with anger. The healing pills they sold had always been of high quality. It was definitely unacceptable for them to be described as trash. Jun Changxiao took out a beginner healing pill and placed it on the table. Patriarch AI, you can take a look at the healing pill I refined. AI Shang said indifferently, Sect Master Jun, there's nothing special about your pill. As a veteran who had been dealing with medicinal pills for many years, the quality of medicinal pills could be roughly determined with a single glance. The beginner healing pill was indeed not outstanding. Its color was also slightly dull. When he took it out to save Li Qingyang, Lu Qianxian thought it was an ordinary medicine. Jun Changxiao said, Patriarch AI, please take a closer look. AI Shang and AI Shang looked at each other. They pinched the healing pill and released spiritual energy to envelop it. They shook their heads and said, Sect Master Jun, this is indeed very ordinary. It's like a beginner's healing pill. Generations of alchemists, your AI family really doesn't know what's good for them. How about this? Jun Changxiao said, Patriarch AI can invite the injured shopkeeper Ma to verify the effects of my healing pill. AI Shang glanced at AI Shang. The latter nodded and walked out of the hall. Soon, he brought Ma Jing over. Shua. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao rushed over. He poured spiritual energy into his fist and fiercely punched shopkeeper Ma's big belly, causing it to cave in. Pooh, shopkeeper Ma's eyes suddenly widened and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Jun Changxiao circled behind him and threw him over his shoulder to the ground. Then, he punched him twice. Da. The whole process happened very quickly. When shopkeeper Ma was half dead on the ground, AI Shang stood up angrily and shouted, Jun Changxiao, you've gone too far. For the sake of business, he could ignore what happened just now. But now, he attacked shopkeeper Ma and beat him up like this. Even a clay figurine would be angry. Jun Changxiao returned to his seat and held his face with one hand. He made a gesture and said, Shopkeeper Ma's injuries can be considered serious. Patriarch AI, please try the healing pill. If it can't cure him immediately, Jun is willing to destroy his meridians. In order to promote his healing pill, he beat someone up violently and then made a bet to commit suicide. This was definitely a double whammy. Cure him immediately? AI Shang said coldly, Sect Master Jun, do you think this healing pill is an immortal pill? Saying that, he walked in front of shopkeeper Ma and threw a beginner healing pill into his mouth. After all, the attack just now was too heavy. If he didn't treat him quickly, his life would be in danger. AI Shang also took out his own healing pill. However, before he could pour out the healing pill, the half-dead shopkeeper Ma suddenly stood up from the ground. Dang. AI Shang and AI Shang retreated in shock. Their faces were full of shock. Shopkeeper Ma, who was beaten half-dead by Jun Changxiao, stood up straight. It was simply too shocking. Shopkeeper Ma raised his hands and said with a dumbfounded face, my injuries are healed? AI Shang and AI Shang's eyes gradually widened. Jun Changxiao's attack just now was very violent. This guy was definitely seriously injured. Even if he was treated in time, he couldn't avoid being bedridden for 3 months. After taking a seemingly ordinary healing pill, he actually stood up and could even speak. What the hell? Or was it a joke? AI Shang was after all, experienced in life. He stepped forward and grabbed shopkeeper Ma's wrist. He poured his spiritual energy into it and saw that the meridians in his body were intact. He was instantly petrified. AI Shang also rushed over and grabbed shopkeeper Ma's other hand. He saw that the other party didn't have any internal injuries. His mind went blank and he was stunned on the spot. Such serious injuries healed so quickly. This wasn't a healing pill, this was an immortal pill. AI Shang and AI Shang, as well as shopkeeper Ma, were dumbfounded. They stood there like 3 art sculptures. Jun Changxiao crossed his arms and said with a smile, Master AI, how is the effect of Jun's healing pill? AI Shang came back to his senses and hurriedly leaned over. He placed his hands on the table and said with a serious expression, Sect Master Jun, my AI family will buy as many of these healing pills as you have. Seriously injured people would recover immediately after taking it. The healing pill's effect was simply terrifying. Any normal businessman would know that once it was sold, it would cause a huge commotion. Jun Changxiao smiled, price? Sect Master Jun, open it yourself. AI Shang said. Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin. After thinking for a while, he said, 10,000 taels for one pill. Okay. AI Shang agreed without any hesitation. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. He was secretly annoyed. Did I ask for too little? P.S. I'm Old Book and the new book will be updated together. The main character of Old Book is Yunfei Yang. If the main character of the new book suddenly changed his name, it must be a mistake. Everyone can leave a message to remind me and I will correct it. It was common for cultivators in the Falling Star continent to be injured. If one wasn't injured and didn't have the experience of being bedridden for half a month, they would be too embarrassed to greet their peers. Therefore, Jun Changxiao's healing pill could instantly heal a heavily injured person. It could only be described as heaven-defying. As the AI clan's patriarch, who had been in the pill business for many years, with his keen sense of smell, he could instantly smell the high value and profit of this pill, not to mention 10,000, he wouldn't hesitate even if it was 50,000. Jun Changxiao was very depressed, but he couldn't change the price he offered, so he said, AI family head, this king has refined 10 of these healing pills. Shopkeeper Ma has already taken one, so there are still 9 left. If you want all of them, then I'll give you 100,000 taels. He still had 20 beginner-grade healing pills. If he didn't sell all of them, he could keep some for himself and raise the price next time. As for the 10 healing pills, it was fine if he sold them less. He would just treat it as a test run. AI Shang was on the verge of collapse. If he knew from the start that the healing pill was heaven-defying, he definitely wouldn't have given it to Ma Xing. After all, it could be sold at a sky-high price. Sure. Patriarch AI said straightforwardly, my AI clan is willing to pay 100,000 for these 9 pills. Jun Changxiao placed the 9 healing pills on the table and said, Patriarch AI, do you want to pay with banknotes or medicinal herbs? AI Shang said, my AI clan has always done business according to the rules. We won't pay with goods. As he spoke, he took out a thick stack of banknotes from his interspatial ring. It was exactly 100,000. Damn it. Bringing so much money out, isn't the AI clan's patriarch afraid of being robbed? Jun Changxiao didn't take back the banknotes and said, Patriarch AI, although the healing pill can heal injuries, my alchemy skills are limited. It's only suitable for martial disciples and meridian opening realm cultivators. AI Shang's face changed slightly. He was still thinking of buying the healing pill and increasing the publicity to let the entire Azure Sun County know about it. If it was only suitable for meridian opening realm cultivators and martial disciples, the limitations would be too great. It can heal injuries quickly. Even if it's only suitable for meridian opening realm cultivators and martial disciples, it's still terrifying. AI Shang thought for a moment and said, Shang Ku, bring the contract. Yes. AI Shanka took out a transaction contract. As expected of a professional business family, they even had to sign and make a mark. Sect Master Jun AI Shang narrowed his eyes and said seriously, I hope that these 9 pills will have the same effect as the previous one. He was worried that he would be cheated. Jun Changxiao leaned over and said, Don't worry, Patriarch AI. Since I'm here to sell medicinal pills, I won't cheat. AI Shang also believed that the leader of a sect would not do such a thing. The two of them signed their names and pressed their fingerprints, completing the transaction. Only then did Jun Changxiao unceremoniously store the 100,000 silver notes into his spatial ring. He had spent several hundred taels on the ingredients for the 10 healing pills, and in the end, he had sold them for 100,000 taels. The profit was terrifying. Jun Changxiao began to fantasize. With enough medicinal ingredients, he could refine more healing pills and sell them. Then, he would spend a lot of money to expand the Iron Bone Factory and build it as grand as the Imperial Palace. After the medicinal pill business was settled, the two of them began to chat enthusiastically. More than 2 hours later, AI Shangfeng walked into the shop and said, Family head, the herb sect head Jun requested have been prepared. As he spoke, he put down a few spatial rings. AI Shang stretched out his hand and said with a smile, Sect head Jun, please check the goods. This kind of spatial ring did not need to recognize the owner. Anyone could peek into it. Jun Changxiao entered the rings one by one until he counted the herbs inside. Then, he said, the quality of the herbs is not bad. Family head AI, please give me a price. Sect head June, these herbs are a total of 1,500 taels. AI Xiang said. AI Xiang narrowed his eyes and said, Sect head June, just give me a total. Shua. Jun Changxiao waved his hand lightly and 10,000 taels of gold piled up like a small mountain in the living room. Although gold was more valuable than silver and banknotes were still the main currency in the falling star continent. Jun Changxiao did not use the 100,000 taels of banknotes he just received. He directly paid the gold because he did not want to go to the bank to exchange for other items. Tisk, tisk. Family head AI raised his thumb and said, 10,000 taels of gold, Sect head June is really generous. As he spoke, he gave AI Xiang a look. The other party took out another contract. It was obvious that this medicinal pill business had to be signed and stamped. Very proper, very particular, Jun Changxiao signed his name and stamped it. When family head AI also stamped his name, a crisp system notification sounded in his ears, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, scattering thousands of gold. You have gained 20 contribution points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, scattering thousands of gold. You have gained 50 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 245500. It can't be, right? Spending gold is also a hidden mission? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, scattering thousands of gold. You have triggered the hidden reward. The right to purchase the aptitude transformation liquid has been transferred to the purchased items section. There is a hidden reward. Jun Changxiao hurriedly opened the system store and clicked on the purchased items section. He saw that the originally blank section had an additional aptitude transformation liquid. He clicked on the details and the content was, Item, Aptitude Transformation Liquid. Effect, can transform one's aptitude and raise it by 1 level. Note, can only be used by middle-grade aptitude users. Effectiveness, lifetime. Price, 50 contribution points. Seeing that the effect was for middle-grade aptitude users, Jun Changxiao suddenly laughed loudly, scaring the 3 higher-ups of the AI family. What is going on? While the 3 of them were dumbfounded, Jun Changxiao cupped his fists and said, Master AI, I will take my leave first. Please. AI Xianxia and the 2 elders hurriedly sent him off. He's out, he's out. Outside the medicine store, the onlookers were very active. They had waited for 4 hours to see how the AI family would deal with the trouble caused by the Iron Bone Sect master. However, when they saw the AI family master and the 2 elders accompanying Jun Changxiao out with a smile, the onlookers' expressions froze. He came to the store to cause trouble, and the owner sent him off with a smile. This is not right. Goodbye, Master AI. Have a safe journey, Sect Master Jun. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Jun Changxiao left. Ding. Host has spent 50 contribution points and obtained Aptitude Transformation Liquid X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 195500. After leaving the city, Jun Changxiao bought the Aptitude Transformation Liquid and drank it all. Ding. Host has used Aptitude Transformation Liquid X1. Transforming Spiritual Root Aptitude. Spiritual Root Aptitude Transformation completed. Host has successfully broken through to 7th grade Martial Disciple. After the middle grade Spiritual Root was upgraded to a high grade Spiritual Root, Jun Changxiao's cultivation was driven by it and rose to another level. With the upgrade of the Spiritual Root, he had a higher compatibility with the spiritual qi in the world. When he walked on the road, he could feel the spiritual qi following him like a shadow. At that moment, Jun Changxiao finally understood why Li Qingyang, who had a high-grade spiritual root, was called a rare genius. Awesome! What was even more awesome was that when he returned to the sect, he opened the alchemy pavilion. Because the herbs were stored in the space ring, the 4 types of elixirs were all in the state of being able to be refined. Jun Changxiao spent 100,000 taels to buy the materials needed to refine pills. More than 800 sets of beginner healing pills. More than 400 sets of beginner shaping pills and qi gathering pills. More than 200 sets of qi whirling pills. Most of the 100,000 taels were spent on the last 3 types of pills. Healing pills took up a smaller proportion. Refine. Jun Changxiao did not return to the sect. He pressed the button to refine beginner healing pills. Ding. Ding, a crisp sound rang out beside his ear, and one pill after another appeared in the space ring like a glass ball. In a short time, more than 800 beginner healing pills were refined. If it were an experienced alchemist, it would take at least a few months to refine even the most common healing pills, Jun Changxiao said. This alchemy pavilion is too powerful. After the sect was upgraded to level 2, he was initially concerned about the various upper limits. In fact, the one that was truly powerful was the alchemy pavilion. Jun Changxiao was now looking forward to the smithing pavilion after upgrading the sect to level 3. With the alchemy pavilion as a template, he guessed that the smithing pavilion should also have the function of forging weapons with one button. Pills. Weapons. They were crucial to the martial artists of the Falling Star continent. If they had both, how could they not be strong? Thinking about it was just thinking. He was still too far away from upgrading the sect to level 3. After all, if the number of people was not enough, he could not trigger the sect mission and it would be difficult to obtain achievement value. Continue refining pills. Jun Changxiao was refining pills as he hurried on his way. A beautiful ding-ding-ding sound rang in his ears. The pills were also constantly gathering in the spatial ring. However, there was a small problem. When refining beginner shaping pills in large quantities, the speed was obviously slower than refining healing pills. The system said, although the alchemy pavilion can refine pills as a whole, if the level of the pills is higher, it will take a longer time. I see. Jun Changxiao did not mind. After all, it was not that much slower. Half an hour later, all 400 sets of body-shaping pills were out of the furnace. As for refining the 400 sets of qi-gathering pills, it took an hour. After refining the 3 types of pills, he started refining the most important one, the qi-whirling pills. In the end, he rushed for 2 hours and returned to the iron bone. Only then did he finish refining all 200 points. It's a bit slow, Jun Changxiao murmured. There were more than 1,800 pills in total, and with the help of the pill apothecary pavilion, Xianxia had traveled all the way from Huyang City to Iron Bone City in less than 4 hours. Yet, that fellow actually had the cheek to complain that it was too slow. Sect leader, the door has been fixed. What do you think? Xianxia pointed at the red-painted door erected on the martial arts field as soon as he entered the sect. It's all right. Jun Changxiao asked, where's that guy? He's locked in a cell, Xianxia said. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. You locked him up with 2 assassins. What if a fight breaks out? Sect master, don't worry. The 3 of them are very honest. Xianxia grinned. Really? Jun Changxiao got up and went to the prison. Through the gap between the door and window, he saw Ma Yongning leaning against the wall, hugging a knife and looking at the 2 assassins. The atmosphere was slightly solemn. After a while, Ma Yongning said, you 2 have been staring at me for a long time. Do you want to learn from each other? Gold-ranked assassin, clang. Ma Yongning drew his knife and said in a deep voice, I've been in the martial arts world for many years. What kind of battle have I not seen? Don't think that you can scare me by wearing black. Come on. Let's compete. Gold-ranked assassin and assassin looked at each other and thought, is there something wrong with this fellow's brain? Sect leader, what should we do with them? Xianxia asked. Jun Changxiao turned around and said, lock Ma Yongning up for a few days and release him. As for the 2 assassins, keep them locked up. Yes. Jun Changxiao went to the training room and trained there for 4 hours. Then, he took a shower and returned to his residence. People from the AI family. Sitting in the study, he murmured, they should start planning how to advertise the beginner healing pill. Yes. AI Shang and the senior members of the AI family were discussing how to sell the few healing pills and maximize their profits. Phew. Jun Changxiao rested his head on his hands and said, I forgot to tell them not to tell outsiders that I refined the pills. AI Shang was a shrewd businessman. Without his permission, he would never reveal the pills to others. After all, he was afraid that his peers would cut him off. Tomorrow, call the disciples over and distribute the pills to them. Let them have one each. Xianxia had spent so much money to refine so many pills. He wanted his disciples to become stronger. Otherwise, how could they become the strongest sect in 100 years? He stayed in the study for a while. Then, he returned to his bedroom and sat cross-legged on the bed. He started to operate the I Ching Jing and began to absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth. He had a high-grade spiritual root. His absorption and refinement of spiritual power was much faster. The benefit of this was that his Dantian's qi vortex could gather energy at a faster rate. At this time, even if he didn't rely on the system's upgrade function, his progress wouldn't be slower than Li Qingyang's. After several transformations of his spiritual root, Master Jun could be considered to have broken away from his mortal roots. He had gloriously become a genius. This was just the beginning. Xianxia's goal was a divine spiritual root. After cultivating for 2 hours, it was already late at night. Xianxia opened the attribute panel and clicked on the beginner's shop. Rows of products appeared. After browsing through them, he didn't find anything useful. He decisively refreshed. Ding. Sect achievement value, 185500. There were many new products. When Xianxia looked through them one by one, he suddenly stood up with a whoosh. His eyes were filled with excitement. On the second last row, the last item was a modified QBU-88 sniper rifle, sniper rifle. A domestically produced sniper rifle. Xianxia was extremely excited. He said in disbelief, "I got a sniper rifle? I got a sniper rifle. Ahaha. Ahahaha." The laughter broke the silence of the night. The disciples who were sleeping soundly woke up. They were puzzled and asked, "Where did that goose cry come from?" The system couldn't help but ridicule, "It only has a 0.1% chance. The host's luck is dog sh*t. He was bored and directly got a sniper rifle." His luck was indeed heaven-defying. Xianxia calmed down. He didn't bother with the system. Instead, he excitedly opened the detailed introduction. Item, modified QBU-88 sniper rifle. Introduction, the original sniper rifle of the Chinese Army. After modification, it is suitable for the world of martial arts. The bullets are condensed from crystal nuclei. It can shoot accurately from a long distance. Effect, fast firing rate, long range, strong penetrating power. Duration, permanent. Weakness, although it has been modified, the bullet capacity is only 10 rounds. Also, the recoil is large. It needs to be supported on the ground to shoot. Otherwise, use with caution. Price, 100 contribution points. After seeing the price, Xianxia stared and said, "A modified sniper rifle is actually comparable to 2 bottles of quality modification liquid." The system said, "The host doesn't have to buy it. If I don't buy it, my head will be kicked by a donkey." Xianxia said. He had already clicked on the purchase button. Ding. The host has spent 100 contribution points. You have obtained a modified QBU-88 sniper rifle X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 85,500. Before the notification ended, Xianxia had already taken out the QBU-88 sniper rifle. The rifle was nearly 1 meter long. It was very heavy and very heavy. What was even more impressive was that the body of the rifle was painted in green camouflage. Shwa. With a thought, he took out the modified 8x scope and stuck it in the aiming slot. Xianxia raised his left hand and held it with his right hand. He closed his left eye and leaned his right eye against the lens. A man should play with a sniper rifle. The moment he raised the Type 88 sniper rifle, Xianxia felt that he could kill gods and immortals. The system poured cold water on him. Although the sniper rifle is powerful, without the high-level crystal core to condense bullets, its power is about the same as the Desert Eagle. How about using the Earthfire Wolf King's crystal core to make bullets? Xianxia asked. The system was silent for a while, then said, "It's okay." Xianxia and the gun entered the space ring, took out the Earthfire Wolf King's crystal core, and loaded it with bullets like the Desert Eagle. Ding. 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 After a while, the Type 88 sniper rifle's magazine was lined with 10 bullet-shaped lights. indicating that all the bullets were loaded. As for the Earthfire Wolf King's crystal core, it was all used up. Damn. Xianxia was shocked, so much energy. One Earthfire Wolf King's crystal core, the Desert Eagle can continuously supply 14 bullets. The system said, the sniper rifle is powerful, so naturally it requires more energy to condense the bullets. Xianxia's mouth twitched. If I fire a shot, won't the recoil be as high as the sky? So. The system said seriously, without a strong body, it's best to use the bipod to support the shot. Ka. Xianxia opened the bipod and placed it on the window, then leaned against the lens and aimed at the night sky. Ding. Sniper rifle is loaded with bullets. Ding. Do you want to activate the 8x scope enhancement mode? Hearing the system's notification, Xianxia secretly said, what the hell is this enhancement mode? Although he did not understand, he still shouted in his heart, activate. Ding. The host has successfully activated the 8x scope enhancement mode, consuming 5 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 80500. Damn you. Xianxia scolded, deducting contribution points, do you have to be so deceitful? N? Suddenly, he felt the 8x scope tremble slightly. He hurriedly looked at it, and the expression on his face froze. In the scope's field of vision, he could clearly see the wild rabbits looking for food a few hundred meters away from the sect. Damn it. Xianxia said in disbelief, this is X-ray vision. Shwa. He moved the sniper rifle and aimed in another direction. As long as he could see all the animals that appeared at night clearly. Xianxia could not hide his excitement as he said, I am now Buddha Lulai. Shwa. He shifted his position again and aimed at the male disciple's room. He could clearly see Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others in the room. Some of them were cultivating, while others were sleeping. Xianxia raised his gun and aimed at the female disciple's room. Just as he was about to move, he suppressed this thought and said in all seriousness, Xianxia, you are the leader of a sect. How can you do such a despicable thing as peeping at a female disciple? Yes. Just a quick glance. He still aimed his gun at the female disciple's room, but his gaze suddenly turned cold. Because when he moved, he discovered that there were 3 men in black hiding behind a rock a few hundred meters away from the sect. Assassin, motherfucker, why are they here again? Just as the 8x scope locked onto the men in black, a soft voice sounded in his ear, Old 8 must be trapped in iron bone. We must find a way to save him. This little 9th-rate sect, could it be a dragon's lair or a tiger's den? After the 4 assassins of my drizzle building went in, they never came out again. In an instant, Xianxia determined that he had eavesdropped on their conversation. His mouth twitched, X-ray vision, eavesdropping, as expected of the enhanced mode. This iron bone is a bit strange. Let's first observe in the dark before we make a move. Friend, don't be in the dark. Your existence, even your whispers, can't be hidden under the 8x scope. The leader only gave us 3 days. Now there is only 1 day left. If we don't kill the leader of Iron Bone and save Old 8, it will be hard to report back. Kill me? Xianxia's gaze became colder. He had already guessed that the assassins who came to kill him earlier were hired by Spirit Spring Sect. This time, the assassins came again because of Drizzle Building. Taking someone's money to get rid of a disaster for them is understandable. Xianxia said coldly, but you came to provoke me without an employer. Drizzle Building, you are courting death. Since he dared to destroy Spirit Spring Sect, he naturally dared to destroy an assassin organization. Whoosh, Xianxia set up his sniper rifle and walked out of the room. He jumped onto the roof of the disciples' room and crawled down. He opened the mount and aimed the muzzle at the stone. Whoosh, in. The 8x scope, the crosshair automatically locked onto the head of a man in black. As expected of the magically modified 8x scope. It had X-ray vision, eavesdropping, and self-aiming. It was simply too powerful. Crack. The bullet was loaded, and the safety was pulled. Xianxia only needed to pull the trigger and shoot, and he would definitely hit the assassin he had locked onto, and he would be able to make a headshot. Yi Xingchen, who was cultivating, felt a bit of dust fall from the roof, but he did not think much of it. He continued to circulate tendon-changing classic and gathered his spirit energy to attack his second meridian. After midnight, we will quietly sneak in. The man in black said in a low voice as he poked his head out from the edge of the stone. He did not know that there was a sniper hiding on the roof of the sect, and the muzzle was locked onto his head. Assassins were mainly assassins. Snipers were also mainly assassins. Their professions were similar, and they were like ghosts. At this moment, sect leader Jun was holding his sniper rifle, and it was a battle between two ghost professions. But, this guy cheated by using his X-ray vision. In front of him, the assassin had nowhere to hide. I have already scouted from above. Jun Xianxia lives in an independent courtyard. When we rush in, kill him as quickly as possible. We cannot alert the Iron Bone disciples. Don't worry, fourth brother. We will definitely do it cleanly. Humph, Jun Xianxia will not escape this time. The two men in black sneered. Ding. Side quest triggered. Opening the data panel, the quest was, kill the assassin hiding outside the Sect 03, Elite Quest. The corners of Jun Xianxia's mouth rose into a smile as he asked, at midnight? He was not in a hurry to shoot because the two men in black were hiding behind the stone. When they appeared in his field of vision, he would shoot them one by one. Huff. Jun Xianxia took a light breath, and the fingers that were holding the gun began to relax, preparing to bear the recoil of the shot. Time passed, and it was midnight. Move. Swoosh, the leader of the men in black jumped out from behind the stone and jumped from tree to tree. One look and one could tell that he was a professional assassin. Unfortunately, no matter how cool and elegant he was, he could not escape the automatic aim of the devil multiplier. At this time, Jun Xianxia could shoot with his eyes closed. Wait. Wait for the other two men in black to come out, swoosh. Swoosh, in a moment, the other two men in black came out from behind the stone. They did not stick together, but moved forward from different directions. Quite professional. Jun Xianxia moved the muzzle slightly and locked onto the man in black jumping in front of him. His finger on the trigger suddenly pressed down. Bam, the loud sound shocked Xianxia, who was cultivating in the room, and jumped out of bed. He crossed his arms and said vigilantly, "What's going on?" Bam, bam, right at this moment, two loud bangs that sounded like firecrackers resounded, and it shook Yidi's eardrums to the point of ringing while astonishment suffused his eyes. Crack crack crack, suddenly, there was a cracking sound above his head. He looked up, his pupils shrank, and cried out in sorrow, "What the F***ck, boom." The room collapsed and dust flew everywhere. What's going on? Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma, who were nearby, ran out in their pajamas. When they saw Yi Xingqian's room collapse, they stood there dumbfounded. 3 deafening gunshots roused all the disciples of the inner yard, and they quickly gathered around. Junior brother Yi is buried. Quick, dig him out. All the disciples worked together, carrying the bricks and carrying the beam. In a short while, they carried out the dusty Yi Xingqian. Fortunately, he had undergone muscle building training, or else he would have fainted long ago. Senior brother. Suddenly, Su Xiaoma exclaimed, "It's the sect leader." What? Li Qingyang hurriedly jumped to the ruins and saw the sect leader's leg exposed, his whole body buried in the rubble. Dig. Everyone continued to move the bricks, and soon they also carried out the dusty Jun Xianxia. He grimaced in pain and said, Waste, gently. What's going on? What else could he do? He pulled the trigger of the Type 88 sniper rifle and fired 3 shots outside. Although he killed the 3 assassins one by one and completed the side mission, the huge recoil almost caused him to suffer internal injuries. This was with the support of a leg stand. If he were to shoot, he would have been sent flying from the disciples' room to the cliff behind. Mother ***, it's so strong, Jun Xianxia secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had enough strength. If he was in the meridian opening stage, the recoil would have caused him to die. Although his whole body was weak from the recoil, he was glad that he completed the side mission and was rewarded with 100 contribution points. Now his contribution points to the sect were 180. He had earned back the contribution points from buying the Type 88 sniper rifle, and only wasted 3 bullets and 5 contribution points. There was still another disciple's room. The recoil of the Type 88 sniper rifle was indeed strong. However, under the muscle-building training, Xianxia only needed to rest for a night, and his stiff body relaxed. He swung his arm, walked out of the sect, and came to the mountain forest. Of the 3 assassins last night, one had his head blown off, and the other 2 had their chests pierced. The reason why not all of them had their heads blown off was because after Xianxia blew off the first one's head, he found it too bloody and cruel, so he changed the 8x scope to automatic chest lock. Needless to say, the first assassin had his head blown off. As for the other 2 assassins, their wounds were as big as a fist. Xianxia looked back along the shooting trajectory and saw that the rocks in the distance had been blown to smithereens. His mouth twitched as he said, "I wasn't firing a sniper rifle. I was firing an artillery shell." Shwa. He squatted down, and after searching for a while, he found 3 spatial rings on the bodies of the 3 assassins. He then used the exquisite fire to incinerate the corpses. Inside the spatial rings of the 3 assassins, there was only one movement skill called Ghost Leap Steps, which cost less than 100 taels of silver. Xianxia took it and gave the rings to Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and Xiao Ziji. "Thank you, sect leader." The 3 of them put on the rings and cupped their fists. "Qingyang," Xianxia said, "gather the disciples. I have something to announce." "Yes." It didn't take long for the 100 disciples to gather and line up neatly on the training field. Xianxia walked out. After an impassioned speech, he began to let them receive 4 types of elixirs, 1 for each type. The effect of this healing elixir is that no matter how serious the injury is, as long as you take it, you will be healed immediately. As for the beginner-grade body-shaping elixir, after taking it, the strength of your physical body will. Xianxia introduced the effects of the elixirs one by one. The disciples holding the 4 types of elixirs all widened their eyes. "It's so magical?" Yi Xingchen was also very surprised. Although he didn't know much about alchemy in his previous life, he had eaten many high-quality elixirs. A healing elixir that could instantly heal injuries was definitely unheard of. As for strengthening the physical body and increasing the speed of cultivation, he had seen it before. However, those were all high-quality elixirs. How could a 9th-rate sect have them? And to make it so that everyone could have one, Yi Xingchen had doubts, but when he saw the disciples swallow the body-shaping elixirs, he also opened his mouth and threw the elixir into his mouth. When the elixir took effect and he felt the transformation of his blood and meridians, his expression changed again and again. Bang! Li Fei, level 7 meridian opening, strength of 1100 gene. Bang! Zhang Wei, level 6 meridian opening, strength of 930 gene. Bang! The Iron Bone disciples who had taken the beginner-grade body-shaping elixir were tested one by one under the witness of the second senior brother. Yi Xingchen, who was standing at the side, twitched his mouth. These youths had ordinary aptitudes, but each of them had displayed a strength stronger than their level. It was simply unbelievable. Normally, one level would increase their strength by 100 gene. For a level 5 meridian opening, being able to display a strength of 700 gene was already considered an innate god of strength. After the Iron Bone disciples who had taken the body-shaping elixir, after a round of testing, their strength was generally 150 to 300 gene higher than their original level. If it was a group of high-grade spiritual roots, it would be understandable. In reality, only a small portion of them had middle-grade spiritual roots. Most of them had low-grade spiritual roots. This also meant that the beginner-grade body-shaping elixir could forcefully increase the strength of Iron Bone disciples regardless of the grade of their spiritual roots. Not bad, not bad. After receiving the test results, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction and said, "Qingyang, don't let them relax. Continue to cultivate and strive to enter level 12 meridian opening as soon as possible." Yes. In the morning, with the accompaniment of divine music, Lu Wancher's top-notch meals, and the spirit formation room, the Iron Bone disciples were very happy and diligent in their cultivation. They knew that the reason they could become stronger day by day was all because of the sect leader's nurturing. In order to repay him, they could only continuously improve themselves. Gradually, there were disciples who successfully opened their meridians with the help of the spirit formation room and the spirit formation room. Calculating the time, it had been almost 2 months since they had arrived at Iron Bone. How was the progress of their martial arts? In the beginning, their average cultivation was only at level 2 or 3. Now, they had risen to level 7 meridian opening and could open a new meridian every few days. Xianxia sat on a wooden chair in the main hall and muttered, in less than a month, the disciples should be able to enter level 12 meridian opening. Sect leader. Xianxia ran in excitedly, unable to hide his excitement. Disciple has broken through to martial disciple. Successfully condensing a cyclone in his dantian and breaking through to martial disciple was also because of the cyclone pill. After a while, Xianxia also came to report, Sect leader, disciple has broken through to martial disciple. Xianxia said, not bad, not bad. Including him, Iron Bone already had 5 martial disciples. This was rare in a 9th-rate sect. After cultivating for 4 hours, Xianxia opened the status panel again and looked at the shop where the sniper rifle had been refreshed. Soon, he saw a martial technique called self-chop. He clicked on the details, item, self-chop description. Originally, it was only half a martial technique. Later, it was modified by a mysterious almighty person and became a complete technique. Effect, gather spiritual energy in the palm and form a crescent-shaped flowing light chop. Advantage, after being modified by a mysterious almighty person, it is easy to learn. It is powerful and consumes less spiritual energy. It is suitable for long-distance combat. Disadvantage, can only be cultivated by martial disciples. Price, 10 contribution points. Rank, early middle rank. Only early middle rank? Xianxia immediately lost interest. After all, the body metamorphose scripture that had been refreshed was early divine rank. The system said, to be called a mysterious almighty person, he must be an extremely powerful existence. A martial technique that was personally modified, although the rank is low, it must have endless wonderful uses. The host is recommended to purchase 5 stars. Is that so? Xianxia clicked on the purchase button. After all, 10 points wasn't expensive. Ding. The host has spent 10 contribution points and obtained self-chop X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 177500. Ding. Detected that the host has purchased a spiritual energy martial technique from the shop, automatically matching it with the sect's martial technique. Automatically matched with spiritual force type martial arts, Xianxia's mind moved, and opened the complete system panel. Sect name, Iron Bone Clan. Sect leader, Xianxia. Sect level, 9th rate. Sect construction, level 2. Sect function, medicine refining pavilion. Sect cultivation method, Jing, divine grade early stage, self/middle grade early stage. Sect member, 102500. Sect contribution points, 177,500. Sect achievement points, 0 out of 500. Sect mission, none. Sect main mission, within 100 years. Omitted here. Xianxia touched his chin and said, this kind of martial arts can also be cultivated by disciples. While speaking, he clicked on the sect's cultivation method, chose self/martial arts, and directly copied 1,000 books. Ding. Host has spent 10 contribution points, copied self/secret manual X1000, has been transferred to the spatial ring. Xianxia took out a book and read it, and said in surprise, it is indeed easy to understand. While speaking, he began to circulate according to the meridian circulation diagram on the secret manual, and in less than 10 minutes, he felt spiritual force gathering in his palm. Walking out of the main hall, he stood on the martial arts field and waved his hand in the air. Xiao, spiritual force erupted from his palm, forming a crescent shape, and swept across the ground, and finally exploded on the wooden stake that was erected a few days ago. Bang! The wooden stake exploded on the spot, and the shocked disciples all turned their heads to look. Oh my God! Xianxia leaned over with his mouth open, and said in surprise, Sect leader, what kind of move is this? Xianxia clapped his hands, and said with a smile, a spiritual force type martial arts. Spiritual force type martial arts? Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes wide. In his understanding, only those that gather spiritual force to attack are called spiritual force-type martial arts, and they are very rare on the market, and the price is also extremely expensive. Here. Jun Changxiao threw a self-book, patted his shoulder and said, "Take it and cultivate. If you can't learn it, then destroy your own meridians." Saying that, he turned around and returned to the main hall. Su Xiaoma caught the secret manual and saw the words "I chop" written on the cover. His eyes suddenly became hot and he said loudly, "I will definitely succeed in practicing it." After returning to the main hall, Jun Changxiao called Lu Qianxian, Li Qingyang, and Tian Qi over. He gave each of them a copy of Self/ and told them to cultivate it. Spiritual energy type martial skill? Oh my god, this is not easy to find. Sect leader is too good to us. When Lu Qianxian saw the words early middle rank, she didn't have any plans to cultivate it. However, after flipping it open, she found that the incantation was easy to understand, so she began to try cultivating it. After the Iron Bone disciples learned about the spiritual force martial skill, they trained even harder because the sect leader had announced that anyone who became a martial disciple would be able to obtain it. Work hard, work even harder. The cultivation of Iron Bone was getting more and more intense, and the strength of the disciples was also getting stronger every day. As for the wandering swordsman Ma Yongning, he was released after being locked up for 5 days. However, he refused to leave the sect no matter what. Why didn't he leave? Because after being locked up for a few days, he had already been deeply impressed by Lu Wancher's cooking skills. He hugged his knife and begged for mercy on the stairs of the cafeteria. "Can you be a little more shameless?" Jun Changxiao said. Ma Yongning was half lying down, with a "I'm so shameless" look. He said, "Sect leader Jun, let's write off our grudges. As long as you let me stay and eat Lady Lu's food every day, I'll do anything." Jun Changxiao, damn it, if I knew earlier, I wouldn't have given him food. Sect leader. Lu Wancher blinked her eyes and said, "The cafeteria still lacks someone to wash the dishes. Why don't we let him stay and do the chores?" "Sure." Ma Yongning stood up with a whoosh, showing his rough hands, and said with incomparable pride, "This pair of hands was born to wash dishes." Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, "Du is busy in the cafeteria every day. It's time to find some helpers to share the chores." Xiao Mu. Yes. Pull the 2 assassins over as well. Let them do chores in the cafeteria. If they don't cooperate, then there's only one word: beat them up ruthlessly. Yes. Su Xiaoma went to the prison. On the way, the corner of his mouth twitched. Those 2 words are long enough. Just like that, Ma Yongning and the 2 assassins started to work in the cafeteria. Moreover, they were willing to do it because Lu Wancher's cooking was too delicious. In ancient times, there was an unyielding king who could commit treason with a bowl of fried rice. Today, there were cold-blooded and heartless assassins who could lower their heads after eating a few dishes. The disciples were tirelessly cultivating. Jun Changxiao began to think about drizzle building, saying, "The 3 assassins sent to kill me haven't returned yet. The other party will definitely make a move. Should he eliminate them? No. Jun Changxiao dispelled the idea. Because they came to assassinate him 3 times in a row and triggered 2 side missions, this assassin organization was just giving him rice. If he eliminated them, wouldn't it be the same as running out of food? The system said, "The host is thinking too much." Nonsense. Jun Changxiao said, "If I don't think too much, how am I going to survive in the cruel falling star continent?" The Iron Bone disciples wholeheartedly immersed themselves in cultivation. Jun Changxiao didn't stay idle either. He would either walk around the cultivation room or comprehend the body metamorphose scripture in the inner court. During this period of time, the Azure Sun County was in an uproar. This was because the AI clan of Huyang City announced to the public that they had newly developed a healing pill that could quickly recover from injuries. How fast? The slogan was as follows: as long as you still have a breath of life, as long as you are reluctant to part with the mortal world, consuming a healing pill would allow you to quickly recover in a few breaths. Your waist, kidney, you, and him, wasn't it too exaggerated? This was the first reaction of the martial artists in the Azure Sun County when they heard the news. However, when they thought about how the AI clan had been in the business of alchemy for generations, they probably wouldn't spread rumors and ruin their hard-earned reputation. 3 days later, the AI clan will hold a healing pill auction in Huyang City. It is said that only 9 pills will be auctioned. Many clans and sects are rushing over. Let's go, let's go. Let's go and take a look. In a short period of time, cultivators from the Azure Sun County swarmed into Huyang City from all directions. The number of people was even greater than the number of spectators at the tournament. From this, one could see how alluring the healing pill was. Of course, many clans and sects were doubtful. The AI clan also understood that they had to prove the healing effects of the healing pill. Thus, when the auction started, they pulled out the young master of the Sun City's Song clan, who had been bedridden for many years. It's the second young master of the Song clan. The second genius of the Azure Sun County, who was only second to Xianxia, was attacked by a low-rank 5 vicious beast while cultivating in the wilderness. In the end, his entire body was paralyzed. This is truly heartbreaking. Could it be that the AI clan invited him here to prove the healing effects of the healing pill? The second young master of the Song clan has been bedridden for so long. Can a single healing pill really cure him? Everyone discussed fervently. Everyone. AI Shang walked out and said, in order to prove the healing effects of the AI clan's newly developed healing pill, we have reached an agreement with the Song clan's clan head yesterday. We will buy one for 30,000 silver taels. Everyone can bear witness to whether it can cure the second young master of the Song clan. As he spoke, he passed the pill to the Song clan head. Everyone turned to look at him. The Song clan head's hands trembled as he held on to the pill. Yesterday, the AI clan had repeatedly assured him that the pill was effective. It was inevitable that he would be agitated. Father. The second young master of the Song clan was half lying on the chair. With a pale face, he said, let the child consume it. Even if it's poison, it doesn't matter. As a genius second only to Xianxia, due to being bedridden and unable to move, he had already lost all hope. If he could move, he would have ended his life long ago. The Song clan head walked over and personally fed the pill to his son. Tears streamed down his face as he prayed for a miracle to happen. A miracle came. After consuming the pill, the hands of the second young master of the Song clan trembled slightly. Then, under everyone's gaze, he straightened his back and finally, stood up with great effort. I'm standing up, father. I'm standing up, I'm standing up. The second young master of the Song clan was ecstatic. Tears gathered in his eyes and his legs started to tremble. He gradually adapted to the long-awaited support, 3 years. More than 1,000 days. He had spent it all in bed. For a martial artist, a genius with extraordinary aptitude, this was definitely a torture worse than death. Today, the second young master of the Song clan stood up. He once again felt the weight of the earth and felt that his body belonged to him. What made him even more excited was that after his meridians were reconnected, his cultivation was still at the 7th stage of the meridian opening realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! He clenched his fists and 7 circles of light surrounded him. Excitement, excitement, all kinds of emotions filled his heart. The second young master of the Song clan could no longer control himself. Tears flowed down his cheeks. A man does not cry easily. It was only because he was not too excited. Seeing his son stand up, his pale face regained some color, and the gathering of spiritual energy, the old master of the Song clan's hands trembled and his eyes were filled with tears. The martial artists in the auction hall widened their eyes in disbelief. The young master of the Song clan, who had been paralyzed in bed for 3 years, ate a healing pill and not only stood up, his cultivation was still intact. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not believe it. Ai Shang sighed in relief. At first, he was worried that the healing pill could not cure people who had been ill for a long time. Now that the young master of the Song clan had proven it, the following auction would definitely be, not bad. Very popular, super popular, all the major clans and sects witnessed the heaven-defying pill. Their eyes flashed with enthusiasm. Everyone. AI Shang walked to the auction stage and said loudly, the healing pill developed by the AI clan is suitable for martial disciples and meridian opening realm cultivators. As for the effect, I believe all of you have seen it. Let's begin the auction. Only suitable for martial disciples and meridian opening realm cultivators. Many martial artists' eyes were filled with regret. But thinking about it, if there was no restriction, no matter how serious the injury, it would be too terrifying. They had to buy it. The wealthy clans and sects made up their minds. Looking forward, Xianxia said loudly, the starting price of the first healing pill is 10,000 taels, 20,000 taels, 30,000 taels, 35,000 taels, 40,000 taels. As soon as the auction began, all the major clans and sects began to bid fiercely. As for those martial artists who did not have enough money, they could only shut up. After a round of fierce bidding, the first healing pill was won by the 6 Stream True Essence sect for a price of 100,000 taels. This was a sky-high price. The reason why the Zhenyuan sect was so desperate was not because they had too much money, but because one of their direct disciples had been seriously injured like the Song family's young master for many years. These days, all the clans and sects had a few patients. Can you guarantee that you won't get hurt for the rest of your life? When the True Origin sect won the healing pill at the price of 100,000 taels, many martial artists realized that this kind of pill that could quickly heal injuries was destined to become a luxury item that they could only sigh at. Yes, luxury goods. Because for the next 7 healing pills that were auctioned off, the families and sects that had deep financial resources and profound backgrounds fought to the death, and the final price was all 100,000 yuan. The last one was sold for 120,000 taels. A single healing pill was actually worth 12 spirit stones. This was absolutely shocking, however. After the auction ended, things didn't end there. News of the AI clan's recovery pellet swiftly healing the Song clan's second son swept through the Azure Sun County like a storm. Really? The Song clan's young master had been paralyzed for 3 years. They searched for countless famous doctors but still couldn't cure him. Is this a rumor? I went to Sun City the day before yesterday and saw the Song clan's young master playing on the streets as if he was flying. He didn't look like a patient who had been paralyzed for 3 years. If the Song clan's second young master's recovery was still doubtful, then not long after, the severely injured direct disciple of the 6 Stream True Essence sect came down the mountain and completely convinced them. For a time, the news of the recovery pellet caused a huge commotion and even spread to the outer counties. All the families with patients rushed to Huyang City. However, when they arrived at the AI clan, the reply they received from the AI clan's patriarch was, "This kind of miraculous healing pill is really difficult to refine. Please wait for news of the auction and come back to purchase it in the future." Many families left helplessly. The clans and sects with genius patients chose to stay in Huyang City and wait for the day when the AI clan's recovery pellet would be sold again. Then, did anyone have any evil thoughts? Yes, but they forcefully dispelled them. After all, the AI clan was an old and famous pellet family. They didn't have much power on the surface, but they had a lot of connections. Offending the AI clan was equivalent to offending the Jianghu. See you in the Jianghu, that's right. If you offend me, I'll write you to death. Clan leader. One day, Xianxia said, the AI clan's patriarch is here to visit Huyang City. Xianxia, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and smiled. Invite the AI clan's patriarch into the main hall. Yes. Xianxia left. Xianxia touched his nose out of habit and said, looks like the AI clan's patriarch has already sold the recovery pellet. Xiangxia's visit was expected, but he didn't expect him to come in just a few days. In the main hall of the sect, Xianxia walked out and cupped his hands. The AI clan's patriarch has come to visit. Your presence brings light to my Iron Bone sect. As the leader of a sect, there was no lack of pleasantries, let alone a business partner. Xianxia hurriedly got up and cupped his hands in greeting. I haven't seen you for a few days, but clan leader Jun's cultivation has improved a lot. After some pleasantries, he went straight to the point. Clan leader Jun, the 9 recovery pellets have been sold. How much? 850,000 taels. Clan leader Jun's face looked calm, but he was roaring in his heart. My mother must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. I only asked for 10,000 taels. Clan leader Jun Xianxia placed a stack of banknotes on the table and smiled. This is 200,000 taels. Consider it a bonus. Please accept it. He's worthy of being called a businessman, he's very particular. Xianxia waved his hand and put the banknotes into his space ring. He smiled and said, I didn't find the wrong long-term partner. Long-term partner? AI Shang was overjoyed. Clan leader Jun, could it be that you still have recovery pellets? Xianxia rested his chin on his hand and smiled. Isn't this the reason why the AI clan's patriarch came to visit? AI Shang was quite embarrassed when his thoughts were pointed out, but he still cupped his hands and said, it's my honor and the AI clan's honor to be able to obtain clan leader Jun's trust. As a businessman, money was the most important thing. Recovery pellets could bring in huge profits, so he naturally spared no effort in flattering clan leader Jun. Xianxia said, the AI clan's patriarch's words are too serious. You and I are now the most sincere partners. He put the bottle of recovery pellets on the table and said, I still have 10 recovery pellets here. The AI clan's patriarch can take them and sell them. As for the price, give me 1 million taels. AI Shang said straightforwardly. Xianxia heard this and swallowed back the 500,000 taels. He despised himself intensely in his heart. Xianxia, look at yourself. He said straightforwardly, deal. The AI clan's patriarch hurriedly took out 1 million taels of banknotes and a contract. After signing the contract, the deal was done. But before leaving, Xianxia reminded him, AI clan's patriarch, I don't want to show my face in public. That's why I'm cooperating with the AI clan. I hope you can understand. I understand. Understand what? He understood that the Iron Bone clan's patriarch didn't want others to know that this heaven-defying recovery pellet was made by him. After the AI clan's patriarch left, Xianxia came to see him and said, Clan leader, when will junior martial brother Ye's collapsed room be rebuilt? Xianxia casually threw a stack of banknotes and said, rebuild my ass. Just rebuild the inner courtyard according to the imperial palace's forbidden grounds. Also, expand the outer courtyard. Xianxia held the thick stack of banknotes and counted them slightly. He exclaimed, 100,000 taels. Xianxia, who was holding 100,000 taels of silver, was stunned on the spot. Coming from a family, he did not have much concept of money, but he knew that this amount was huge. Using it to rebuild the Iron Bone could only be said to be extravagant. Xianxia hurried back to his room, picked up a brush and ink, and started to draft the reconstruction plan. The inner yard needed to be rebuilt, and the outer yard needed to be expanded. This was a huge project, and he had to seriously plan it. After a night of designing, the sketch was done. The Iron Bone main hall in the outer yard did not change, and it was still at the northernmost side. The rest of the buildings were all changed. The training field was enlarged, and more buildings were added. The inner yard also changed a lot. Not only did they add greenery, but they also added a lot of rooms, enough to accommodate 1,000 disciples. Of course, Xianxia also considered Lu Wancher, and specially divided the vegetable field and the livestock pen. With enough funds, this reconstruction was definitely a bold and decisive one. Once it was completed, it would be a brand new Iron Bone Sect. Not bad. After looking at the sketch, Xianxia was very satisfied. Xianxia pointed at a few blank areas on the sketch, and said, I've decided to build a wing here first. After it's completed, everyone can move in first, and then we can rebuild the other areas. This way, we won't have to live in the outer yard. Xianxia smiled and said, You've considered everything thoroughly. He gave the task of rebuilding the sect to Xianxia because he valued his steady and cautious personality. Simply put, he was suitable to be the head butler. Xianxia would definitely be the internal affairs elder if he wanted to divide the elders' positions. Sect Master, when will we start the reconstruction? 3 days later. Yes. Xianxia left. Xianxia touched his chin and said, After the reconstruction of the sect is completed, we'll open the mountain gate to recruit disciples. Once we have 500 people, we'll trigger the sect mission. When the sect was upgraded to level 2, he did not recruit disciples immediately because he wanted to strengthen this batch of disciples first. AI Shang took 10 beginner healing pills and returned to the AI family. However, they were not in a hurry to auction it off. Instead, they were waiting for the news to spread so that more forces would know about it. Previously, he had sold 9 healing pills for 850,000. Now, he had spent 1 million to buy 10 from Xianxia. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like a loss. Otherwise. AI Shan had absolute confidence that the price of the 10 recovery pellets would exceed 1 million taels in the second auction. If a businessman couldn't raise the price of a heaven-defying pill to a higher price, then he wouldn't be worthy of the word businessman. Of course. At the same time, AI Shan was also pondering. If the news of the healing pills were to spread, it would alarm the major powers and sections. How would he explain himself? 3 days later, a large number of craftsmen entered the iron bone factory and began to expand the inner courtyard. Because it was built in another area, it did not affect the disciples' residence and rest. They could continue to cultivate as usual. Sect leader. One day, Li Qingyang came to report, last night, another 9 disciples opened their 10th meridian. Other than junior brother Xiao, junior brother Yi, and junior sister Lu, the other disciples have all reached the 10th stage of the meridian opening realm. Not bad. Jun Changxiao said with satisfaction. Calculating the time, this batch of disciples had just been recruited for 2 months. To reach the 10th stage from the 2nd or 3rd stage was quite fast. Let them continue to work hard. Those who break through to the martial disciple realm will be given the self/manual. Jun Changxiao said. Yes. Li Qingyang left. Jun Changxiao stood up and went to the training room. Xiao Ziji was in the muscle building room. There were still 2 hours left. Creak. At this moment, the door of another muscle building room opened. Yi Xingchen, who had been beaten black and blue, slid out and panted heavily. Ever since his room collapsed, he had been cultivating in the training room. His strength was not inferior to Xiao Ziji's. Needless to say, he had made great progress. His originally weak body had become much stronger. As for his realm, he had broken through from the 1st stage to the 3rd stage. His explosive strength had reached 800 jin. Normally, with Yi Xingchen's physical aptitude, it would be considered good if he could exert 400 jin. The extra 400 jin was due to the I Jin Jing, the Taishan Sutra, the muscle building room, and the body shaping pill. Jun Changxiao could also see that he had changed a lot during this time, so he smiled and said, "Now, do you still feel wronged by joining the Ironbone sect?" Yi Xingchen was silent. Previously, he must have been brooding over the fact that he was forced to join the Ironbone sect despite being a reborn martial emperor. Now, he was. That's right, it was really good. Shua. Jun Changxiao went into the muscle building room. After 2 hours of sculpting, Xiao Ziji was waving the testing machine again and again. The strength on it was constantly changing. 3,000 jin. 3,200 jin, bang. When the last punch was thrown, the strength was fixed at 2,500 jin. Without opening his meridians, just by tempering his body, his strength had reached the level of a 3rd stage martial disciple. It was really inconceivable. However, Xiao Ziji did not feel happy at all. Instead, he lowered his arms in dejection. Jun Changxiao walked over and said, "What are you thinking about?" "Sect Master, I." Xiao Ziji paused and said bitterly, "During this period of cultivation, my body has reached its limit. It will be very difficult for it to improve." Jun Changxiao said, "A martial artist's true strength lies not only in their body, but also in many other aspects, such as weapons and equipment. Come with me." He brought Xiao Ziji to the back of the mountain and took out the QBU-88 sniper rifle. He placed it on the ground and said, "Try to fire a shot." "Can I?" Xiao Ziji was stunned. Jun Changxiao said, "If your body can handle it, this sniper rifle is yours." The system reminded, although this disciple can use the sniper rifle, the magically modified 8x scope function can only be triggered by the host. So F** get up? Jun Changxiao frowned. In his mind, Xiao Ziji could not open his meridians and could not condense his spirit energy. He would train him to be a sniper. After all, his body was strong, so it should not be a problem for him to bear the recoil. But now, the magically modified 8x scope, self-aiming, X-ray vision, and other functions could not be triggered by this disciple. How could he achieve 100% accuracy? Phew. Xiao Ziji let out a long sigh of relief. He walked to the front of the QBU-88 sniper rifle, obviously wanting to try it out. Jun Changxiao personally taught him how to hold the gun, and how to get close to the 8x scope. He also explained the range, firing speed, and wind speed. He said, "Do you understand?" "Understood. That small rock a few hundred feet in front of you, break it." As he spoke, Jun Changxiao had already moved far away, afraid that the recoil from the shot would implicate him. Shua. Xiao Ziji crouched down, holding the gun with one hand. The end of the gun was pressed against his shoulder. One of his eyes leaned against the lens, and after checking, he immediately pulled the trigger. Bang, the muzzle spat out fire. Like a cannonball, a stream of light shot out. It accurately hit a small rock more than 500 meters away, and blew it to pieces. So accurate? Jun Changxiao opened his eyes wide. When he retracted his gaze and looked at Xiao Ziji, he found that the gun was still there, and the ground under the support was sunken. That guy had disappeared into thin air. Where is he? Where is he? Sect. Sect Master. More than 10 meters behind him, Xiao Ziji was paralyzed on a tree branch. His mouth was foaming, and he weakly said, "Disciple. Disciple is here." The recoil of the Type 88 sniper rifle is really strong. Xiao Ziji fired a shot. Even with the support of his leg, he was still sent flying for more than 10 meters. However, there were two things that surprised Jun Changxiao. First, this kid was very accurate. Second, after resting for a while, he stood up as if nothing had happened. My cultivation is higher than his, but I had to rest for most of the night before I could adjust, the system explained. That's because the host fired 3 shots in a row. The recoil is very strong, but he only fired 1 shot. So that's how it is. Jun Changxiao suddenly realized. No matter what, Xiao Ziji's shooting talent and his strong body made him even more determined to train him into a sniper. I've sinned. Jun Changxiao said, "This Type 88 sniper rifle is yours. When you have time, try to get a feel for it." Yes. Xiao Ziji picked up the gun. Although he remembered the recoil and felt a chill down his spine, but when he saw the broken stone, his eyes were burning. Men love guns, it is their nature. Even men from another world are no exception. Following this, Xiao Ziji would take out 2 hours every day to lie on the grass, stones, and trees in the back mountain. One of his eyes would lean on the lens, aiming at something in the distance. He did not fire the gun because the head said that there were only 6 bullets left in the gun. In order to better adapt to the recoil, Xiao Ziji would also stand on the martial arts field and let his senior brothers hit him with thick logs. "Junior brother, are you ready?" "Ta." Xiao Ziji stepped forward, his upper body exposed. He patted his right shoulder where the gun was and said, "Senior brothers, come. Go." Su Xiaoma ordered. 10 disciples holding the logs fiercely hit him, but with a bang sound, he was sent flying. The muscle sculpting machine is based on science to refine the body and maximize the muscle enhancement. This method is quite extreme. Shua. Xiao Ziji climbed up and returned to his previous position. He once again got into a horse stance and endured the pain, again. Boom. Again. Boom. Again. Again. On the steps of the main hall, as he watched Xiao Ziji fall and stand up again and again, Li Qingyang said, "Sect Master, junior brother Xiao wants to become stronger too much." Jun Changxiao leaned his arms against the stone railing and said, "Qingyang, although your junior brother has become the champion of the Sect's martial arts competition and proved himself with his strength, he still has to surpass his former fiancée." Li Qingyang said in a deep voice, "Sect leader, as far as I know, junior martial brother Zhao's fiancée is called Murong Xian. She is a direct descendant of the Murong clan, one of the 4 great clans of Tianhai County." Tianhai County, Jun Changxiao had a vague impression of it. It seemed to be a county with a large population. He asked, "Is the Murong family very strong?" Li Qingyang was silent for a while, then said, "If we were to calculate according to the ranking of the sects, the Murong family of Tianhai County is at least not weaker than the Tsang Mountain sect." Jun Changxiao said in surprise, "So strong?" Li Qingyang said, Morong Xian has the best spiritual root. She was accepted as a direct disciple by the 11th elder of the second-rate sect, the Lily Holy Sect. Jun Chongxiao didn't care about the best spiritual route. What he cared about was the Lily Holy Sect. This name was really meaningful, he joked. Is there a gay sect? Gay sect? Li Qingyang scratched his head and said, I have never heard of it. Jun Chongxiao went back to the topic and said, a family comparable to a fifth-rate sect, and a disciple of a second-rate sect. This Morong Xian is really not simple. However, he touched his chin and said, since she is so outstanding, why is she engaged to Zhu Ji? They were engaged before they were born. Li Qingyang said. Jun Chongxiao said, no wonder. Looking at Xiao Ziji who was training, he murmured, it will be very difficult for my disciple to surpass the woman who abandoned him. Only difficult is challenging. Only then can he prove his ability to train his disciple. Morong Xian of the Morong family, just you wait. One day, I will make you understand how stupid it was to break the engagement. The craftsmen in the inner courtyard were building in full swing. The disciples were also cultivating. 7 days passed peacefully. Iron Bone welcomed a historic moment. Except for Xiao Ziji, Lu Wancher, and Yi Xingchen, all the other disciples broke through to the 12th stage. Tian Qi, Li Fei, Zhang Wei, and the others became martial disciples. The number of disciples increased from 5 to 10. Under normal circumstances, a 9th-rate sect having 3 to 5 martial disciples was not bad. Iron Bone had 10, which was undoubtedly very powerful. Strange. Jun Chongxiao opened the data panel and saw that the sect was still a 9th-rate sect. He was puzzled and said, the sect has 9 martial disciples, and the rest are all at the 12th stage. Why haven't they upgraded? The system said, the promotion of the sect is not decided by the system. It needs to be certified by the relevant department of the Falling Star continent. Which department? You can ask the disciples. Jun Chongxiao called Li Qingyang over. Li Qingyang said, sect leader, as far as I know, if you want the sect to enter the 8th rate, you need to go to the sect certification hall to be certified. Sect certification hall? Where is it? Qingyang City. What kind of certification is it? Li Qingyang thought for a while and said uncertainly, it seems to be bringing disciples who meet the requirements to be certified. So troublesome. I'm too lazy to go. Jun Chongxiao dismissed the idea of going for certification. In his opinion, as long as the sect was strong, it didn't matter if it was considered a 9th-rate sect. In the weeds at the back of the mountain, Xiao Ziji was covered in weeds. Only his eyes were exposed. He was lying motionless. Shua. After a long time, a relatively large wild boar walked out about 600 meters ahead. Xiao Ziji lowered his head slightly. One of his eyes was on the lens. He locked onto the wild boar's head and pulled the trigger. Bang, the gunshot rang out. Xiao Ziji held the gun and was knocked back 2 meters. As for the wild boar, its head was accurately shot and its body fell to the ground. Su Xiaoma ran over and lifted it up. Junior brother Xiao, your marksmanship is really accurate. Who? Xiao Ziji stood up. He held the gun in one hand and rubbed his numb right shoulder with the other. A bright smile appeared on his face. After 7 days of training in the molding room and extreme body tempering, he was no longer hanging from a tree branch because of the recoil like the first time he fired the gun. Not bad, not bad. Jun Chongxiao clapped his hands and walked out. Xiao Ziji lay motionless on the ground for 4 hours. When the prey appeared, he quickly shot it in the head. He was definitely a natural sniper. This was the advantage of being a genius. Even if he was not good in martial arts, he could still perform well in other things. I have sinned. Jun Chongxiao said, when the sentry tower is built, the heavy responsibility of protecting the sect will be handed over to you. This guy gave the Type 88 sniper rifle to Xiao Ziji and let him become a sniper. He hoped that he could protect the sect and not let others get close. Although there was a sect protection array, it was still 1 contribution point per day. It was impossible to burn it over a long period of time. If a sniper was placed at the sentry tower, he could instantly kill any suspicious person or assassin. That would be very comfortable. Yes. Xiao Ziji said. But, he said weakly, Sect leader, there are only 5 bullets left. Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, yes, there are a little less bullets. We have to go to Qingyang City to buy some cores. Qingyang. Inform the disciples who broke through to martial disciple to follow me to Qingyang City's Sect Certification Center tomorrow. Since he was going to Qingyang City, he had to get certified on the way. The next day, Jun Changxiao brought Lu Qianxian, Li Qingyang, and the others to Green Sun City. Xiao Ziji also followed along. The Type 88 sniper rifle on his back was wrapped in black cloth, giving off a mysterious feeling. Snipers have to pay attention to their surroundings at all times. You can't relax at all. Jun Changxiao said. Xiao Ziji was on high alert all the way. Even if there was a wild rabbit running through the grass, he would be able to catch it immediately. He had already accepted the position of a sniper, but he lacked bullets for shooting practice. Talent was important, but to be able to not miss a single shot, he still needed bullets to feel. A few hours later, the group arrived at Green Sun City. As soon as they entered, they attracted the attention of the people. In the city, the contempt and ridicule in their eyes were naturally replaced by respect and reverence. During this period of time, Iron Bone's performance had already been recognized. Just as Jun Changxiao said, ordinary people liked to follow the trend. When you were weak, they would want to kick you. When you were strong, they would want to kneel down and lick your boots. Where is the sect certification? In the south of the city. Walking along the wide street to the south of the city, Jun Changxiao brought his disciples to a building with the words Sect Certification Hall. Why is Iron Bone here? Are they going to get their sect certified? Although sect leader Jun defeated Long Blade Sect's sect leader in the grievance arena, his personal strength is not enough. His disciples have to be strong to pass the certification. The Sect Certification Hall has a cooperative relationship with the 100 Races Alliance. Iron Bone has left the alliance, so it will be difficult for them to get certified. Hearing the discussions of the passers-by, Jun Changxiao frowned and thought, the certification hall has a cooperative relationship with the 100 Races Alliance. They will definitely make things difficult for them. As expected. After entering the certification hall and reporting their sect's name, the deacon said indifferently, according to the sect certification rules, you must show the 100 Races Alliance's certificate to be certified. Pa Su Xiaoma slammed the table and said angrily, we're already here, why don't you just verify it? Why do you still need a certificate? The deacon said indifferently, this is the sect certification hall, the fair and just authority of the Starfall continent. Sect Master Jun, please tell your disciples to be more respectful. Fair and just. If Jun Changxiao didn't care about his status as the sect leader, he would have already taken out the records of the Grand Historian and smashed him in the face. Can't it be verified without a certificate? He asked calmly. The deacon said indifferently, if there is a proof of recommendation from a fifth-rate sect or above, it can also be verified. Of course, a low-level sect like Iron Bone that hasn't even joined the 100 Races Alliance wouldn't be recommended by a major sect, so it's best that you return to where you came from. F***CK. Li Fei couldn't help but slap the table and say, if you F***King say inferior again, do you believe that I won't kick you to death? Most of the disciples who joined the Iron Bone sect came from poor backgrounds, except for a few who had some status. They were so angry that they were humiliated, especially by their own sect, that they would definitely swear. The deacon cupped his hands and sneered, what? Iron Bone sect wants to cause trouble in the certification hall? Jun Changxiao signaled the angry disciples to calm down and said, I would like to ask, what are the requirements to be verified as an 8th-rate sect? The deacon glanced at the Iron Bone sect disciples who thought they were a bunch of country bumpkins and said indifferently, 5 martial disciples and 5 channel opening stage 12 disciples. Jun Changxiao understood and said, goodbye. Watching the Iron Bone sect disciples leave, the deacon said in disdain, he left the 100 Sects Alliance and still wants to be verified. Is this guy stupid? Sect Master, that guy is purposely making things difficult for Iron Bone. Su Xiaoma gritted his teeth and said as they walked out of the certification hall. If he doesn't want to verify, then so be it. He even F***King humiliated us. Tian Qi was so angry that his body was trembling. Li Qingyang said calmly, the certification hall is related to the 100 Sects Alliance. If we want to raise the level of our sect, we can only do it in another province. It doesn't matter. Jun Changxiao said. They came to Green Sun City to buy bullets, so the certification was just on the way. Since the other party was purposely making things difficult, they could just not verify it. After all, it was enough for the sect to qualify as an 8th-rate sect. Sect Master Jun. At this moment, a deep and vigorous voice came from afar. Jun Changxiao turned around and looked. He said in shock, Elder Ma? That's right. The person who came was Xianxia Sect's Elder Ma. From the aura he emitted, it was obvious that he had broken through to Wuzong. He had been stuck at the peak of Martial Master for a long time. 2 months ago, Jun Changxiao gave him some guidance, allowing him to finally break through. Elder Ma stopped in front of Jun Changxiao and cupped his hands in gratitude. Thanks to Sect Master Jun's guidance, this old man was able to enter Wuzong. Wuzong, Li Qingyang and the others' eyes were filled with envy and respect. In Qingyang County, those who had reached the level of Martial Master were the top experts. Wuzong was undoubtedly an existence that they looked up to. Jun Changxiao said modestly, Elder Ma is confused by the situation. As long as you solve the puzzle, even without Jun, you can easily enter a higher level. Elder Ma's eyes were filled with admiration. When the 100 Sect recruited him, he felt that this kid was full of nonsense. Now it seemed that he was a humble little guy. What's wrong? Looking at the sect certification hall, Elder Ma said, Sect Master Jun wants to certify the sect's level? That's right. Jun Changxiao said. Elder Ma glanced at the disciples of Iron Bone behind him. Seeing the aura they exuded, he cupped his hands and smiled, Congratulations on your sect's promotion to the 8th rate. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said helplessly, if they don't certify, what's there to celebrate? Not certifying? Elder Ma was surprised, what do you mean? The sect certification hall was the authority of the Falling Star continent. Any sect could be certified. It was his first time hearing that they didn't certify. Jun Changxiao told him everything. After Elder Ma heard, he said in a deep voice, the 100 Sect Alliance is just a private organization. To think that they can get the sect certification hall to certify, this is the biggest joke in the world. Sect Master Jun, let's go. He made an inviting gesture and said, this old man will bring your sect to be certified. Jun Changxiao brought his disciples into the hall again. The deacon stood up and said with a black face, Sect Master Jun, why are you here again? To certify the sect. Jun Changxiao said. The deacon rolled his eyes and said in a bad mood, I've already said it clearly. If you want to be certified, you either need to show the 100 Sect Alliance's certification or have a 5th rate, Deacon Zhao. Before he finished, he was interrupted by Elder Ma who walked in, I represent the Blue Mountain Sect to recommend the Iron Bone clan. This should be in accordance with the certification rules, right? Elder Ma. Seeing the Blue Mountain Sect elder walk in, Deacon Zhao hurriedly walked out of the counter and smiled politely, how come you have time to come to the certification hall? His face changed so quickly. Su Xiaoma, Tian Qi, and the others cast disdainful glances at this kind of obsequious person. Elder Ma said indifferently, Deacon Zhao, if I remember correctly, you've been a deacon for 10 years. Yes, yes. Deacon Zhao smiled, exactly 10 years. Elder Ma's eyes turned cold, Deacon Zhao is also a senior. I would like to ask, if the certification hall authorized the certification hall to provide a local private organization certification? This? Deacon Zhao's face changed. He only represented the Azure Sun County Sect Certification Hall. Working with the 100 Sect Alliance to gain benefits was a personal action. The higher-ups definitely didn't know. Jun Changxiao said, hearing Elder Ma's words, I can't help but suspect that Deacon Zhao and the 100 Sect Alliance have some dirty deal. Deacon Zhao's forehead was covered in cold sweat, he no longer had the arrogance and coldness from before. If news of him making an agreement with the 100 Sect Alliance and receiving benefits were to spread to the headquarters, losing his deacon position would be a small matter, but being held accountable would be a big matter. Deacon Zhao quickly realized that the arrival of the Grey Mountain Sect Elder had something to do with Jun Changxiao, so he hurriedly smiled, Sect Leader Jun, this Zhao will now certify you and Iron Bone. No, no, no. Jun Changxiao said, my Iron Bone is only a low-grade sect. We don't have the 100 Sect Alliance's certification. How can we be qualified to certify a sect? Deacon Zhao's face turned ugly as if he had eaten a fly. Elder Ma coldly said, as the person in charge of the sect certification center, shouldn't you abide by the rules of fairness? You need the 100 Sect Alliance to provide a certification. This is too absurd. The last 5 words were sonorous and forceful, shaking Deacon Zhao's heart to the point that his legs started to spin. This was an elder of the 5 flowing gray mountain sect, not to mention the headquarters. Even if it was a branch, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. Seeing this fellow's pale face, Jun Changxiao thought to himself, if I don't step on you like a dog, how can I face my angry disciples? Pa. Suddenly, Deacon Zhao raised his hand and really slapped his own face, smiling flatteringly. Sect leader Jun, my head was squashed by the door just now. Please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to my level. This works too. Li Qingyang and the rest's mouths twitched. If he was still as arrogant as before, perhaps they would respect him a little, but now that he had turned into a dog wagging its tail, it was disgusting to look at him. Deacon Zhao, you're too gentle. Jun Changxiao lightly said. Pa. Deacon Zhao slapped his own face again, this time with a lot of strength. A bright red palm print appeared on the right side of his face. He endured the burning pain and forced himself to smile. Sect Master Jun, are you satisfied now? Not satisfied. Jun Changxiao replied. Pa. Pa. Deacon Zhao was also a ruthless person. He slapped both sides of his face, and because he used too much strength, his nose started to bleed. Sect leader Jun, his face was slightly sinister as he smiled and said, Are you satisfied? Since the other party was fighting with such sincerity, Jun Changxiao didn't want to go against him. So, he said indifferently, let's go through the procedure and get certified. Please, please. Deacon Zhao endured the pain, bringing him and the rest of the Iron Bone disciples to the back of the sect in the middle of the courtyard in the middle of the Sect Alliance. Sect Master Jun, these are the cultivation testing stones. Please verify them one by one. If you meet the requirements, your sect can be upgraded. What requirements? 5 disciples have reached a strength value of more than 2,300 gene. Oh. Jun Changxiao understood. This so-called cultivation testing stone was actually the same as the strength testing machine sold in the store. Li Fei, go and take the test. Sect Li Fei was the first to walk over. He scratched his head and asked, Sect leader, should we use our fists or our feet? Deacon. Deacon. Understood. Li Fei raised his foot and suddenly kicked over. This action was similar to playing a happy football. Boom, he kicked the testing stone. Elder Ma, who had followed along, inwardly commented, his chassis is solid and he didn't use any spiritual power. He should have trained hard. The strength of this kick must have reached the required level. Ka. Suddenly, he stopped thinking and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. This was because a number was gradually appearing on the testing stone. The content was 3,000 genes. This. Deacon Zhao was also dumbfounded. As the person in charge of the sect certification hall in Qingyang City, he had seen many disciples test their strength, but this was the first time he had seen someone who could kick a force of 3,000 gene with just his physical body. AI. Li Fei shook his head. I'm not used to it. Little Mo yes. Su Xiaoma walked up and gave a kick as well, exerting a force of 3,500 kilograms. Then, he shrugged and said helplessly, as expected, I'm not used to it. The corners of Elder Ma and Deacon Zhao's mouths twitched. The 2 disciples each gave a kick. The purest physical strength was comparable to a second-grade martial disciple. This was simply inconceivable. Next up was Lu Qianqian. She gently hit the testing stone with her jade-like palm, displaying a force of 2,000 genes. It was obvious that she didn't use her full strength. Li Qingyang walked up and poured spiritual power into his fist. He suddenly punched the testing stone, and the strength displayed was 5,000 genes. Boom. Tianqi also punched the testing stone. He didn't use any spiritual power, and the force of his punch was 3,200 genes. Elder Ma and Deacon Zhao's eyes opened wider and wider. These iron bone disciples were only first-grade martial disciples, but each of them could exert a force of more than 3,000 genes. This was simply terrifying. Deacon Zhao. Jun Changxiao said, our 5 disciples all meet the requirements. Can we be certified as an 8th-rate sect? Deacon Zhao came back to his senses and hurriedly said politely, according to the certification rules, your sect still needs 5 disciples who have reached the 12th stage of the channel opening realm. Oh. Jun Changxiao waved his hand. Zhang Wei and the other 3 disciples who had broken through to the martial disciple realm were tested in order. The result was that without exception, all of them had a strength of more than 3,000 genes. Other than Lu Qianxian and Li Qingyang, the other iron bone disciples were all middle-grade spiritual roots. Naturally, it was also because of their training and the body-shaping pill that they were able to produce a strength value that was close to the standard. Elder Ma and Deacon Zhao felt a little dizzy. A few disciples who could produce a strength value of a second-grade martial disciple could be explained by innate divine power. So many disciples produced a strength value of 3,000 genes. Could it be that they all had innate divine power? It wasn't innate, but acquired. Sect leader Jun Elder Ma looked at Xiao Ziji and said, is your disciple not going to be tested? Jun Changxiao said, Zui Ji, go up and punch for Elder Ma to see. Yes. Xiao Ziji handed the sniper rifle wrapped in cloth to Su Xiaomu. He stepped in front of the testing stone, took a deep breath, and punched it. His strength value was 4,600 genes. Elder Ma's eyes widened and his mouth gaped open. His eyes were filled with shock. This kid's body didn't emit any spiritual energy. He was able to produce a strength value of 5,000 genes with pure physical strength. This was absolutely terrifying. Zui Ji, Deacon Zhao thought of something and said in surprise, could it be that he's Xiao Ziji, the Xiao family's direct descendant who won the martial arts competition? Jun Changxiao said indifferently, please remove the Xiao family's direct descendant and change it to iron bone disciples. Thank you. Understood, understood. Deacon Zhao hurriedly said. Elder Ma exclaimed, so he's the champion of a martial arts competition that just ended. No wonder he's so strong. He had also heard about the iron bone disciples monopolizing the top 4 spots in the martial arts competition in Song Mountain Sect. He had even discussed it with the sect leader and the higher-ups. Sect leader Jun Elder Ma cupped his hands and said, these people have all become dragons among men under your guidance. This was the truth and not flattery. After all, a group of disciples with average aptitudes could be trained to such a level by the Iron Bone sect leader. Even Song Mountain sect would find it difficult to do so. Not only Song Mountain sect, but even if it was a higher-level sect, it would be impossible to train a group of people with average aptitudes to become first-grade martial disciples and have a higher level of combat strength. Of course, the higher-level sects wouldn't accept them because it was a complete waste of time and resources. Jun Changxiao thought differently. He wanted to train these disciples who were regarded as trash in the eyes of the higher-level sects, because it was very challenging. The requirement to become an 8th-rate sect was to have 5 martial disciples and 5 12th-stage channel opening cultivators. The disciples brought by Jun Changxiao, including Xiao Ziji, who had no cultivation, all displayed strength that far exceeded the minimum requirement. Therefore, passing the certification was a smooth affair. Sect Master Jun on the counter, Attendant Zhao handed over a token with the word 8 engraved on it and said with a smile, congratulations to your sect for becoming an 8th-rate sect. Even if there were no elders of Song Mountain sect present, he would still act respectfully. After all, the strength displayed by the group of disciples was too valiant. Ironbone's future was limitless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the sect to an 8th-rate sect. The reward is 100 achievement points and 200 contribution points. Ding! Sect achievement points, 100500. Ding! Sect contribution points, 355500. Damn, when the sect was upgraded, it even gave achievement points and contribution points. Jun Changxiao was pleasantly surprised. Actually, when he first heard that a sect needed to be certified, he had rejected it. Now that he received achievement points and contribution points, he felt great and wonderful. The system said, the higher the sect's grade, the higher the reward. Jun Changxiao's eyes burned with passion and said, Attendant Zhao, what are the requirements for upgrading from an 8th-rate sect to a 7th-rate sect? Attendant Zhao hurriedly said, Sect Master needs to become a martial master. The number of disciples must be at least 50 martial disciples and 512 stage channel opening cultivators. That many? Jun Changxiao frowned. The upper limit of a sect's disciples was only 500. It seemed that in order to upgrade to a 7th-rate sect, not only did he need to raise the cultivation of all the disciples, he also needed to upgrade the sect to a 3rd-rate sect. The 9th-rate sect on the system panel changed to an 8th-rate sect. Sect Master Jun received 100 achievement points and 200 contribution points. He walked out of the certification hall in a good mood. 8th-rate sect token. Heavens, Iron Bone actually upgraded. Unbelievable, unbelievable. When the passers-by saw the 8th-rate sect token hanging on Jun Changxia's waist, their eyes were filled with shock. More than 2 months ago, Iron Bone sect was just an obscure trash sect in the eyes of the world. The first-generation sect leader was even beheaded because he went to a brothel and became a laughingstock. In just a few short days, under the leadership of the second-generation sect master, not only did the sect rapidly expand, it even went from the 9th rate to the 8th rate. Many people felt that this was unreal, as if they were dreaming. Sect Master Jun, the elder of the Tsang Mountain sect, cupped his hands and said, This Ma still has things to deal with. If you have time in the future, please come to my Tsang Mountain sect for a chat. It sounded like polite words, but many cultivators were envious. After all, not everyone was qualified to hear such polite words from a 5th-rate sect's elder. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, When I have time, I will definitely pay a visit to Tsang Mountain sect. Goodbye. Goodbye. Elder Ma left, but on the way, he thought to himself, to be able to bring a group of ordinary youths to such a stage, this child is really not simple. If we meet again in the future, this Iron Bone clan will probably become even stronger. For a group of disciples to be able to produce such a terrifying strength value, Elder Ma would definitely not look down on them. After the sect certification, Jun Changxiao brought his disciples to the market and entered a crystal core shop, starting to choose crystal cores of various grades. Considering that the higher the grade of the crystal core, the greater the recoil of the bullet, he focused his attention on crystal cores of the 4th or 5th grade. After a round of selection, Jun Changxiao chose 2 crystal cores of the 7th grade and 50 crystal cores of the 5th grade, which were similar to the Earthfire Wolf King's crystal core. The shopkeeper smiled and said, Sect Master Jun, 2 crystal cores of the 7th grade are 20,000 taels, 50 crystal cores of the 5th grade are 150,000 taels. The total is 170,000 taels. Oh my God, so expensive? The disciples who followed him opened their eyes wide. 170,000 taels, to them, they would never dream of it. Jun Changxiao took out banknotes and slammed them on the counter, saying, I'll buy it. Seeing so much money, the Iron Bone disciple felt dizzy and secretly said, Our sect master is really rich. After buying the pills, Jun Changxiao went to the medicine market again. In the end, he only found a few healing pills and brought his disciples back to the sect. On the way, he unloaded the bullets of the Type 88 sniper rifle and reloaded them into the Earthfire Wolf King's crystal core. He used the crystal cores of the 5th grade to reload 10 bullets. Arriving at a deserted place, Jun Changxiao pointed at the hornet's nest hanging on the tree in front of him and said, Sinji, shoot it down. Yes. Xiao Ziji found a spot, propped up a stand, and then used the gun to calibrate the target. In the process, Li Qingyang and the others had already retreated more than 10 meters away. Sect Master Jun also retreated and secretly said, replacing the 7th grade with a 5th grade, the recoil shouldn't be too big. Peng, while thinking, Xiao Ziji, after calibrating, decisively pulled the trigger. The muzzle of the gun spat out a stream of light, and then accurately shattered the hornet's nest. From the sound of the gunshot and the stream of light, it was obviously inferior to the condensed bullet of the 7th grade. Definitely. The higher the level of the crystal core, the stronger the condensed bullet. Although the power was much weaker, the recoil only shook Xiao Ziji half a meter away, and his shoulder only felt a slight numbness. Lu Qianxian said indifferently, the power of this attack, even a 7th or 8th grade martial disciple with their spirit power fully activated might not be able to withstand it. Is that so? Jun Changxiao smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Ziji stood up, rubbed his shoulders, and grinned. Sect Master, this disciple should be fine after a while to adapt. Saying this, his smile suddenly froze. What's wrong? Jun Changxiao and the other disciples followed his gaze. They saw a group of hornets gathered at the place where the hornet's nest was broken. Their bodies flashed with red light, and there was a buzzing sound. Not good. Li Qingyang said in shock, it's the poisonous hornet. Poisonous hornet. A small group of ferocious beasts. Although their level was low, their group attack power was very strong. Not to mention a martial disciple, even a martial master might not dare to provoke them. Li Qingyang had just opened his mouth when Sect Master Jun had already taken a big step forward, and shouted, why are you still standing there foolishly? Run. Swish. Swish. The disciples hurriedly followed in a panic. Buzz buzz. The hornet swarm suddenly rushed over. Their stingers flashed, and their small eyes were filled with anger. Aya! Tianqi screamed, my butt. Ah! Li Fei was chased by dozens of hornets. He hugged his head and fled, and even released his spirit power to isolate the attack. In the end, he was still hit by the omnipresent stingers. Su Xiaoma ran the fastest, however, the hornets that flew over could shoot their stingers, and in an instant, they pierced his butt, and there was a scream of awe. Dusk came. The group returned to the sect. Except for Lu Qianxian, the other disciples were all stung by the hornets. Especially Xiao Ziji. His lips were stung, and were swollen like 2 sausages. Jun Changxiao was also stung, and it was on his eyelids. The bulging bumps almost squeezed his eyes into a line. Sect Master. Li Qingyang covered his stung butt, and collapsed. Next time, don't let junior brother Xiao hit the hornet's nest. With enough crystal cores, Xiao Ziji returned to the sect and spent more time practicing his marksmanship. He even hid in the bushes at the back of the mountain all night, waiting for animals to appear at night. Shooting stationary targets was nothing. The best marksmanship was shooting moving targets. Bang! Bang! In the middle of the night, gunshots could be heard occasionally. In the study, Jun Changxiao was not in the mood to sleep. He continued to refresh the shop. Now that he had 355 contribution points, he could use them to his heart's content for a while. Ding! Contribution points, 345,500. After the refresh, an item called Magically Modified Shoulder Guard appeared in the list of items that were displayed. He clicked on the details. Item, Magically Modified Shoulder Guard. Effect, after wearing it, it can form a defense around the shoulder. It can counteract the recoil of magically modified rifles and sniper rifles to a large extent. Effectiveness, bring it and use it immediately. Price, 20 contribution points. Jun Changxiao murmured, counteract recoil? This is good stuff. Without hesitation, he bought it. Ding. Host has spent 20 contribution points. Magically Modified Shoulder Guard X1. It has been transferred to the interspatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 325500. Jun Changxiao continued to refresh, but his luck was very bad. He did not get anything good and was forced to spend 10 contribution points to buy an extreme skipping rope. He refreshed again. Ding. Contribution points, 295500. The item that appeared this time was not bad. There was a high-level mortal martial skill called Rupturing Fist. Although its level was low, the Iron Bone sect was in urgent need of martial skills. Therefore, Jun Changxiao still spent 10 contribution points to buy it. Ding. Contribution points, 285500. Ding. Detected that host has purchased a fist martial skill from the shop. It is automatically matched with the sect's martial skill. The words Rupturing Fist, high-level mortal martial skill, appeared on the system's data panel. It meant that the disciple could practice it. Jun Changxiao made 1,000 copies and murmured, level 10 and above meridian opening can practice it. I'll send it to the disciples tomorrow. The next day. Under the influence of the divine music, the disciples finished their morning exercises happily. Then, each of them received a secret manual of the exploding fist, which made them even happier. Xianxia gave the magically modified shoulder pads to Xiaoziji and gave the extreme jump rope to Xianxia. Thank you, Sect Master. The two said. Xiaoziji put on the shoulder pads and arrived at the back of the mountain. He held up the Type 88 sniper rifle and pulled the trigger. But he only heard a bang sound. His body only trembled a little, but he did not fall back. So powerful? His eyes widened. As he spoke, he stood up and retracted his kickstand. Then, he raised his gun and said, "It shouldn't be a problem to stand and fight, right?" Boom, he pulled the trigger again, and the moment the bullet flew out, Xiaozuiji was pushed back a few meters. He then staggered and stabilized his body. He grimaced and said, "It hurts." Without the support of a kickstand, the recoil of the Type 88 sniper rifle would definitely be greater. Fortunately, he had the magically modified shoulder pads. Otherwise, if he fired a shot, he would probably end up hanging from the southeast branch. On the training field, Xianxia held the extreme jump rope and said, "Sect Master gave me this. Do you want me to jump rope?" Shwa. As he spoke, he jumped down. Then, his arms began to spin on their own, and his legs began to shake uncontrollably as well. Shwa. 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 His speed increased and light flashed. Damn. The disciples gathered around and said in surprise, "Seeing your brother Su is jumping so fast." Half an hour later, the frequency of jumping rope decreased and then it stopped. Thump. Xianxia's legs trembled and his whole body collapsed on the ground. His eyes rolled back and white foam came out of his mouth. The extreme jump rope was used to train the strength of the legs. Once the user jumped, it would force the user to jump for an hour. The disciples continued to train as usual. Xianxia was also immersed in his training. Occasionally, he would take a qi-gathering pill to increase the speed of his spiritual energy absorption. A few days later, his realm went from level 7 to level 8. If he meets a beast like the Earth Fire Wolf King again, he won't even need to use a gun. He can tear it apart with his bare hands. Inside the training room, Xianxia focused his spiritual energy on his right arm and used the rupturing fist that he learned. With a bang sound, he hit the testing machine. The strength displayed was 23,000 pounds. Tisk tisk, it actually increased by 3,000 pounds after breaking through to level 8 martial disciple. Without relying on spiritual energy, his physical strength is around 20,000. After using the rupturing fist, it increased by 3,000 pounds. The system said, "This is only common rank. If there is a higher rank martial skill, the host's strength will increase even more." Xianxia also wants to train a higher rank martial skill, but he needs to rely on his luck to get one. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot came from the outer courtyard. Xianxia hurriedly went out and saw the Type 88 sniper rifle on the newly built watchtower. There was a wisp of smoke coming out of the muzzle. "What happened?" he said in a low voice. Xiaoziji stood on the watchtower, pointed at the direction of the gun and said, "Sect Master, a black-clothed man tried to sneak in and was shot by this disciple." Xianxia hurriedly went out of the sect. Sure enough, a few hundred meters away, he saw a black-clothed man lying on the grass. His chest was pierced and blood flowed out. He couldn't be more dead. This assassin was moving at high speed, but he was killed by Xiaoziji in one shot. It can be seen that his marksmanship is very accurate. Unfortunately, I didn't trigger a side quest. Xianxia shook his head, took the other person's interspatial ring and burned it with the exquisite fire. Drizzle building, you guys are really diligent. With Xiaoziji on guard, Xianxia doesn't need to open the sect protection formation every night. He can save some contribution points. Sect Master. The next day, Li Qingyang came to see him. These few days, 4 more junior brothers have broken through to martial disciple. This disciple has already distributed the self-severing manual to them. How's Xingchen's cultivation? Xianxia asked. As the sect master, he must be concerned about the growth of every disciple. Li Qingyang said, "Yesterday, I saw junior brother Yi testing in the training room. There were 7 flashes of light on his wrist. He should have broken through to channel opening stage 7. So fast?" Jun Chongxiao was surprised. Calculating the time, Yi Xingchen joined the Iron Bone sect for less than a month, but he has already broken through from channel opening stage 1 to channel opening stage 7. His speed is much faster than the other disciples. Li Qingyang said seriously, "Sect master, junior brother Yi is not simple." Jun Chongxiao rubbed his nose and smiled. This person's eyes are full of vicissitudes, as if he has experienced many things. That's why I forced him to join the sect. Li Qingyang said, "Junior brother Yi is a loner and doesn't fit in with the other junior brothers. This disciple is worried that when his cultivation becomes stronger, he will not be content." Jun Chongxiao interlocked his fingers and smiled, "Don't worry, even if that guy breaks through to Martial Emperor, I will still be able to subdue him. As the sect master, if he can't deal with a troublesome disciple, how can he be the sect master? He might as well kill himself and scatter flowers." Sect master. At this moment, Su Xiaoma ran in, gasping for breath, "There's someone outside. They say it's Morong Xian from the Morong family." What? Jun Chongxiao and Li Qingyang were shocked. A few days ago, they were still talking about her. Who would have thought that she would come today? Is it because of Xiao Ziji? They don't come with good intentions. Jun Chongxiao frowned. Outside the sect, a 16-year-old girl in blue stood there. Her skin was as white as snow, her figure was slender, her face was oval-shaped, and her eyebrows were like willow leaves. In terms of appearance and temperament, she was not weaker than Lu Qianxian. Morong Xian. A direct descendant of the Morong family in Xianxia city. She had a top-grade spirit root and was the direct disciple of the 11th elder of the Lily Holy Sect. Her other identity was Xiao Ziji's ex-fiancé. This kind of beautiful and talented girl appeared in front of the Iron Bone sect, which was unexpected. Morong Xian gently raised her head, her eyes looked at the man standing on the sentry post in the distance, and whispered, "It's really him." Some time ago, she went back to Xianxia city to visit her relatives. She heard that her ex-fiancé participated in the martial arts competition in Azure Sun County and won the championship. This time, when she returned to the sect, she specially came to take a look. Xiao Ziji also looked at Morong Xian, and said with a sullen face, "Why is this woman here?" The memory of 5 years ago appeared. It was in the hall of the Xiao family, in front of all the clansmen, accompanied by the elders of the Lily Holy Sect. Morong Xian said faintly, "I'm here to break off the engagement." The cold and proud words were like a sharp arrow that deeply pierced Xiao Ziji's heart, making him feel pain every time he thought of it during the 5 years of wandering. Xiao Ziji had no feelings for his ex-fiancée. After all, they were engaged before they were born, and he only saw her once when he was young. But a woman came to break off the engagement, and in public, it was undoubtedly the same as ruthlessly trampling on his dignity. He could accept that a genius became a waste. He could also accept that he was expelled from the family. But he couldn't accept that when he was in trouble, even his fiancée came to kick him into the abyss. Seeing Morong Xian again and thinking of her proud face, Xiao Ziji really wanted to move the muzzle of the 88 sniper rifle and pull the trigger. Creak. At this time, the red door opened, and Su Xiaoma waved his hand and said, "Miss Morong, please come in." Morong Xian frowned, "Your sect master, won't you personally welcome me?" His voice was filled with arrogance. He had the right to be arrogant. After all, with his status as a direct descendant of the Morong clan, he would be welcomed by the higher-ups of the various sects in Azure Sun County. Even the Five Streams Green Mountain sect had to be courteous to the Lily Holy Sect. "Oh, shit. This woman is quite arrogant, huh?" Su Xiaoma unhappily said, "Miss Morong, you're only a direct descendant of the Morong family. Why would my family's head personally welcome you?" Clan head and sect head, their statuses were equal. When a direct descendant of the clan came to visit, there was nothing wrong with the sect leader not coming out to welcome him. "Are you entering or not?" Su Xiaoma said impatiently, "If you don't enter, I'll close the door." Humph. Morong Xian snorted coldly and walked in. Her eyebrows were filled with anger. She thought to herself, a ninth-rate sect really thinks too highly of themselves. After walking in, she saw the spacious outer courtyard and the magnificent main hall. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes as she said, "This iron bone is quite imposing." "It's just that," looking at the disciples cultivating in the martial arts field, she disdainfully said, "Mediocre talent, low cultivation. No matter how luxurious the sect is, it's just a low-level existence." From this woman's arrogant behavior, it was enough to prove that Xianxia's guess was right. She came with ill intentions. In the main hall, Morong Xian walked in and saw a young man in white sitting at the head of the table. She said lightly, "You're the head of the Iron Bone sect?" "That's right." Jun Chongxiao put his elbows on the armrest and clasped his fingers together. He smiled and said, "I've long heard that my disciple has an extremely beautiful fiancée. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation." Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. "My dear sect head, you mentioned the word fiancé. Aren't you deliberately provoking her, as expected?" Morong Xian's pretty face suddenly became cold. She said, "Sect head Jun, I've already broken the engagement with Xiao Ziji. Please don't joke about it." That's right, that's right." Jun Chongxiao patted his forehead and pretended to remember. He said, "I forgot. My disciple and Miss Morong are no longer engaged. Sigh, I'm old and my memory is not good. It was an embarrassing and clumsy performance." "Miss Morong." Jun Chongxiao went back to the topic. He said, "Why have you come to the Iron Bone sect this time?" "Nothing." Morong Xian said lightly, "I heard that sect head Jun's disciple took the top 4 places in the sect's martial arts competition. I've come to see if there's anything special." Jun Chongxiao said, "I see. Qingyang, call your junior brother Xiao over. Let him accompany Miss Morong and take a good look at the Iron Bone sect." Li Qingyang was a bit depressed. "Sect head." Xiao Ziji appeared at the door of the main hall. He said, "I'm here." In the peach forest at the back of the mountain, Morong Xian stood in front of a peach tree. Her white fingers gently touched the peach blossoms on the branches. Xiao Ziji squatted on a rock. The Type 88 sniper rifle was wrapped in a black cloth and placed next to him. The gun never left his side. The woman's beauty was unparalleled. The man was handsome. It was as if they were a match made in heaven. Unfortunately, under the beautiful scene, there was a solemn atmosphere. After a long time, Morong Xian put her hands behind her back and looked at Xiao Ziji. She said, "You haven't opened your meridians yet?" Her tone was much calmer. It was not as arrogant as before. Xiao Ziji said lightly, "Miss Morong, whether I open my meridians or not, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you." Morong Xian was silent for a moment. She changed the topic and said, "I told Grandpa that I wanted to break off the engagement. But he didn't agree. So don't blame me for going to the Xiao family to break off the engagement. And," she paused and said, "I really didn't know that your spirit root and cultivation would regress. I also didn't know your situation in the Xiao family at that time." Xiao Ziji said lightly, "It happened a long time ago. You don't have to explain it to me." Morong Xian picked a peach blossom and touched the petals. She said, "In these 5 years, everyone thought that I, Morong Xian, went to the Xiao family to break off the engagement because my fiancé lost his aptitude and cultivation." As she said that, she threw a bottle of pills over. "There are 10 unblocking meridians pills that can increase the chances of opening meridians. Just treat it as compensation for the impulsive me when I was young." "Are you pitying me?" Xiao Ziji said. Morong Xian didn't say anything. Xiao Ziji said self-deprecatingly, "You, Morong Xian, are a proud daughter of heaven. I, Xiao Ziji, am now just a waste. Naturally, I can't afford it. Please take away the unblocking meridians pills." Xiao, the happy football shot over and directly hit his face. Then came Jun Chongxia scolding. "Stand up for me." Swish. Xiao Ziji got up, clenched his fists, and said word by word, "Morong Xian, the humiliation you gave me 5 years ago, sooner or later, I, Xiao Ziji, will go to the Lily Holy Sect to get it back. At a deadline." Jun Chongxia's voice came. 10 years. Too long. 9, okay, 3 years it is. Xiao Ziji, Morong Xian raised her black hair and said with a smile, 3 years later, you will come to the Lily Holy Sect to find me? Yes. Xiao Ziji's eyes were cold. 3 years later, I will bring the divorce letter to the Lily Holy Sect and tell everyone that it was I, Xiao Ziji, who divorced you, not you, Morong Xian. Morong Xian was startled. She saw an unprecedented determination in this man's eyes. Even when she first met him, he didn't have this kind of determination. 3 years, huh? Morong Xian said lightly, okay, I will wait for you at the Lily Holy Sect. After saying that, she turned and left. The broken peach blossoms fluttered, and the petals gradually separated in midair. It seemed to represent that the once perfect couple had completely parted ways today. Miss Morong. Jun Changxiao's voice echoed in the back mountain. Forgive me for not seeing you off. After Morong Xian left, Xiao Zue placed the meridian unlocking pill on a rock, as if she regretted her impulsiveness or took pity on him. He did not want it because he did not want to accept a gift from a woman who had hurt him. Jun Changxiao walked over and put the pills into his spatial ring without any trace of politeness. He said, 3 years. Work hard on your cultivation. Sect leader. Xiao Ziji said, I have nothing to do with her anymore. Do I have to go to Lily Saint Sect in 3 years? Jun Changxiao patted his shoulder and said, Zue Ji, you're fighting for your dignity now. You're not going to prove that you're better than her in the future. You're just going to tell her that she must take back what she lost with her own hands. What I lost? Xiao Ziji muttered. What did he lose? Dignity. A man's dignity. Xiao Ziji clenched his fists and said with a firm gaze, Sect leader, I understand. I will train hard, not to prove that I am better than others, but to take back what I lost with my own hands. Work hard, young man. Jun Changxiao said. Returning to the main hall, he leaned back on the chair. Zue Ji, your agreement with Morong Xian is actually a kind of spur to you to become stronger. I hope you will not disappoint me. Helping his disciple set a 3-year agreement, although it was suspected that he was going to slap Morong Xian's face, but more importantly, it was to set a goal for him, a goal that he had to constantly strive for. For example, to become rich, he had to earn 100 million. Sigh. Jun Changxiao stretched. Training a disciple is indeed not an easy thing. As he spoke, he took out the meridian unlocking pill and muttered, it can increase the chances of opening meridians? This pill seems pretty good. The system said, host can decompose and refine it from Medicine Refinery Pavilion, or obtain the pill formula. There is such a function? Jun Changxiao hurriedly opened the system's data panel and opened Medicine Refinery Pavilion. Under the 4 types of pills, a line of words appeared out of thin air. The content was, Meridian Unlocking Pill, Decomposable. Decompose. Ding. Host decomposed pill, 10 contribution points consumed. Ding. Sect contribution points, 265500. As expected, as long as the system reminded him out of kindness, he would have to spend some contribution points. Ding. Decomposition successful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Meridian Opening Pill formula. The Meridian Unlocking Pill appeared on the panel of the Alchemy Pavilion. After clicking on it, 4 types of medicinal herbs appeared. Rubbing his nose, Jun Changxiao smiled. Using 10 contribution points to decipher the formula of the Meridian Unlocking Pill. This is definitely a profit. With the addition of the Meridian Unlocking Pill to the Medicine Refinery Pavilion, it was a step closer to perfection. Of course, he needed materials to refine it. Therefore, Jun Changxiao decided to make a trip to Huyang City in 2 days. Right now, the most important thing is how to open sinful self's meridians. There was ultimately a limit to the strength of the body. Xiao Ziji had to open his meridians and condense his spirit energy in order to go further. Otherwise, how could he carry a gun and fight with others all day long? It wasn't impossible. However, with the help of spiritual energy, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, we have to figure out why this kid can't cultivate. That's right. We can buy an aptitude modification liquid and let him consume it. Forcefully raise his spiritual root from a low-grade to a mortal-grade spiritual root. Maybe he can open his main meridians? As soon as he thought of it, Xianxia directly selected the aptitude-modifying liquid suitable for low-grade spiritual roots. Ding! The host has spent 50 contribution points and obtained the aptitude modification liquid X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding! Sect contribution points, 215,500. In order to make the disciple stronger, in order to regain his lost dignity after 3 years, sect leader Jun was really giving it his all. In the training room, Xiao Ziji held the aptitude modification liquid. After knowing the effects, he was stunned on the spot. After a long time, he said in disbelief, "Sect leader, after drinking it, can it really raise the aptitude of the spiritual root?" Jun Changxiao said, "Stop talking nonsense and drink it quickly." Pa Xiao Ziji opened the bottle and raised his head without hesitation. He drank the malt-flavored medicine and the meridians in his body seemed to be burning. Huff huff huff. He breathed heavily, and his exposed skin gradually turned red, like a piece of charcoal that had been burned red. What's going on? Jun Changxiao was stunned. He had drunk a few bottles and this had never happened. Could it be that this kid had an allergic reaction after drinking it? The system said, "This is the aptitude modification liquid condensing spiritual energy, helping him to raise the spiritual root and gather spiritual energy for breaking through the meridians." Sizzle sizzle. At this moment, Xiao Ziji's red skin began to emit a strange mist. It smelled a little pungent. The system said, "This is poisonous gas." Poisonous gas? Jun Changxiao took 2 steps back vigilantly. The system said, "If I'm not wrong, this disciple of yours should be poisoned." Poisoned? Jun Changxiao said solemnly, "Could it be that this is the reason why he can't cultivate?" The poisonous gas in Xiao Ziji's body spread and filled the entire training room. Fortunately, it was only pungent and did not cause any harm. Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, "There's poison in his body and he can't cultivate." The situation seems to be very clear. Bang! At this moment, a sound came from Xiao Ziji's body. A slightly weak halo gathered around his wrists. This was the sign of a meridian opening. Thump! Thump! Xiao Ziji's heart beat violently, causing his chest to rise and fall. The spreading poisonous gas also seemed to gradually evaporate under the heat of his body. As for the halo gathered around his wrists, it changed from a blurry state to a clear state and finally solidified. One meridian opened. Jun Changxiao said happily. Just as he finished speaking, a second halo appeared on Xiao Ziji's wrists. Obviously, the spiritual energy in his body had already opened a second main meridian. An hour later, the poisonous gas in the training room completely dissipated. Everything returned to normal. Xiao Ziji was as tall and straight as a mountain. 4 resplendent lights gathered around his wrists. After taking the aptitude modification liquid, his spirit root had risen from low grade to common grade. The increase in aptitude had stimulated his meridians, allowing him to break through to the 4th stage of meridian opening in one go. Sect. Sect Master. Looking at the spiritual halo that hadn't appeared for 5 years, Xiao Ziji's hands trembled violently. His voice was nearly hoarse as he said, "D. Disciple opened his meridians, not bad." Jun Changxiao said, "You opened your meridians." Xiao Ziji closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He tried his best to control his emotions, but tears still gathered in his eyes uncontrollably. Swish. Suddenly, his knees bent. But before he could kneel, Jun Changxiao held him up and said, "Use your future strength to spread the might of my iron bone. This is the best way to thank me. Stand up." Swish. Xiao Ziji straightened his bent knees and wiped away the tears on his cheeks. He said loudly, "Disciple Xiao Ziji will definitely not disappoint Sect Master. In the future, I will strengthen the name of my iron bone and spread the might of my iron bone." Jun Changxiao patted his shoulder and said, "I have high hopes for you." Ding! The first 100 disciples have successfully opened their meridians. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, Reaching Heights. The reward is 50 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 265500. Jun Changxiao walked out of the training room. He was speechless as he thought to himself, the first 100 disciples have successfully opened their meridians? If Xiao Ziji didn't open his meridians, would he never be able to complete it? The system said, yes. This hidden mission is really F***ket up. Even though Xiao Ziji's meridians were opened, what Xianxia didn't understand was it because of the poison that caused his realm to regress, causing him to be unable to gather spirit energy? The system said, from the poisonous gas just now, it should be caused by poison. Xianxia rubbed his chin. It's understandable that the poison would cause his realm to regress, but how could a supreme-grade spirit root regress? If the poison in his body can suppress his spirit root, now that it has been removed, he should have recovered, not just opened 4 meridians. He rubbed his temples. Yuan Feng, what do you think about this? The system, Xianxia said, I'm asking you, say something. The system then realized that Yuan Feng was referring to itself, so it said, Falling Star Continent is a mysterious world, maybe there are poisons that can suppress cultivation and spirit root. The poison is removed, but why didn't his spirit root and cultivation recover? Xianxia asked. The system was silent for a while, then said, maybe there's more than one type of poison in his body. What the host removed was only the poison that suppressed his cultivation, but there's also the poison that suppressed his spirit root. That's possible. Xianxia was silent. If that's the case, who would be so vicious as to use 2 types of poison to destroy Xiao Ziji, who was supposed to be a genius? The Xiao family's elder? Xianxia thought of the Xiao family's head elder who was filled with killing intent towards Xiao Ziji during the sect competition. And that group of assassins outside Liang City, who sent them? He held his head, saying, damn, I feel like my IQ isn't enough. Yuan Feng, are there any products that can develop brain power? The system said, no. After Xiao Ziji successfully opened his meridians, he temporarily gave up on spear practice and spent the whole night running Yi Jing Jing, gathering spirit energy around him. Even though he only had a mortal-grade spirit root, and the absorption was far from the supreme-grade spirit root, he was satisfied. After all, it was much better than not being able to gather spirit energy. Spirit energy entered his body, spreading and gathering along his meridians. Xiao Ziji once again found that refreshing feeling of cultivation. Of course. He also knew that everything was given to him by the sect leader. In this life, he was willing to serve the Iron Bone clan. Lily Holy Sect? In another disciple's room, Xianxia finished his cultivation and said disdainfully, back when I dominated the Falling Star Continent, we were only a 5th-rate sect. Sigh. Our Lord Knight Darch is still immersed in the past and unable to come out. Who? He exhaled and murmured, the Taishan Sutra is truly profound. I've studied it for so long, but I've only comprehended the first layer. Fortunately, I have the assistance of the body metamorphosis scripture. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for me to break through to the 7th level of the channel opening realm in such a short period of time. He really had to thank him properly. Without Yi Jingjing's 50% meridian opening rate, with Night Emperor's current aptitude, it would have taken him a long time to achieve it. I can't just focus on cultivation. I have to combine it with actual combat. Tomorrow, I'll go to the forest with ferocious beasts to gain some experience. The next day, Night Emperor told his idea to Xianxia. After some consideration, the latter said, go with your senior martial brother Xiao. We can take care of each other. Him, he's just trash. Although Xianxia was very conflicted, he still agreed on the surface. After all, he was now an Iron Bone disciple. Just like that, a powerhouse was reborn, and a genius turned into a waste. They set out to leave the sect and begin the essential wilderness training that should only be done by the protagonist. Xiao Ziji brought along his Type 88 sniper rifle. Not only did he have to practice in actual combat, but he also had to take advantage of the opportunity to hunt for cores to make up for the sect leader's previous losses. Our sect leader Jun handed over the sect's affairs to Li Qingyang and set out for Huyang City. Sect leader. Lu Wancher stood at the entrance of the dining hall and shouted, bring back some seasoning. Understood. When Xianxia arrived at Huyang City again, he found that it was much more lively than last time. Occasionally, he would meet martial artists with weapons. Can't the AI clan hurry up? They have to wait a month before auctioning it. The AI clan can refine this kind of healing pill that can instantly heal injuries. They even put it up for auction. What's the big deal about waiting a period of time? I heard that several large clans and sects have sent people over. Poor people like us can only stand on the sidelines and watch the competition between them. The martial artists on the road discussed incessantly. Obviously, they were all foreigners who had gathered in the city to wait for the AI clan to auction the healing pills for the second time. Many clans and sects had gathered their strength. Once the pills were put up for auction, they would get it no matter what price they had to pay. It had to be said that the AI clan was very good at doing business. After the first auction and continuous publicity, they had successfully whetted the appetite of the martial artists in the various counties. The auction of the healing pills had nothing to do with Xianxia. He was also too lazy to show his face in public. Therefore, he went to the market first and bought a lot of seasoning before entering the AI clan's medicine shop. Shopkeeper Ma, who was paying the bill at the counter, saw Xianxia walk in. He didn't wait for the servants to greet him. He personally walked out and said with a smile, "Sect leader Jun, we are honored by your presence. Please forgive us for not going out to meet you." Before the first auction, the AI clan master had already ordered that the Iron Bone sect leader was a VIP of the AI clan. If he came to the shop, they must not neglect him. Xianxia said, "Where is the AI clan master? I want to talk to him about a big business deal." Another big business deal. Shopkeeper Ma hurriedly made a gesture of invitation and said, "Sect leader Jun, please take a seat. I will inform the clan master now." As he spoke, he gave the servant a look to serve tea and hurriedly left the shop for the AI clan. Xianxia didn't sit down. He went to the medicine rack and looked at the medicinal herbs in the bamboo basket. When he saw something that caught his interest, he raised his hand to touch it. "Don't touch it." Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Xianxia turned around and saw a white-haired old man in the corner of the shop holding a small pair of scissors and trimming a potted plant. "Crazy old man." The servant in the shop scolded, "This is sect leader Iron Bone sect leader Jun, don't be rude." As he spoke, he hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, "Sect leader Jun, he is a temporary worker who was hired to trim the medicinal herbs a few days ago. He doesn't know the rules. Please don't lower yourself to his level." Xianxia curiously asked, "Why can't I touch it?" The old man didn't even raise his head. As he trimmed the medicinal herbs, he said, "That medicinal herb is called rotten leaf grass. Its leaves gather spiritual energy. If a person touches it, the spiritual energy will decay and the medicinal effect will be greatly reduced." Tisk, the servant rolled his eyes and said, "I move the rotten leaf grass here and there every day. I come across it many times. Can't I still use it to refine pills?" "You crazy old man are talking nonsense again." Sigh. The old man sighed and said, "It's because of careless people like you. The medicinal herbs that can be used to 100% of their medicinal effect can only be used to 50% or 60% after being refined into pills. It's really sad." Okay. You are so professional. I don't want to talk to you." The servant seemed to have argued with the old man more than once. He didn't continue to argue with him. Instead, he smiled and said, "Sect leader Jun, please look around." Xianxia became interested and said, "Senior, you seem to know a lot about medicinal herbs." The old man stood up and said, "Sect leader Jun is the leader of a sect. I can't accept the title of senior. Elders should be respected." I deserve it." Xianxia smiled. The old man looked surprised and shook his head. The Falling Star continent has always respected martial arts and seniors. This is the first time I've heard of it. Xianxia wanted to continue the conversation, but AI Shang had already rushed over. As soon as he entered the shop, he cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Sect leader Jun, what brings you here?" "In the parlor." Xianxia placed the prescription of the meridian opening pill on the table. He clasped his fingers together and smiled, "Master AI, how many of these ingredients does your AI clan have?" AI Shang glanced at it and pondered for a moment. "Sect Master Jun, my AI clan doesn't have many of these 4 ingredients. We only have about 300 of each. I want all of them." Xianxia said straightforwardly. The meridian opening pill increased the meridian opening rate, and the body metamorphosis scripture also increased the meridian opening rate. Wouldn't the combination be heaven-defying? Therefore, he had to refine them as soon as possible. Ai Shang smiled. Sect Master Jun, please wait a moment. He gave shopkeeper Ma a look, and the latter hurried to the inner courtyard. He then took out a few spatial rings and placed them on the table. The ingredients for the meridian opening pill weren't too precious, so the pharmacy had them in stock. After Jun Changxiao inspected the goods, he said, Master Ai, name your price. Ai Shang said, these ingredients cost a total of 110,000 taels. Sect Master Jun, give me 100,000 taels. If it were any other customer, they definitely wouldn't bargain. But whether or not the AI clan could make a fortune with the healing pill in the future depended on this god of wealth. Jun Changxiao said, deal. The two followed the rules and signed. The transaction was completed. Oh right. Jun Changxiao pointed at the old man trimming the herbs outside and asked curiously, who is the senior? Ai Shang said, a herbalist. Herbalist, Jun Changxiao had never heard of it. The original owner lived in Clear Sun Village and later joined the Iron Bone sect. He rarely went out, so he didn't know much about the continent. Ai Shang explained, a herbalist is a profession that cultivates and grows medicinal herbs. I see. Jun Changxiao understood, no wonder he knows so much about medicinal herbs. Ai Shang shook his head, Sect Master Jun, this person is only a grade 3 herbalist. There are many herbalists who are stronger and more knowledgeable than him. Herbalists also had ranks, similar to martial arts, such as disciple, master, grandmaster, and king. It was the same for alchemists and spirit stones. Grade 3 herbalist. It was very common on the Starfall continent. Compared to other professions, herbalists were relatively common. Their status was not considered noble, and they were even jokingly called herbalists. Of course, without them, it would be hard to meet the huge demand of the Starfall continent just by digging for medicinal herbs in the mountains. Therefore, herbalists were indispensable. Many forces would specially hire herbalists to open up herb gardens, cultivate and plant herbs, and become self-sufficient. A grade 3 alchemist is also an alchemist. Don't look down on me, Master Ai. The white-haired old man retorted when he heard Ai Shang's words. Aya, you crazy old man, how dare you speak to our family head like that? Are you tired of living? The servant rolled up his sleeves and walked over in an imposing manner. Ai Shangdi waved his hand and said, leave. The servant glared at the old man before leaving resentfully. Jun Changxiao walked out and said with a smile, Senior, my Iron Bone group is still lacking a herbalist. Are you interested in joining? The old man waved his hand and said, there are plenty of herbalists who are better than this old man. Sect Master Jun, please find someone else. TSK, the servant snorted and muttered, it's your fortune to be chosen by Sect Master Jun. You're actually rejecting him. What a crazy old man. Ai Shang smiled and said, Sect Master Jun, my AI family has many herbalists. Most of them are grade 7 or grade 8. If your sect lacks one, I can, Jun Changxiao interrupted, just let me have this senior. Ai Shang's mouth twitched and said, Sect Master Jun, Elder Wei is only a temporary worker of my AI family. Whether he goes or not, it's up to him. Is that so? Jun Changxiao said, Senior, I'm willing to hire you at a high price. Are you willing to go to Iron Bone and take up the position of herbalist? Ai Shang was a little confused. Grade 3 alchemists could be found everywhere. There were at least 10 of them in the AI family. Why would Iron Bone Sect Master take a fancy to this crazy old man? Elder Wei said, Sect Master Jun, you really want to hire me as an Iron Bone herbalist? That's right. Jun Changxiao said. Elder Wei put the scissors on the shelf and said, I've been a herbalist for 60 years now. Only Sect Master Jun is willing to invite me. Jun Changxiao said, horses of 1,000 li are common, but a talent scout is hard to find. Talent scout? Elder Wei smiled and said, if Sect Master Jun is sincere, I'm willing to go to Iron Bone. But how much is the salary? 10,000 taels a month. Jun Changxiao said. Ai Shang was stunned. His grade 8 and grade 9 alchemists only earned 10,000 taels a month. A grade 3 alchemist earning 1,000 taels a month was already very high. Elder Wei said, Sect Master Jun is very sincere. Once I return to my family, I'll go to Iron Bone with you. Jun Changxiao said, AI family head, it shouldn't be a problem for me to take this person with me, right? No problem, no problem. South of the city, in a deep alley. Jun Changxiao followed Elder Wei to his residence. The house was very dilapidated and the environment was dark. As soon as he walked in, a group of 8 or 9-year-old children surrounded him and called him grandpa. They all had innocent smiles on their faces. Jun Changxiao said, Elder Wei has many children and grandchildren. He's a lucky man. Elder Wei handed out the candies he bought one by one and said with a loving expression, these are all orphans I've adopted. Jun Changxiao was stunned. In this cruel world, it was inconceivable that someone would adopt orphans. Sect Master Jun thought too much of the world of martial arts. In reality, there would always be good people doing seemingly laughable good deeds in any place. Sect Master Jun Elder Wei said, can you give them a salary in advance? Sure. Jun Changxiao took out 1,000 taels without hesitation. After Elder Wei took it, he only gave 300 taels to the older boy. After giving him some instructions, he packed his luggage and left. On the way, Jun Changxiao said, Elder Wei, you can actually bring them to the Iron Bone. Elder Wei shook his head and said, this world is very cruel. They have to learn to face it on their own. I can only help them for a while, not forever. So. Jun Changxiao said, you gave them a few hundred taels because you don't want them to rely on you too much. That's right. Elder Wei said. This old man must have had extraordinary experiences. Ding. Side quest completed. Host receives 50 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 313500. After Jun Changxiao and AI Xianxia completed the transaction, the side quest was triggered. The content was, hire Elder Wei as an Iron Bone herb refiner. No wonder he was willing to hire him with a monthly salary of 10,000 taels. In fact, even without the side quest, Jun Changxiao would still hire Elder Wei. Because his intuition told him that this was not a simple person. Fine. Your Iron Bone herb refiner is a person with a story. We'll just sit and listen to your stories. Sect Master Jun Elder Wei said, since you're hiring this old man as an Iron Bone herb refiner, does the sect have any medicinal seeds? Go buy them. Jun Changxiao said. The two of them went to the medicinal market and bought many kinds of medicinal herbs before returning to the Iron Bone herb refiner. As soon as they returned to the sect, Li Qingyang handed over something and said, Sect Master, 2 hours ago, someone sent a letter. Oh? Jun Changxiao took the letter and opened it. On it was written, 3 days later, Iron Bone Sect Master is invited to the ruins of the Spirit Spring Sect for a battle. Signed by, Inner Disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect, Mo Shangfei. Li Qingyang said solemnly, Sect Master, this is a letter of challenge. Jun Changxiao held the letter in his hand and said with a faint smile, the Sacred Spring Sect can't sit still anymore. They only sent an inner disciple. Aren't they looking down on me, Jun Changxiao? After destroying the Spirit Spring Sect, Jun Changxiao had thought that the Sacred Spring Sect would come to find trouble with him, but he did not expect it to be in the form of a letter of challenge. That's right. If Wei Yishi did not play tricks at the beginning and used this method to resolve the grievances between the two sects, how could he destroy the sect? Sect Master. Li Qingyang said solemnly, to be able to become an inner disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect, your talent and strength must be outstanding. Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, since you asked me to send a letter of challenge, as the sect master, if I fight, wouldn't I be a laughingstock? Qingyang. He paused and said, you will accept the challenge. Yes. Li Qingyang said. Jun Changxiao said, this battle is related to the glory of the sect. No matter what, you must win for me. Li Qingyang shouted, disciple will do his best. In fact, he was quite pressured. After all, the opponent was an inner disciple of the fifth-rate Sacred Spring Sect, and may not be weaker than him in terms of talent and strength. Jun Changxiao clasped his fingers together and said, what I want is to win. Yes. Li Qingyang said loudly, 3 days later, disciple will win. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and threw over 10 qi-gathering pills and 3 spirit stones, saying, "Don't worry about anything these 2 days, cultivate well for the battle 3 days later." The 10 spirit stones were obtained from the sect's martial arts competition, and he was unwilling to use them. Now that the Sacred Spring sect came to fight, he did not hesitate to give Li Qingyang 3 spirit stones, hoping that he can become stronger in the shortest time possible so that he can have a 100% chance of winning. Li Qingyang took the spirit stones and pills, and said with a firm gaze, "Disciple will not let the sect master down." With that, he left the hall to cultivate. Lu Qianxian leaned on the door and said lightly, "Why don't you let me fight?" Jun Changxiao said, "Qingyang is steady and can see the big picture. I hope that he can become stronger and more confident to assist me in managing the Iron Bone sect." Lu Qianxian said lightly, "So, this is the reason that the sect master found for you to be a hands-off shopkeeper in the future?" Jun Changxiao clutched his chest and collapsed on the back of the chair, pretending to be weak, saying, I can't, my heart hurts." Lu Qianxian rolled her eyes at him and said, "The Holy Spring sect came to fight this time, it shows that they care about the Spirit Spring sect. Our Iron Bone sect and such a sect can be considered to have formed a grudge." Jun Changxiao stopped his awkward act and spread out his hands. "As long as they don't play tricks, I don't mind playing with them." If these words were heard by outsiders, they would definitely be speechless. Where is he responsible for taking care of it? Sect Master, please send a few disciples to assist this old man in reclaiming the wasteland. Elder Wei, who had just settled down, did not intend to rest. Instead, he began to perform his duties. Jun Changxiao called Su Xiaoma, Tian Qi, Li Fei, and others to assist in reclaiming the wasteland. In just half a day, more than 10 acres of wasteland had been plowed by them. The soil was soft and suitable for planting. Elder Wei carefully took out the medicinal seeds. Then, he hunched his body and planted them step by step. "Elder Wei," Su Xiaoma said, "we'll help you." Elder Wei waved his hand and said, "Planting medicinal seeds requires a sincere heart to nurture medicinal herbs that gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. You little kids are too impatient. Let this old man do it alone." The Iron Bone disciples were speechless. Since they were not allowed to help, they left the back mountain and went to cultivate. It was not until dusk came that Elder Wei planted medicinal seeds in more than 10 acres of land. The distance between each medicinal herb and the depth of the hole was very particular. If a peer saw this, they would praise him sincerely, professional. Since he had hired Elder Wei, Jun Changxiao did not ask any more. Instead, he sat cross-legged in his room and pulled out the alchemy pavilion. After a series of clinking sounds, he refined 300 meridian unlocking pills. This thing together with Yi Jing Jing will definitely open meridians easily. I'll let Du try it tomorrow. As he muttered, he waved his hand and took out a spirit stone. Li Qingyang needed to cultivate. He also needed to cultivate because the battle with the Sacred Spring sect meant that he would have to face a fifth-rate sect. His cultivation must improve as soon as possible. How do I use it? Holding the spirit stone, Sect Master Jun was dumbfounded. The system said, "It's the same as communicating with a crystal core. Communicate with the spirit stone and draw out the spiritual energy inside. Slowly refine it and integrate it into the cyclone." Oh. Jun Changxiao did as he was told. When his consciousness entered the spirit stone, he felt the majestic spiritual energy inside and could not help but exclaim, "It's so pure." Nonsense. The system said, "If it's not pure, can it be 10,000 taels for one?" Jun Changxiao ignored it and began to guide the spiritual energy in the spirit stone. It gradually formed a soft line and flew out, entering his body through his nostrils. Yi Jing Jing activated and began to refine it slowly. After a night, the spirit stone in his hand turned from a crystal to a dull gray. The cyclone in Jun Changxiao's dantian was obviously stronger than before. He secretly exclaimed, "If I absorb 4 or 5 more spirit stones, breaking through from the 8th grade to the 9th grade will definitely be a piece of cake." Jun Changxiao had estimated that even if he took qi-gathering pills and cultivated continuously, it would take at least half a month. Now that he had spirit stones, he could break through in 2 or 3 days. It was simply too terrifying, the system said. Spirit stones are the most important cultivation resource in the falling star continent. Many cultivators have toiled their entire lives for them and even lost their lives. How do I obtain spirit stones? Xianxia asked. The system said, either find a mine or find a spirit master to refine it from a high-grade crystal core. Xianxia rubbed his chin and said, I already have a medicinal master. It seems that I have to find a time to go down the mountain and hire a spirit master. The system poured cold water on him. Spirit master is an extremely rare profession. Even the lowest level of spirit apostle is less than 10 in the entire Azure Sun County. If the host really wants to hire one, then be prepared to take out 1,000,000 taels of courage. 1,000,000? That's daylight robbery. The next day, Xianxia called Lu Wancher over and said, Dudu, what level are you at now? When are you going to break through your meridians? Lu Wancher said, Sect Master, I'm at the 4th stage of the channel opening stage and have already condensed spiritual energy. I can break through my meridians at any time. Her culinary skills were superb, but her spiritual route was only at the common grade. She also had to be responsible for the meals of her seniors, so she had only reached the 4th meridian when she entered the sect with Xianxia. Here, Xianxia said, this is a channel opening pill. It can help you successfully open your meridians. Lu Wancher took the pill and stared with her big round eyes. She said in disbelief, channel opening pill? That's a very expensive pill. Sect Master, are you really going to give it to me? Seeing the little girl's cute appearance, Xianxia really wanted to pinch her cheeks. Hurry up and break through. Lu Wancher didn't leave. Instead, she sat cross-legged on the floor of the main hall and took the channel opening pill. She operated the body metamorphose scripture. The result, she opened her meridians, to be exact. When the little girl gathered her spiritual energy to break through the blocked meridians, she easily opened them. Hoo-hoo! Her spiritual energy passed through the 5th main meridian. Lu Wancher's wrist condensed a 5th ring of light. She couldn't contain her joy and said, Sect Master, I've opened my 5th meridian. She seemed to be too excited. She jumped up and threw herself at Xianxia. Shwa! Sect Master Jun took a sidestep and perfectly dodged. Then, he heard a pung sound. The petite Lu Wancher fell to the ground with her arms and legs spread out. This was definitely an instinctive dodging reaction formed after practicing martial arts for a long time. Lu Wancher stood up and rubbed her forehead. Her eyes were full of tears. She said pitifully, Sect Master, why didn't you catch me? P.S. Thank you for the gifts. Students who have tickets, don't hide them. Throw them all at me. I definitely won't avoid them like the single dog Xianxia. With the combination of the meridian unlocking pill and body metamorphose scripture, Lu Wancher easily opened her 5th meridian. After that, Xianxia gathered all the disciples who had not reached stage 12. There were not many of them, only 13. 4 of them were at stage 10, and 9 were at stage 11. It was not that they did not work hard enough, but that they were too unlucky. Sometimes, even with the body metamorphose scripture success rate, they would fail continuously, so the gap between them gradually widened. Seeing that most of their fellow disciples had reached stage 12, the 13 disciples blamed themselves and felt depressed. They felt ashamed of the support the sect leader had given them. Xianxia could see this, so he gave each of them 3 meridian unlocking pills and encouraged them, failure for a while does not mean failure forever. Work hard and you can do it. The system said, the host is becoming more and more like the sect leader. What was this saying? Was I not like the sect leader before? Before, I was very weak and did not have the demeanor of a sect leader. Now that my cultivation has increased, my body has become stronger, and my charisma has been revealed. I really did have the look of a sect leader. But what were the flaws? They lacked the demeanor of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. This kind of temperament was not easy to cultivate. First, the sect leader had to be a true expert. Second, the sect had to be strong. Even if it could not dominate the continent, it had to be powerful. Someone who had been in a high position for a long time was nothing. Since I, Xianxia, came to the falling star continent, I will be the strongest sect leader who controls the world and lies drunk on beauty's knees. the system complained, "Single dog, go wash up and sleep." After the 13 disciples took the meridian unlocking pills, 9 of them broke through to stage 12, and the other 4 entered stage 11. What was this? A 100% success rate. The next day, after learning that all the disciples had opened their meridians, Xianxia said happily, "When we recruit new disciples, as long as they gather enough spirit energy, opening their meridians will be a small matter." Sinful Self and Xingchen went out to train. Otherwise, if I gave them a few pills each, they would definitely improve greatly. The combination of body metamorphose scripture and meridian unlocking pills could allow a meridian opening martial artist to have a 100% success rate. This was very terrifying. If this spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Unfortunately, no one knew. In the eyes of many high-level cultivators, Iron Bone was like a lowly ant, slowly climbing up a mountain. The day before the battle, Li Qingyang sat cross-legged in the center of the spiritual energy array. He focused his mind and circulated the tendon-changing scripture. His body was shrouded in layers of spiritual energy, like a cocoon wrapping him up. Su Shama and the others knew that their second senior brother was going to fight with the inner disciples of the Sacred Spring Sect, so they didn't enter the array formation for 2 days, fearing that they would accidentally disturb the battle. Plop. After a short while, the last spirit stone fell to the ground with a dull color because all of its energy had been sucked dry. Who? Li Qingyang took a deep breath and absorbed all the spiritual qi in his body. The moment he opened his eyes, 2 rays of light flashed. 4th grade martial disciple, there shouldn't be any problems. During the martial arts competition, he had already become a rank 1 martial disciple. After returning for a while, he finally became a rank 2 martial disciple. Now, with the help of spirit stones and qi-gathering pills, he had advanced 2 levels in 2 days. As the number 1 genius of Qingyang City, Li Qingyang's aptitude was unquestionable. However, the reason why his cultivation was slow before was that he had to help the sect leader deal with a lot of internal affairs, which indirectly delayed a lot of cultivation time. He didn't have any complaints because this was the sect leader's trust in him. He could only do his best to do everything well. Night came. Li Qingyang walked out of the array formation and entered the training room. He began the final shaping of his body for the battle with the disciples of the Sacred Spring Sect. On the roof of the main hall, Jun Changxiao sat on the ridge with his elbows on his legs and his palms folded together. He held his chin with the back of his hand and said, "Qingyang, you've worked hard during this time." Lu Qianqian was cold and indifferent. Xiao Ziji was decadent and depressed. Su Xiaoma was naughty and carefree. All the disciples were talents. However, a sect couldn't rely on the sect leader alone. The steady Li Qingyang was undoubtedly what Jun Changxiao needed and liked the most. The reason why he let him fight this time was because he hoped to gather enough prestige to better assist him in leading the sect's junior brothers. The next day, the sky had just brightened. Lu Wancher cooked early and made a sumptuous breakfast. Ma Yongning and the 2 assassins brought it to the dining table. After a while, the disciples came to eat. Li Qingyang also came. Although he cultivated for a night in the shaping room, he looked full of energy. Su Xiaoma walked over with a bowl in his hand and said, "Junior brother wishes second senior brother to defeat the disciples of the Sacred Spring Sect and spread the might of my iron bone." As he spoke, he drank the soup in 1 gulp. Ha! He quickly stuck out his tongue and exhaled, "Hot. Hot." The other disciples also came to give their blessings. The atmosphere in the cafeteria suddenly became warm. Lu Wancher, who was wearing an apron, poked her head out from the side of the kitchen. She shook the spoon in her hand and said with a smile, "I especially woke up early today to make a sumptuous meal for second senior brother." Plop. Everyone fell down together. Li Qingyang staggered and supported himself on the table. Black lines appeared on his forehead. A child's words carry no harm, a child's words carry no harm. Not long after, Jun Changxiao walked in. After eating a sumptuous meal with the disciples, he brought Li Qingyang, Lu Qianqian, and a few other main disciples on the road without any worries. Yaoyang City, Spirit Spring Mountain. The first time he came, Jun Changxiao destroyed the Spirit Spring Sect. The second time, he accepted the challenge. He's here, he's here. Ironbone really accepted the challenge. I thought that guy wouldn't dare to come against the Sacred Spring Sect. Xianxia walked up the mountain with a few disciples and saw many martial artists in different attire gathered outside the ruins of the Spirit Spring Sect. He didn't go down the mountain these few days, so he didn't know that the news of the Sacred Spring Sect challenging his sect had already spread in Azure Sun County. The various sects and martial artists who received the news naturally wouldn't miss it and came to Yaoyang City as early as yesterday. Many sects of the 100 Sect Alliance also came. For example, the Patriarch of the Tiger's Hell School and the Iron Fist Gang leader who was punched out by Xiaoziji. When they saw Jun Changxiao and the Iron Bone disciples coming up, the corners of their mouths curled up and a faint sneer appeared. Brat. Fortunately, you left the alliance. The Sacred Spring Sect is magnanimous and didn't make a fuss about it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have let you go. Hee hee. Jun Changxiao smiled. And said, it's just a challenge, but it's even livelier than the grand tournament. This seat is a bit surprised. Sect Master Jun, the Patriarch of the Tiger's Hell School lightly said, the people of the Sacred Spring Sect are waiting for you at the Spirit Spring Sect's martial field. After you go in, they might give you a shock. After the meeting in Azure Sun City, the 100 Sect Alliance would definitely not welcome Jun Changxiao. The reason they came this time was naturally to see how he would be bullied by a fifth-rate sect. Thinking about how arrogant that guy was at the Star Moon Pavilion and the panicked expression he would show when facing the Sacred Spring Sect, the elders of the various sects immediately smiled. The Spirit Spring Sect is just a pile of ruins, how could it scare the seat? Jun Changxiao led his disciples and walked forward. As soon as they entered, they saw 3 chairs placed in front of the collapsed main hall. There were 3 people sitting on the chairs. In the middle was a middle-aged man with a resolute face. His hands were clasped together, and his head was slightly lowered. The person on the left was also a middle-aged man. He supported his face with one hand, and his expression was slightly gloomy. On the right was a man with wrinkles on his head. One leg was crossed over the other, and he was picking his ear with his pinky finger, looking very sloppy. Although the 3 had different appearances, they had one thing in common. They were all emitting a vigorous aura, and their cultivation was definitely not weaker than the elders of the Blue Mountain Sect. Jun Changxiao touched his nose and thought, if these 3 wore the uniform of the Navy and put on the long cloak of justice, they would be the 3 admirals of the Navy. The auras of the 3 martial artists sitting in the ruins of the main hall were thick, giving off a very strong feeling. Even the air became oppressive. They were the 3rd elder, 4th elder, and 5th elder of the Holy Spring Sect. Their cultivation was at the Wuzone level. In this battle, they had sent out 3 martial ancestor elders. It seemed that they wanted to tell the world that the Spirit Spring Sect, which was related to the Sacred Spring Sect, could not be destroyed so easily. On the right side of the 3 stood a group of martial artists in blue robes. They were the disciples of the Holy Spring Sect. On the left side, there were many martial artists, including the Lord of Green Sun City, Xie Guangquan, the Alliance Master of the 100 Sect Alliance, Qin Haoran, and the 6th-rate Sect Master of Green Sun County. What a great lineup, no wonder the Patriarch of the Tiger's Hell Sect had to stand outside. Xie Guangquan secretly said, Sect Master Jun, the Holy Spring Sect sent 3 elders this time. It looks like a battle, but in reality, they are pressuring you. I really can't help you. A 5th-rate sect was a colossus. Although he was the Lord of Green Sun City, he was powerless. Qin Haoran and the sect master of the 6th-rate sect looked at Jun Changxiao with a mocking gaze. Little brat, facing this lineup, can you still be as arrogant as the Star Moon Pavilion? Jun Changxiao stopped outside the martial arts field with his disciples. The stone slabs in front of him were burnt black. Wasn't it because he set fire to the Spirit Spring Sect? The 3rd elder, who was sitting in the middle seat, slowly raised his head and said, you are the leader of the Iron Bone Sect. His eyes were sharp, and his voice was loud like a bell. Waves of spirit aura filled the air. Jun Changxiao straightened his chest, put his hands behind his back, and calmly said, yes. The disciples standing behind him, except for Lu Qianxian, also held their heads high. There was not the slightest trace of fear on their faces. What was the Iron Bone Sect's first motto? To be a man of iron bone, to do things of iron bone. Although there were 3 Wuzone-level experts in front of them, and the aura that filled the air made them feel extremely oppressed, their iron bones would not be bent because of this. Xie Guangquan was secretly impressed. The Iron Bones clan, they have iron bones. Even Jun Changxiao himself, facing the three Wuzong masters, finally understood why the first sect leader named the sect the Iron Bone Sect. At that moment, the great soul of sect leader Wang, who had failed to break out of prison after visiting a brothel, seemed to have appeared in the sky. He opened his wide arms and poured out the Iron Bones buff, allowing them to face a strong enemy without panicking. Humph, Alliance Master Qin sneered and said to himself, pretending to be calm. He thought differently from Xie Guangquan. He thought that Jun Changxiao and the Iron Bone disciples were only pretending to be strong. They must be very scared and nervous. Pretending, it didn't exist. If the situation permitted, sect leader Jun would play mahjong with his disciples. The third elder of the Holy Spring sect clasped his fingers together, and a looming spiritual power appeared. He said in a deep voice, "The Holy Spring sect was also destroyed by you?" Spiritual might rippled. If it was an ordinary person, feeling the heavy aura, they would definitely be paralyzed on the ground. Jun Changxiao said disapprovingly, "Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and call Verger Glider out to fight with my disciples. You think you're awesome just because you have a strong aura. If you have the ability, come and kill me." The third elder wouldn't kill him because this was an open battle. If he ignored his status and killed him, he would be ridiculed by other sections. Jun Changxiao had calculated this point, which was why he was able to meet his gaze without fear. No matter how awesome you are, your aura and eyes can't kill people. The system said, if it's a martial emperor, looking back and smiling can make the host collapse into nothingness. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. A martial emperor looking back and smiling shyly at him like a woman, that scene is definitely a new material for Ghost Beast. Don't talk nonsense, Xie Guangquan covered his face and collapsed. This kid dares to say anything. Alliance Master Qin and the other sect leaders smiled even more. Yes, this is the arrogance, don't be afraid, keep it up. TSK. The fifth elder on the right grinned. A ninth-rate sect leader is quite arrogant, no wonder he dared to kill an outer disciple of the Holy Spring sect. The words outer disciple made Xie Guangquan understand that the Holy Spring sect's trip was to tell the world, not for the destruction of the Holy Spring sect, but for the death of their disciples. The other sects have nothing to say about how to deal with the Iron Bone. Jun Changxiao was quite surprised. The outer disciple you said is the patriarch and elder of the Holy Spring sect? Yes. The fifth elder said. TSK. Jun Changxiao said. I heard that the Holy Spring sect is a famous righteous sect. I thought that Wei Yishi, who colluded with the bandits and assassins, was just a temporary worker. I didn't expect him to be a disciple of your sect. The third elder's face darkened. Of course. Jun Changxiao said again. If the Holy Spring sect thinks that Jun is slandering people, I can take out the letter of Wei Yishi colluding with the bandit Zhou Tianba as evidence. The three were silent. The fourth elder, who had not spoken from beginning to end, said lightly, Wei Yishi and his brothers were just former outer disciples. They were expelled many years ago. Their collusion with the bandits is their own business, it has nothing to do with the Holy Spring sect. A fifth-rate sect also wants face. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands. You discovered the bad behavior of the four outer disciples early on and expelled them. The Holy Spring sect is indeed a famous righteous sect. Jun admires you. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. Xie Guangquan secretly said, this kid's mouth is really powerful, no wonder Sidu Wang vomited blood on the spot. Now that Wei Yishi had been labeled as expelled, the Sacred Spring sect naturally could not use the fact that their outer court disciple was killed to look for trouble. Sect leader Jun, the third elder, said lightly, it's clearly written in the letter of challenge that the inner disciple of the Holy Spring sect, Mo Shangfei, challenged you, not an Iron Bone disciple. Jun Changxiao shrugged. I'm the leader of a sect. It's not honorable to win against a disciple of your sect, so it's the fairest for disciples to fight each other. Qin Haoran looked at him with disdain. As if you can really win against an inner disciple of the Holy Spring sect. The three elders of the Holy Spring sect looked at each other and quickly reached a tacit agreement. The third elder said, if that's the case, then let my Sect's disciples experience the skills of the Iron Bone faction's disciples. Xianxia. He waved and said, let's fight. Yes. The disciple named Xianxia walked out. This person was tall and strong, his exposed muscles were very solid. At first glance, one could tell that his strength was extraordinary. Xianxia thought to himself, what's his cultivation? The system said, an 8th grade martial disciple, about 17,000 pounds of pure physical strength. So high. Xianxia frowned. The previous leader of the Long Blade School, a 9th grade martial disciple, only had a strength of 14,000 pounds. The Holy Spring Sect's disciple was 1 grade lower, but his strength was 3,000 pounds higher. Qingyang. He said in a low voice, the opponent is not weak, be careful. Li Qingyang walked to the center of the training field, a few meters away from Xianxia. He cupped his hands and said, Li Qingyang of the Iron Bone School. The Sacred Spring Sect's 5th elder picked his ears and said indifferently, Sect Head June, the disciple my sect sent out is an 8th grade martial disciple. You sent out a 4th grade martial disciple. Aren't you deliberately sending yourself to be abused? Rank 8 martial disciple? Su Xiaoma, Tian Qi, and the other disciples' expressions changed. The difference between rank 4 and rank 8 was too big. Could second senior brother win? Lu Qianxian frowned and said in a low voice, Sect Master, the opponent is too strong. Let me fight. She didn't think that second junior brother could win with Xianxia's strength. Xianxia took out a chair from his interspatial ring and sat down. He tapped his fingers on the armrest and said, You are the senior sister. No matter when or where, you must have confidence in your junior brother. Lu Qianxian was silent. She stood behind with the other junior brothers. Li Qingyang's talent is not bad, but Xianxia of the Holy Spring Sect also has a high-grade spirit root. He has no chance of winning. Iron Bone is the only one who can take out this disciple, right? Alliance Master Qin and the other sect masters sneered. This was such a good opportunity. If they didn't mock Iron Bone, how could they vent their anger at Star Moon Pavilion? Of course. They didn't think that Li Qingyang was bad. But with the same talent, Xianxia was much better than the other in terms of resources and mentors. If this number 1 genius of Qingyang City joined Blue Mountain Sect, he would definitely be an inner disciple. His achievements would definitely be better than now. Sigh, such a waste of good talent. The elders of the various sects were regretful. But in reality, they were just mocking Iron Bone and Xianxia in different ways. Xie Guangquan thought, 2 months ago, Li Qingyang was only a 10th stage meridian opening. Now he is a rank 4 martial disciple. His growth speed is already not bad. You guys are really blind. They weren't blind. They were being black for the sake of being black. Xianxia didn't care about other people's mockery. He looked into the distance and saw a flash of light. He thought, Sinful Ji is also here. Yes. Xiao Ziji was also here. He was crouching on a high slope 800 meters away. His body was wrapped in the grass and one of his eyes was stuck to the lens. The muzzle of the Type 88 sniper rifle was already aimed at Xianxia. When he was training in the wild, Xiao Ziji heard about the battle and rushed over in advance. He had been hiding in the bushes for a day and a night. Even the 3 Wuzong experts who came later did not expect a phantom sniper to be hiding in the dark. Sect leader. The gun was ready. Whoever you point at, this disciple will beat them up. Yi Xingchen lay on a rock far away and thought to himself, if I didn't use the Taishan Sutra to conceal your presence, do you really think no one would notice you lying in the grass? Sacred Spring Sect, Xianxia. Xianxia indifferently reported his name. His tone and eyes were full of disdain. He had heard of Li Qingyang before, but he did not take him seriously. After all, if he joined an unrated sect, he would definitely be slowly assimilated into trash. After reporting each other's names, the battle was supposed to start. However, third elder said, Sect leader June, fists and feet have no eyes. If my disciple injures your disciple, please forgive him. Was he trying to tell him that the guy would be very fierce in his attacks? Xianxia shook his head and cupped his hands. If my disciple injures your disciple, please forgive him. Qin Haoran and the others rolled their eyes. A rank 4 martial artist injuring a rank 8 martial artist was definitely a joke. Third Elder was too lazy to argue with Xianxia. Instead, he said indifferently, "You may begin." Swoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, Mo Xiangfei took a big stride forward. He gathered spiritual energy in his right fist and punched with great force. It was very fast and very sudden. Bang! Li Qingyang did not have time to dodge. He hastily crossed his arms and took the opponent's punch head-on. Thump thump thump. He frantically retreated more than 10 steps and barely managed to stabilize his body. Judging from the degree of spiritual energy rippling in the air, that guy's punch was at least 20,000 pounds. Phew! Li Qingyang shook his slightly numb arm. Eh? Mo Xiangfei retracted his fist and said in surprise, "To be able to take my Gale Fist without batting an eyelid, your physical defense is not bad. However..." He smiled and said, "How many times can I take it?" Swoosh! He rushed over with his movement technique. Before he arrived, his left and right fists frequently swung. Under the support of spiritual energy, they turned into shadows of fists. Middle-tier Gale Fist was known for its speed and fierceness. Mo Xiangfei had comprehended it to the extreme. When he displayed it, Alliance Master Qin and the others were amazed. Su Xiaoma and Tian Qi's faces changed in shock. If it were them, they would not be able to dodge such a fast fist speed and power. They would definitely be battered and exhausted. Li Qingyang frowned slightly. He crossed his arms again, but with a few bangs, he took all the powerful shadows of fists. His body also retreated step by step. Ta! He retreated to the edge of the martial arts field and stepped on the stone floor with one foot to stabilize his body. Mo Xiangfei, who was unforgiving, quickly followed. He rose into the air, and his right fist was supported by spiritual energy. It flashed with light and blasted over. This attack was very strong. Alliance Master Qin and the other sect leaders instantly judged that Li Qingyang could not dodge left and right. He could either retreat or take it head-on. If he retreated, he would lose. After taking a few punches in succession, he would definitely be injured if he took it head-on. At this time, they hoped that Li Qingyang would retreat because it was equivalent to losing. He had lost without making a move from the beginning. They would definitely laugh at him. Xianxia's fingers tapped rhythmically. It was not deliberate because he was panicking, but because his state of mind was really stable. Ta! At this time, Li Qingyang suddenly stepped on the ground with one foot. His right fist was at his abdomen. Spiritual energy crazily poured into his arm from his meridians, and a dazzling light gathered in his fist. Exploding fist. With a cold shout, his right fist suddenly blasted out. At the same time, the light flashed, and a whirlpool was formed 1 meter under his feet. Bang bang bang. The sound of explosions resounded in the martial arts field like a string of firecrackers being lit. Everyone was shocked and surprised. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Li Qingyang's fist, which carried the power of explosion, directly hit Mo Xiangfei's fist and sent him flying. Thump thump thump. The inner disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect staggered and fell to the ground. He was forced to retreat more than 20 meters before he could stabilize himself. His eyes were filled with shock as he felt an intense pain from his right fist. The strength of his Gale Fist had reached 22,000 pounds. When he faced Mo Xiangfei head-on, he was completely at a disadvantage. Alliance Master Qin and the others, who had already prepared a line to mock Iron Bone, were all stunned when they saw Mo Xiangfei being beaten back. It was unbelievable that he could still turn the situation around in such a situation. Exploding fist? What kind of martial arts technique was this? Why had they not heard of it? With the cultivation of a 4th-grade martial disciple, he was able to defeat an 8th-grade martial disciple who used the Gale Fist. Could it be a middle-grade fist technique? Yi Xingchen, who was watching from the high slope, was secretly shocked. This fist technique is definitely not simple. Swoosh! Suddenly, Li Qingyang rushed over. At the same time, his right fist turned into a palm knife. He poured spiritual energy into his palm and waved it in the air. Swoosh! 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 In an instant, 3 crescent moon-like flowing lights, dragging arcs of light, shot out from 3 directions. Wherever they passed, faint light shadows were left behind. That's right, Xie Guangquan exclaimed, spiritual force-type martial arts technique. Qin Haoran and the other sect leaders widened their eyes. Their eyes were finally filled with shock. Even the 3 elders of the Sacred Spring Sect, who were sitting calmly on the fishing platform, almost couldn't help but stand up when they saw Li Qingyang slashing out 3 crescent moon-like flowing lights, spiritual force-type martial arts technique. The Sacred Spring Sect also had it, but the lowest level was middle grade. Only martial masters could use it. The weak cyclone in the dantian of a martial disciple was extremely difficult to use. Jun Changxiao copied the 5th elder and crossed one leg over the other. He smiled faintly and said, "You don't have to be so surprised, right?" Li Qingyang's self-slash, a spiritual energy-type martial skill, immediately shocked everyone. Unbelievable. Night Emperor was also shocked. In his previous life, he had practiced many kinds of spiritual martial arts, so he knew the weakness of this kind of martial arts. For example, the sun and moon slash he practiced was also a spiritual martial arts, but the requirement was to reach Wuxing's level. Moreover, one slash would consume 60% of the energy of the cyclone. What about Li Qingyang? He just raised his hand and slashed out 3 rays of light. The process was too easy. The rupturing fist and the self-chop shocked Yi Xingchen deeply. He realized that the iron bone martial arts were not bad. Breaking through to martial disciple and practicing the martial arts of this sect seems to be better than practicing the martial arts of this emperor. He thought to himself. Yi Xingchen, who was originally only interested in Yi Jingjing, had a strong impression of rupturing fist and self-chop. Swoosh! 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 On the martial arts practice field, 3 rays of crescent light shot out in different trajectories. Mo Shangfei, who had just stabilized his body, suddenly changed his expression. He hurriedly used Gale Fist to meet them. Bang! Bang! His fists collided with the crescent light coming from the left and right, causing his arms to tremble violently. He felt as if his muscles were being torn apart. Mo Shangfei didn't have time to grit his teeth because the 3rd ray of crescent light shot out from the ground. It drew a 90-degree arc from bottom to top and smashed into his chin. Swoosh! The strong force sent his whole body flying. Finally, he fell heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Being able to block 2 self-chop, this Sacred Spring Sect inner disciple's performance was not bad. However, the 3rd attack was from a tricky angle. There was no way to dodge it. Damn. Damn it. Mo Shangfei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. It seemed that his body was very strong. He was only slightly injured after being hit. This was because Li Qingyang didn't use all of his spiritual power. Otherwise, his bones would have been broken if he only used his fists to block the self-chop. The 3 elders' faces suddenly became gloomy. He had thought that his sect's disciple would be able to defeat his opponent easily, but who would have thought that he would be injured by his opponent's successive attacks? Qin Haoran said, although the spiritual energy martial technique is powerful, its weakness is that it cannot be sustained for long. If the Sacred Spring Sect disciples can withstand it, there is nothing to be afraid of. The Iron Bone disciple must have used up a lot of energy after using 3 moves in a row. He must be exhausted if he continues fighting. These elders of the 100 Sect Alliance seemed to be discussing amongst themselves, but their voices were very loud. It was obvious that they were reminding the inner disciples of the Sacred Spring Sect not to be impatient and to slowly exhaust him to death. Mo Shangfei didn't need to be reminded. He also knew the weakness of spiritual power-type martial techniques. He shook his arms and said with a cold gaze, "I was careless just now and let you seize the opportunity." This time, he was serious and no longer underestimated the enemy. The 5th elder picked his ears and grinned. The show has just begun. Not bad. Jun Changxiao shook his legs and scratched his nose. The show has just begun. Shua. After adjusting himself, Mo Shangfei rushed over once again. He used the Gale Fist, and his speed was obviously much faster than before. Instantly, more than 10 fist shadows appeared, and the power was quite explosive. Bang! 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 Li Qingyang used the rupturing fist. The sound of firecrackers and the sound of fist fighting spread out together. Faint spiritual energy rippled in the air. In just a moment, the two of them exchanged more than 10 moves with fist techniques. The dust under their feet collided with each other, forming a whirlwind around them and tearing the broken leaves into strips. Bang! The two of them exchanged another punch, and both of them retreated 4 to 5 meters. Li Qingyang stretched out his 10 fingers, and his arms were numb from the shock. Mo Xiangfei wasn't any better. This kind of intense confrontation was like a rock hitting a rock. It hurt both the enemy and oneself. Looks like it will be hard to determine the winner in a short time. This is really strange. A 4th grade martial disciple can actually fight evenly with an 8th grade martial disciple. The quality of the fist technique used by the Iron Bone disciple is not low. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. The Holy Spring Sect disciple's realm is high, and the spiritual energy in his cyclone is boundless. It won't be a problem for him to fight a protracted battle. The Iron Bone disciple's hands are shaking. In my opinion, the spiritual energy in his Dantian cyclone has been consumed by 70 to 80%. Swish! Li Qingyang waved his hand and said, "I chop." Whoosh, the crescent-shaped flowing light burst out. He could still use spiritual energy-type martial arts. The sect leaders who were discussing saw the flowing light rushing over, and they were all dumbfounded on the spot. "I chop. I chop." In a very short time, Li Qingyang waved his hand again and slashed out 2 crescent-shaped flowing lights. He used practical actions to fiercely slap a group of big shots in the face and tell them that his spiritual energy was abundant. Bang! 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 Mo Xiangfei was alert. He used his body movement to dodge at the first moment. The 3 flowing lights bombarded the stone slabs one after another, smashing them into pieces. This time, it was Li Qingyang's turn to be unforgiving. Taking advantage of the other party's escape, he turned his body sideways and continuously made cutting motions like playing table tennis. Crescent-shaped flowing lights shot out one after another. Watching the crescent-shaped flowing lights fly past their eyes in different arcs on the training field, the expressions on the faces of Alliance Master Qin and the martial artists of the various sects stiffened. A spiritual energy-type martial arts with high consumption was thrown out with a wave of his hand. The scene was simply too frightening. Although Mo Xiangfei tried to show off his coquettish movement in the light of the blade and sword, he could only dodge 3 flowing lights and was mercilessly hit by the following flowing lights on his face, shoulders, hands, and feet. Plop. Finally, after being bombarded, he fell on all 4s on the ground. Blood spurted out from the side of his face, and he also rolled his eyes and fainted. Although the power of Li Qingyang's eye chop was not strong, it could not withstand the wild bombardment. Not to mention an 8th grade martial disciple, even a 9th grade martial disciple would not be able to withstand it. We won. Second senior brother won. Su Xianxia and Tianqi were so excited that they jumped up. Although Lu Qianqian was expressionless, she secretly said in her heart, "When we go back, I have to cultivate my eye chop." This woman was the same as Yi Xingchen. She was only interested in Yi Jingjing. As for rupturing fist and eye chop, although she had them long ago, she never cultivated them. Seeing that his senior brother had won, Xiao Ziji gently raised his head and his index finger also loosened from the trigger. He was always on high alert. If the battle just now was not favorable to second senior brother, he would have killed Mo Xiangfei immediately. Junior brother Yi. Xiao Ziji grinned and said, "Second senior brother won." TSK, the cold and aloof Night Emperor said disdainfully, "Do you have to be so happy after winning against an 8th grade martial disciple?" His state of mind was calm because he had not integrated himself into the Iron Bone. He did not have the sect's sense of honor. Xiao Ziji was different. He recognized the Iron Bone, the sect leader, and his senior and junior brothers. Therefore, the joy brought by Li Qingyang's victory was no less than that of personally winning. "Aya." Jun Changxiao stood up and said apologetically, "Fists and legs have no eyes. I'm really sorry to beat up your sect's disciples like this." The Sacred Spring Sect disciples standing on the left had anger in their eyes. Some of their hands were already on the hilt of their swords. Lu Qianqian took 2 steps forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with the sect leader. Her jade hand was also on the hilt of her sword. Her pair of starry eyes flashed with coldness. "My sister Qian is ruthless and doesn't talk much. Xianxia and Xianxia also came over. Their hands were on the hilt of cold-edged sword. They glared angrily and did not show any weakness. Xiaoziji once again approached the eightfold scope. The crosshair locked onto the head of the Sacred Spring Sect disciple closest to the sect leader. As long as he dared to move, his head would explode. Swords were drawn and bows were bent. The atmosphere was solemn. The Holy Spring Sect disciples found it hard to accept that Mo Shanfei had fainted, so they placed their hands on the hilt of their swords, as if they were planning to attack. Lu Qianqian and Su Xiaoma were not afraid either. As long as you dare to attack, we will definitely dare to draw our swords. At this moment, the iron bones of the Iron Bones sect were vividly displayed. Once in the Black Wind stronghold, a disciple was greedy for life, and did not hesitate to betray the sect and join the bandits, which made Jun Changxiao very disappointed. Now, facing the Holy Spring sect, this disciple did not have the slightest fear, and even dared to roll up his sleeves and face off against a strong enemy, which made him feel even more gratified. I don't expect my disciples to be so talented. I also don't care if my disciples are noble or not. I only hope that my disciples are sincere and see themselves as a member of the Iron Bones sect, living and dying together, sharing riches and honor together. Sect leader Jun, the third elder of the Holy Spring sect, said disdainfully, "What does your disciple mean?" Jun Changxiao said indifferently, "What your disciple means is what my disciple means. Don't pretend to be confused." His disciples were also hot-blooded. If he was scared, how could he be a sect leader? How could he be a main character? Damn it, isn't it just a fight? This daddy's hard-to-withdraw blade has long been thirsty. At that moment, Jun Changxiao wished he could take off his shirt, reveal the azure dragon on his left and the white tiger on his right, and use the one yang finger and lion's roar on his chest, shouting, "Come here." No wonder he was so calm, he had the hard-to-withdraw blade to rely on. Qin Haoran and the other sect leaders laughed. Daring to talk back to the elder of the Holy Spring sect like this, it would be difficult for you to leave the Spirit Spring sect with your disciples. At this moment, Xie Guangquan came out and advised, "Elder C, sect leader Jun, it's just a spar between disciples, there's no need to be so hostile." He was more inclined towards Jun Changxiao, hoping that he could get through this calamity. "Thank you, City Lord." Qin Haoran said indifferently, "Elder C is one of the 8 elders of the Holy Spring sect, a mere sect leader of a ninth-rate sect, speaking in such a tone, isn't it too presumptuous?" Alliance head Qin. Jun Changxiao took out his sect-level waist tag and said indifferently, "Please open your dog eyes and let me see clearly. My Iron Bone sect is now an 8th-rate sect." Qin Haoran was furious, "What did you say? You didn't hear clearly?" Jun Changxiao raised his middle finger and raised his head, "I say, you, the alliance head of the 100 Sect Alliance, are but a dog in front of the Sacred Spring sect." He wouldn't say anything if he just wanted to make a fool of himself. But if he wanted to fan the flames in a strange way, he had to go straight to the point without going through the proper procedure. As the sect leader of a 6th-rate sect and the alliance head of the 100 Sect Alliance, how could Qin Haoran tolerate such humiliation? The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Tsk tisk. The Sacred Spring sect's 5th elder said, "An 8th-rate sect dares to humiliate Alliance Lord Qin in such an arrogant manner. It looks like they don't have any dignity in the Azure Sun County." He also knew how to fan the flames, and he was even more adept at it. Crack! Qin Haoran clenched his fists and took a step forward. However, just as he took a step forward, he heard a bang from afar. A fist-sized hole appeared on the stone slab a few inches in front of his feet. Swoosh! 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 The 3 elders of the Sacred Spring sect stood up and looked coldly in the direction where the light came from. They saw a person standing on the slope with a smoking long object in his hand. Xie Guangquan and the leaders of the various sects also looked over, and their hearts were filled with shock. The light was so fast that they almost missed it. Was that a hidden weapon? The 3 elders of the Sacred Spring sect looked at each other in dismay, their eyes showing a rare solemnity. From the speed and power of the light, they could tell that if they didn't have spiritual energy to protect their bodies, they would be severely injured if they were hit. Everyone. Jun Changxiao sat on a chair and crossed his legs. He interlocked his fingers and smiled, "The person above is a disciple of my sect. He's proficient in 36,000 types of hidden weapons. The hidden weapon he's holding is one of them. It's called the Divine Might Flamethrower. Divine Might Flamethrower? Everyone was at a loss. They had never heard of it. Jun Changxiao continued, Sect leader Qin, that was just a warning. If you think my iron bone is easy to bully, I don't mind letting my disciple reward you with another one. There were 3 Wuzong from the Sacred Spring Sect, and Qin Haoran was also a Wuzong. Surrounded by strong opponents, he dared to let Xiao Ziji fire as a warning. What courage! Xie Guangquan secretly said, Sect leader Jun is really amazing. Qin Haoran, who was warned, had an ugly expression. After a little consideration, he retracted his leg. When the light exploded in front of him, the power it emitted scared him. It was hard to tell if the Type 88 sniper rifle could kill a Wuzong, but one thing was certain. It was hard to catch it with a high firing rate. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to guard against a hidden arrow. Sect leader Qin was also a little afraid that the disciple would fire another hidden weapon. Moreover, there was no need for him to take the initiative in the matter between Iron Bone and the Sacred Spring Sect. Of course. It was hard to swallow the anger of being described as a dog. Iron Bone and the 100 Sect Alliance had just parted ways. Now, they had completely fallen out. Xiao Ziji's warning shot shocked Sect leader Qin and the other sect leaders, as well as the Sacred Spring Sect disciples. Even though they had the urge to draw their swords, they did not plan to attack. After all, there was an Iron Bone disciple who was proficient in more than 30,000 hidden weapons. Humph, the 3rd elder of the Sacred Spring Sect said indifferently, Sect leader Jun is so arrogant. I would like to see what you're capable of. The purpose of this battle was to embarrass Iron Bone and let others know that even the disciples expelled by their sect could not be provoked. But now, the disciple they sent out was defeated by an Iron Bone disciple. The plot was different from what they expected. It would be hard for them to just let it go. Therefore, they directly challenged Jun Changxiao with their status as sect leader. Qin Haoran and the others sneered. Wuzong-level sect leader challenged this guy to a battle. If he accepted, he would definitely be beaten like a dog. Can I reject? Jun Changxiao rubbed his nose and asked. He was not afraid of a battle. After all, there was a talisman that could increase one's strength. The key was that there was no mission. If he won, it would be a loss. A 6th-rate sect leader said indifferently, You're a sect leader. The one you challenged is an elder of a sect. If you reject, you will be ridiculed by the people of Jianghu. Oh. Jun Changxiao replied. Damn you, hurry up and give me a side mission. Let me fight him fair and square. Unfortunately, there was no response. The 3rd elder said indifferently, Sect leader Jun, do you dare to accept the challenge? His eyes and tone were full of disdain. Does he think I don't dare to accept the challenge? Jun Changxiao thought to himself, what's his realm? How much strength does he have? The system said, 1st grade Wuzong. It's hard to accurately gauge his strength, but it's at least 200,000 pounds. 200,000 pounds? More than that, that's too high. My strength is around 25,000. Even with a 5 times boost from the talisman, it's still a far cry from his 200,000. The system poured cold water on him. Not only is there a difference in strength between the host and him, there is also a difference in realm. If you accept the challenge, your chances of winning are 0. The difference in strength between martial disciples was not big. It was not rare to beat someone above one's realm. But if a martial disciple were to fight a Wuzong, it would be suicide. Damn it, this is a bit of a dilemma. Do I have to waste the only talisman I have and use it? Ha ha ha. Just at that moment, a burst of laughter came from behind. Elder Ma and a few other disciples of the Tsung Mountain sect strode over and said, Elder C of the Grandmaster realm wants to challenge our little friend Jun, who is only a martial disciple. Sect leader C's face darkened, Ma Yunting. Sect leader Jun was in a dilemma as to whether or not to use the unstoppable blade against the Holy Spring sect's 3rd elder when Tsung Mountain sect's Elder Ma arrived. Phew. He let out a sigh of relief and said, the opening talisman is safe. Elder Ma Yun walked over and stood shoulder to shoulder with Jun Changxiao. He smiled and said, Little friend Jun, I didn't expect to see you again so soon after we parted in Qingyang City. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, Qingyang County is too small, we meet everywhere. Ha ha ha. Ma Yunting laughed and said, what a good we meet everywhere. Qin Haoran and the other sect leaders' faces changed. Elder Ma called June little friend and was talking and laughing. This meant that the two had a close relationship. Damn it, since when did little Iron Bone hug Song Mountain Sect's thigh? June Chongxiao really didn't hug any thigh. He only gave Ma Yunting some pointers which made him feel grateful. When he heard about the Holy Spring Sect's challenge, he hurried over. They came at the right time. Otherwise, once our sect leader June unsheathed his 40-meter-long blade, it would be difficult to take it back. The three elders of the Holy Spring Sect had ugly expressions. Could it be that the Song Mountain Sect had rushed over to support the Iron Bone Sect? Elder C. Ma Yunting said indifferently, although you and little friend June are sect leaders, Wuzong is challenging a martial disciple. Don't you feel ashamed? Humph. Elder C said coldly, I was just joking. Elder Ma, don't take it seriously. Haha. Song Mountain Sect came to make a joke. If they didn't come, then it wouldn't be a joke. So it's like this. Ma Yunting pretended to be enlightened and said, like I said, how could a Wuzong challenge a martial disciple? Alliance leader Qin and the other sect leaders suddenly realized that Song Mountain Sect wanted to support Iron Bone. They couldn't help but sigh. It was good to have a thigh to hug. Elder C's eyes became gloomy. Song Mountain Sect was also a fifth-rate sect, their strength not weaker than the Holy Spring Sect. If they really wanted to protect Iron Bone, they would have to return without success. Elder C. Ma Yunting said, I've heard a little about the Spiritual Spring Sect. Is your Holy Spring Sect here to denounce us? Elder C said indifferently, Elder Ma, please don't misunderstand. The Wei brothers have long been expelled and have nothing to do with our Sacred Spring Sect. This trip is only to exchange pointers and discuss the Tao with Iron Bone. It's not a punitive expedition. The two of them had a casual conversation, but it felt like neither of them was willing to give an inch. As expected of a fifth-rate sect, their exchange of words was like a battle between two experts. Ma Yunting glanced at Mo Shangfei, who had fainted on the martial arts practice field, and said, if I'm not wrong, your disciple seems to have been defeated, and the result of the sparring has been decided, right? At the mention of this, the faces of the three elders of the Sacred Spring Sect turned even uglier. June Chongxiao seized the opportunity and said, Elder C, if you feel that it's not enough, you and I can send another disciple to have a friendly match. No need. Elder C pulled a long face and said, if fate wills it in the future, let's have another match. Mo Shangfei was the best inner disciple he had brought, but he had been beaten unconscious. If the other disciples went up to fight one-on-one, they definitely wouldn't have an advantage. Elder C glanced at the two elders behind him and cupped his hands, saying, Elder Ma, the sect's affairs are busy, so we'll take our leave first. After saying that, he started to walk away. Perhaps because he had a belly full of anger, he didn't even bother to greet Alliance head Qin and the others. Wait a moment. However, just as he reached the door, June Chongxiao shouted. Elder C stopped, but didn't turn around. He said, Sect head June, is there something else? June Chongxiao also had his back to him. He lowered his head and rubbed his fingers, saying, our Iron Bone Sect's #1 motto is to not reciprocate. Changed again, quickly write it down. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma slightly closed their eyes, engraving the newest motto in their hearts. If conditions permitted, they might take out a small notebook and write it down. Not reciprocate is impolite, Elder C said in a low voice. Sect head June, what do you mean by this? June Chongxiao rubbed his nose and said, 1 year later, this seat will personally lead the sect's disciples to the Holy Spring Sect to exchange pointers and discuss the Tao. Xie Guangquan and the other sect heads immediately widened their eyes. Although there was an extra year, it was undoubtedly a challenge to the Holy Spring Sect, an 8th-rate sect challenging a 5th-rate sect. This was absolutely unprecedented, Elder C said disdainfully. Sect head June, to say something unpleasant, your Iron Bone Sect really doesn't have the qualifications to come to my Holy Spring Sect to exchange pointers and discuss the Tao. Indeed. The difference between an 8th-rate sect and a 5th-rate sect was too great. June Chongxiao smiled faintly. I don't have the qualifications now, but that doesn't mean I won't have the qualifications a year later. Good. Elder C said straightforwardly. My Holy Spring Sect accepts the challenge. 1 year later, we will wait for Sect head June and our disciples to come to Holy Spring Mountain to exchange pointers and discuss the Tao. However, Elder C's eyes darkened. When the time comes, Sect head June must not miss the appointment. June Xianxia said, Elder C, please rest assured. My Iron Bone Sect's first mission is to be civilized, harmonious, honest, and friendly. We will not do anything that goes back on our word. The cultivators present all twitched their mouths. They even wanted to take the liberty to ask, Sect head June, how many of your Iron Bone Sect's first missions are there? Elder C said indifferently, 1 year later, my Holy Spring Sect respectfully awaits the arrival of Iron Bone Sect. After saying that, he waved his sleeves and angrily left with the other elders and disciples. He had originally wanted to punish Iron Bone Sect in front of everyone, but in the end, his inner disciple had been beaten unconscious and he had to carry him back. This loss of face was too great, so it would be strange if he wasn't angry. After the Holy Spring Sect left, the excitement died down. The various sect heads walked over and bid farewell to Ma Yunting with a smile. However, just as Qin Haoran walked to the door, June Changxiao said, Alliance head Qin, after some time, my Iron Bone Sect will also go to Haoqi Sect to spar. Qin Haoran said indifferently, this Qin will be waiting. After he left with the various sect heads, Xie Guangquan walked over and cupped his fists towards Elder Ma. Then, he shook his head and said, Sect head June, you first set a 1-year appointment with the Holy Spring Sect, then set a battle appointment with Haoqi Sect. Aren't you making enemies everywhere? June Changxiao said, City Lord Xia, do you think my Iron Bone Sect can still get along peacefully with the 100 Sect Alliance and Alliance head Qin? No. Xie Guangquan said. From the moment this brat called Qin Haoran a dog, he knew that both sides had completely fallen out. The next time they met in the wild, if they didn't fight, they would be letting down the bitter hatred between them. June Changxiao shrugged and said, since we are enemies, why not set a battle appointment and let everyone know? Hearing this, Xie Guangquan was enlightened. He immediately raised his thumb and praised, Sect head June's move is brilliant, this Xia admires. As long as the news of the battle appointment with Alliance head Qin spread to the Jianghu, no matter if it was Haoqi Sect or the Alliance members, no one would be able to find trouble with Iron Bone Sect directly. Otherwise, they would be criticized. This was a good plan. However, Xie Guangquan also knew that once the battle was set, they would be able to avoid being disturbed by the alliance. But sooner or later, they would have to accept the battle. Would Sect leader June and his Iron Bone Sect be able to defeat the 6 Streams Vast Qi Sect? P.S. Please vote. The people of the Holy Spring Sect left. Qin Haoran and the other sect leaders also left. Although they left at different times, what they had in common was that they all left with a belly full of anger. One failed to teach June Changxiao a lesson, one was scolded like a dog, and the rest wanted to see a joke but failed. It would be strange if they were happy. The other forces who came to join in the fun were shocked. Iron Bone Li Qingyang defeated an 8th grade martial disciple with the cultivation of a 4th grade martial disciple. This was absolutely valiant. What was even more valiant was that June Changxiao was not afraid of a giant like the Holy Spring Sect. He even set an appointment to spar with the Holy Spring Sect 1 year later. Was he sick in the head? This was what all the martial artists were thinking as they went down the mountain road. They could understand that disciples relied on special martial skills to win. An 8th-rate sect challenging a 5th-rate sect, this was absolutely a joke. Iron Bone Sect leader is really bold, daring to challenge the Holy Spring Sect. He really doesn't know how much he's worth. In my opinion, he can't even pass the test of Alliance leader Qin, let alone go to the Holy Spring Sect. That guy didn't say a specific time limit. Who knows when he will go to the Vast Qi Sect to spar. Ever since Sect Master June made a name for himself in the 100 Sect recruitment, our Azure Sun County hasn't been peaceful. Many martial artists were discussing in private, but they were also looking forward to June Changxiao taking his disciples to the Vast Qi Sect as soon as possible. After all, this would add a little fun to their boring cultivation life. Not to mention, it was not good for the Jianghu to be too peaceful. Outside the ruins of the Spirit Spring Sect, June Changxiao walked out and said gratefully, Elder Ma, thank you for coming in time. Otherwise, June really doesn't know how to face the Holy Spring Sect. Ma Yunting said, my Blue Mountain Sect is in the Azure Sun County after all. Naturally, we will not tolerate the Holy Spring Sect bullying little friend June. Xianxia said seriously, June will remember today's help. If Elder Ma needs my iron bone in the future, I will not spare any effort to help. His principle was, if you are bad to me, I am worse than you. You treat me well, and I treat you even better. What's more, the Five Streams Green Mountain Sect had a solid foundation. If he could make friends with them, it would really be a good thigh for him. June Changxiao would not take the initiative to hug a thigh, but since the thigh had extended itself to him, he would definitely hug it. If he was so shameless as to pluck the leg hair one by one, then his brain would definitely be clamped by the door. Elder Ma smiled and said, Sect Master June, I do have a request. Please speak, June Changxiao said. Elder Ma looked at the disciples behind him and said, these good-for-nothing disciples have encountered some trouble on the path of martial arts. Little friend June, please give us some pointers. June Changxiao said, no problem. As he spoke, he crushed a primary grade insight talisman and began to listen to the Blue Mountain Sect disciples talk about their own problems in martial arts, giving them the most correct pointers. At the same time, he also practiced the martial arts of the Song Mountain Sect. He couldn't be blamed. With the enhancement of the insight talisman, as long as he obtained the cultivation technique, he would be able to comprehend it within minutes. Of course, this kind of magical insight talisman had a drawback, which was that it was only applicable to the martial arts of the Falling Star continent and had no effect on the martial arts of the mall. It was impossible for June Changxiao to comprehend the martial arts of the mall with the insight talisman. Fortunately, the three martial arts of the mall that had been refreshed during this period were not too difficult to learn. In just more than 10 minutes, the disciples of the Song Mountain Sect were guided one by one. They were all lost in thought, and their confusion about martial arts suddenly became clear. Xie Guangquan, who was next to him, was dumbfounded. The disciples of the fifth-rate sect were enlightened by the eighth-rate sect leader one by one. This scene was really unimaginable. He leaned over and said rather embarrassedly, Sect Master June, I also have a problem on the path of martial arts. I wonder if you can solve it for me? Please go ahead, June Changxiao said. Just now in the martial arts practice field, when City Lord Xia came forward to persuade him, he knew that he was on his side, so he didn't mind giving him some pointers. Xie Guangquan told him about a kind of fist technique that he was practicing and even demonstrated it on the spot. June Changxiao was silent for a while, then gave him professional technical guidance and slightly changed the way he operated the fist technique. Of course, he also learned the martial arts technique. This change stunned City Lord Xia for a long time. In the end, he gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, Sect Master June's slight change solved my confusion for many years. You are really a god. June Changxiao said humbly, this is my only strong point. My martial arts are not worth mentioning. I will have to rely on City Lord Xia in the future. When it was time to be arrogant, he would be arrogant. When it was time to build a good relationship, he would have to build a good relationship. After all, there was still a long way to go. If he offended the whole world, he would die sooner or later unless he had the protagonist's halo. Xie Guangquan was also a wily old fox. How could he not understand the meaning of his words? So he said seriously, Sect Master June, please rest assured. As long as you are in the territory of Qingyang City, anyone who dares to touch your iron bone will be the enemy of the 3.6 million people of Qingyang City. This city lord was a little cute to be able to pull out 3.6 million people without saying anything. However, he didn't expect that one day in the future, the flames of war would spread to Qingyang County. Tens of thousands of cavalry would arrive at Qingyang City, and a fierce man and some fierce disciples would stand on the city walls to protect the 3.6 million people with their iron bones. His disciple had received some pointers and needed to go into seclusion to comprehend them. So Ma Yunting bid farewell. However, before he left, he gave Xie Guangquan 1,000,000 taels as thanks for the pointers. June Changxiao said in surprise, 1,000,000 taels in one go. Elder Ma is really rich. Xie Guangquan said, although the Blue Mountain Sect lives in seclusion in the Blue Mountain Sect and rarely travels in the Jianghu, they have properties in every city and are managed by Elder Ma. Their financial power cannot be underestimated. As expected, Jun Changxiao thought, whether it is the previous world or the present world, this surnamed Ma is really amazing. The system said, go and call your father. Scram. Jun Changxiao brought his disciple and Xie Guangquan down the mountain and returned to Qingyang City. As for Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingchen, they continued to cultivate. Not long after, the news of Iron Bone's one-year battle with the Sacred Spring Sect spread throughout Qingyang County. Without a doubt, it caused a huge uproar. Have you heard about the matter of the Spiritual Spring Sect? This was the first sentence that martial artists said when they met. If someone said that they had not heard about it, then they were definitely fat otakus and would be despised by everyone. The one-year battle. Not only did it spread throughout Qingyang County, it also spread to other counties. After the families and sects of the counties heard the news, not only did they remember the unknown Iron Bone, they also unanimously believed that they were courting death. In fact, the reason why Jun Changxiao dared to issue the battle was just like Xiao Ziji's 3-year battle. He had set a goal for himself, such as defeating a 5th-rate sect a year later. Not starting with an 8th-rate or 7th-rate sect, but directly aiming for a 5th-rate sect, this was really a bit too valiant. If one did not become stronger while courting death, one would be singing a sad song while courting death. This was very exciting. After returning to the sect, Jun Changxiao gathered his disciples and said, 1 year later, we will go to the Sacred Spring Sect to spar. Your mission is to become stronger and stronger. Tell me loudly, can you do it? Yes. The disciples shouted with their hands behind their backs. OJ8K, disband. The 1-year agreement with the Sacred Spring Sect and the sparring at the Haoqi Sect made the atmosphere in Iron Bone more serious, and the disciples worked harder on their cultivation. But it was far from enough. Not to mention fighting against a 5th-rate sect, just facing a 6th-rate sect was like a huge mountain in front of them, and it was very difficult to surmount. After returning, Jun Changxiao had been thinking about this problem, and finally came to the conclusion that to make the disciples stronger, they could only rely on elixirs and spirit stones. The system said, elixirs and spirit stones are only supplementary goods, the disciples' spirit root aptitude determines everything. That's right. Jun Changxiao agreed. Elixirs and spirit stones can certainly improve cultivation quickly, but the disciples' spirit roots are ordinary, and sooner or later they will be unable to continue. If I can use the aptitude-modifying elixir to improve my spirit root, the other disciples must be able to as well. Jun Changxiao murmured. A bold idea rose in his mind, to use the aptitude-modifying elixir to improve the quality of the disciples' spirit roots. In the shopping list, there were 3 types of aptitude-modifying elixirs, which could easily make a disciple with a low-grade spirit root reach the high-grade level. But to buy all 3 types, it would cost 150 contribution points. With the current contribution points limit, he could only buy 3 sets to help 3 disciples improve. Jun Changxiao murmured, with my current ability, I can't train all of them, but I can let some of them become stronger first. Every sect had an inner sect division, and the inner sect was equal to the elites, and enjoyed enough resources. Jun Changxiao wanted to let some of the disciples become stronger first, and in fact, it was equivalent to dividing the inner and outer sect disciples. In a large sect, to become an inner sect disciple, one must rely on one's own aptitude and hard work to fight for it. Jun Changxiao wanted to choose a few first. Li Qingyang with the high-grade spirit root and the mysterious Lu Xianxia could be excluded, and he quickly drew up the list of disciples to focus on. Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, Tian Qi, Li Fei, and Yi Xingchen. The next day, Jun Changxiao officially announced that from today onwards, Iron Bone would be divided into inner and outer disciples. The first batch of inner disciples would consist of 7. I treat all of you equally. If you want to become an inner sect disciple, you must prove yourself with your strength, he added. The disciples didn't feel dispirited at all. Instead, they became even more determined to become stronger. Work hard. Work harder, use your own strength to become an inner court disciple. The division between the inner and outer sects once again stimulated the Iron Bone disciples' passion for cultivation. After all, it was tantamount to giving them a goal to strive for. Sect leader. After disbanding, Lu Qianxia walked into the main hall and said, since we're going to divide the inner and outer sect, the rewards and punishments must also be set. Only then will the junior brothers have more motivation to cultivate and not slack off. Leaning on the chair, Xianxia smiled. What do you think? Lu Qianqian said, there will be a strength assessment every month, a small disciple competition every 3 months, and a big disciple competition every year. This system was used by many sections. How many protagonists in novels didn't shine in various competitions in academies and sects, and eventually become gods, demons, emperors, and celestial lords? Yes, Xianxia said. The existence of the system had its reasons. He couldn't avoid it. Moreover, didn't the world's top student also stand out in the annual assessment and become an existence that everyone looked up to? How are the rewards and punishments? The champion of the big disciple competition every year will become an inner court disciple. The top 9 will be rewarded. The same goes for the top 10 in the small competition every 3 months. In the strength assessment every month, the outstanding will be rewarded accordingly. The bottom will have to do labor for a certain period of time. Hearing Lu Qianqian explain the various rewards and punishments in such detail, Li Qingyang couldn't help but think, this is definitely the first time senior sister has spoken so much. Xianxia said, yes. He adopted Lu Qianqian's suggestion to set up various tests and small competitions for Iron Bone. He also thought seriously about the rewards. In the strength assessment every month, the winner will receive 3 qi gathering pills. In the small competition every 3 months, the champion will receive 10 qi gathering pills, the second and third place will receive 5, and the 4th to 10th place will receive 3 each. The rewards of the big competition every year were more generous. The champion will not only become an inner court disciple, but will also be rewarded with the basic cold-edge sword and 20 qi gathering pills. The top 9 will also receive different amounts of rewards. This was only a temporary reward system. When the sect became stronger and had more martial arts resources, it would definitely be improved. Unlike other sects, as long as a disciple joined, there would be various benefits. For example, the sect's martial arts could be practiced freely, the basic body shaping pill would be given to everyone, and the meridian opening pill would be given out at a fixed time. Just this point alone made even the most powerful sects feel ashamed of their inferiority. Late at night, Xianxia sat on the roof of the main hall and took a puff of his cigar. He blew out a smoke ring and said, the division of disciples and the rewards and punishments have been established. It represents the formal establishment of the sect. My goal is, holding the cigar and pointing to the sky, he said heroically, to conquer the sea of stars. Bang! Plop, oh my god, Li Fei, you kicked the sect leader down. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In the dark and damp mountain forest, a figure bent over and ran quickly. Then, he stuck to a moss-covered rock and sprinkled a handful of grass leaves, which then drifted away with the wind. This was Xiaoziji, locating the wind direction and speed. Shwa! Suddenly, he appeared from the rock, holding up the Type 88 sniper rifle. His index finger suddenly pulled the trigger, only to hear a bang sound. A stream of light burst out, accurately hitting the head of the bear that was tearing at the corpse 800 meters away. He didn't use the 8x scope, it was completely a shoulder shot, very accurate, super accurate. Dang dang dang. Because of the recoil, Xiaoziji took a few steps back. Shooting with the support of the magic-modified shoulder pads, he could ignore it, but shooting while standing still couldn't withstand it. After a while, he came to the front of the slain 5th-rank beast and took out its core with the cold-edged sword. A bright smile appeared on his face. Boom! The sound of a fist came from another area. Yi Xingqian's fist wind bombarded a first-rank tiger beast and finally cruelly cut open its stomach. Blood and minced meat splattered, making him look like a killing god. Xiaoziji secretly said, Junior brother Ye's killing intent is very strong. Just after his rebirth, he was forced to join the Iron Bone Club and suffered the torture of happy football. Now that he was training in the wilderness, if Night Emperor didn't vent his anger and killing intent, he might suffer internal injuries. Not counting the Spirit Spring Mountain, the two had been training in the wilderness for 7 days. Relying on the I Jing Jing, Xiaoziji entered the 5th stage from the 4th stage of the Meridian Opening Realm, and Yi Xingqian entered the 9th stage. The increase in realm was secondary. The most important thing was that under the 7 days of training, the two's combat experience had increased. For example, Yi Xingchen had perfectly adapted to his body during this period of training. Relying on the martial arts experience of his previous life, he could seize the initiative when facing an enemy. However, due to his body's aptitude, his spiritual energy, reaction time, and various factors were limited. If he challenged a high-level vicious beast, he would definitely be abused. As long as I comprehend the second stage of the Taishan Sutra, my spiritual root aptitude can be raised from the low grade to the common grade. Yi Xingchen secretly said. He was full of hope for his future because he had the Taishan Sutra and the I Ching Jing. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of a gunshot rang out, and a flowing light bullet shot out. Yi Xingchen's pupils suddenly contracted. At that moment, he wanted to dodge, but his body couldn't keep up with his thoughts. Bang! The flowing light bullet flew past his ear, directly exploding the head of the low-level vicious beast pouncing from behind. Plop! Its huge body crashed to the ground, blood flowing out. Yi Xingchen's forehead oozed a drop of cold sweat. In the 0.1 second just now, he calculated that if he died, would his next rebirth take thousands or tens of thousands of years? Junior brother Yi. Xiao Ziji steadied his body and placed the gun on his shoulder. He smiled and said, "Retrieve the crystal core." On the 6th day after the Spirit Spring Mountain battle, all the Iron Bone disciples, except for Lu Wancher, had broken through to the 12th stage of the channel opening realm. Sect Master Li Qingyang reported, in the past few days, more disciples have broken through to the martial disciple realm. The number of disciples has reached 19 martial disciples and 79 12th stage of the channel opening realm. Very strong. Unfortunately, there was a limit to the number of disciples in the sect. Even if all of them became strong, they would not be able to reach the 7th rate. Jun Changxiao muttered, "It's time to open the sect and accept disciples." Once the sect became official, the number of disciples had to increase. Therefore, he went to Qingyang City on the same day and went to the city lord's mansion. "Thank you, city lord." As soon as he entered the hall, Jun Changxiao went back to the main topic, "I want to recruit disciples. Can I borrow the signboard?" "No problem," Xie Guangquan said straightforwardly. As a result, the Iron Bone Sect's recruitment advertisements appeared on every street bulletin board in every district of Qingyang City. Every recruitment notice was different. East of the city, join the Iron Bone clan and create a dream together. South of the city, gather all the talents in the world and recruit talents. Iron Bone clan, you are trustworthy. North of the city, don't think that you are not a fine horse. In fact, you just lack a talent scout. West of the city, if you want to fly, I will give you a pair of wings. The recruitment announcements of the various sects in the Falling Star continent were either literary or classical. Iron Bone's short and unique recruitment announcement immediately attracted a lot of attention. Not only in Qingyang City. Jun Changxiao relied on the AI clan's connections and also made recruitment announcements in Huyang City. However, after a few days, the number of martial artists who signed up was very few. Caw-caw, crows flew in the sky and cried out. Jun Changxiao, who was sitting in front of the mountain gate, held his chin and collapsed. "We have done a lot of big things in this period of time. Why hasn't anyone signed up?" Li Qingyang said, "Sect Master, our sect has a battle agreement with the Sacred Spring Sect and the Grand Spirit Sect. We are at the heart of the storm. I am afraid that many people are afraid to sign up." "That makes sense," Jun Changxiao said. Actually, this wasn't a bad idea. At least they could get rid of some hooligans. Those who dared to sign up were definitely not afraid of trouble. They really wanted to join Iron Bone. Ta. At this moment, a young man in white walked up the stairs. One of his hands was behind his back, while the other was gently fanning himself. A cool breeze blew away his scattered black hair, revealing a handsome face. When Jun Changxiao and Li Qingyang looked over, their first thought was, "How flirtatious." Shua. The young man in white closed his folding fan and walked to the front of the registration counter. He said in a gentle and elegant manner, "Sect leader Jun, I have admired the Iron Bone clan for a long time, so I came here to be your disciple." The direction of the cupped hands was Li Qingyang, Jun Changxiao raised his hand and pushed the second disciple away. Then, he picked up the brush and wrote the words "I am the sect leader" on a piece of paper. He then slapped the paper on his forehead. "Let me ask you, is it clear enough?" Seeing this, the young man in white said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else." "Please don't take offense, sect leader Jun. Take offense, how is that possible? I can hold a boat in my stomach." Jun Changxiao crossed his legs and waved the brush in his fingers. He said in a bad mood, "What's your name?" "Long Xiang," the young man in white said. Jun Changxiao was stunned. He pulled the paper off his head and looked at the person carefully. He thought to himself, so polite, he should have received higher education. Also, his surname is Long, so his identity is definitely not simple. After a brief consideration, he took the entry form and asked, "Gender?" "Male." "Age?" "Just over 16. "Realm?" "Level 9 Meridian Opening." Jun Changxiao did not ask about spirit roots, because as long as he was interested, low grade and supreme grade were meaningless. He directly stamped it. Ding. Sect member, 103500. Ding. Sect contribution points, 302500. Jun Changxiao said, "Qingyang, take your junior brother to the sect. Arrange a room and give him the school uniform. Oh right, don't forget to give him the sect's mission and rules booklet." "Yes." Li Qingyang brought Long Xiang into the sect. Jun Changxiao continued to cultivate Yi Jing while waiting. Not long after, a muscular man came up. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Excuse me, are you still recruiting?" "Yes," Jun Changxiao said. The man walked over and put his hands on the table. He said while panting, "I want to join the Iron Bone sect." Jun Changxiao held his chin and looked at him. He said, "Your body looks good, why are you so tired from climbing the mountain?" I. The man held his breath. "I ran all the way here from Huyang City." Jun Changxiao was shocked. The Iron Bone sect was hundreds of miles away from Huyang City. To be able to run all the way here in one breath, his body was very strong. Name: Yang Yuhua. Such a muscular man, yet his name was quite elegant. Age: 15 years old. Jun Changxiao raised his head and looked at the man's body and head. He then looked at the man's angular face and said in surprise, "You're only 15 years old?" Yang Yuhua scratched his head and said, "Others say that I look old." "You're not old, you just look a little rushed." Jun Changxiao said, "Stage." Yang Yuhua said softly, "Third stage Meridian Opening." He was so muscular and could run all the way to the Iron Bone sect in one breath. He was only at the third stage Meridian Opening. It seemed that his body was developed, but his spirit root was weaker. "Brother, can I join?" Yang Yuhua said weakly. Jun Changxiao stamped the sect master's seal and pointed at the door. "Take the form and go in. Someone will arrange everything for you." Ding. Sect members, 104500. Ding. Sect contribution points, 303500. Yang Yuhua took the form and walked into the sect. He did not forget to turn back and say gratefully, "Thank you, brother." "Kid." Jun Changxiao said indifferently, "I'm holding the sect master seal and you're calling me brother?" "Gah." Yang Yuhua stopped in his tracks and turned his head. His expression changed and he quickly cupped his hands. "I'm sorry, brother." "Sect master." "Sect master." More people came to sign up. However, Jun Changxiao would first make a judgment based on his intuition and then decide whether to accept them or not. In one day, more than 10 people signed up. Including Long Xiang and Yang Yuhua, only 5 disciples were recruited. The rest were all eliminated. It was not that he did not want to accept them, but that some of them were too weird. For example, the last person was a hunchbacked old man in his 70s or 80s. Sigh. Perhaps Li Qingyang was right. The sect is in the teeth of the storm. There are very few martial artists who dare to sign up. 10 days later. Iron Bone only recruited 46 disciples. Jun Changxiao handed the matter over to Li Qingyang. Then, he called Su Xiaoma, Xianxia and Li Fei to the study room. In view of your good performance, each of you will be rewarded with a bottle of aptitude-changing liquid. Aptitude-changing liquid? Su Xiaoma asked with a puzzled expression. Sect Master, what is this? After consuming it, it will allow you to break through 1 grade from your original spirit roots. Jun Changxiao said. He said it very casually, but the 3 of them opened their eyes wide and their mouths wide open. It should be more than enough to stuff 2 eggs. Su Xiaoma's spirit root was of the common grade. His aptitude-changing liquid was suitable for common grade. Tianqi and Li Fei's were suitable for lower grade. The 3 of them returned to their rooms as if they had found a treasure. They carefully drank the liquid. Not only did their spirit roots improve, their cultivation was also increased. They all broke through to the 2nd grade martial disciple. Too magical. They were happy, but Sect Master Jun spent 150 contribution points. Now, he only had 185 points left. The system said, using the contribution points on them is a bit of a waste. Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes and said proudly, in the Spirit Spring Mountain, I am not afraid of the Sacred Spring Sect. I am willing to use contribution points to cultivate such unyielding disciples. What can you do? Transforming Su Xiaoma and the other 2 was just the beginning. Jun Changxiao left 2 bottles of contribution points for Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingchen, waiting for them to return. Li Qingyang and Lu Qianqian, because he didn't have the higher quality transformation liquid, he could only temporarily give them qi-gathering pills to help them quickly increase their cultivation. With more than 100 disciples, Jun Changxiao couldn't divide them equally. Yes, divide them equally. If you want to be dirty, hurry up and face the wall. He decided on a few main disciples first, hoping that after a year on the Sacred Spring Mountain, they would have a stunning performance and loudly tell the world that the Iron Bone clan was not simple. In fact, Jun Changxiao could buy 1 less bottle. Because Yi Xingchen, who was cultivating in the wild, had comprehended the Taixuan Sutra to the 2nd stage, and his spiritual root had entered the mortal grade from the low grade. His realm had also broken through from the 9th stage to the 12th stage, and was only 1 step away from becoming a martial disciple. Ha ha ha. Sitting cross-legged in the cave, feeling the sublimation of his spiritual root and the improvement of his body, Yi Xingchen unscrupulously laughed out loud. I will strengthen my body and enter the divine grade spiritual root. That will be the day when I return to the peak. He clenched his fists and said with a cold look in his eyes, at that time, I will make the heavens unable to cover my eyes and the earth unable to bury my heart. I will make the so-called Empress of the Eternal Era disappear. Whoosh whoosh. His body emitted a special aura. This was the domineering aura of a former martial emperor. Unfortunately, his soul suffered a setback in his previous life, and he was nurtured in the earth's core for thousands of years. After breaking through the mortal grade spiritual root, only a little of it was revealed. Xiao Ziji, who was awakened by the laughter, said, Junior brother Yi, why are you laughing in the middle of the night? Humph, Yi Xingchen coldly snorted and said, vulgar mortal. Roar. Suddenly, a roar came from outside the cave, and the ground shook. Not good. Xiao Ziji carried the Type 88 sniper rifle and rushed out of the cave. In the distance, a huge black bear stood up, and a thick tree was directly cut in half by the bear's paw. Yi Xingchen walked out, glanced at the big guy, and said disdainfully, trash. Shwa. Xiao Ziji raised his gun and aimed at the black bear's head. Wait. Yi Xingchen raised his hand and stood in front of him. He said coldly, leave it to me. Xiao Ziji said, Junior brother, this is a black demon bear comparable to a peak martial disciple. Roar. The dark demon bear swung its arms and smashed the trees around it. It roared furiously at the 2 of them, bringing with it a strong wind that brought with it a nauseating stench. Trash. As Yi Xingchen spoke, he took 2 steps back and said, I'm too lazy to do anything. Roar. Just at this moment, the black demon bear dragged its huge body and rushed over. The trees and rocks along the way were either knocked away or smashed into pieces. Boom. Gunshots rang out in the forest. Let's learn to meow together, meow 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 meow. Acting coquettishly in front of you, I-o meow 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 meow. Early morning, martial arts practice field. The magically modified sound system was playing a brand new divine song, and all the disciples of Iron Bone were dancing to the rhythm. Lu Wancher was following the melody of the music. Sometimes she clenched her small fists, put them in front of her cheeks, and sometimes she nodded gently. She looked extremely cute. Seeing the little girl jumping happily, Jun Changxiao whispered, Dudu was born in the wrong world. If he was born on Earth, he would definitely be a group of dead fat otakus. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, since there are guns in the mall, are there any rockets or spaceships? Yes. The system said. Jun Changxiao was overjoyed. But the system habitually poured cold water on him and said, only high-level malls can refresh, so the host should take back the immature idea of crossing the universe and returning to Earth. Jun Changxiao said disapprovingly, as long as there is such a thing, there is a possibility of returning to Earth. The system said, there is spiritual power in the high-level world, and the lifespan of living beings is much higher than that of Earth. Why does the host have to go back? You don't understand. Jun Changxiao looked at the distant sky and said longingly, that is my home. My friends are there, and also my first love, and relatives. I don't think I have any relatives. The system said, so the host's purpose of returning to Earth is to bring the high-level world's cultivation to show off? Annoying, you have to expose me. Of course. Jun Changxiao said, American movies don't always have some Iron Man, green hat, and save the world. When I go back, I will call all the people from the Women's Federation over and beat them up one by one. Let's see how awesome they are. The system was speechless, that's just a movie. Not to mention. If these superheroes really exist, then the entire Earth, and even the Milky Way, will be Simidas. This retort. Jun Changxiao said, sharp. Oh, right. The system said again, Asian Games Hero League exhibition competition in Jakarta, your country's players defeated the Korean team 3-1 and won the gold medal. As an ex-bronze-ranked player in Hero League, Jun Changxiao was stunned. The system said, the career of a game player is very short. To be able to make the host country's flag fly in the competition once every 4 years, this is worthy of respect. Shwa. Jun Changxiao tore off his long shirt and rushed into the training field. He followed the disciples and danced to the beat. He was as happy as a 5 or 6-year-old child. Babies, let's get high. My heart is thumping, I am infatuated with your evil smile. If you don't say you love me, I will meow meow meow. After the morning exercise, the disciples went back to their own training. Long Xiang, Yang Yuhua, and the other disciples who had just entered the sect had ugly expressions. It was obvious that they had not gotten used to the shameful morning exercise. I was actually dancing just now, I was actually twisting just now. Xiang, Yuhua. Su Xiaoma waved his hand and smiled, come, seeing your brother will bring you to training. Oh. Long Xiang, Yang Yuhua, and the other new disciples followed and entered the training room. One by one, they entered the muscle building room and went through 2 hours of building. At night, this group of new disciples was paralyzed on the training field. The next day, after they regained their energy, they began to learn how to play football. In the end, after Li Fei used his face to catch the ball, they squatted in a corner like children and covered their faces as they wailed. Mom. There are too many bad people in the sect, I want to go home, go home? That did not exist. The moment they stepped into the Iron Bone Jing sect, they were destined to either become stronger in a mountain of blades and a sea of flames or sing in the abyss of hell. After the new disciples entered the sect, everyone received a copy of the tendon-changing scripture and the muscle-building pill and began to learn how to integrate into the life of the sect. Jun Changxiao then began to think about how to quickly increase his contribution points. The fastest way to earn contribution points was to recruit all the disciples. This way, he could obtain 352 contribution points and also activate the sect mission. However, it was not easy to recruit. Li Qingyang sat outside for 2 days and did not see anyone. My head hurts. Jun Changxiao rubbed his temples. Sect leader. Elder Wei walked into the main hall and said, the planted herbs have sprouted. So fast? Jun Changxiao was rather surprised. Calculating the time, it had only been slightly more than 10 days. Elder Wei said, herbs are not like crops. If you cultivate them diligently, they will feel it and express their gratitude by growing quickly. So mysterious? Jun Changxiao said with interest. Elder Wei, you are not simple. Is it convenient for you to tell me your story? Elder Wei laughed self-deprecatingly and said, I am only a third-grade apothecary. I have done nothing for most of my life. What story can I have? Jun Changxiao said, Elder Wei is very professional in cultivating herbs. Only a third-grade apothecary? I will never believe it. Elder Wei did not want to talk about this topic and said, I need a few disciples to go to the mountains to fetch spring water to water the herbs. Everyone had their own secrets. If he did not say, Jun Changxiao would not force him. He immediately arranged for Long Xiang, Yang Yuhua, and the other new disciples to help Elder Wei fetch water from the mountains. Sect leader. At this moment, Li Qingyang hurriedly walked in from outside. With a serious expression, he said, Star Cloud Sect elder brought disciples to spar. Star Cloud Sect? Jun Changxiao had never heard of it. Li Qingyang said, one of the 4 seventh-rate sects in Qingyang County. The sect leader is called Mang Xingda. The one who brought disciples to spar is the 7th elder. Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, this 7th-rate Star Cloud sect should be a member of the 100 Sect Alliance? That's right. Li Qingyang said. The 100 Sect Alliance's Nebula sect came to find him to spar. Even a fool could see that they had some dirty dealings with Alliance leader Qin. Alliance leader Qin. Jun Changxiao rubbed his fingers and laughed, we have a battle agreement. It's not convenient for you to make a move, so you send other sects to stir up trouble. Very particular, very particular. Ding. Side mission activated. The system notification sounded. Damn, finally, a mission came. Jun Changxiao hurriedly opened the data panel. The side mission was, defeat Nebula Sect's 7th Elder Song Kai 0 of 1, elite mission. There was a second mission, the mission was, Disciple beat up Nebula Sect's Disciple 0/5. It was fine if he didn't come, but when he came, he got 2, awesome, awesome, awesome. Jun Changxiao waved his sleeves and stood up confidently, quickly, invite the Nebula Sect's elder in. Yes. Li Qingyang turned and left. He was puzzled, sect leader looks very happy? He lacked contribution points, but someone sent him 2 missions. Of course, sect leader Jun was happy. He couldn't wait to turn on the stereo and start dancing. Martial arts arena. The Iron Bone disciples stopped cultivating and stood behind the sect leader. Jun Changxiao sat on a chair with one leg propped up. He couldn't stop the smile from appearing on his face. Opposite. The Nebula Sect's elder stood proudly with his hands behind his back. Behind him stood 5 disciples. From their aura, they were definitely martial disciples and their ranks weren't low. In Jun Changxiao's eyes, contribution points were floating above these people's heads. The system said, 5 disciples. From left to right, 5th grade, 4th grade, 4th grade, 3rd grade, and 2nd grade martial disciples. TSK. Jun Changxiao thought, worthy of being a 7th-rate sect. Their disciples are awesome. Sect leader Jun Song Kai cupped his hands and said, your sect's disciples took the top 4 spots in the Great Sect competition. My Nebula sect admires you. Today, I brought my disciples here to learn from you. The Nebula sect also participated in the Great Sect competition. However, they sent their outer sect disciples. Their cultivation wasn't high and they were eliminated in the last few rounds. It wasn't that they didn't want to send high-ranking disciples, but there was a clear rule in the intersect tournament. A disciple could only participate once, and they had to be under the age of 18. Jun Changxiao said, making friends through martial arts, exchanging pointers and discussing the Tao. Why aren't you welcoming them? Pa. All the disciples applauded in unison to welcome him. The corner of Song Kai's mouth twitched. Very quickly, he said seriously, this song has brought 5 inner sect disciples from my Nebula sect. I hope to have 5 one-on-one matches with your sect's disciples. What do you think, Sect Master Jun? Did this guy think that only Li Qingyang was stronger than Iron Bone, so he deliberately chose to have more people fight more battles? Jun Changxiao said, sure. Qingyang. He waved his hand and said, go and spar with the guests who came from afar. Yes. Li Qingyang took a step forward, only to hear the sect leader whisper, "Give him a good beating, beat him until he cries for his father and mother." The side mission was to beat the Nebula sect's disciples. If it was easy to defeat them, then it definitely wouldn't meet the requirements. Li Qingyang nodded and walked to the center of the martial arts practice field. Song Kai also sent out a disciple, who was the weakest of the five, a second-grade martial disciple. Jun Changxiao disdainfully said, "My Huaxia ancestors played a leftover trick, and they still have the face to show it." Pa, with a snap of his fingers, a disciple came in with tea. Li Qingyang. Jia Tengying. Pfft, Jun Changxiao spat out a mouthful of tea. Both sides reported their names, and the battle began. Shua. Jia Tengying took the initiative and rushed forward. 2 fingers condensed spiritual light, and with a shwa 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 sound, she stabbed out. This was a middle-grade mortal martial art, quick shadow finger. From the speed and the appearance of the finger shadows, it showed that this person had been immersed in this technique for a long time, otherwise it would be impossible to reach such a level. Li Qingyang put his hands behind his back and moved rhythmically, dodging the finger shadows. He defeated Mo Xianxia of the Sacred Spring Sect. Against a second-grade martial disciple, it could only be described as easy. Even if he kept stabbing until the sky turned dark, he might not even be able to touch the corner of his clothes. Jia Tengying knew that there was a big gap between her and her opponent, but as a martial artist, how could she admit defeat? She continued to use the quick shadow finger to poke wildly. Suddenly, Li Qingyang, who was dodging, grabbed her wrist with one hand and lightly pushed her away with his shoulder. Jia Tengying, who had retreated more than 10 steps, had not yet stabilized her body when a hand grabbed her collar and lifted her up forcefully. Plop, she flew 160 degrees and fell to the ground. Then, she flew 160 degrees in the opposite direction and fell to the ground again. Bang! 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 Li Qingyang, who was standing on the martial arts practice field, had one hand behind his back and the other hand grabbed Jia Tengying's collar and threw her left and right. After a while, she was dizzy from being thrown around. Her mouth and eyes were crooked. Ding! Disciple brutally thrashing Star Cloud Sect Disciple 15. Li Qingyang's bullying met the requirement of brutality. 1 mission completed. Qingyang, sparring and discussing Dao, that's enough. Jun Changxiao said. Li Qingyang dragged Jia Tengying, who was foaming at the mouth, to the edge of the martial arts practice field and threw her out. Second senior brother won. The disciples immediately cheered. When the new disciples saw a martial disciple being brutally thrashed, they immediately worshipped their second senior brother. Humph, Song Kai snorted coldly. His disciple's defeat was within his expectations. Li Qingyang had already fought, so the Iron Bone sect did not have any outstanding disciples. For the next 4 rounds, the Star Cloud sect would control the entire field. Indeed, they controlled the entire field. This was because the second disciple who went up was kicked all over the martial arts practice field by Li Fei. Every stone under his feet experienced the fear of being controlled by Li Fei's feet. In the end, he ran until he was exhausted. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. Ding! Disciple thrashed Star Cloud Sect Disciple 25. After hearing the notification, Jun Changxiao spread out his hands and said, "Sorry, my disciple was a little heavy-handed." Song Kai's old face fell. That Iron Bone sect disciple was clearly only a second-grade martial disciple. How could he thrash his own third-grade martial disciple so miserably? If he knew that this was a man who had even kicked the sect leader down, he would understand. The problem was not big. There were not many disciples who had the ability to fight above their level. As long as they won the next 3 rounds, it would be fine. Thinking of this, Song Kai raised his hand. The 4th-grade martial disciple walked up to the martial arts practice field. Jun Changxiao originally planned to let Tianqi or Su Xiaoma fight, but before he could open his mouth, he saw 2 people appear at the gate. Hu, Xiaoziji and Yi Xingchen. Their hair was disheveled and their faces were dirty. Their school uniforms were torn in strips. It was obvious that they were scratched by the claws of fierce beasts. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched and said, "When you went out, you had an imposing appearance. How did you come back as refugees?" Sect leader, we're back. Xiao Ziji grinned, revealing a row of neat white teeth. Just in time. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and said, Star Cloud Sect has come to exchange pointers. You'll be the third opponent, right? Ah? Xiao Ziji was dumbfounded. He and Xianxia went deep into the mountain forest. In the end, they were chased by a group of fierce beasts. In the end, they risked their lives to escape. Then, they returned to the sect. Without resting, they fought with others. This was too exciting. Xiao Ziji had just returned and was already assigned to fight. This made him feel very excited. Xianxia was not interested at all and was about to take a bath. Xingqian. Jun Changxiao shouted, you will fight in the 4th round. Let me see how much your strength has improved after this wilderness training. Damn it, you want me to fight with a little brat? Although he was unwilling, he still stopped and looked at the Star Cloud Sect disciple. His gaze was filled with the strong disdain of a martial emperor. Song Kai glanced at the two and said lightly, Sect leader Jun, your 2 disciples look very tired. Isn't it a little too casual to send them? It's very casual, Jun Changxiao said. This tone, this meaning. It was as if he did not take the Star Cloud Sect seriously at all. You. Song Kai suppressed his anger and said lightly, if Sect leader Jun doesn't feel that the Star Cloud Sect is bullying you, you can send them to fight. Haha. This must be what he wanted. Xiao Ziji did not even change his school uniform. He dragged his dirty body and stood on the training field. He cupped his hands and said, Xiao Ziji. The Star Cloud Sect disciple looked at him and said, so you are the champion of the intersect tournament. Then, he cupped his hands in disdain and said, Zhang Yi. In his opinion, this guy who did not open his meridians was very lucky to win the championship. If he participated, he would definitely beat him to a pulp. Not to mention, in the intersect tournament, with Xiao Ziji's strength, facing a rank 4 martial disciple would be a tragedy. But now, bang. 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 After the fight began, the Star Cloud Sect disciple called Zhang Yi was beaten by Xiao Ziji's strong body and strength. He was spinning around in the training field dizzily. At this time, if the sound system was turned on, it would be very appropriate with a cat meowing song. Plop. Zhang Yi spun around for a while and fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. As for the arrogant and disdainful expression just now, it was destined to be replaced by a dead fish face for a long time because of the beating. Ding. Disciple beat Star Cloud Sect Disciple 35. Not bad, not bad. Jun Changxiao said with satisfaction, after this experience, the improvement is very obvious. After dealing with his opponent, Xiao Ziji walked out of the training grounds and said, Sect leader, I'm going to take a bath. Go, go, Jun Changxiao said. Song Kai was dumbfounded. The disciple participating in the battle was a 4th grade martial disciple. From the aura of the Iron Bone disciple, it seemed that he was only at the 6th stage of the channel opening realm. Xiao Ziji's cultivation was weak. However, ever since he opened his meridians, he was able to gather spirit energy in his body. Coupled with his highly tempered body, his combat strength had definitely skyrocketed. 4th grade martial disciple. Sorry, it's just a punching bag. They had lost 3 out of 5 matches. This time, the Nebulous Sect, which was ordered by Alliance Master Qin to challenge the sect, had lost their face in front of Iron Bone. Jun Changxiao said, Elder Song, do you still want to spar? Spar. Song Kai said solemnly. They had already lost, but if they could win the next 2 matches and make it 2-3, they could at least regain some face. Xingqian, go on stage, Jun Changxiao said. Xingqian snorted coldly and walked onto the training grounds. He pointed at the 5th grade martial disciple who was supposed to be the last to fight and said disdainfully, You, get up here. He directly chose the strongest. Brother Chen was very social. The Nebula Sect disciple who was pointed at glanced at Song Kai and walked onto the training grounds after receiving instructions. He looked at Xingqian with a strong sense of disdain. He was the strongest among the 5 disciples brought by Song Kai. To be able to break through to the 5th grade martial disciple before the age of 20, he indeed had the qualifications to look down on others. However, he looked down on Su Xiaoma and Tian Qi. It was not a problem. However, the person he looked down on was one of the 10 great martial emperors, the Night Emperor. This was a big problem. Xianxia, who was not interested in the battle between brats, saw the contempt and disdain in his eyes. His entire face immediately darkened. He clenched his fists and said coldly, "Kid, I will make you suffer." Pung. The Nebula Sect disciple bent his arms and clenched his fists. A wave of chi burst out and instantly tore his shirt, revealing a gaudy tattoo. It could be said that he was incomparably fierce. Xianxia shook his head and said, "You didn't tear your pants." Bad. Untattooed Peppa Pig. Bad. Tsk Xianxia was disdainful. Song Kai said indifferently, "Sect leader Jun, this disciple of mine is proficient in 32 saber techniques. I wonder if we can use weapons in the battle." "Yes," Xianxia said. Xianxia's mouth twitched. Facing a 5th grade martial disciple with a weapon, this should at least give me a weapon to fight, right? Unfortunately, Xianxia did not intend to give him a weapon. Instead, he clasped his fingers and said, "This disciple of mine is proficient in 72 grappling techniques. He has always fought with his bare hands." Xianxia's expression suddenly became interesting. The Nebula Sect disciple waved his hand and summoned his treasured saber from his spatial ring. The saber was not long and was similar to a watermelon knife. However, the blade shone brightly. It looked very sharp. Lu Kunlong. He reported his name. Xianxia did not report his name. Instead, he was thinking about how he should deal with a 5th grade martial disciple with a weapon with his bare hands. Shua. 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 At this moment, Lu Kunlong waved his saber. The saber shadow surrounded his body. Then, he raised his saber with one hand and stood in a golden rooster stance. He was indeed proficient in 32 saber techniques. What a professional. Good. Xianxia clapped his hands. Clap clap clap. The disciples behind him also clapped as if they were watching that guy perform a saber show. Lu Kunlong said indifferently, "If you don't report your name, then I will use my saber." Trash. Xianxia said indifferently. Shua. At this moment, Lu Kunlong took a step forward and waved his saber crazily. In an instant, dense saber shadows were intertwined. It looked very scary. Xianxia retreated step by step, avoiding the saber intent that swept towards him. At the same time, he was looking for his opponent's weakness. The improvement of his spiritual root and his cultivation level reaching stage 12 made him more compatible with his body. Not only could he catch the saber shadows, but he could also dodge them in advance. However, once the opponent's 32 saber techniques were used, not only did it form an attack, but it also protected his body. It was difficult to find a weakness to counterattack. Shua. Shua. Lu Kunlong's saber. Momentum increased and more saber shadows appeared. Xianxia realized that if he could not finish him off in the shortest time possible, once he was surrounded by an inescapable net of attacks, he could only be attacked passively. Damn it, a mere 5th grade martial disciple was enough to make this emperor feel helpless? Xianxia's anger rose. The little bit of domineering aura that he had just recovered burst out instantly. Huff huff. The aura spread out invisibly. Lu Kunlong, who was using his saber technique, was enveloped by the aura. He suddenly stopped, his eyes filled with fear. At that moment, his soul seemed to have fallen into hell. His heart suffered endless torment. His hand went limp and the saber he was holding fell to the ground with a clang. This kind of terrifying aura that came from a martial emperor's oppression disappeared in a flash. When Lu Kunlong regained his senses and realized that the saber had fallen, he saw that Xianxia had already raised his waist, holding the saber in his hand. Brat. Night Emperor said coldly, "You can't even hold a saber, and you dare to use your saber technique in front of me?" Shua. As he spoke, he swung his saber. Puchi, a deep saber mark appeared on Lu Kunlong's chest. Blood gushed out. You. His face became ferocious. Xianxia stepped forward and said coldly, "Today, I will let you know that sabers are used to cut people, not for juggling." Shua. The saber slashed down again. Blood splattered. Another saber mark appeared on Lu Kunlong's chest. He endured the pain and hurriedly turned around to run. Xianxia chased after him with large strides. He raised his saber and slashed down. Poochie! Poochie! 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes, poor Lu Kunlong. His equipment was picked up by Xianxia and counterattacked. In the end, he lay on the ground covered in blood. If it had been someone else, Lu Kunlong would not have been knocked to the ground. At most, he would have been beaten up. However, his opponent was Xianxia. Who was he? One of the 10 great martial emperors. Not only had he killed people in his past life, but he had also killed many people. When his bones were piled up, they could form a mountain. He was definitely a ruthless character who killed without batting an eye. Thinking about how he had been chased by a group of vicious beasts and was now being looked down upon by a junior, Xianxia's anger turned into killing intent. He raised his saber and slashed down again. Xianxia. Xianxia stopped him. It's just a spar. There's no need to kill. Xianxia stopped slashing and threw the saber on the ground. He snorted. Sect leader, don't let me fight trash like this in the future. It's a waste of time. After saying that, he turned around and went to take a bath. He can actually counterattack a rank 5 martial disciple. Junior brother Yi is too awesome. The disciples exclaimed. Su Xiaoma was surprised. Junior brother Yi has grown so fast? If it were him, he could use his speed to fight against Lu Kunlong, but he definitely couldn't use his sword to counterattack like Xianxia. Xianxia held his chin and said, there seemed to be a wave of qi just now. Because of the distance, he caught a glimpse of Xianxia's domineering aura. Although it disappeared in a flash, it was terrifying. The system said, this is spiritual force. Spiritual force? When a martial artist's soul energy is strong, they can form spiritual force to intimidate others. Xianxia said, you mean, Xianxia's spiritual force shocked Lu Kunlong's mind. That's why his saber fell? That's right. The system said. Looking at the receding figure, Xianxia said to himself, this disciple of mine is not simple. Not just a little. The system said. Lu Kunlong could have exchanged blows with Xianxia. However, his mind was disturbed by Xianxia's domineering aura and he ended up being slashed to the ground. It was not that he was not strong, but that his opponent was too evil. Song Kai, who was standing at the back, retracted his condensed spiritual energy. Anger appeared in his eyes. If Xianxia had dared to slash down, he would have attacked regardless of the consequences. After all, Lu Kunlong was the most valued inner disciple of the Nebula Sect. Xianxia said, Elder Song, your Star Cloud sect has lost 4 rounds. Is there a need to continue? These words were very hurtful, causing Song Kai's heart to ache. He said solemnly, continue. If he stopped now, the score would be 4-0. However, if he insisted on continuing, the score would be 5-0. Because the next contestant was Lu Xianxian. This cold beauty of few words released a tsunami-like spiritual power as soon as she entered the arena, directly scaring the Nebula Sect disciple to the ground. Bang! Bang! His spiritual energy transformed into small fists and pounded on that guy's chest. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out gloriously. The Iron Bone disciple's mouths twitched. It turned out that our beautiful senior sister was even fiercer than Xianxia when she fought. Long Xiang, Yang Yuhua, and the other new disciples secretly said, senior sister is the most ferocious person in the sect. Don't provoke her. Ding. Disciple thrashed Nebula Sect Disciple 55. Ding. Side mission completed. Host received 50 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 230500. Comfortable, Xianxia stood up and smiled. Elder Song, thank you for letting me win. Song Kai's entire face darkened. When he came, he promised Qin Haoran that he would definitely be able to kill the Iron Bone disciples. In the end, he lost all 5 rounds and was shaved bald. If this news were to spread, it would definitely be embarrassing. Elder Song. Xianxia said again, I see that you don't look good. You seem to be unconvinced by your loss. How about this, you and I have a spar? Song Kai's expression suddenly froze. He couldn't bear the loss of his disciples. He was still thinking about whether to spar with that guy. He didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to speak. Very good, Song Kai cupped his hands and said, since sect leader Jun has said so, I will respectfully accept. As he spoke, he walked to the center of the training field and fed Lu Kunlong a healing pill. Then, he dragged him down. Jun Changxiao walked over and thought, how much strength does this guy have? About 30,000. The system said. Only 30,000? Jun Changxiao disdained. Although he was only an 8th grade martial disciple, his strength had long exceeded 20,000. The system said, this elder's aptitude is average. He is only an ordinary 1st grade martial master. The host has undergone physique transformation and muscle molding. Naturally, he is not an ordinary person. Oh, that's true. Jun Changxiao said. It wasn't just him. Disciples who cultivated the body metamorphosis scripture, took the body molding pill, and went through the tempering of the body molding room all had combat power far stronger than ordinary people. When they cultivated their spiritual roots and cultivation, their strength. Just thinking about it made people's blood boil. The sect leader is about to make a move. When Jun Changxiao stood in the middle of the training field, the Iron Bone disciples immediately began to discuss. After all, the last time the sect leader made a move was when he tortured Ma Yongning. The Star Cloud sect's elder is a martial master. Can the sect leader win? A new disciple whispered. Nonsense, he can definitely win. The early disciples had 100% unconditional trust in Jun Changxiao. The sect leader will win, the sect leader will win. Lu Wancha raised her small fist and shouted. For a moment, the Iron Bone disciples were motivated and shouted in unison, cheering for the sect leader. Humph, Song Kai lightly snorted, but on the surface, he cupped his hands and said gracefully, Sect leader Jun, shall we compete with weapons or fists? Fists. Jun Changxiao said. Song Kai said, all right. As he spoke, thick spiritual energy condensed in his palms. His aura was quite good. In the Falling Star continent, martial disciples were also known as the spirit condensation stage. It meant that they condensed spiritual energy and opened up a cyclone in their dantian. Martial masters were known as the spirit manipulation stage because martial artists who reached this stage were more proficient in the absorption of spiritual energy and the use of spiritual energy. Although Song Kai was very mediocre in all aspects, he was still a genuine martial master. The spiritual energy in his palms was 2 streets ahead of a martial disciple. Kid. When the battle begins, I will defeat you in front of your disciples as quickly as possible to save the face of my Star Cloud sect. Song Kai said. Sect leader Jun, can we start? We can start. Jun Changxiao said. Swish. Song Kai strode over and clenched his right hand into a fist. The spiritual energy in the cyclone instantly poured into it, and a visible wave of air suddenly appeared. It was quite urgent. Jun Changxiao smiled faintly, raised his right palm and cut through the void, and said, I slash. Xiao, a crescent-shaped stream of light burst out. Song Kai raised his eyebrows. His right fist blasted out with a strong wind and violently broke it on the spot. His eyes were filled with strong disdain. However, when he looked at Jun Changxiao, he saw that the guy's left and right hands seemed to have turned into 2 kitchen knives. He kept chopping as if he was chopping dumplings. I slash, I slash, I slash, I slash, I slash, I slash. Xiao. In an instant, dozens of streaks of light shot out from different angles. This? Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. It was a little scary that the sect leader used I slash to such an extent. Of course, Song Kai, who was a little disdainful at first, saw the dense streams of light rushing from all angles. His expression suddenly became interesting. Dodge. Dodge. Dodge, this was the thought in his heart, but he couldn't dodge at all. He could only condense his spiritual energy in a hurry and constantly bombard the incoming streams of light. Bang. 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 Song Kai was still quite strong. He broke all the incoming streams of light. I slash, I slash, I slash, I slash, slash, slash. Sect leader Jun stood in the same place. He twisted his but as if he was cheating and continuously waved his hand. The crescent-shaped streams of light flew out with a shou-shou sound. Facing this kind of endless bombardment, Elder Song, who was a martial master, could only passively defend. However, there were too many of them. In the end, he couldn't keep up with the speed of the attacks. He could only use his body parts to block them. Boom. 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 5 minutes later. Xianxia stood in the martial arts arena, panting. Although the consumption of ice slash wasn't high, it couldn't be used so recklessly. Therefore, the energy of the cyclone in his dantian had been consumed by 70 to 80%. Song Kai stood outside the martial arts arena with trembling legs. In the end, he couldn't support his body and sat on the ground. Ding. Defeat the 7th Elder of the Star Cloud Sect, Song Kai, 1 point, Elite Mission. Ding. Side mission completed. Host receives 100 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 330500. Li Qingyang and the other disciples looked at the sect leader with admiration. There was only one thought in their minds, awesome. Song Kai was defeated before he could even get close to Xianxia. This was undoubtedly a tragedy. It wasn't that he wasn't strong, it was that Xianxia was cheating. The self-slash was modified by a mysterious almighty and consumed very little energy. If it were any other martial master, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Of course. Due to the realm, it was difficult to perfectly display the power of the self-slash. It only made Song Kai's body sore and consumed a lot of spiritual energy. If Xianxia was a martial master, Elder Song wouldn't have collapsed to the ground. Instead, he would have been a corpse lying on the ground. In any case, an 8th grade martial disciple defeating a martial master was already powerful enough. If it was a martial technique from the Falling Star continent, unless it was of high quality, it would be extremely difficult to achieve this. Sect leader is mighty. Sect leader is mighty. After being stunned for a moment, the disciples cheered excitedly. When the new disciples saw the sect leader defeating a martial master with the cultivation of a martial disciple, they immediately prostrated themselves in worship. Elder Song. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for letting me win." After completing 2 side missions and obtaining 150 contribution points, he was in a good mood. Song Kai endured the pain and stood up. His weak face was filled with anger. The energy streams were obviously not very powerful, but there were too many of them, causing him to be unable to deal with them. He was really unwilling to accept this. Xianxia said, "Elder Song, if you are not convinced, you can choose another day to spar with my sect. I welcome you at any time." Song Kai snorted coldly and cupped his fists. "Goodbye." After saying that, he left with the injured disciples in disgrace. Originally, they were ordered by Alliance Master Qin to deliberately cause trouble at the Iron Bone sect. In the end, they were defeated 6-0, embarrassing themselves to the extreme. Clean up the martial arts practice field and continue to cultivate. Xianxia said. Yes. The disciples hurriedly fetched water to wash away the bloodstains on the martial arts practice field. Then, they cleaned it up and cultivated as usual. Senior Brother Su, the sect leader is really strong. Of course. Was what the sect leader used just now a spiritual martial technique? Of course. Senior Brother Su, can we learn it? As long as you break through to martial disciple, you can cultivate unconditionally. The new disciple's eyes burned with passion, and his desire to become stronger became even more resolute. Long Xiang, who was sitting to the side, thought to himself, this iron bone was indeed the right choice. I also need to break through to martial disciple as soon as possible. He had joined the Iron Bone Club not because he had seen the advertisement, but because he had heard about how Li Qingyang had defeated Mo Shangfei using a spiritual force martial skill on Spirit Spring Mountain. To be exact. He had come for me. Long Xiang secretly praised his decision to join the Iron Bone sect after witnessing the sect leader's display of power as a martial disciple and exhausting a martial master. Wait until I practice this unfathomable martial skill. When I return to the clan, I will definitely shock all of you. Boom. Li Fei waved his hand and said, Junior Brother Long, why are you in a daze? Come and play with us. Mom. It's too scary. I want to go home now. Xianxia and Xiaoziji took a shower and changed into a clean set of school uniforms. They were called to the study by Jun Changxiao. Not bad, not bad. Sect Master Jun crossed his legs and placed them on the desk. You didn't disappoint me during this training. Seeing him like this, Xianxia wanted to rush up and press his head on the table, then raise his fist and beat him up. Sect leader. Xiaoziji said, this disciple obtained a lot of crystal nuclei in the wild. Is that so? Jun Changxiao said. Xiaoziji waved his hand, and the crystal nuclei in the interspatial ring appeared on the ground. There were quite a few of them, about 40 to 50. Among them, some were personally killed by him, and some were shot by the Type 88 sniper rifle. The highest was a peak vicious beast, and the lowest was a low second grade. So many? Jun Changxiao was surprised. He chose a few suitable crystal nuclei to make bullets for Xiaoziji and took the rest. Crystal nuclei had many uses, so he could keep them for now. Idiot. Xianxia secretly said. So many crystal nuclei to sell and exchange for martial arts resources, wouldn't that be perfect? Why did he have to foolishly pay? Sect leader. Xiaoziji said honestly, junior brother Yi also has a few crystal nuclei. Xianxia's mouth twitched, and there were tens of thousands of grass mud horses running wildly in his heart. Jun Changxiao looked over with a smile. Can you keep one? No. Xianxia reluctantly took out a few crystal nuclei from his chest and put them on the table. Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes and said, don't you feel uncomfortable putting this stone-like thing in your chest? Xianxia was silent. Yes, it was a little uncomfortable. Here. Jun Changxiao threw an interspatial ring and said, this is an interspatial ring, it can hold things. Damn it, this guy thinks that I haven't even heard of an interspatial ring. At that moment, the prideful Night Emperor couldn't wait to throw the interspatial ring on the ground and step on it. There are 5 meridian opening pills, 5 chi gathering pills, and 1 chi revolving pill in the ring. The chi revolving pill can quickly condense a chi revolving pill and break through to the martial disciple level. Jun Changxiao said. Xianxia put it on his middle finger and thought, the size is just right. Xinji, Xingchen. Jun Changxiao said, I have divided the inner and outer sect. The 2 of you are inner sect disciples, so work hard and don't let me down. He took out a bottle of aptitude-changing liquid and threw it to Xiaoziji, saying, this is an aptitude-changing liquid suitable for mortal spiritual roots. Take it and consume it. Xiaoziji hurriedly caught it, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He, who had consumed the aptitude-changing liquid before, naturally knew how heaven-defying this thing was. Aptitude-changing liquid? Xianxia said blankly, what is this? Jun Changxiao said, it's a type of liquid that can immediately increase the quality of your spiritual roots after consumption. Xianxia's expression suddenly became sluggish. It can change the quality of spiritual roots, and immediately? That was nonsense, wasn't it? As a former martial emperor, he had never heard of a medicine that could change spiritual roots in the falling star continent. There was none in this world, but there was one in the system store. Gulp. At that moment, Xiaoziji anxiously opened the bottle and swallowed the liquid. Huff huff. In just a moment, white smoke rose from his body, and then his temperament changed. Xianxia's eyes widened. He could feel that not only did Xiaoziji's temperament change, but his cultivation level also seemed to have increased. And this happened in the blink of an eye. Oh my God, is there really such a heaven-defying medicine in this world? Jun Changxiao said, Xianxia, you have a low-grade spiritual root. I have a bottle that is suitable for low-grade spiritual roots, wait. Xianxia raised his hand and said, Sect Master, let me calm down first. Huff. He patted his face, rubbed his eyes, and looked at Xiaoziji again. After confirming that this guy's temperament had changed greatly, he said seriously, Sect Master, it's suitable for low-grade spiritual roots, so it's only effective for low-grade spiritual roots? That's right. Jun Changxiao said, low-grade spiritual roots can break through to the mortal grade, and mortal-grade spiritual roots can be upgraded to the medium grade. Your senior brother Xiao used the mortal-grade spiritual root, and now he has a medium-grade spiritual root. Xianxia hurriedly said, Sect Master, I actually have a mortal grade spiritual root. When I filled in the sect application form, I deliberately hid it. You have a mortal grade spiritual root? Xianxia was surprised. Yes. Xianxia said. At this time, he could not hide it. After all, he could give a mortal grade spiritual root. If he gave a low-grade spiritual root, it would be useless, Xianxia thought to himself. Since this guy has a mortal grade spiritual root, I can save a bottle of aptitude-changing liquid. Xianxia originally planned to hide his spirit root. After all, the Taishan Sutra was one of the two biggest secrets in his heart. The other secret was his rebirth. However, he had no choice but to tell the truth. If he was only given one bottle and a low-grade one, he would not be able to improve his spirit root. The higher the comprehension of the Taishan Sutra, the stronger the spirit root. However, it would take time. Xianxia wanted to improve his spirit root as soon as possible. Xianxia thought, since you have a mortal grade spirit root, I will save 50 points to buy a low-grade one. Here, take it. He threw the mortal grade aptitude modifying liquid over. Xianxia caught it and asked cautiously, Sect leader, will there be any side effects after taking this medicine? That was a very professional question. In the Falling Star continent, there were pills that could forcibly improve one's cultivation. Although one could break through after taking it, one could only rely on pills in the future. Until one reached a certain level, it would be difficult to improve one's cultivation level without stronger pills. Xianxia said, if you're worried, you don't have to take it. Xianxia did not say anything else. He walked out of the study and returned to his residence. Then, he closed the door and looked down at the aptitude-modifying liquid in his hand. He was considering whether to take it or not. Xianxia. Back then, you went through a lot for the Taishan Sutra. Now, you're still thinking about the medicine to improve your aptitude? Smack. He opened the bottle and drank it. Whoosh. Whoosh, after the liquid entered his body, his meridians, blood, muscles, and even every inch of his skin transformed. His spirit root also entered the medium grade from the mortal grade in an instant. Because it was stage 12 meridian opening, there was no cyclone. It only improved his aptitude, but it did not increase his cultivation level. Xianxia said in shock, unbelievable. The Taishan Sutra could improve one's aptitude because it was a supreme cultivation technique that surpassed the divine grade. A bottle of medicine could do it easily. It was completely beyond his knowledge of medicine. Could it be a celestial medicine from the upper realm? Xianxia guessed. The upper realm was a higher existence than the Falling Star continent. Only martial emperors and those who had broken through the void were qualified to go there. That was an even more vast world. Even he, who had once dominated the continent, would be as insignificant as an ant in that world. But that didn't stop Xianxia from longing for it, because it was said that the secret of immortality could be found there. The lifespan of the creatures in the world of martial arts was very long, but there would be a day when they would burn out. Therefore, having an unlimited lifespan was the lifelong pursuit of the strong. Xianxia said with a solemn expression, if it's an immortal medicine from the upper realm, then this Xianxia must be extraordinary to be able to give it to his disciple so casually. He had never taken the sect leader seriously, but after consuming the aptitude-altering elixir, there was a slight change in his mentality. Coincidentally, Xianxia was also trying to figure him out in the room. He thought to himself, he hid the fact that he has a mortal grade spiritual root. Do you really think I, the sect leader, am a fool? Yuan Feng, what do you think? The system pondered for a moment before saying, to be able to upgrade a low-grade spiritual root to a common grade in such a short time, there must be something fishy about this. Isn't that obvious? Xianxia said. The system said, according to my research on the Falling Star continent, there is no way to forcefully upgrade a spiritual root in this world, unless what? A mental cultivation method above the divine grade. Isn't the divine grade the highest? Xianxia was surprised. The system said, there are many types of martial arts in the Falling Star continent. After countless years, they have been divided into different grades by the later generations. However, there are some rare martial arts that are not included in this list. For example? Xianxia asked. The system said, tens of thousands of years ago, a peerless expert appeared in the falling star continent. He called himself the Old Man of Taishan. He created two mental cultivation methods that were known as peerless treasures. One of them was the Taishan Ice Heart technique, and the other was the Taishan Sutra. The names sound awesome, Xianxia said. The system said, 10,000 years ago, a fortuitous person obtained one of the fragments of the supreme profound Ice Heart incantation. Later, he cultivated it to great perfection and advanced to martial emperor. Then, he established the supreme profound holy sect. Even now, it is still a first-rate sect. Xianxia was surprised. He created a first-rate sect with just a remnant mental cultivation method? Is he really that awesome? The system said, the Old Man of Taishan is a legendary figure. The two mental cultivation methods he created are regarded as being above the divine grade. The Taishan Ice Heart technique has been found. Only the Sutra of Taishan is missing. Many Wuxing and martial emperors have been searching for it their whole lives. Xianxia rubbed his hands and said, even I want to look for it. The system poured cold water on him. This kind of magical mental cultivation method can only be found by the protagonist of a novel. Host, don't count on it. You should just rely on the system to get rich. That's true. Xianxia dispelled the idea of looking for a peerless mental cultivation method and said, Yi Xingchen's spirit root improved. Did he cultivate a peerless divine grade mental cultivation method? Most likely. The system didn't dare to be 100% sure. Xianxia rubbed his chin and said, if this guess is correct, he can obtain a peerless mental cultivation method. Doesn't that mean he has a protagonist's life? A genius turned into trash, and the other obtained a peerless mental cultivation method. Aya, my little Ironbone is full of all kinds of protagonist-level bosses. Just thinking about training them makes me a little shy, the system said. Host, you can trick Yi Xingchen. If you have a peerless divine grade mental cultivation method, you can trick him to cultivate it. Xianxia spread his hands and said, didn't you just say that I can just rely on the system to get rich? What's the use of learning other people's martial arts? The system was speechless. Xianxia didn't try to trick Yi Xingchen. The main reason was that even if he did have a peerless mental cultivation method, he definitely wouldn't say it. If he accidentally made him vigilant and worried that his martial arts method would be stolen, he would escape from the sect. Then the loss would outweigh the gain. Moreover, the items bought from the system were also very heaven-defying. Why would he waste time and effort to cultivate such a profound mental cultivation method? Since he didn't want to find out about the mental cultivation method, the only thing he could do was to cooperate with Yi Xingchen and pretend that he was a normal person. If Xianxia knew that this disciple not only obtained the peerless mental cultivation method that he and the system just talked about, but was also a reincarnated martial emperor, he would probably jump from his bed to the roof. The night was long, and no one was in the mood to sleep. Xianxia stopped cultivating and muttered, let's refresh the system store and see if I can find something good. Ding. Sect contribution points, 220500. After refreshing, new items appeared. Xianxia scanned through them one by one. His eyes fixed on a product called dazzling light sunglasses. Sunglasses were also for sale. And they were dazzling. He clicked on the detailed description. Item, dazzling light sunglasses. Effect, after wearing it, the user can use their mind to activate the prying function and quickly analyze the target's spirit root, cultivation, strength, weapon, protective gear, and other data. Time limit, use immediately. Price, 50 contribution points. Note, dazzling light sunglasses can only be used by the host. The degree of prying depends on the host's cultivation. Powerful cultivators or those with cultivation methods and treasures will not be displayed. Xianxia was overjoyed. This is awesome. Although the system could roughly detect the target's cultivation and strength, it would not look at the spirit root, weapon, or protective gear's grade. Buy. He clicked on it without hesitation. Ding. The host has spent 50 contribution points and obtained dazzling light sunglasses X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 170500. Before Jun Changxiao's mind could enter the spatial ring to take out the dazzling light sunglasses he just bought, a sound rang in his ears. Ding. Side mission activated. Another mission? He pulled open the system's data panel. The content was, kill the assassin 05, incomplete. TSK. This drizzle building really never gets tired of it. They sent another assassin. Pong, at this time, the sound of gunfire came from outside. After Xiao Ziji fired the first shot, he quickly moved the Type 88 sniper rifle. The scope of the scope locked onto the distant mountain rock. Ding. Killed the assassin 15. At the same time the notification sounded, Jun Changxiao climbed up the sentry tower. He put his hand on the stone platform that was used as a cover and said, "Where are the other 4? They are all behind the rock." Xiao Ziji said. The 4 assassins stuck to the back of the rock and did not dare to show their heads. Especially when they saw the dead bodies of their companions, a chill ran down their spines and their scalps became numb. The 4 assassins hid behind the boulder, trembling like frightened cats. With a loud bang, the assassin's head burst open. This sudden change was too frightening. They had also received professional training, so their mental fortitude was extremely high. If it was a normal martial artist, if their mental fortitude wasn't strong enough, they would definitely be paralyzed on the ground. Calm down, calm down. The 4 assassins hid behind the boulder and took a deep breath. Their mental fortitude gradually calmed down, and the fear in their eyes weakened a lot. "Fourth brother, we've been discovered." What kind of hidden weapon was that flying light? It could actually kill fifth brother in an instant. This iron bone is a bit strange, let's retreat. Just as they were discussing, Jun Changxiao put on the dazzling light ink mirror, and in front of him appeared all kinds of precise analysis scenes. Damn, it's really professional. Give me the gun. Xiao Ziji handed over the Type 88 sniper rifle. Jun Changxiao held the gun, his eyes on the 8x scope, and lightly said, "Since you dared to assassinate me, don't even think about leaving." Ding. The host has successfully activated the 8x scope enhancement mode, using 5 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 165500. This guy activated the cheat. Under the X-ray vision, the 4 assassins were exposed to the scope. "Fourth brother, I also agree to retreat. This iron bone is definitely not ordinary, the plan needs to be changed. Fourth brother, we can wait for them to leave the sect, then secretly set up an ambush and kill them one by one." That's a good idea, but, the leader called fourth brother frowned, the flying light just now was extremely fast, I'm afraid we'll be attacked again after we leave. We can rush out from different directions, the enemy will definitely be at a loss. I agree. I also agree. The assassin called fourth brother thought for a bit and said, "Let's go down the mountain and meet at the same place." Meet at the same place? Sorry, you won't have the chance. Jun Changxiao, who was eavesdropping on their conversation, raised the corner of his mouth into a sneer. I've already activated the cheat, if you guys can escape under my nose, how will I have the face to meet the gods in the future? The 4 assassins didn't immediately move, calmly analyzing the escape route before reaching an agreement. Let's move. They moved to the left and right sides of the boulder. To be honest, the fact that these assassins were able to remain calm and come up with a new plan when the situation was extremely disadvantageous to them was truly very professional. After getting into position, they looked at each other and the one called fourth brother rushed over first. Buzz, the black shadow flashed, and the crosshairs on the screen of the sunglasses instantly locked on, quickly analyzing the realm. Peak martial disciple. Actually, there were many more functions, but Jun Changxiao only activated the realm for now. Peak martial disciple? TSK, you're not weak. Shwa. Shwa. Right at this moment, the other 3 black-cloaked men rushed in from the left and right sides. They were all 9th grade martial disciples, no wonder he was so calm, so professional, and so strong. Boom. At this moment, an explosion was heard. A stream of light shot out from the muzzle and pierced through the chest of one of the assassins. Boom. Boom. The muzzle of the gun moved, and the other 2 assassins were also pierced through their chests. Then, they fell to the ground like broken leaves. 3 shots, not a single one missed. Eighth brother, seventh brother. The assassin called fourth brother saw that his companions were all dead, and grief appeared in his eyes. However, there was no time to think, and he quickly rushed down the slope. Iron Bone, I'll be back. As he spoke, he jumped up, spread his arms, and jumped down like an eagle spreading its wings to pounce on its prey. Boom, the loud sound was heard again. The assassin's heart was suddenly filled with a strong sense of death. He looked back in horror and saw a stream of light shoot through the grass and trees. No. He turned pale with fright. Boom. The bullet hit between his buttocks, and he fell to the ground and died miserably. Sect leader Jun couldn't be blamed for his actions, but that guy curled up into a ball after jumping, leaving only his buttocks to hit. Idiot. Xianxia put away his gun and took off his sunglasses. Why didn't you just jump down and be done with it? Why did you have to jump so confidently like a martial arts expert? Ding. Assassins killed, 55. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. You have received 100 Sect contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 265,500. That's a lot of contribution points. The system said, the higher the cultivation of the target killed, the higher the reward. So that's how it is. Xianxia threw the gun to Xianxia and got down from the fort. The latter said in admiration, Sect leader didn't have shoulder pads, but he didn't even move after shooting 4 times. He's simply too strong. What made him even more shocked was that he found the bodies of the 4 assassins. All 3 of them had been shot in the chest, where their hearts were, without any error. This spear technique was so terrifying, Xianxia secretly said, I have to work harder too. I have to learn Sect leader's godly spear technique as soon as possible. Young man, give up on this unrealistic idea. No matter how strong your technique is, you can't compare to a cheat like deity. The 5 assassins each had a spatial ring, but there wasn't anything valuable inside. Xianxia used Ling Long fire to burn it, and then returned to the sect. No. Sitting in the study, his hands clasped together, his gaze cold. Drizzle building must be dealt with as soon as possible. The system said, didn't the host want to use it to earn contribution points? At first, that was what Xianxia thought. But after hearing the assassin's conversation, especially about the ambush outside, he had to reconsider. Disciples cultivating in the sect would definitely be safe. But going out to train or doing things was a must. If the assassins from Drizzle building used that kind of tactic, it would be troublesome. His disciples were his own flesh and blood. He definitely couldn't tolerate them being killed. The best way was to eliminate the threat, even if he didn't earn any contribution points. I've decided. Xianxia's killing intent spread out, destroy Drizzle building. If it was a sect, he might consider whether to destroy it or not. But if it was a dark and evil organization, even if he destroyed 100 of them, he would still feel that he was being very righteous. Here came the problem. Where was Drizzle building? Xianxia scratched his head, and said regretfully, if I knew, I would have left one alive to follow them. That's right. He slapped his forehead, there are still 2 assassins at Iron Bone. During this period of time, the 2 assassins performed very well in the cafeteria. Because the food was too fragrant, they even forgot that they were assassins and fully immersed themselves in the role of waiters. The next day, Xianxia let Lu Wancher cook a sumptuous meal and placed it neatly on the table. He smiled, the 2 of you, are you used to living in my Iron Bone? Gulp. Looking at the sumptuous food on the table, the 2 assassins swallowed their saliva and hurriedly nodded, used to it. Xianxia said, you came to kill this lord, and this lord repaid your hatred with kindness by providing you with food and shelter. No matter what, you should express your gratitude, right? The 2 assassins were speechless. Big brother, you locked us up before. What does this have to do with repaying hatred with kindness? Sect Master Jun, the gold medal assassin said, how do you want to thank us? Xianxia said, very simple. Tell me the location of Drizzle building's headquarters. The 2 assassins were startled. An unyielding aura suddenly appeared around them as they said in unison, no comment. Assassins must have the professionalism of assassins, being a helper here was already very spineless. How could they betray the organization, not saying even if they were beaten to death? Seeing that they were quite unyielding, Xianxia clapped his hands and said, "Gulp, pour this rice into the bucket and feed it to the cows and sheep." Lu Wancher walked over and held 2 bowls of fried rice. She said sadly with tears in her eyes, "Brother Ihe, Brother Arai, these dishes were personally made by Gulp for you. It's a pity to throw it away." The 2 assassins lowered their heads. Sigh. Lu Wancher carried the fried rice to the bucket. Just as she was about to pour it in, the gold medal assassin clenched his fists and said in a low voice, "Sect Master Jun, if we tell you, can we always stay in Iron Bone?" Jun Changxiao said, "Yes. I'll tell you." The 2 assassins put down their professionalism and told her about their organization. It was not because of the sumptuous meal, nor the 2 bowls of fried rice, but because of Lu Wancher. They were imprisoned in Iron Bone, just like prisoners. When they came to the cafeteria to do chores, Lu Wancher did not treat herself as a prisoner, but as a friend. Not only did she cook delicious food, she would also ask about assassins. At first, they resisted. But as time passed, their cold hearts were gradually moved by the innocent and cute Lu Wancher. They forgot their identity as assassins and treated themselves as waiters. They even took the initiative to talk to the little girl about their past after the disciple ate. "Brother Ihe, Brother Arai." One day, Lu Wancher held her chin and asked, "You hide in the dark all day, hiding in the dark. Aren't you afraid and lonely?" The speaker had no intention, but the listener had a heart. The 2 assassins put down their bowls and chopsticks, and were silent for a long time. No one was born cold-blooded, and no one was born heartless. Who would like the days of being accompanied by the dark all day and walking on a tightrope on the edge of a knife? Lu Wancher's words touched the 2 assassins' cold hearts. Just now, when they saw her holding 2 bowls of fried rice with tears in her eyes, they felt heartache for the first time. "Brother Ihe, Brother Arai, every dish that Dudu makes, every bowl of rice, is filled with feelings. You must finish it, there can't be any waste." This was a sentence that Lu Wancher often said. So, when she stood in front of the swill bucket, the 2 assassins finally gave up the quality that an assassin should have. In order to not let the innocent and cute little girl be sad, they would rather bear the crime of betraying the organization for a bowl of rice. These 2 assassins, were not too cold. After getting the exact coordinates of the drizzle building, Jun Changxiao looked at the 2 assassins who were wolfing down their food and said, "In this period of time, I have seen your performance, you can join Iron Bone. However..." He paused, and said in a deep voice, "Once a person of Iron Bone for a day, a person of Iron Bone for a lifetime. A difference of a year, a difference of a day, or a difference of 2 hours is not a lifetime, so I need your absolute loyalty. Sect leader, please rest assured." Lu Wancher raised her hand and said with a serious look in her eyes, "I will use my life to guarantee for Brother Ihe and Brother Arai that they will definitely be loyal to Iron Bone." The 2 killers put down their bowls and chopsticks. Their mouths were full of rice, and their tears flowed down uncontrollably. "I blacked out, I'm Arai, even if he were to die, he would stay in Iron Bone and be at Lu Wancher's beck and call." "All right." Jun Changxiao snapped his fingers and said, "Qingyang, go get the entry form." "Yes." After filling in the first and second black forms and stamping them with the sect master's seal, the number of Iron Bone disciples increased from 148 to 150, and the contribution points increased to 267 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, renounce the darkness for the light. The reward is 50 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 317500. This hidden mission was definitely related to the forward idiom. Ma Yoning, who was standing in front of the kitchen, held his knife and looked at the 2 assassins. He said disdainfully, "Useless guys." "Uncle Ma." Lu Wancher waved her hand and blinked her big eyes as she shouted, "Do you want to join Iron Bone? Little girl. You're underestimating Uncle Ma's dignity as a swordsman." Ding! Sect members, 151500. Ding! Sect contribution points, 318500. Sect Hall. Li Qingyang said seriously, "Sect Master, you asked about the location of the Drizzle Building's headquarters. Could it be, that's right. Jun Changshao clasped his fingers together and said with a cold gaze, we'll wipe them out in one go. Li Qingyang said, according to Ihei, the Drizzle Building's leader is a 5th-grade martial master. There are also 4 ace assassins at the peak of martial disciple level. They are almost comparable to a 7th-rate sect. Not to mention. He paused and said, this kind of assassin organization likes to hide in the dark and is extremely good at sneak attacks. It will be very difficult to wipe them out in one go. At any time, Li Qingyang would analyze rationally. Qingyang, the best way to deal with this kind of shady organization is to be even more shady than them and be even more secretive. Jun Changshao said. Li Qingyang understood. The sect master wanted to use the assassin's best method to wipe out the Drizzle Building. Jun Changshao said, you will temporarily take care of the sect. Zueji and I will deal with those disgusting flies hiding in the dark. Li Qingyang originally wanted to go with them, but he remembered that the sect master was a man of his word. He nodded and said, I will take care of Iron Bone. The Drizzle Building was not in Qingyang County. It was in a deep mountain forest in the outer county. This organization had existed in the Jianghu for a long time. Their business was, if you give me money, I'll help you get rid of disasters. Many sects or martial artists had enemies that needed to be dealt with. They would often contact the Drizzle Building through underground channels and send assassins to deal with all their problems. The internal division of the Drizzle Building was very clear. The building master was the highest commander, followed by the ace assassin, gold assassin, and silver assassin. First black was a gold assassin, and second black was a silver assassin. This kind of organization had strict rules. Betraying the organization, accepting a mission without permission, or not returning late would basically be sentenced to death. First black and second black knew that they had broken the rules by not returning late, so they were one of the reasons why they confessed. Bang! Suddenly, the quiet forest was broken by a loud sound, startling the birds and beasts. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 black figures flew out from the dark and landed under a big tree. Seeing that their companion's chest was pierced, they immediately became alert. They looked towards the direction of the gunshot and found that there was no one except for the big tree and bushes. Damn it, who has the guts to ambush our Drizzle Building assassins in the dark? One of the black figures said angrily. Bang! At this moment, a gunshot came from the side. Hot blood splashed on his face. His companion beside him also fell to the ground with a hole in his chest. That Drizzle Building assassin was so scared that his scalp was about to explode. He quickly turned around and tried to escape. Ka! Just as he turned around, a cold object was pressed against his forehead. Jun Changshao, who was wearing sunglasses and holding a cigar, held the Desert Eagle in his right hand. When he pulled the trigger, he said calmly, "May there be no guns in heaven." Bang! The gunshot sounded again, shaking the leaves until they fell. After taking care of the 3 Drizzle Building assassins, Jun Changshao habitually searched his body. After making sure that there was nothing good, he gestured to Xiao Ziji in the dark and quickly disappeared. Not long after, the Drizzle Building assassins who were alarmed by the gunshot all rushed over. When they saw that their 3 companions had died, their eyes were filled with killing intent. This was their territory, and they were ambushed by others. 1, 2, 3, Xiao Zuiji, who was leaning against the mossy rock and covered in weeds, looked like he was wearing a ghillie suit. He was counting the number of targets. 10 people, huh? Xiao Ziji's eyes leaned on the scope and aimed at the chest of an assassin. Then, he pulled the trigger. With a bang sound, the bullet shot out and directly pierced through the chest of 2 assassins who were close to each other. Jun Changshao, who was sitting on a tree branch far away, saw this and grinned. 1 against 2, not bad, not bad. After taking care of the 2 assassins, Xiao Ziji picked up the Type 88 sniper rifle and bent down to hide in the grass. With the help of the ghillie suit, he changed to another hiding place. Only in the complicated forest could it be considered a ghost duel between a sniper and an assassin. However, from the looks of it, the Drizzle Building assassins were in the open while Xiao Ziji was hiding in the dark. Sha sha sha. In the dark forest, Xiao Ziji, who seemed to be wearing a ghillie suit, jumped out from the pile of rocks. Just now, he fired another shot and killed one of the drizzle building assassins on the spot. This guy was really like a ghost, it was impossible to guard against him. Xianxia, who was hiding in the dark, did not make a move. In his opinion, this kind of harsh forest environment was undoubtedly the best opportunity to train Xiaoziji. The frequent gunshots and the death of 6 of their companions angered the drizzle building. More assassins rushed out, there were about 30 to 50 of them. Among them, there was no lack of gold-ranked assassins. They judged that the guy hiding in the dark had some kind of hidden weapon, so they would deliberately stay close to cover when searching. It was useless. As long as they were locked on by Xiaoziji in the dark, even if the gold-ranked assassin heard the gunshot, he would not be able to dodge in time and would be directly pierced through the chest. The Type 88 sniper rifle was just that ruthless. Xianxia thought to himself, if an AWM was spawned, it would definitely be more exciting to fight. Bang! Bang! An hour later, Xiaoziji fired 10 shots and killed 11 people, not missing a single shot. However, the weakness was that the sniper rifle's sound was too loud. He could only change his position after each shot. Otherwise, if he stayed in the same place, he would definitely be discovered. After training with Xianxia in the wild, he was better adapted to fighting in the wild. Sometimes, he would lie still in the bushes, and it would be difficult for the assassins to discover him. Xianxia said, "The sniper rifle's power is not bad, but it's too loud. It would be perfect if there was a silencer." Xiaoziji sat on a tree branch. He communicated with his mind and inserted the crystal into the groove of the magazine. After filling the magazine with 10 bullets, he skillfully pulled the bolt and loaded the gun. This movement was very professional. "There's someone on the tree." A gold-ranked assassin relied on his assassin's intuition to discover Xiaoziji and then shouted loudly. If it was before, it would be them hiding in the dark, not daring to make any noise. Now that it was the other way around, it was a bit ironic. Shua. After the gold-ranked assassin who had reached the level of rank 3 martial disciple notified his companions, he jumped up in the next second and waved his right hand. Swish. Swish. 3 beams of cold light shot out from different directions. Xiaoziji didn't even look in the mirror and directly fired a shot. The stream photon bullet burst out, shattering the hidden weapon and penetrating the opponent's chest. Due to the shoulder shot, the recoil caused him to fly out of the tree. Then, he spun in the air and landed on the ground. Then, he dove into the bushes like a wildcat. As soon as he left, a few killers rushed over. However, he only saw the corpses of his companions and did not see anyone on the tree. TSK, this kid used the recoil to retreat and then calmly escaped. He is indeed a natural sniper. Xianxia praised. There's someone here. Suddenly, a shout came from the tree behind him. Boom! Xianxia raised his Desert Eagle and fired a shot behind him, killing the silver medal assassin. Noisy, he said indifferently. Shua. With a tap of his feet, he flew away from his original spot. 2 hours later, Xiaoziji, who was hiding in the dark, fired 2 rounds of bullets and killed more than 20 killers. Xianxia did not make any more moves and secretly observed the situation. Drizzle Building was enraged and sent out more than 50 killers. Although they could not find the person hiding in the dark, they gradually opened up a large net according to the gunshots and formed an encirclement. As long as they kept shrinking, they would definitely find him. Goo goo. The sound of birds could be heard. Xiaoziji, who had already revealed his gun and was about to shoot, put away his Type 88 sniper rifle and quietly left their encirclement. He hid in a cave a few miles away. Not long after, Xianxia came. Sect leader. Xiaoziji did not understand, why did you retreat? Xianxia sat down and took a puff of his cigar. Will killers continue to fight after killing? No. Xiaoziji said. Xianxia said, so, today we are only giving Drizzle Building a greeting gift. There will be more exciting things later. No matter if the killer killed the target or not, as long as they made a move, they would not continue to fight and would immediately disappear. Xianxia told Xiaoziji to retreat because he wanted to give them a taste of their own medicine and make them feel like they had nothing left to live for. Drizzle Building's headquarters was not a pavilion, but a natural cave on the mountain wall not far from the waterfall. Killing people naturally offended a lot of forces, but by relying on the complex terrain of the cave, they were able to avoid being destroyed many times. But these 2 days, Drizzle Building was a bit annoyed. Because there were more professional killers hiding in the dark, they would appear from time to time and disappear after killing a few members. Damn it. In a cave somewhere in the headquarters, Drizzle Building's second-in-command, the ace killer codenamed Scorpion, slammed the stone table and said angrily, "Who is it that is secretly attacking us?" As an assassin organization, their members were assassinated one after another. Anyone with a bit of temper would definitely not be able to stand it. Moreover, Drizzle Building had very few killers, so it was very difficult to train them. Not to mention dozens of deaths, even 3 to 5 deaths would be a great loss. There were 3 ace killers in the cave, their codenames were Viper, Mountain Cat, and Black Eagle. The 4 of them were the Drizzle Building's leaders' left and right arms. Other than special missions, they would usually stay in the headquarters and be in charge of all kinds of missions. The ace killer named Viper said in a deep voice, "The dead members were all pierced through their heads or chests by some kind of power. It should be a very powerful hidden weapon." Not long ago on Spirit Spring Mountain, Iron Bone's disciple used a hidden weapon called God-powered flaming gun to intimidate a few Wuzong. Mountain Cat guessed, could the person hiding in the dark be using this thing? It's possible. Black Eagle said. Scorpion said angrily, if that's the case, the one hiding in the dark is Iron Bone. Our Drizzle Building sent out assassins one after another, but they couldn't get rid of the leader. They dare to send people to assassinate our people, they are too bold. Second brother, they are hiding in the dark while we are out in the open, we are too passive. Black Shadow said with a face full of murderous intent, why don't we bring our brothers to Iron Bone and wipe them out? Young man, you are too naive. Since Sect leader June dared to assassinate us, he had already activated the Sect protection array and ordered his disciples not to go out. If you send assassins over, not only will it be a wasted trip, you might even become live targets and be killed by Xianxia one by one. Sigh. Viper shook his head, I already said that the mission to assassinate Iron Bone's leader can't be accepted without the agreement of the leader. Now look, we have met a tough opponent and lost so many of our members. Scorpion's face darkened. He accepted the mission to assassinate Jun Changxiao after receiving money from the Spirit Spring Sect. But at that time, he didn't think that a 9th-rate Sect's leader would be so difficult to deal with. Not only did he fail repeatedly, he even lost a few gold medal assassins. Pung! Another explosion came from outside. The 4 of them didn't need to think, there must be another member who was ambushed. Pa! Black Eagle slammed the table and said angrily, second brother, I will take people out and catch that guy. Viper said, you must be careful. N. Black Eagle put on his night clothes, equipped with all kinds of hidden weapons, and left the headquarters with more than 10 assassins that he trained. On the opposite side of the cave, on a tree a few hundred meters away, Jun Changxiao took a bite of an apple. While chewing, he smiled and said, Peak Martial Disciple, the big fish finally came out. More than 10 assassins came out of the cave. Jun Changxiao, who was wearing a pair of sunglasses, relied on the detection function to capture all of their strength. Without a doubt, that Peak Martial Disciple was one of the 4 ace assassins of Drizzle Building. Sha sha sha. Xiao Ziji came out from the bushes, stood under the tree and said in a low voice, Sect leader, we killed another one. Jun Changxiao took a bite of the apple, threw it casually and said, give me the gun. Xiao Ziji threw the Type 88 sniper rifle. Shwa. Jun Changxiao caught the sniper rifle, held it with one hand, leaned his head towards the 8x scope, and aimed at Black Eagle's body. He decided to get rid of one of Drizzle Building's ace assassins first, to make him more afraid and more desperate. Should I lock the head, or lock the chest? Jun Changxiao thought for a while and said, in any case, he is a small leader of Drizzle Building, give him a decent death. Confirmed, lock the chest. Pung. The bullet shot out, flying straight. The black shadow that just came out of the cave heard the movement, his pupils contracted, and a strong aura of death instantly filled his heart. Boom. The bullet hit the target directly, Jun Changxiao's mouth raised into a smile, but the next second, his smile froze. Through the scope, he clearly saw that the moment the bullet got close to the guy, it was blocked by a barrier similar to a formation. What's going on? The system said. The opponent has a defensive treasure that formed a barrier and blocked the bullet. Yes. The oval-shaped flowing light barrier around the Black Eagle was activated by a treasure known as the Spirit Formation Compass. Boundary Compass. Mid-grade defensive treasure. The owner could infuse their thoughts into it and instantly activate the barrier, enveloping themselves and forming an indestructible defense. The boundary compass was accidentally obtained by Black Eagle after he assassinated the target of the mission, and then he kept it with him in case of emergency. After hearing the gunshot and feeling the aura of death, he didn't hesitate to activate the barrier, which was why he was able to block the bullet. Fortunately, the shooting distance was far away, which gave him a few tenths of a second to activate the barrier. If he had been 200 or 300 meters closer, he definitely wouldn't have had the chance to activate the barrier. Although the boundary compass was able to block the flowing photon bullet, the location where it was bombarded was already in a shattered state. Plop! Black Eagle sat paralyzed on the ground, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, and a chill ran down his spine. In a fraction of a second, he had experienced life and death. Assassins were not afraid of death, but to personally experience the feeling of the Grim Reaper brushing past one's shoulder, it would definitely leave one with a rich aftertaste. Boom! Xianxia pulled the trigger again, and a stream photon bullet shot out. Black Eagle, who thought that he had just walked out of the gates of hell, heard the explosion. His scalp suddenly exploded, and the thought of death that had just fallen rose up again. It was even more intense than before. It's over. No, it's not over. I want to live. A strong desire to survive rose in his heart, forcing him to remove the broken barrier. He suddenly grabbed at his subordinates, obviously wanting to pull them in front of him. His subordinates could die. I can't die. However, could the speed of pulling someone out be faster than a bullet shot from a sniper rifle? It was obviously impossible, so he did not pull his subordinates over, and did not form a shield to block the bullet. With a boom, his chest was mercilessly pierced through. Black Eagle lowered his head stiffly, and looked at his chest that was pierced through. His eyes gradually became unfocused, and finally, his body fell down. He was one of the 4 ace assassins of Drizzle Building, and had carried out more than 500 assassination missions. His killing methods were mostly to pierce the target's chest with his sharp fingers like an eagle's claws, and then pull out the heart before ruthlessly crushing it. Every time he held the burning and beating heart of the person he killed, he would always ask with a ferocious expression, "You who have no heart, how does it feel?" How does it feel? Black Eagle did not understand in the past, but now he understood. Because his heart was directly shattered by the flowing light, that feeling was incomparably painful, and it also had the pain of tearing every inch of his skin. An assassin who killed people for fun had his heart shattered with a single shot. It was exactly the same as the old saying, cause and effect, retribution. On a distant tree, Xianxia said indifferently, "There's nothing that can't be solved with a single shot. If there is, then 2 shots. Boss." The assassins who witnessed Black Eagle's death cried out sorrowfully. But they were like stray dogs, completely ignoring their boss's corpse, and rushed towards the cave one by one. Want to leave? Pung. 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 Xianxia fired 7 shots consecutively, and used up all the bullets in his magazine. Only then was he unable to bear the recoil, and was directly sent flying. As for the more than 10 assassins who ran towards the cave, 7 of them were killed on the spot. Shwa. Shwa. At the same time, the dozens of assassins who were in charge of searching around heard the gunshots and rushed over. But they did not see Xianxia and Xiaoziji, and only saw a half-eaten apple on the ground. Black Eagle, one of the 4 ace assassins of Drizzle Building, had his heart pierced through, and his evil life ended. After Scorpion and the other 2 heard about it, they were furious. Although assassins did not care about emotions, Black Eagle was still an ace assassin, and one of the elders of Drizzle Building, and they had worked together for a long time. Just as they left the cave, he was killed by someone in the dark. This was really unacceptable. Ah! Scorpion hugged his head and roared, "I must catch that guy, I must tear him into pieces." Viper said calmly, "Black Eagle had a defensive treasure, but he was still killed. The power of that hidden weapon is really terrifying, we must not act rashly. Old 3, quickly send the order to withdraw all the subordinates outside. Without orders, no one is allowed to leave the headquarters. Okay. Lynx hurriedly left, and used a special communication method to inform the assassins outside to return to the headquarters in a very short time. If it was like this from the beginning, there would not be too much loss. Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't allow Xiao Zuiji to fire recklessly, because he wanted to give them the impression that the enemy was only capable of sneak attacks and could be killed as soon as they were caught. That was why he constantly sent people out to search for them. In the cave, Xianxia grimaced in pain as he rubbed the shoulder where the gun hit him. The numbness and pain only dissipated after a long time. With his cultivation as an 8th grade martial disciple and the strength of his body, he could take 2 or 3 shots with the Type 88 sniper rifle, but it would definitely not work if the number of shots increased. Xiao Ziji looked at the sect leader with a face full of admiration. Just now, the view was extremely good, and it was daytime. He clearly saw the sect leaders follow up 7 shots in one go, and all 7 assassins were killed. Oh my god. This spear technique was simply too godly. Xiao Ziji clenched his fist, and said with a firm gaze, "Sect leader, I will train harder, and soon I will be able to master such godly spear techniques like yours." Xianxia's mouth twitched, and said to himself, "Once this goal is set, I'm afraid it will be far in the future." The next day, he did not let Xiao Ziji continue the operation, because the other side had lost one of their leaders. They must have realized that the problem was bigger than they thought. Right now, they should be like frightened rats, hiding in the hole and not daring to come out. Xianxia rubbed his temples, and murmured, "Next, we should think about how to kill all the rats in the hole." He thought of many ideas. For example, blocking the hole with smoke, or drawing the water from the waterfall to directly flood the rat hole. But he gave up on all of them, because if there was another exit, it would only waste time. Drizzle Building Headquarters. Scorpion and Viper were also discussing how to find the person in the dark. After all, hiding in the cave was not a solution. Lynx said, "When night comes, I will take a few subordinates out from the back door, and quietly search." This method is feasible. Viper agreed, "We underestimated the enemy at the beginning, and sent out too many people, giving the other side an opportunity. If we split up and make full use of our advantages, we can definitely find them." The forest at night was even more eerie and scary. In the pitch-black night, one could faintly hear the sound of wind breaking. It was Mountain Cat and the 4 gold-ranked assassins. They fully displayed the Dark Spectre's power. At this time, even Xiao Ziji, who was outside the cave, could not see them with his scope, because in the night, his vision was greatly affected. The assassins of Drizzle Building who walked in the dark were definitely very professional. This was also their advantage, but because they could not stand being assassinated in the beginning, they were not able to use it well. Sha. Mountain Cat and the 4 gold-ranked assassins spread out, searching the area with a clear goal. At this rate, they would only need around 2 hours to find the cave where Xianxia was staying. Goo, dash in the dark night, the occasional bird call could be heard. In such a dark environment, it sounded a little creepy. Sitting cross-legged in the cave, Xianxia cultivated the body metamorphose scripture while thinking about how to destroy the Drizzle Building. "Are there any items like grenades in the market?" he asked. The system said, "Yes, but it has to be refreshed." Xianxia muttered, "If this thing is refreshed, I can just buy it and throw it into the rat hole, wouldn't that be great?" In his opinion, since there were grenades in the market, their power would definitely be stronger than normal grenades. Not to mention a cave, it would not be a problem to blow up a mountain, right? The last time it refreshed, only the dazzling light sunglasses had value, the others were not that useful, so it was necessary to refresh. He opened the status panel and fiercely scrolled down. Ding! Sect contribution points, 300500. A new item appeared. Xianxia looked carefully, but did not find any grenades, but unexpectedly obtained a sword technique manual called Lingjian Divine Technique. He clicked on the introduction, item, Lingjian Divine Technique Introduction, a sword technique created by a sword emperor of a certain world. There are a total of 3 styles. They are 1-word quick technique, 2-word force technique, and 3-word chi transformation technique. Effect: the first style can form a cold and swift sword chi, the second style can form a sword force, the third style can form a sword chi, the third style can form a rainbow sword chi, beheading people from 1,000 miles away. Strength: martial disciple can cultivate it. As one's cultivation of the martial way and sword way increases, its power will increase as well. It can be used as a main sword technique to comprehend. Weakness: although it is easy to learn, it is difficult to master. Price: 100 contribution points. Grade: High Divine Grade Sword Art F***CK. Looking at the grade introduction, Xianxia couldn't be bothered with his cultivation. Swoosh, he jumped to his feet, exclaiming, High Divine Grade Sword Art. The system said, Dog*T, luck. Coming across a high-grade divine grade sword art with the intention of farming grenades, Huang Xiaolong's luck was unparalleled. Xianxia calmed down and rubbed his chin. It's a little expensive. The system said, the chances of obtaining a high-grade divine grade martial skill is lower than a sniper rifle. If you think it's too expensive, you don't have to buy it. Xianxia was puzzled. It's the same 100 contribution points, but why is the probability of a divine grade martial arts technique lower than a sniper rifle? The system said, the sniper rifle is just a modified product. It's effective at lower levels, but once you encounter a martial king or above, it's almost useless. Why is it useless? Xianxia wanted to get to the bottom of it. The system explained, martial king level powerhouses have formed spiritual awareness and can spy within a certain range. Even if it's a tiny speck of dust, you can definitely catch it when you fire. I have self-aiming, so what if I catch it? Xianxia said nonchalantly. The system said, martial kings not only have spiritual awareness, they can also materialize their spiritual energy to form a defensive wall. It's hard to break through with the sniper rifle's damage alone. You can use high-quality crystal cores as bullets. Firearms are just modified products. Does the host expect to use them as rocket launchers? I understand. You mean, sniper rifles are less useful at higher levels, but rocket launchers can be used. The system, the host's brain circuits were not on the same line as its own. Let me put it this way. The store's guns are just modified products. If you want to become stronger in the world of martial arts, you have to rely on various martial arts techniques because they are far more powerful than firearms. I see. Xianxia complained, if you had explained earlier, I would have understood. The system said, so you're blaming me? If I don't blame you, then blame me? Xianxia said. The system couldn't help but say, F***CKU. F***CKU. Xianxia said, the system even cursed. Who designed this unscrupulous product? The system not only cursed, it also had a temper. It repeated important things. 3 times, F***CKU, F***CKU, F***CKU. F***CK, if you were alone, I'd definitely beat you up. Come, I'm in your mind. If you have the guts, punch me in the head. You really think I don't dare? Xiaozuiji, who was outside, heard the commotion. He turned his head and looked over. He could vaguely see the sect leader inside the cave with his hand on his forehead. Puzzled, he asked, is he cultivating? Phew. Xianxia sat down, shook his head, then pressed the purchase button. Ding. The host has spent 100 contribution points. Received Ling Jian Divine Technique X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 200500. He knew that the system was telling him that in a high-level martial arts world, martial arts were the most important. Not to mention 100 contribution points, even if he spent all his contribution points, he would still buy it. Moreover, the third move of the sword technique was to behead someone from 1,000 miles away. If he could really comprehend it, it would definitely be comparable to an intercontinental missile. After it entered the space ring, Xianxia held the few pages of the sword technique in his hand. He flipped to the first page. It said, comprehending the sword for 6,000 years, at the moment of breaking through the void, looking back on the path of this life, all sorts of feelings welled up in my heart. Thus, I created this sword technique and left it for the future generations. I hope it will be carried forward and spread the name of the Solitary Sword Emperor. Solitary Sword Emperor, the first person Jun Changxiao thought of was Dugu Choubai, the system said, look carefully. He is solitary, not Dugu. Oh, right. Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, this senior must be very lonely, right? Forget it, let's cultivate first. He flipped to the second page. The chants and sword moves were displayed. Jun Changxiao squatted in the space ring, frowning from time to time with his head lowered, as if he was constipated. After a while, he hugged his head and said, this is a bit profound. The system poured cold water on him and said, this is a high-level divine sword technique. Without a divine spirit root and talent in the sword Tao, the chances of the host comprehending it is 0. I don't believe it. Jun Changxiao opened the system interface and clicked on the purchased items section. He bought the Talisman of Insight that had reached its refresh time. Ding. Host spent 10 contribution points. Received Elementary Talisman of Insight X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 190500. System, Pa Jun Changxiao crushed the Talisman of Insight and immediately entered the state of comprehension. He flipped to the second page of the sword technique and began to comprehend it. Needless to say, he did not succeed. The system gloated, the Talisman of Insight cannot be used to comprehend the martial arts purchased from the store. F***CK. Jun Changxiao finally remembered and said, when I bought it, why didn't you tell me when I used it? You made me so angry that I forgot. The system said. Jun Changxiao's little heart suddenly hurt. After all, that was 10 contribution points. Since he bought it, then he bought it. It did not matter. However, he could not comprehend it and had to use it. This was definitely a huge waste. Jun Changxiao, who thought that he could comprehend the sword technique by using the Talisman of Insight, had suffered a double loss. Sigh. He had no choice but to continue comprehending it. Speaking of which, it was strange. He could not understand the sword technique at first, but after staring at it for more than 10 minutes, he gradually understood it. The more he looked, the more enlightened he became. Shua. Taking out the cold-edged sword, according to the chant, he channeled his spirit energy into the sword and waved it lightly. Instantly, a sword light was formed. Is it done? Jun Changxiao said in surprise. The system said, Ling Jian's divine art is easy to learn but hard to master. The host is still thousands of miles away from mastering it. Jun Changxiao was too lazy to care about it and turned to the third page. Sect Master. At this time, Xiao Ziji rushed in and said in a low voice, I keep feeling that there are people outside. Oh? Jun Changxiao walked out and found that it was pitch black all around. There was nothing unusual. He reached out his hand and said, give me the gun. Shua. Xiao Ziji handed over the Type 88 sniper rifle. Jun Changxiao raised the gun and looked at the 8x scope. He used 5 contribution points to activate the self-aiming and X-ray function. After looking around half a circle, he caught sight of 5 assassins 2 kilometers away. There really were people. Wearing the sunglasses and using the 8x scope's X-ray function, he saw that one of them was a peak martial disciple. Jun Changxiao smiled coldly. Another big fish came out. Mountain Cat and his 4 subordinates kept a certain distance from each other as they searched. They were very professional and careful. Unfortunately, when Jun Changxiao turned on his X-ray vision, he could clearly capture their every move even if it was dark and far away. Lulai Buddha possessed the body, and mortals were just ants. Seeing what they were searching for, Jun Changxiao murmured, this is a group of little mice who don't want to hide in a hole and have dreams. Xiao Ziji said, Sect leader, is there anyone? Yes. Jun Changxiao said, hide. He had to praise his disciple for being so vigilant. Okay. Xiao Ziji hid in a bush and kept absolutely still. Jun Changxiao carried his gun and blended into the forest. He took out Cold Edge from his spatial ring. He had just learned a little bit of the linear speed technique when these assassins came. They definitely wanted to test its power. Swish, with the help of the 8x X-ray vision, Jun Changxiao jumped onto a tall tree and hid. If the assassin in front of him didn't turn, he would definitely pass by here. 500 meters away. The gold medal assassin didn't know that no matter how careful he was, his tracks had been exposed and he was walking towards death. The night was very dark and quiet. Gusts of cold wind blew, making people's hair stand on end. The assassin near the ambush area shuddered and cursed, "Damn it, why is there cold wind in this season?" Swish, suddenly, a cold light flashed above. Huh? Mountain Cat caught the light and rushed over. Seeing his subordinate standing still, he lowered his voice and said, "Little Seven, what's going on?" The assassin didn't say anything and just stood still. Mountain Cat frowned and was about to get closer when he saw his subordinate lower his head. Then, his head fell to the ground and blood spurted out. This scene was too sudden and too horrifying. Even Mountain Cat, who had a strong mentality, couldn't help but take 2 steps back when he saw his subordinate's head fall. His eyes were filled with horror. What happened? Why did Little Seven's head fall for no reason? The light just now. Whoosh, while he was thinking, a cold light flashed in his field of vision. He hurriedly walked over and saw another subordinate standing in the same place. Little 8, as soon as Mountain Cat shouted, his subordinate immediately knelt on the ground. A small sword wound appeared on his neck. Then, he lowered his head and died. That cold light, it must be the sword light. Shwa. Mountain Cat hurriedly became alert and held the hidden weapon in his sleeve in his hand. His eyes kept darting around and gradually became fearful. Of his 2 subordinates, one had his head chopped off, and the other had his throat slit. In just a few breaths of time, the attacker's sword was too fast. He was definitely someone who had received professional training. Boss. The other 2 killers saw the cold light and approached from both sides. However, before one of them could even get close, he felt a chill coming from behind him. Whoosh, a cold light flashed. Plop. The gold medal assassin fell to the ground with a loud thud. There was a deep sword wound on his back. Because the speed of the attack was too fast, it was difficult for blood to flow out of the wound in a short time. Little 9. The lynx's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he rushed over. His voice broke the silence of the forest. Whoosh, the sword light flashed again. Another assassin stood up and knelt on the ground. He lowered his head and died. In a short time, 4 gold medal assassins were killed. The whole process could be said to have happened in a flash. Mountain Cat did not see anyone at all. Ah. He turned around and shouted angrily, "Who is it? Get out here." The first principle of an assassin was to stay calm no matter when and where. He could not be emotional. However, Mountain Cat could not do that at the moment. This mysterious killing method made him extremely fearful. Shouting out loud was also to boost his courage. Xianxia. A soft sound came from behind him. Mountain Cat turned around abruptly. However, he did not see anyone. The fear in his eyes became more intense. Assassins who walked at night often were sometimes more afraid of the dark and supernatural than ordinary people. Xianxia. Xianxia. The sound of friction kept coming to his ears. No matter how Mountain Cat looked in the direction of the sound, he could not see anyone. It was as if the one hiding in the dark was not a person, but a ghost. Calm down, calm down. Mountain Cat shook his head and tried to suppress the rising fear in his heart. When he stabilized and raised his head, a face suddenly appeared in front of him. It appeared in his vision. Ah! A horrified cry came from the mountain forest. Xianxia heard the horrifying cry and could not help but shiver. He secretly said, "Did I run into a ghost?" Mountain Cat staggered back more than 10 steps. His eyes were full of fear and horror. In front of him, Xianxia tilted his head and smiled. "Your psychological quality is quite strong. You didn't piss your pants?" Mountain Cat suppressed his fear and said, "It's a person, not a ghost." TSK. Xianxia said, "You assassins also believe in ghosts and gods? Is it because you walk at night too much? Damn it." Mountain Cat's eyes were about to pop out. He suddenly waved his right hand and the 3 hidden darts in his hand flew out instantly. Combined with the infusion of spiritual energy, the speed was very fast. Swish! Swish! Xianxia used a strange footwork to dodge. He stood on the side and said, "With these hidden darts, you can't hurt me." Mountain Cat was shocked. You used ghost leap steps. Are you surprised?" Xianxia said. How could he not be surprised? Ghost leap steps is Drizzle Building's unique movement technique. Its quality is high mortal grade. When used, it is like a ghost. Mountain Cat was shocked. How did you learn it and use it so skillfully? Although ghost leap steps had not reached the middle grade level, martial artists with decent talent would have to put in at least 3 to 5 years to cultivate it successfully. Yi Hei and Er Hei were abducted and sold to the organization when they were 8 or 9 years old. After studying it for more than 10 years, they barely reached great mastery. I just learned it casually. Xianxia said. He wasn't bragging. When he was squatting on the tree and setting up an ambush, he used an insight talisman that hadn't passed the time limit and took out the Ghost Leap Step secret manual that he obtained long ago. He learned it in one go and even comprehended it to the extreme. One has to know that even Drizzle Building's owner has only comprehended Ghost Leap Steps to great mastery. It was no wonder that Xianxia was able to kill people without making a sound. He was able to frighten an ace assassin with a strong mental fortitude into thinking that he had seen a ghost. As for the linear sword art that he just learned, it didn't have any power at all. It was driven by speed and cold-edged sword. In that case, the insight talisman wasn't used in vain. At least he learned a movement technique. Even if he was beaten to death, he couldn't say that he lost, he could only earn. Impossible, Mountain Cat said in disbelief. Ghost Leap Steps hasn't been practiced repeatedly. It's impossible to learn it in one go. That's not important. What's important is. Xianxia's cold-edged sword slipped out of his sleeve and held it on the hilt. He said with a cold gaze, "You're about to die." Swoosh, Mountain Cat turned around and used Ghost Leap Steps to enter the forest while he was speaking. From the fact that 4 of his subordinates were killed to the fact that he was able to walk around him without being discovered, he realized that this guy's strength was terrifying. Therefore, escaping was the wisest choice. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, after running for dozens of meters, Mountain Cat looked back and saw that the sword light was faintly discernible in the distance. He realized that the other party didn't chase after him. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This distance gave him enough confidence that he could successfully escape under the cover of night and the complicated forest environment and return to the headquarters smoothly. Bang, suddenly, a loud sound came from behind him. Mountain Cat, who was thinking that he had escaped, suddenly changed his expression. The next second, he felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from his right shoulder. His right arm was directly knocked off. Mountain Cat, who lost his balance, directly crashed into a big tree and then fell into the grass. His face was abnormally ferocious. Swoosh, not long after, Xianxia walked over and squatted in front of him. He smiled eerily and said, "The prey that I've set my eyes on is either dead or crippled. They will never escape." Because of the excessive bleeding, his vision gradually became blurry. Mountain Cat seemed to see a smiling face that came from hell and also seemed to be a demon's. Mountain Cat, who had lost an arm, did not die. He just fainted due to excessive blood loss and was carried back to the cave by Xianxia. Sect leader. After Xiao Ziji was in charge of simply stopping the bleeding and bandaging the wound, he said, "What's the point of keeping him?" Xianxia said, "This guy can't die. He still has other uses. For example, he can be used as bait to lure more fish." Oh. Xiao Ziji understood. From the assassination of Drizzle Building's assassins to finding the hidden enemies and dealing with them one by one, the sect leader's steadiness and confidence made him admire him a lot. Xianxia ordered, "Go out and find some rattan ropes and tie him up." Okay. Xiao Ziji walked out of the cave and cut out a bunch of sturdy rattan ropes. He then tied up the fainted Mountain Cat tightly. Drizzle Building's headquarters. Scorpion paced back and forth in the cave with his hands behind his back. His face was filled with anxiety and impatience. Mountain Cat had brought 4 people out last night. It was already daytime and no one had returned. This made him very worried. Viper, who was like Drizzle Building's AI, was calmer and more pessimistic. He said, "There was a noise last night. Mountain Cat is most likely in trouble." Scorpion said in a low voice, Mountain Cat is definitely not in trouble. Why was he so sure? Because of his code name. Mountain Cat was a nimble and strong animal. He was cunning and cautious. He was extremely good at hiding and was known as a night hunter. Drizzle Building would conduct a member test every once in a while. In survival and stealth mode, as long as Mountain Cat participated, he would undoubtedly be number one. Scorpion and Mountain Cat had joined the organization together. They had grown from silver to ace assassins. They had also done many assassination missions. They knew his strength like the back of their hands. Mountain Cat was very strong. Unfortunately, he met Xianxia. He was destined for tragedy. And the only thing we mortals can do is to shout, everyone has the responsibility to resist the cheat. Not good. At this moment, an assassin ran in and pointed outside. Fourth brother is, outside. Scorpion and Viper hurried to the entrance of the cave. They saw a person hanging on a tree a few hundred meters in front of them. Mountain Cat. Scorpion was enraged and was about to charge out. Viper hurriedly stopped him and said in a low voice, he's luring us out on purpose. Don't fall into his trap. Boom. Scorpion gathered his fury on his arm and punched the mountain wall. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he said, that person in the dark, if I catch you, I'll torture you until you wish you were dead. Opposite the entrance of Drizzle Building's headquarters, one of the 4 ace assassins, Lynx, was hung up as bait. In the distance, Xianxia was crouching in the grass, aiming his gun. As long as anyone dared to approach, they would definitely die. Xianxia leaned against the tree and took a bite of the apple. I'll let you know that the consequences of offending me, Iron Bone, are much worse than being assassinated by assassins. He was not an evil person, nor did he want to be one. But the principle he always followed was that whoever provoked him, he would provoke him. After the Drizzle Building's first assassination attempt failed, Xianxia would not care if they gave up. After all, assassins were in this line of work. If they wanted to find someone, they had to find their employer. However, they did not know what was good for them and kept sending people over. Especially when they wanted to plot against his disciple in the dark. This completely angered Xianxia. What was the bottom line? Don't provoke me, don't provoke me. Don't provoke my disciple. Even the usually gentle rabbit would bite when provoked. In a world where martial arts were respected, I don't want to be an evil person, but I also won't be a good person. Since the heavens gave me the system, the only thing I can do is not to be bullied, that's all. When Xianxia became serious, he was definitely not the sect leader who worked hard to be funny. Circle it, I'll test it later. Night came. Xianxia replaced Xianxia and aimed his gun at the position where Lynx was hung up. Even the ace assassin who was the best at hiding was captured. Drizzle Building would definitely not dare to rescue him in the dark, so the night passed by peacefully. The next day, after Xianxia was replaced, Xianxia continued to browse the mall. After all, waiting for the fish to take the bait was too slow. It was best to take the initiative to cast the net and catch the fish. When he scrolled to the last section, he saw a product called Magic Modified Tear Gas Grenade. He did not get a grenade, but a tear gas grenade. No doubt it was a bit F***ket up. This item only cost 10 contribution points. The introduction said that after using it, a large area of negative smoke will be formed. After the enemy inhales it, they will cry loudly and even lose control of their emotions, doing irrational things. Lose control of their emotions? Xianxia rubbed his chin and said, seems a bit interesting. Ding. Host has spent 10 contribution points, received Magic Modified, Tear Gas Grenade X1, has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 175500. Xianxia took out the tear gas grenade and said, let's try throwing one. Give me the gun. Shwa. Xianxia passed it over. Xianxia grabbed the Type 88 sniper rifle and then approached Drizzle Building's headquarters. Just as he was about to reach the cave, holes appeared in the stone wall and arrows shot out. Sect leader June, who was already on guard, used ghost leap steps to beautifully dodge the arrows. Then, he landed at the cave entrance and fired 3 shots. The stone door in front of him was pierced through, leaving a fist-sized hole. Sect leader Jun rolled and pressed his gun against the stone door. He picked up the tear gas grenade and bit it on the buckle. Then, he forcefully pulled it and threw it into the hole. This was a standard action of a special forces soldier. Xianxia did not leave immediately. Instead, he pressed against the stone door and listened for any sounds. Very quickly, the sound of air leaking came from inside. Then, he saw a white fog seeping out of the hole. Done. Xianxia held his gun and left confidently. Sha. Not long after, Xianxia returned to the dark place. He threw the Type 88 sniper rifle to Xianxia and said, "Look at the cave entrance. Maybe in a while, someone will." At this point, he suddenly remembered his tragic past on Earth and transmigrated to another world. Tears immediately flowed out of his eyes. The system said, "It's over." The host smelled the tear gas. Xianxia, who was about to shoot, was stunned and asked, "Sect leader, why are you crying?" Xianxia wiped his tears and cried, "Don't. Woo. Don't worry about me. Hurry up. Woo. Hurry up and shoot for me." "Okay." Xianxia's mouth twitched. He hurriedly glanced at the cave entrance. Sect leader Jun's mind was full of sad thoughts. Especially when he thought about how he was still a single dog. He suddenly felt sad and tears flowed out. It could be said that he washed his face with tears. In the end, he simply held the tree with one hand and wiped his nose with the other. He burst into tears. Men don't cry easily. It's just that they've never met a tear gas grenade. Woo. I'm so *King sad. System, hurry up and think of a way, the system said helplessly. The amount of tear gas inhaled by the host is not much. Crying for 10 minutes should be enough. 10 minutes, Xianxia heard this and became even more sad. He squatted under the tree and cried bitterly, Woo. I'll just throw the tear gas grenade and leave. Why do I have to foolishly listen for sounds? The magically modified tear gas canister didn't release gas, but a strange smoke. The effect was that the person who breathed it would feel sad, making it hard for them to control their emotions and cry. Xianxia had many sad memories. For example, he had died in a daze, or he had transmigrated to this unfamiliar falling star continent. The saddest thing was that he was single before transmigrating, and he was still single after transmigrating. The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt. The more he cried, the more his tears gushed out. Seeing that the sect leader was so sad that he couldn't control himself, Xianxia's face broke down. However, he kept looking at the entrance of Drizzle Building's headquarters. Creak. After a while, the mountain gate opened. Huff. Billowing white smoke spread out and floated towards the sky. A few birds flew through the smoke and landed on the stone wall. Their small eyes were glistening with tears. When Xianxia saw this through the 8x scope, his eyes widened. Oh my god, why are the birds crying too? At this moment, an assassin covered his face and walked out of the cave. His tears flowed out and formed a trail on the ground. Xianxia locked onto the target and was about to shoot. However, in the next second, his expression turned dull. The assassins rushed out of the cave one after another. They were crying so hard that they were heartbroken. They were like wives who had suffered a great grievance. Father, mother, I am unfilial. I couldn't be by your side. Little Red, I miss you. Second uncle, I want to eat oranges. The emotions of the assassins were affected by the tear gas canister. Sad memories flooded their hearts. They cried like ghosts and howled like wolves. Some of them couldn't control their emotions. They felt guilty towards their parents and loved ones. They directly hit their heads against the stone wall. Who didn't have sad memories, however, they usually hid it very well. They would only think about it during sleepless nights. Today, under the control of the tear gas canister, they completely opened their hearts and gave up on pretending to be strong. They just wanted to cry to their heart's content. Hoo, loud cries echoed in the area, suppressing the sound of the waterfall. When Xianxia heard the cries, his heart was filled with sadness again. He lay on the ground and cried his heart out. The sect leader was crying at the back, and the killer was crying at the front. Xiao Ziji's expression became very interesting. Finally, he broke down and said, "What the hell is going on?" The amount of smoke coming out of the tear gas was very large, and it quickly covered most of the cave. In a short time, more than 60 killers covered their faces and cried bitterly at the entrance of the cave. The executioners, who were usually cold-blooded and merciless, who killed without blinking, were all squatting down and crying in grief. This scene was really unimaginable. If she wanted to cry, then so be it. Why did she come out? Because they were professional assassins. What they did every day was either assassinating others or on the way to assassinate others. What about now? To be blocked at home by others and be abused to the point that he didn't even dare to come out of his house. He would definitely feel aggrieved. This was a sad thing, so under the stimulation of the tear-inducing smoke, they walked out one by one, their emotions out of control. Damn it. We're standing right here. Come and kill us if you have the ability. Xiao Ziji did not even need the 8x scope to aim. He could just fire a shot into the cave and hit the target. Rumble. At this moment, the door of the cave closed again. It was closed by the killers who had not inhaled too much smoke and were not affected by their emotions. They were still crying loudly against the stone wall inside. Damn it. What's with the crying? Scorpion and Viper walked over and shouted angrily at the remaining dozen or so killers in the cave. The two of them were in a deeper cave, so the tear-inducing smoke did not spread. When the door opened, all the smoke escaped, so they were spared. That iron bone is too evil. In my opinion, we should hurry and ask the building master to come out. Viper said seriously. Sigh. Scorpion sighed and then entered the cave, stopping in front of a secret room sealed by a stone door. After a moment of silence, he mustered up his courage and said, "Building master, something big has happened." 10 minutes passed quickly. Jun Chongxiao suddenly stopped crying, then jumped up from the ground with a whoosh and said in a low voice, "What's the situation now?" He was still crying bitterly just now, but in the blink of an eye, he stopped crying and changed into a serious face. This change almost made Xiao Ziji faint. Sect master. He said seriously, "There are 65 killers at the entrance of the cave, all of them squatting there and crying. Get out of the way, I'll kill them." Okay. Xiao Ziji stepped aside, and Jun Chongxiao lay down. His eyes were red from crying, and he looked at the 8x scope. Soon, he saw the wailing killers. I don't even need to activate the enhancement mode to kill them one by one. He moved the muzzle and put his finger on the trigger. Just as he was about to shoot, the stone door behind him slowly opened. Jun Chongxiao instinctively looked over and saw a woman dressed in black walk out. Through the magnification, he could see that her figure was very hot, especially her breasts, which were very visually impactful. Boo-hoo. Tower Master. The assassins who were squatting outside cried as they called out with a grin. What the F***ck? The Drizzle Building Master was a woman. Jun Chongxiao raised the 8x scope and looked up, locking onto the face of the woman in black. She had a sharp face, a pair of phoenix eyes, 2 curved willow eyebrows, a tall nose, creamy skin, and red cherry lips. She was extremely beautiful. If Lu Qianqian was a cold and proud snow lotus, then the owner of Drizzle Tower who walked out was a blooming seductive rose. Jun Chongxiao was speechless. Such a beautiful woman, how could she be the leader of an assassin organization? Just at this moment, the Drizzle Building Master suddenly turned around. Her eyes flashed with coldness, as if she had caught his position. Had he been discovered? Jun Chongxiao didn't care about it, and he stood up and shouted, "You are the Drizzle Building's master?" "That's right." The woman in black replied. Her voice was clear, but it was cold. During her seclusion, more than 20 of her subordinates died. One of the 2 ace assassins was killed, and the other was hung up. No matter how good her temper was, she could not accept it. Jun Chongxiao said indifferently, "So many of your subordinates died, and you only came out as the boss. You're really incompetent." The Drizzle Building Master said coldly, "Who are you?" Although she had already heard from Viper that the person who ambushed her was most likely related to the Iron Bone, she still had to confirm it. Jun Chongxiao said, "After receiving money from the Spirit Spring Sect, you came to assassinate me. Building Master, aren't you asking the obvious?" Me? The drizzle building master raised her eyebrows, saying, "You're the leader of the Iron Bone, Xianxia?" "That's right," Xianxia said. Scorpion and Viper who came out were stunned. They did not expect that the person who ambushed them was not a disciple of the Iron Bone, but the leader of a sect. The drizzle building master smiled sweetly, saying, "Leader June personally came out, this little girl is really flattered." Pong, suddenly, a loud sound was heard. Not far from her, the crying assassin's chest was directly pierced, and then he collapsed on the ground. Jun Changxiao said, "A leader of an assassin organization who kills without blinking an eye, calling yourself a little girl. Even I feel ashamed for you." The drizzle building master's face was covered with frost. But her heart was shocked. After all, the speed of the light that shot over was too fast. If it had attacked her, it would have been very difficult to dodge. This was the divine might gun, no wonder, my subordinates would be assassinated by him one after another. Leader June, the drizzle building master, calmed down, twirling her hair, saying with a smile, "Offending an assassin organization is not a wise choice." Pong, Jun Changxiao fired another shot and killed another assassin. He said indifferently, "You seem to have misunderstood. This lord is not here to offend you. This lord is here to destroy your drizzle building." Even if the owner of the drizzle building was a beautiful and elegant woman, Jun Changxiao would not forget his goal. To be exact, when he brought Xiao Ziji over, he had already made up his mind to eliminate him, because he could not give the other party any chance to bite back. Two of her subordinates were killed in front of her. The owner of the drizzle building's eyes gradually filled with killing intent, coldly saying, "Jun Changxiao, you've gone too far." Jun Changxiao raised his gun, aiming at this woman's. And, that's right, it was the position of her heart. It was definitely not for the sake of looking, please don't misunderstand. Ding. The host has successfully activated the 8x scope enhancement mode, using 5 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 170500. Jun Changxiao sneered, "Sending assassins to assassinate me one after another. I want to ask, who's the one who's gone too far?" The scope locked onto his chest, his finger on the trigger. The owner of the drizzle building seemed to have smelled danger. A small willow leaf knife slid out from her sleeve, saying, "Sect Master June, the first 2 times my drizzle building sent assassins was on the orders of the employer. The last time was to save my companions. There was no intention to assassinate you." Jun Changxiao said indifferently, "No matter how many times, no matter what the intention is, as long as you dare to provoke me, there's only one ending, death." Sigh. The owner of the drizzle building sighed lightly, her eyes suddenly flashing with coldness. Her jade hand suddenly waved, the small willow leaf knife shot out under the infusion of spiritual power. It was very fast, very sudden, but under the 8x scope, Jun Changxiao saw this woman's hand move, immediately pulling the trigger, the muzzle spitting fire, the bullet shot out with a shoo sound. The two of them were more than 300 meters apart. It could be said that they attacked at the same time in less than a second. Shoo, the willow leaf knife wrapped in spiritual power shot out. A leaf that floated past was instantly cut in half, but, in terms of speed, the Type 88 bullet was clearly faster. The small willow leaf knife only flew a third of the way before it was shattered with a pung sound. But because it was obstructed, the bullet also died together with it. Swish. Swish. At that moment, the tower master of Drizzle Tower used Ghost Leap and went around the entrance of the cave. She placed her hands on her waist and swung them. Several lancet knives shot out. As expected of the leader of the assassins. Whether it was in terms of movement techniques or the use of hidden weapons, he was far superior to the 4 ace assassins. Shwa. Jun Changxiao turned his arm and didn't aim at all. Instead, he fired several shots and knocked down all the lancet knives. Xiao Ziji was dumbfounded. To be able to turn the gun around and hit the hidden weapon with a direct shot was simply a godly marksmanship. Swoosh. Whoosh. The owner of the drizzle building rushed over like a swallow. The 2 curved blades that appeared out of nowhere in his hands instantly flew out, dragging streams of light behind them as they swept over in an arc from the left and right. This woman was really strong. She was so strong that Jun Changxiao could not shoot and had to choose to dodge. Otherwise, if he stood still, his head would definitely be cut off. Shwa. He threw the Type 88 sniper rifle behind him and used Ghost Leap. After dodging the two knives, the low-grade cold-edge sword had already appeared in his hands. The sniper rifle's purpose was to be used from a distance. It would only be a burden if the opponent got close to him. Not to mention, he had almost run out of bullets. Right now, he could only fight with the bayonets. Swish! Swish! The two crescent moon flying daggers spun as they returned. The owner of Drizzle Tower rushed over and caught them. She said in shock, "How do you know Ghost Leap?" Shwa! 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 Xianxia did not waste his breath on her. He used his ghost-like footwork and rushed over. The 9-style overlapping wave sword had already been used. After gathering 8 waves, he used the 9th style, the sword chi that carried chilling intent shot out. It formed a strong wind that instantly cut down the grass below. The owner of Drizzle Tower focused her gaze and avoided the sword chi. Then, she approached Xianxia. The curved blades in her hands flashed with 2 rays of light and slashed towards his neck. She attacked his vital points. As expected of the leader of the assassins. She was so professional. Sha sha sha. Xianxia used his ghost step to the extreme and avoided the opponent's attack. He went around to the back and raised his sword to slash down, forming a cold light. Ding! The owner of Drizzle Tower turned around and used her curved blades to block the cold-edge sword. Feeling the cold air rushing towards her, she instantly recognized that the quality of this weapon was not inferior to her fine moon blades. Shwa! Xianxia pulled back his sword. He poured his spiritual power into the sword and slashed down fiercely. Ding! 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 The weapons collided one after another and sparks flew everywhere. As long as he could get rid of the opponent, Master Jun had completely forgotten that he was holding a sword and directly used it as a knife to slash. After 7 or 8 slashes, one of the curved blades was directly cut in half. The owner of Drizzle Tower did not care about her weapon being destroyed. She also did not care about the numbness in her arms. She hurriedly took the opportunity to retreat. However, just as she retreated 2 steps, Xianxia's speed was faster than her. The cold-edged sword directly slashed over. Although it did not hit, it still swept the opponent's right shoulder. Thump thump thump. The owner of Drizzle Tower staggered back 2 steps. The clothes on her right shoulder were torn, and her tender white skin was faintly visible. There were also small sword marks. This was still because she retreated quickly. Otherwise, her entire right arm would have been swept off. The owner of Drizzle Tower, who originally thought that she could gain the upper hand in close combat, finally realized that not only did this guy have hidden weapons, his strength was also not bad. Despicable guy. She angrily said, "Just you wait, Shwa." Xianxia stepped in front of her with ghostly steps. The cold-edged sword was pressed against her neck. He coldly said, "Do you think that I will wait for you to leave behind your ruthless words?" Shwa. His other hand took out the Desert Eagle and fired a shot behind him. It hit the thigh of Scorpion, who was secretly sneaking over. Ah! Scorpion suddenly fell to the ground. He hugged his right leg and screamed in pain. His face suddenly became sinister. Bang! Xianxia fired a second shot. It directly pierced through Scorpion's head, allowing him to go on his way with less pain. Scorpion's death was not in vain. Ironbone and Drizzle Tower's development to this point was all because he took the initiative to accept the Spirit Spring Sect's request. The owner of Drizzle Tower could not bear it. After all, he was her right-hand man. She slightly lowered her head, her starry eyes overflowing with killing intent. However, even if she could not bear it, she still had to bear it. Because after Xianxia fired the shot, he directly pressed the Desert Eagle against her temple. He coldly smiled and said, "Don't lower your head. The crown will fall off." His smile was a little scary. Those who did not know would think that he was a devil who killed people without blinking an eye. Boss was being held hostage, and Scorpion was dead. The assassins who were quietly approaching quickly stopped in their tracks. Viper, who came from the right, also hid his darts in his sleeves. He did not think that his sneak attack would succeed. Instead, he would be like Scorpion, killed by the small hidden weapon. The atmosphere quieted down. Xiao Ziji walked over with his Type 88 sniper rifle. From the angle of his position, it was obvious that if an accident happened, he would immediately block the hidden weapon for the sect leader. The owner of Drizzle Tower clutched her injured shoulder. Her face was slightly pale as she bitterly smiled. I underestimated you. Jun Changxiao's right hand held a sword to her neck. His left hand held a gun to her head. He said very ungentlemanly, Spirit Spring Sect underestimated me and was destroyed. Drizzle Tower underestimated me and was also destroyed. Of course. If you can throw out all the hidden weapons in your sleeves, I will give up on the idea of stripping you naked. The owner of Drizzle Tower's face slightly changed. Her left hand loosened. More than 10 small willow knives all fell to the ground. So many hidden weapons, how did she hide them? The owner of Drizzle Tower gave up resisting. She gently said, Sect Leader June, there is a misunderstanding between us. Why don't we talk calmly? If you can't win, then talk. This was very particular. Talk? Okay. Jun Changxiao lightly said, take all your subordinates and follow me back to the Iron Bone. We can talk in prison until the mountains have no edges and the heaven and earth are united. The owner of Drizzle Building wanted to talk calmly because she was being held hostage. If she was stronger than Jun Changxiao, she would probably be calling me queen. Speaking of which, how could a 5th grade martial master like her be beaten so badly by an 8th grade martial disciple like him? Because after Jun Changxiao threw away the spear, he fused it into the ring and decisively crushed the strength-increasing talisman. His strength instantly increased by 5 times. When the owner of Drizzle Building threw out the lancet knives, she could see that this woman was very strong. If the spear could not deal with her, she could only use other trump cards. After using the strength-increasing talisman, Jun Changxiao's strength instantly increased by 5 times. Originally, he had close to 30,000 jin of strength, but in an instant, it exceeded 100,000 jin. No wonder the owner of Drizzle Building had her weapon broken and her arms were numb from the shock. In terms of movement techniques, he had reached the pinnacle of ghostly leap. In terms of weapons, the low-grade cold edge sword was better. In terms of strength, it was not inferior at all. All of the above were enough to make up for the difference in realms, and to achieve a hostage. Jun Changxiao sealed the woman's chi channels and placed the Desert Eagle on her back. He said indifferently, let's go, beauty. Without her cultivation and being held by a spear, the owner of Drizzle Building could only obey. Oh right. Tell your subordinates to throw away all the hidden weapons in their sleeves and line up with their hands on their heads. The owner of Drizzle Building ordered, do as Sect Leader Jun says. Shwa shwa shwa. The assassins threw out all their hidden weapons and lined up with their hands on their heads like war criminals. Just like this, including the wailing assassins and the hanging lynx, everyone from Drizzle Building headed towards the Iron Bone under Xiao Ziji's escort. Because they took a small path, this group of assassins did not attract any attention and returned to the sect that night. Wang. Wang. The owner of Drizzle Building and dozens of her subordinates passed through the sect protection formation and stood on the training grounds. Seeing so many black-clothed warriors who looked like assassins, Li Qingyang said in shock, Sect Master, they are Drizzle Building's assassins. Jun Changxiao said. Xiao Ziji added, Second Martial Brother, all of Drizzle Building's assassins, including their boss. All of them, and boss? The corner of Li Qingyang's mouth twitched violently. Annihilating an assassin organization was not a simple matter. He was always worried that something would happen to the sect leader and his junior brother. Now that he had captured all of them, he realized that he had thought too much. In the canteen, Yi He and Er He, who saw the Drizzle Tower's tower master through the window, were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Oh my god, the iron bone of the OP was caught by the sect leader. Er He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Am I dreaming? Slap. A black hand landed on his face. Does it hurt? It hurts. It's not a dream. It's real. In order to prevent the killers from escaping or causing trouble, Jun Changxiao ordered Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma to seal their meridians and lock them up in prison. The Drizzle Tower's tower master would definitely be given preferential treatment. She was locked up alone in a relatively bright room. The window was sealed with iron bars, and even the door was wrapped with several iron chains. She, who had become a prisoner, thought hatefully, Jun Changxiao, if I take the chance to escape, your iron bone will never be at peace. The small hole under the door opened, and a bowl of fried rice was served. In the canteen. Sect leader. Jun and Xiao Ziji wolfed down the food made by Lu Wanshi, wishing that they could grow 2 more mouths. After hiding in the forest for a few days, the two did not dare to start a fire to roast meat. They could only eat wild fruits to satisfy their hunger. They had almost forgotten what meat tasted like. This incident also made Jun Changxiao realize that the next time he went on a long journey, he must prepare the food made by Du Du in his spatial ring. Even if it was a few bowls of fried rice, it would be fine. Seeing the two of them eating like a tornado, Lu Wanshi said with heartache, Sect leader and senior brother have lost a lot of weight. Du Du will definitely feed you until you are white and fat again. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Jun Changxiao patted his belly and sat on the wooden chair in the main hall, shaking his slightly sore arms. Don't look at how satisfying it was to chop with the strength-increasing talisman during the day. After the talisman lost its effect, the soreness caused by the bones in his body was extremely satisfying. The system said, if the host had used it when he just bought it, he would have been carried back by now. This strength-increasing talisman is really not bad. Jun Changxiao said, it just so happens that it has been reset. I must buy it in case I need it. Ding. The host has spent 20 contribution points. You have obtained a beginner strength-increasing talisman X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 150500. Sect leader. Li Qingyang walked into the main hall and said, a few registered warriors have come these few days. Because they are unable to enter the sect, I let them stay in Qingyang village first. Let them come over tomorrow. Jun Changxiao said. Li Qingyang handed over the account book and said, the construction of the inner courtyard was completed yesterday. It cost a total of 43,000 taels. This is the breakdown of the expenditure. Sect leader, please take a look. Why did Jun Changxiao like the second disciple? It was not because of his sexual orientation, but because he was serious and orderly in his work. He had to leave because he had something to do, so he could rest assured leaving the sect to him. The steady Li Qingyang might not have the popularity of main character disciples like Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingchen, but he was definitely the most indispensable backbone to build a stronger sect. Jun Changxiao took the account book and put it aside without even looking at it. He said, did anything happen in the sect while I was away? Li Qingyang began to report one by one. For example, the increase in the realm of his junior brothers and sisters, and the growth rate of the new disciples. Long Xiang has broken through to the 11th stage of the meridian opening realm? Jun Changxiao said in surprise. Li Qingyang said, since junior brother Long joined the sect, he has been cultivating very hard. His realm has also increased very quickly. I think he is a good seedling worth nurturing. Whether he is worth nurturing or not depends on his future performance. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and said, you are dismissed. Li Qingyang retreated, but Lu Qianxian leaned against the door of the main hall. The woman crossed her arms as usual and said indifferently, bringing so many mouths is not a small expense. Jun Changxiao leaned against the back of the chair and said, although our Iron Bone sect is not rich, it is not a problem to take care of some prisoners. That woman is the leader of the assassins. She won't know her place. I advise sect leader to make a prompt decision and kill her. Lu Qianxian said indifferently. Jun Chang said with a smile, I can't bring myself to kill a captive woman. Clang. Lu Qianxian unsheathed her sword and said indifferently, if sect leader can't do it, then leave it to me. This woman really drew her sword at the slightest disagreement. Jun Changxiao smiled and said, are you jealous because I brought a beautiful woman? Lu Qianxian looked at him, and he looked at Lu Qianxian. The two of them looked at each other, just kidding, just kidding. Jun Changxiao was defeated and said with a serious face, I can't kill the drizzle building master for the time being. I still have a use for her. What use? Lu Qianxian said. Jun Changxiao rubbed his fingers and said, in this world where information is blocked, real-time information is undoubtedly very important. I want to establish an intelligence agency. Even if it doesn't cover the entire continent, it should at least cover the entire Azure Sun County. Lu Qianqian's gaze was strange. She seemed to be a little surprised that the sect leader would have such a mature idea. Jun Changxiao had thought of establishing an intelligence agency when he went up to Spirit Spring Mountain. After all, if there was any movement outside in the future, at least he could quickly know. Lu Qianqian said indifferently, "Sect leader wants that woman and her assassin to collect information?" Jun Changxiao said, "An assassin turning into an intelligence agent is the most suitable." Lu Qianqian said indifferently, "Do you think that woman is like Black 1 and Black 2, who can defect from the organization with 2 bowls of fried rice and obey every order?" If Black 1 and Black 2 heard it, they would definitely roar, "Senior sister, we are doing this for Lu Wancher, for do, not for those 2 bowls of fried rice." Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, "If I can't even deal with a woman, how can I still have the face to be the sect leader? I'll just give the position to you." "I think, okay," Lu Qianqian said. Jun Changxiao got up and walked down. He walked around her with his hands behind his back and said, Lu Qianqian, I think you have a bad intention." Lu Qianqian said, "It was the sect leader himself who said it." Jun Changxiao stopped, leaned sideways and whispered, "You can't be the sect leader. You can't be the sect leader in this life, but it's more like being the sect leader's wife." She seemed to realize that she was courting death by saying this. When she said the word sect leader's wife, she had already rushed out of the hall. "Sect leader!" Su Xianxia exclaimed, "Be careful." Jun Changxiao, who rushed out of the hall happily, instinctively looked back and heard a bang sound as a happy football kicked his face. He stopped abruptly and fell to the ground with a loud bang. "Su Xianxia, you tricked the sect leader. If I didn't shout 'Be careful,' I would have turned my head and used my face to catch the ball, and Li Fei, is your King spiritual foot staring at my incomparably handsome face every single day? Serves you right." Lu Qianqian coldly threw down these 2 words and left. Her calm state of mind had a slight fluctuation because of Jun Changxiao's words just now. "AI. When can I comprehend the 3rd level of Taishan Ice Heart technique and achieve a true heart like still water?" Lu Qianqian, as a direct disciple, you did not abide by the sect rules and repeatedly committed unforgivable crimes. From today onwards, your martial arts will be crippled and you will be expelled from the sect. Do you have any complaints? A deep voice sounded in the solemn hall. Lu Qianqian, who was kneeling in the hall, lowered her head and said coldly, "I have no complaints." "Men, take her to the torture chamber for punishment." Under the eyes of the disciples, she was brought to the torture chamber. TSK, I didn't expect Lu Qianqian to do such a thing. Grand Elder always favored her when he was alive. Now that something has happened, no one will dare to protect her. She's always so cold, as if everyone owes her money. If not for Grand Elder, how could she become a direct disciple? On the stairs of the magnificent sect gate, Lu Qianqian, whose black hair was disheveled and whose face was pale, walked down step by step. "Sister Qianqian." A woman with extraordinary looks stood at the gate and waved. She smiled and said, "Since you've been expelled from the sect, the Celestial Ice Heart Palace will be mine." Lu Qianqian said indifferently, "Only after I leave will you be qualified to inherit it." A trace of anger flashed through the woman's eyes, but she opened her long sleeves and said with a smile, "I knew this day would come sooner or later, so I prepared a festive red dress to celebrate." "Sister Qianqian, do you think it looks good?" Lu Qianqian said, "No matter how beautiful the dress is, it can't hide your dirty heart." The woman withdrew her smile and said coldly, "You're as pure as ice, as pure as jade, as pure as snow, but so what? You've still been crippled of your martial arts, expelled from the sect, and become a pitiful stray dog." Lu Qianqian said indifferently, "I have a holy spiritual root, but you don't. I have the Taishan Ice Heart physique, but you don't. Even if you're expelled, you'll always be trash in front of me. You." The woman was so angry that her face turned red. Lu Qianqian took a deep breath and looked at the sky. She murmured, "The outside world is very big. If this place doesn't want me, Lu Qianqian, there will definitely be people who want me somewhere else. Without the Sex Heart Sutra, your Taishan Ice Heart physique is nothing but a waste. Do you still expect others to take you in?" The woman sneered. Lu Qianqian stopped talking and dragged her body down the stairs. That day, heavy snow arrived, freezing the rivers and mountains for thousands of miles, causing the season before winter to become abnormally cold. When the villagers, who believed in ghosts and gods, saw that the weather was abnormal, they called it the ice god descending to the mortal world. Who? Inside the side room, Xianxia collected her thoughts and walked to the window. Looking at the starry sky, she thought, Taizhang Lao, you must have anticipated that I would be expelled, so you privately passed on the Taishan Ice Heart formula to me. In the main hall outside, Jun Changxiao, who had been cultivating in the molding room, had just sat down. From his angle, he saw that the woman was still awake. He shook his head and said, My eldest disciple, when will you change your ice-cold temperament? I'm an expert, an expert, an expert. I'm invincible in the world. Fill me with wine, tonight, I won't stop until I'm drunk. In the early morning, music sounded on the martial arts field. The disciples were doing their daily morning exercises. The flamboyant Jun Changxiao stood at the front and led the dance. Long Xiang, Li Yuhua, and the others seemed to have gotten used to it. They threw away their shame and completely immersed themselves in the happy atmosphere. After the morning exercises, Jun Changxiao snapped his fingers and said, Qingyang, have you called the people who signed up? Sect leader, they're here, Li Qingyang said. Jun Changxiao waved his black hair and shouted, Su Xiaoma, open the door for me. Swish. Swish. Su Xiaoma somersaulted and stopped in front of the red lacquered door. Then, he waved his arms and the two doors opened. A cool breeze blew in. Whoosh, pa. Jun Changxiao caught the ball flying from the side and kicked it out. It hit Li Fei's face directly. He also hit the wall behind him, making a dent. Brat. Jun Changxiao clapped his hands and adjusted his collar. He walked and said, If I don't kick your face until it blossoms, you won't know why the flowers are so red. As he spoke, he walked out of the sect. Su Xiaoma stood at attention and gave a thumbs up. Sect leader, you're awesome. Outside the mountain gate, several martial artists of different ages were standing there, waiting anxiously. When they saw Jun Changxiao walking out, they hurriedly swarmed over. Sect leader Jun, my name is Li Tianchong. I want to go to the heavens. Please give me a pair of wings. A weak-looking young man shouted first. Jun Changxiao sat in front of the registration table and touched his chin. With your physique, you don't need wings. A gust of wind will blow you into the sky. Ha ha ha. The registration disciple laughed. Even the steady Li Qingyang, who was standing behind the sect master, couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? The young man called Li Tianchong stared at everyone and said seriously, Sect leader Jun, I want to join the Iron Bonjing sect to create a dream. Jun Changxiao made a gesture and said, Please tell me your dream. Li Tianchong said, My dream since I was young is to become an indomitable ranker. His dream since he was young was not to sing. What was the difference between him and a salted fish? Jun Changxiao felt that this kid was a bit naughty, but he was also smart. After asking the basic information, he stamped the sect leader's seal and said, Next. The second person to register was a young girl. She was dressed plainly and should be from a poor family. Although her face was a bit dirty, it couldn't hide her delicate and pretty aura. She lowered her head and said shyly, My name is Ling Yuanxue. Was she so shy? Jun Changxiao said, What is your dream? Ling Yuanxue lowered her head. After a while, she gathered her courage and said, They say that women are not as good as men. I want to practice martial arts and prove it too. You stinky men. No, no, no. I'm not saying that the sect leader is a stinky man. Jun Changxiao didn't mind. He took the entry form and said, In a world where men are superior, women's status has never been high. You have a dream. I will provide you with a stage to realize your dream. He stamped the entry form. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. He said in a low voice, Sect leader, you just filled in a name. Isn't this too sloppy? Jun Changxiao said in a low voice, The sect is full of men. The yang energy is too strong. If we don't add some female disciples, I'm afraid it will develop into a gay sect. Gay sect? Li Qingyang was confused. Next. The third applicant stepped forward. It was a 13 or 14-year-old boy. He scratched his head and said, Sect Leader June, does Iron Bone lack a pharmacist? Note, a pharmacist is different from a herbalist. It is similar to a doctor. June Xianxia smelled medicine and asked curiously, are you a pharmacist? Yes. The boy took out a wooden card and put it on the table. He said, this is my identification. June Xianxia looked and saw that it said, descendant of the Medicine Emperor, Sun Wukong. Medicine Emperor, June Xianxia opened his mouth. In his opinion, those who could be called emperor were definitely the strongest in a continent. How could they meet a descendant of the Medicine Emperor just by accepting disciples? Sun Wukong scratched his head and said with a smile, Master asked me to go down the mountain to gain experience, so I decided to experience it at Iron Bone first. The corner of June Xianxia's mouth twitched as he said, little guy, you should go to the flower city next door. That place is filled with the descendants of powerful people. If you mix well, you'll definitely be able to hook up with an Ice Queen CEO. Flower City? Sun Wukong said blankly, I'm sorry, I've never heard of this place. June Xianxia took the entry form and was about to ask. Li Qingyang whispered, Sect Master, you can buy dozens of these wooden cards in town for 1 tael of silver. Not to mention the descendant of the Medicine Emperor, even the son of the Medicine Emperor can carve one. Huh, June Xianxia's eyes widened. Damn, an identity from another world can be faked. Sun Wukong heard Li Qingyang's words and scratched his head awkwardly. Then, he put more than 10 wooden cards on the table and said seriously, Sect Master, I carved these myself. You can choose whichever identity you like, as long as I can join the sect. Descendant of the Sword Emperor, Sun Wukong. Descendant of the Demon Sovereign, Sun Wukong. Descendant of the Demon Sovereign, Sun Wukong. There were also many successors of different statuses, and none of them were the same. Awesome, if these identities are real, my little iron bone can't accommodate such a big Buddha. Take them. June Xianxia stamped. Although the identity of the descendant was fake, to be able to think of signing up, this person was a talented person with dreams. Next. Slap. As soon as he said that, a person put something wrapped in black cloth on the table, revealing a simple sword hilt. He said, Sword Cultivator, Zhou Hong. Swordsman, Zhou Hong. The voice of the man who spoke was a little hoarse. June Xianxia looked up. It was a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was about 23 or 24 years old, but his face was full of vicissitudes, which obviously did not match his age. His black robe was stained with dust. He was a little bit of a wanderer, a little bit of an expert. Ma Yongning also had this kind of vicissitudes. Swordsman, swordsman. They all had this kind of standard appearance. Because they had been in Jianghu for a long time, they had cultivated the heroic spirit of holding their swords and laughing to the heavens, leaving their guts and hearts behind. Think about it. The bright moon hung high in the sky. At the top of the Iron Bone Hall, Ma Yongning, the swordsman on the left, stood with his sword. Zhou Hong, the swordsman on the right, stood with his sword. The conversation between the two was as follows, You're here. Yes, I'm here. You shouldn't have come. But, I'm already here. Why did you come? I don't know why, but I still came. Draw your sword. Draw your sword. Sword, knife, stone, cloth. This kind of philosophical and thought-provoking conversation could only be expressed by a true swordsman. Zhou Hong's eyes flashed with a sharp light, making June Xianxia feel as if he was saying to himself, I'm here again, since you're here, then I'll accept you. June Xianxia just filled in the name on the entry form and stamped it. Simple and neat, without any ink. This was the greatest respect for a swordsman. Grumble. Zhou Hong's stomach made a sound, and he collapsed on the registration table, saying weakly, hungry, is this a damn expert? June Xianxia covered his head and broke down. Qingyang, carry him to the cafeteria. Yes. Li Qingyang walked over. He lifted Zhou Hong with one hand and was about to take his sword with the other. But just as he was about to touch it, Zhou Hong suddenly had the strength to grab the sword and said seriously, Swordsman, the sword never leaves your body. Li Qingyang shook his head and dragged him into the sect. The registration continued. The fifth applicant was 17 years old. He looked ordinary and did not have any special skills, but his name was Sima Zhongda. Jun Changxiao complained, "You must have an opponent called Zhuge Kongming." Zhuge Kongming? Sima Zhongda was at a loss. Yes. Jun Changxiao asked a few questions before stamping the seal. In his opinion, as long as it was a compound surname like Ouyang, Murong, Dongfeng, and Lanxiong, it would be a proper family. What was sect leader Jun's criteria for accepting disciples? Spirit roots and cultivation base could stand to the side. As long as I could confirm with my eyes that you were the person I wanted, I would take you under my wing. The system retorted, "Isn't it because there aren't enough disciples that the host has no choice?" Jun Changxiao couldn't be bothered with him and said, "Next." There was no movement. When he looked up, he realized that there was no one left. There were only 5 people who had come to register. Hoo-hoo. A cool breeze blew over, and the mountain gate was filled with a desolate aura. Ai. Jun Changxiao sighed. He carried a chair and walked into the sect. His back seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life, like an old man past his prime. After the new disciples joined, the number of members increased from 148 to 153, and they received 5 contribution points. Li Qingyang brought them to collect their uniforms and distribute the sect rules and the like. Jun Changxiao cultivated in the molding room for 2 hours. He came to the cell where the owner of Drizzle building was locked up, and opened the chains. "Are you satisfied with your stay?" After walking in, he gave the woman a gentlemanly smile. The owner of Drizzle building said, "Sect leader Jun, we agreed to talk. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to lock me up?" Jun Changxiao leaned against the door, and said with his hands folded, "If you promise me one thing, you will immediately be treated as an esteemed guest of Ironbone Mountain." The owner of Drizzle building brushed her black hair, and said with a smile, "It definitely won't be anything good." This woman was in her early 20s. She was beautiful and had a good figure. Even if she didn't do it, she would give off a seductive aura. If my eldest disciple was like her. Jun Changxiao hurriedly stopped his thoughts, and said to himself, "That would be too scary." Jun Changxiao said, "Miss, what's your name?" "Li Luoqiu." The owner of Drizzle building said. Jun Changxiao said, "Good name." Li Luoqiu said with a smile, "Sect leader Jun, this isn't what you're talking about, right?" "Of course not." Jun Changxiao said, "Owner Li, are you interested in bringing your subordinates to join my Ironbone Mountain?" He. Li Luoqiu covered her mouth and laughed. Her laughter was very beautiful. Jun Changxiao said, "Is it very funny?" Li Luoqiu stopped laughing, and said, "Sect leader Jun, I, Li Luoqiu, am an assassin. I will not join your so-called sect." "Why?" Jun Changxiao said. Li Luoqiu said, "A bird that is used to being free, would it like to be locked in a cage?" Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "An assassin that is accompanied by darkness, and usually does not dare to show her face, is this freedom?" Li Luoqiu said indifferently, "If you want to recruit me, don't waste your breath." Jun Changxiao naturally would not give up, and said, "Miss Li, I was able to destroy the Spirit Spring Sect, and am not afraid of the sacred Spring Sect. I also invited all the people of your building here. You should be clear about my strength, right?" After a moment of silence, Li Luoqiu said, "Sect leader Jun is not simple." Last night she had thought, how could a sect that was unknown in the Jianghu suddenly become so powerful, and this guy? When the 100 sects recruited him, he was at the 5th or 6th level of the channel opening stage. In just a few months, he became a high-ranked martial disciple and defeated her. This was really inconceivable. Jun Changxiao said, "My iron bone is just at the beginning stage, and we lack capable people. If Miss Li and your subordinates join, one day we will become the strongest sect in the continent, and you will be the founding elder of the sect." Li Luoqiu's almond eyes widened. If he said something like dominating the Azure Sun County, she might have believed it. Dominating the continent? The strongest sect? Then there were only 2 possibilities: 1, he was joking; 2, there was something wrong with his head. Jun Changxiao was not joking, his head was very normal. He said seriously, "If Miss Li is willing to assist me, then you will be the Drizzle Hall's hall master." Li Luoqiu said jokingly, "Does Iron Bone still have a hall master position?" "There wasn't, but there is now." Jun Changxiao said, "If Miss Li joins, then you will be Iron Bone's first Hall Master, and this will be recorded in the history books for the world to worship. Li Luoqiu, swoosh. Jun Changxiao took out the Desert Eagle, twirled it in his fingers, and said, if you become Iron Bone's Hall Master, Miss Li can use this god-powered blunderbuss as you wish. Of course. Jun Changxiao said, there are also various martial arts resources, not only can Miss Li use them, but also your subordinates can use them. Are you done? Li Luoqiu asked. Jun Changxiao said seriously, Miss Li, today is the first time I sincerely invite you, and also the last time. Please consider it seriously, because this opportunity will not come again. Pfft, Li Luoqiu covered her mouth and laughed, you say it as if I will regret it for the rest of my life if I don't agree. Jun Changxiao said, I will give you 3 days to consider. With that, he turned to leave. Li Luoqiu shouted, stop. Jun Changxiao stopped and said, Miss Li, have you thought it through? Li Luoqiu crossed her arms and said with interest, if I become your Iron Bone's Hall Master, will I have any special privileges? Jun Changxiao said, you and your subordinates have no restrictions, you can go out as you wish. Yes, the intelligence department would definitely have to go out, but it would be useless to sit in the sect and drink tea and read newspapers. Li Luoqiu smiled and said, Sect Master Jun is so sincere in inviting me, could it be that the sect just happens to be lacking a hall master? Of course not. Jun Changxiao said, I will provide Miss Li with all the martial arts resources, so you naturally have to show the corresponding value. Help you kill people? Li Luoqiu asked. Jun Changxiao said, dirty work like killing people will be done by the male disciples. Miss Li's duty is to help me gather information. Just gathering information? Li Luoqiu asked in surprise. Jun Changxiao said, do you still want to do something else? Li Luoqiu rubbed her chin and said, give me some time to think about it. I will come again in 3 days, I hope Miss Li. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by her, I have already thought about it. I am willing to accept your recruitment and become Iron Bone's Hall Master. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. This woman's thinking speed was really fast. Li Luoqiu had compromised in many ways. For example, she was now imprisoned. If she didn't agree, she definitely wouldn't be able to leave. She was like a bird in a cage. For example, after a night of thinking, Iron Bone and Jun Changxiao could suddenly become strong. It was strange, but also had a lot of potential. For example, since the other party gave her the position of Hall Master and didn't restrict her freedom, it seemed pretty good. More importantly, the god-powered blaster, as a professional assassin, Li Luoqiu was good at using all kinds of hidden weapons. She also liked using hidden weapons. This kind of powerful hidden weapon that shot out streams of light was definitely tempting. Miss Li, Jun Changxiao said, after all, we had a fierce battle of life and death yesterday. Although this seat hopes that you can become a member of Iron Bone, this seat is still a bit worried. Worried that I will kill you? Li Luoqiu smiled. Jun Changxiao shrugged. This seat doesn't think that you have the ability. Li Luoqiu said, then what are you worried about? This seat is worried that your subordinates will be restless. If they cause trouble in the sect, wouldn't it be a bit awkward? Sect Master Jun, the rule of an assassin is to obey orders. If I tell them to sit, no one dares to stand. I'm still worried. Jun Changxiao put down a small medicine bottle and said, this is a kind of poison that will come back every 3 months. Miss Li can take it first. What do you mean? Li Luoqiu's face turned cold. Jun Changxiao said, I want to observe you. The antidote will be given every 3 months. After a year, when the observation period ends, if your performance is good, I will remove the poison in your body. Sect Master Jun is so cautious. Li Luoqiu said. Jun Changxiao shrugged his shoulders and said, in this dangerous world, how can one survive without being cautious? No wonder you can become a sect master at such a young age. Li Luoqiu walked over and picked up the medicine bottle. After I take it, can you give me the god-powered blaster? Sure, Jun Changxiao said. Li Luoqiu opened the cork and drank the venom inside. It tasted a little bitter and spicy, but she didn't feel anything else. Give it to me. Shua. Jun Changxiao tossed the Desert Eagle over. After Li Luoqiu took it, she suddenly pressed the muzzle of the gun against his forehead. Her slender jade-like finger rested on the trigger as she asked with a smile, "Sect leader June, is this how you use it?" June Xianxia said, "If you want to learn, I can teach you." Shua. Li Luoqiu retracted her hand, the desert eagle twirling between her fingers. "This woman really knows how to play." June Xianxiao said, "Tomorrow, I will publicly announce the establishment of the Drizzle Hall. I hope that you can prepare your subordinates well today." Li Luoqiu played with the desert eagle and said, "Just say the word." June Xianxiao didn't say anything else. He turned around and left. He didn't lock the door, because there was no need to. Li Luoqiu began to carefully examine the desert eagle, then tried to pull the trigger. However, there was only a caw-caw sound, and no light shot out. June Xiangxiao's voice sounded, "Without me teaching you, you won't be able to use it." "I don't believe it." Li Luoqiu's temper flared. She began to fumble with the desert eagle that wasn't loaded at all. Where did the host get the poison? The system couldn't help but ask. June Xiangxiao said, "I found the gutter oil from the garbage bucket, mixed it with chili and garlic." The system said, "That's ruthless." The next day, after the morning exercises, June Xiangxiao publicly announced that the sect would establish the Drizzle Hall from today onwards. The hall master would be Li Luoqiu. The disciples definitely didn't have any objections to this matter. Yi Hei and Er Hei were a little dizzy. The hall master who had just been locked in was convinced so quickly. Her willpower was worse than theirs. How could 2 bowls of fried rice compare to a desert eagle? Not only did June Xiangxiao grant Li Luoqiu the position of hall master, he also renovated a relatively spacious room in the outer courtyard and hung a plaque for the Drizzle Hall. At this point, Iron Bone had its first hall, the Drizzle Hall. Li Luoqiu did what she said. With just one sentence, the assassins had no objections. They were willing to follow the boss and become members of the Drizzle Hall. Even Mountain Cat, who had one of his hands shot off, was willing. The main reason why he was so straightforward was because he was trapped in Iron Bone. Even the boss had compromised. Wouldn't he be courting death if he remained unyielding? Speaking of which, since the Drizzle Hall was established, why didn't June Xiangxiao give the position of elder? There were no suitable candidates. Although Li Luoqiu was strong and had management skills, she was still an assassin. Li Qingyang and the others' cultivation levels weren't high either. They were still very young, so they didn't look like they could become elders. After the hall was established, the next step was to handle the entry procedures for them. Ding! Ding! As the assassin's entry forms were stamped with the sect master's seal, the sound of members and contribution points increasing rang in June Xiangxiao's ears one after another. After a final count, including Li Luoqiu, there were a total of 77 people. The system data panel was, Sect member, 230500. Sect contribution points, 225500. June Xiangxiao thought to himself, as long as the number of people is full, the contribution points will be almost full. By then, I can squander them to my heart's content. Sect master, are you looking for me? Li Luoqiu walked into the main hall and removed the word June in front. It could be seen that when in Rome, do as the Romans do. June Xiangxiao said, "How many times did you send people to assassinate me?" "Well," Li Luoqiu said, "I was in seclusion at that time. The mission of sending people to assassinate you was handled by Scorpion." "Where's Scorpion?" "Call him over." June Xiangxiao said. Li Luoqiu said, "He was killed by you." June Xiangxiao said, "The other 2 ace assassins should know." "Viper knows. When the mission is issued, he will participate in the arrangement." Li Luoqiu called Viper over. After the latter thought for a while, he said, "Sect master, Scorpion has issued 3 missions." "When, how many people?" Viper reported the time and number of people. The first time, there were 3 people, before the sect's martial arts competition. The second time, there was 1 person, after the martial arts competition. The third time, there were 3 people, killed by the self-aiming Type 88 sniper rifle. "That's all?" "That's all." June Xiangxiao suddenly frowned. Not counting the group of assassins outside Liang City, there were 5 times in the sect alone. The last 2 times, one of the assassins was killed by Xiao Ziji from the fort. The last 5 assassins were pierced through the chest by him, and the last one was spanked by him. If Viper did not say anything wrong, the last 2 assassins were definitely not from Drizzle Building. That's right, that's right. The last 2 groups of assassins did not have the ghostly step secret manual in their interspatial rings. They were definitely not from Drizzle Building. Thinking about the group of assassins outside Liang City who were also poor, Jun Changxiao guessed that they might be from the same group. If they were from the same group, then it would be fine. If they were not from the same group, then it meant that there were 3 groups of assassins. Although he had subdued Li Luoqiu and her subordinates, he could not rule out the possibility of being assassinated again. Jun Changxiao rubbed his temples and said, "Hall Master Li, do you know if there are any assassin groups in Azure Sun County?" If he did not find the 2 groups of assassins, Sect Master Jun would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Li Luoqiu said, "As far as I know, there are no assassin groups in Azure Sun County. However," she paused and said, "the big clans in the big cities will secretly train assassins or death warriors. Some of the higher-ups of the clans have even spent a lot of money to buy the methods of training assassins from Drizzle Building." "Which clans?" Jun Changxiao asked. Li Luoqiu said, "For example, Jingyang City's He clan, Jingyang City's Wang clan, Liang City's Bei clan and Shao clan, Shouyang City's." "Wait." Jun Changxiao interrupted, "You just said, Liang City's Shao clan?" "That's right." Li Luoqiu said, "The Shao clan's great elder personally bought it. He thought that no one would be able to recognize him, but he did not know that I saw through him the moment he came in." After learning from Li Luoqiu that the Shao family also had assassins, Jun Changxiao bit his thumb and fell into deep thought. When Liang City was attacked by assassins, his previous judgment was that the Bei family and the Shao family were involved. Later, when he saw the Bei family's token, he temporarily excluded the Shao family. Why? Because Jun Changxiao felt that this kind of obvious exposure of the Bei family's identity would easily make people think that it was a frame-up. At that time, during the sect competition, the behavior of the Shao family's higher-ups and direct descendants, anyone with a normal brain would definitely guess that they were the ones who framed them. Jun Changxiao excluded the Shao family to avoid being deliberately used by people with ulterior motives. But now that he knew that there were assassins in the Shao family, he had to think carefully. Let's assume that the assassins were sent by the Shao family. In order to clear their suspicion, they deliberately carried the Bei family's token and created the illusion that someone was framing them? Damn it. If that was the case, it was definitely a psychological war. Or is it that the ambush was done by someone else and they deliberately framed the Bei and Shao families? Jun Changxiao's mind was in a bit of a mess. Phew. He took a deep breath and said, "Hall Master Li, I'll give you your first mission now." Li Luoqiu listened. Jun Changxiao thought for a while and said, "Send someone to Liang City to monitor the Bei and Shao family's movements, especially the Shao family's great elder." He did not care whether it was a psychological war or not. If it was really them, they would definitely be exposed. "Only watching people and not killing people?" Li Luoqiu asked. "Yes." "Understood." Killing people was troublesome, but watching people was easy. Li Luoqiu handed the matter over to Viper. The latter hurriedly returned to the Drizzle Hall, selected a few gold medal assassins who were good at hiding, and then left the sect for Liang City. The role of the Drizzle Hall had already been shown. "Sect Master." Li Luoqiu smiled and said, "Do you have time to teach me how to use the spear?" Back Mountain. Jun Changxiao's left and right hands moved in slow motion as he poured the spiritual energy from the crystal core into the notch of the Desert Eagle he had just bought. Then, he loaded the gun and removed the baffle from the hammer. "Did you see it clearly?" "Yes," Li Luoqiu said. She took out the Desert Eagle and followed the sect master's instructions. She loaded the gun and removed all the safety mechanisms. Boom! He pulled the trigger, and a stream of light flew out. It accurately hit a fruit on a tree dozens of meters away. Li Luoqiu, a 5th-grade martial master, could withstand the recoil, so his arm was not injured at all. Sect leader Jun was dumbfounded. "Fire again for me to see." Boom! Li Luoqiu knocked the fruit hanging on the branch next to her. "Amazing, amazing!" Jun Changxiao exclaimed. He wasn't praising Li Luoqiu's marksmanship, but the vibration caused by the woman's shot had caused her chest to bounce. Fire again, let me see. Boom. Boom. Li Luoqiu fired 2 shots in succession, and her body shook. Sure enough, a woman with good stuff has such a strong impact when firing a shot. Li Luoqiu withdrew her gun and found that the sect leader's eyes were looking at something wrong. She frowned. Where are you looking? Jun Chongxiao hurriedly raised his head and sighed. The sky is very blue, and very big. Li Luoqiu said, earlier outside the headquarters, the sect leader used another type of god-powered handgun. Can I try it? Yes. Jun Chongxiao called Xiao Ziji over and threw the Type 88 sniper rifle to her. Then, he taught her how to adjust the crosshairs of the 8x scope and how to shoot after crouching down. Understood. Li Luoqiu said. Whoosh. Whoosh. Jun Chongxiao and Xiao Ziji both retreated far away. Sect leader, are we not letting her wear shoulder pads? Hall Master Li is a 5th grade martial master. She can definitely withstand the recoil. That makes sense. The two looked at each other and were stunned in the next second. Because Li Luoqiu did not crouch down according to the previous instructions. Instead, she directly raised her head and looked at the 8x scope with one eye. Obviously, she was going to shoot while standing. A slender woman holding a Type 88 sniper rifle in the middle of the grass. The scene was quite beautiful. Hall Master Li, don't, bang. Bang. Li Luoqiu fired 2 shots in a row. The bullets burst out and shattered the rocks a few hundred meters away. The recoil shook her body up and sent her flying backward. Whoosh! Jun Chongxiao came to the falling position and opened his arms to catch her. His heart collapsed. This woman didn't have enough fun after shooting once. She shot twice. Plop. Li Luoqiu fell to the ground with her spear in the shape of a swastika. Jun Chongxiao's mouth twitched. Hall Master Li, I'm sorry. I misjudged and missed half a step. I didn't catch you. Li Luoqiu felt that it was indecent to shoot while crouching down, so she stood and fired 2 shots. It was decent, but the price was that her shoulders and arms were numb from the recoil for an entire night. The next day, the disciples did morning exercises and cultivated as usual. The 5 disciples who had just entered the sect also began to either become stronger or lead a miserable life in the sect. The most tragic one was Li Fei. He was kicked to the sky by Li Fei's happy football. Sun Bukong and Sima Zhongda squatted in the distance. They looked at the guy who entered with them lying on the training field with his limbs spread out. They were so scared that they trembled. The only female among the 5 new disciples, Ling Yuanxue, was the happiest. Because the senior sisters were very enthusiastic and chatted with her, her originally shy personality gradually relaxed. Qingyang. Jun Chongxiao stood outside the main hall and glanced at the disciples one by one. Where's Zhou Hong? Li Qingyang said, Sect Master, this junior brother is a bit strange. After entering the sect, he has been motionless in the inner courtyard training field. He didn't even answer when I spoke to him. Is that so? Jun Chongxiao went to the inner courtyard. On the small training field, Zhou Hong, who had not changed out of his school uniform, stood proudly. He held a sword in one hand and put the other on the hilt. His head was slightly lowered, and his black hair spread out. This was a standard sword move. Because he was motionless, he was like a stone statue. Li Qingyang whispered, Sect Master, he has been standing since dinner yesterday. He has been standing for the whole night. Jun Chongxiao held his chin and said, this person is indeed a bit strange. Clang, suddenly, Zhou Hong's sword was unsheathed. Rays of sword light appeared around him and intertwined, instantly forming an inescapable net. Damn. Jun Chongxiao and Li Qingyang widened their eyes. Clang. The sword was sheathed, and the sword energy dissipated. The sword was drawn and sheathed. It was really fast. Jun Chongxiao and Li Qingyang only heard the sound of the sword being drawn and sheathed. They did not see the sword being drawn and sheathed at all. What was even more ridiculous was that the leaves that were originally floating around Zhou Hong were not cut by the sword light. They finally fell slowly on the stone floor. So fast, so much sword energy spread out, but it did not cut through the leaves that fell. He was definitely a master of body tracing. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, a gust of wind blew. The leaves under Zhou Hong's feet were blown up. Then, in the process of flying away, they disintegrated into strips and stuck to Jun Changxiao and Li Qingyang's faces. This was not body tracing. This was because the fallen leaves were swept by the sword energy, but because the sword energy was too fast, there was no time to cut through them. Pushing aside the leaves that were blocking their eyes, Jun Changxiao and Li Qingyang exclaimed in unison, "Expert, expert, expert." Yi Xingchen also witnessed the scene of Zhou Hong unsheathing and sheathing his sword in the distant wing of the disciples. He murmured, "To strike 23 times in one breath, this child must have comprehended the fast realm of the sword doctrine. He is a rare seedling of the sword doctrine. What a pity." He shook his head and said, "Although the iron bone has miraculous physical body and fist techniques, as well as spiritual martial arts, there are no high-quality sword techniques. Cultivating here is equivalent to wasting one's life." Jun Changxiao was right. Zhou Hong, whose face was full of vicissitudes of life, was indeed an expert, not to mention his cultivation level. Just the way he attacked and retracted his sword, and the way he destroyed the leaves in mid-air, was enough to prove it. He was strong in sword Dao. When the authoritative Yi Xingchen saw Zhou Hong's attack, his evaluation was, if he had the guidance of a sword Dao master and good sword skills, he would become at least a sword king in the future. Martial arts and sword Dao were different, so were the levels. Martial arts included martial disciple, wuzong, martial emperor, and so on. Sword Dao included sword disciple, sword master, sword emperor, and so on. Although there was only a difference of one word, sword cultivators were stronger than martial cultivators of the same level. For a true sword cultivator to comprehend the sword Dao without any distractions was definitely an extreme of extremes. Martial cultivators were different. They could cultivate fist techniques and swords, so they were far inferior to a real sword cultivator who focused on cultivation. Not everyone could go to the extreme and become a sword cultivator. It required an extremely high aptitude in sword Dao. According to the relevant departments, only 1 in 10,000 people could become a sword cultivator. Even if a martial cultivator only had a low-grade spirit root, 1 meridian would be considered a martial artist. Sword cultivators were 1 in 10,000, so it was a very rare profession. Take Yi Xingchen for example. Although he also cultivated sword skills in his previous life, he became one of the 10 great martial emperors in the end. The other 9 people, without exception, had also attained their Dao through martial arts. A sword emperor who cultivated sword skills had not appeared in the Starfall continent for a long time. Another rare one was the saber emperor who cultivated saber skills, because it was also the extreme of the extremes. Damn it. Finally, I've recruited a good disciple. Jun Changxiao hurriedly took out the dazzling light sunglasses and looked at Zhou Hong, activating all the spying functions. Cultivation? Aptitude? Strength? Damn it. Why are they all question marks? Is this guy so strong that he can't be analyzed by data? The system explained. The dazzling light sunglasses can only be used to spy on martial cultivators, not sword cultivators, so it can't be analyzed. I see. Jun Changxiao understood. Li Qingyang said, Sect leader, Junior Zhou is a sword cultivator. He should be comprehending sword Dao now. We shouldn't disturb him. Yes. Jun Changxiao took him away. After learning about sword cultivation from the disciples along the way, he couldn't help but secretly say, if I had a high level of sword cultivation aptitude, wouldn't it be easy to cultivate the Lingshan sword secret art? The system said, the sword path aptitude modifying elixir can be bought from the system store. You can even spawn something like that? Jun Changxiao exclaimed. The system said, as long as you have enough contribution points, and as long as you are lucky, any item that can make the host stronger can be obtained. I need to earn even more contribution points, Lord Changxiao thought to himself. Zhou Hong was a sword cultivator. His cultivation method was different from that of martial cultivators. Jun Changxiao did not force him to cultivate with the other disciples. Instead, he left him alone in the inner yard to comprehend the sword. That was it. Other than going to eat when he was hungry, Zhou Hong stood alone in the training field for 2 consecutive days, patiently comprehending and waving his sword. Jun Changxiao would occasionally look from afar and understood why the creator of the Lingjian divine art was called the solitary sword emperor. One man, one sword. If he continued to cultivate like this, even if he became a sword emperor, he would definitely be lonely. Wait until he truly integrates with the iron bone and treats himself as a disciple, then I can teach him the Lingshan sword secret art. Jun Changxiao thought. Zhou Hong was a loner when it came to sword cultivation, but he was not a loner. When he met the sect leader in the cafeteria, he would take the initiative to bow. He could also get along well with his fellow sect members. It was just that he did not speak much. He liked to sit alone in a corner and eat. He especially cherished every meal and every grain of rice. No one could resist the temptation of Lu Wancher's food. Even the assassin leader Li Luoqiu was convinced. When it was time to eat, he would come to the cafeteria on time. The hall master's table was independent. Jun Changxiao sat at the side with the food in his hands. He took a bite of green onion and said, "How are the arrangements?" Li Luoqiu covered his nose and said, "They have already spread to 8 cities in Azure Sun County. Tomorrow, they will send over the recent events." Yes. Jun Changxiao exhaled and said, "Is my mouth very smelly?" "Smelly." Li Luoqiu hurriedly turned his face away. Jun Changxiao walked in front of Su Xiaoma and exhaled, "Smelly?" Su Xiaoma rolled his eyes and collapsed on the table. Sun Bukong stood up and raised his hand. "Sect leader's mouth is so smelly that senior marshal brother Su fainted. It means that he has a weak kidney." The next day, all kinds of information from the 8 cities were sent over through letters. The content was very detailed. Li Luoqiu would not submit all of it. After sorting it out, he went to the main hall and began to report the recent events in Azure Sun County. Most of it was useless, but Jun Changxiao was able to grasp the situation in the city. It was undoubtedly better than not paying attention to the outside world. Sect leader. Li Luoqiu said, 3 days later, Liyang City's AI clan will publicly auction healing pills. All the clans and sects in the county have already entered the city. It is said that even the fifth-rate sects have been alarmed. Is that so? Jun Changxiao clasped his fingers and thought, this AI clan really knows how to advertise. Even the fifth-rate sects have been alarmed. 10 healing pills will probably be sold at a sky-high price. He hoped that he could sell them at a high price. This way, he would be able to earn money. Li Luoqiu said, "Sect leader, I heard that the healing pills developed by the AI clan can heal injuries immediately after consumption. I have a bold idea, but I don't know if I should say it." "Speak." "Let's steal it." Jun Changxiao, who was holding the armrest with his elbow, suddenly slipped and almost fell from the chair. The corner of his mouth twitched. Hall Master Li's idea is very bold and smart. Sect leader agreed? Li Luoqiu said happily. Agreed my ass, I am the one who sold the pills. If I steal it back, it will be disloyal. Moreover, I am counting on the AI clan to help me promote it. If I steal it, how are they going to sell it? Luoqiu. Jun Changxiao said seriously, you are now the backbone of the sect, not an assassin. How can you have such an unhealthy idea like robbing? Yes. Li Luoqiu held her chin and said, I am now the hall master. If I rob, it will be beneath my dignity. But this kind of pill is really magical. If we can get some, we won't have to worry about our disciples getting hurt. Jun Changxiao put a bottle of healing pills on the table and said, this is the AI clan's healing pills you mentioned. There are 10 pills inside. If you like it, you can take it. Li Luoqiu was startled and said with a smile, Sect leader, don't tease me. The healing pills that the AI clan auctioned last time were sold for 100,000 yuan each. How can you have a bottle? Jun Changxiao said, I have a good relationship with the AI clan master, so he gave me a bottle. Li Luoqiu blinked and said, Sect leader, do you think I am stupid? You are not stupid. Jun Changxiao said. Li Luoqiu rolled her eyes at him, turned around and said, since you are not stupid, how can you believe sect leader's joke? Watching the woman leave, Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, you were not stupid just now, but now you are. With the establishment of the branch, Jun Changxiao had spies all over the 8 cities in Azure Sun County. following which, he began to focus on his cultivation. Although he was busy with recruiting disciples and destroying the drizzle building, he didn't neglect his martial arts. Whenever he was free, he would eat chi-gathering pills and cultivate body metamorphose scripture to strengthen the cyclone in his dantian. The spirit array could only be used by disciples. With the help of high-grade spiritual roots and pills, his cultivation speed was quite fast. After handing over the Sect's affairs, he cultivated steadily for 2 days and successfully became a 9th-grade martial disciple from an 8th-grade martial disciple. Bang! He came to the training room and punched the testing machine. The result showed that his strength was 25,000 pounds. Bang! Xianxia gathered the exploding fist and tested it. The result showed that his strength was 30,000 pounds. Not bad. Xianxia said. Not bad? The leader of the Long Blade Sect, who was also a 9th-grade martial disciple, only had a strength of 14,000. If he heard this, he would be so embarrassed that he would commit suicide. Xianxia was so strong because of his spiritual roots, spirit shaping pill, and shaping room. Naturally, he was much stronger than ordinary martial disciples. After becoming a 9th-grade martial disciple, his next goal was to become a peak martial disciple and a martial master. Xianxia was not satisfied with the current situation. He had to make himself and his disciples stronger within a year. Then, he would go to the Sacred Spring Sect to spar. Oh right. There's still the Hachi Sect. I'll let Qingyang and the others cultivate for a month before going to this sect. In Xianxia's opinion, although challenging a 5th-grade sect was very difficult, it was also a good opportunity to spread the name of Iron Bone. As for the Hachi sect, it was just an insignificant monster on the way to challenge a boss. Yes. He couldn't underestimate it. Give it some respect and consider it an elite monster. Creak. The door of the shaping room opened and Xianxia slid out. Xianxia said, I heard from Qingyang that you've become a martial disciple 2 days ago? Yes. Xianxia said. Have I cultivated / Yes. How do you feel? Xianxia was silent for a moment, then said, very strong. For a martial emperor to be able to give an evaluation of very strong, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Xianxia patted him on the shoulder and said, as long as you cultivate well and treat the Iron Bone as your home, there will be more and more powerful martial arts like this in the future. As for whether or not he would be able to create more martial skills in a short period of time, he could not be sure for the time being. However, he had to brag about it first. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Self/ was the most special spiritual energy type martial skill he had ever seen since he started practicing martial arts. There were many more powerful martial skills like this, so he was looking forward to them. Sect leader. Xianxia said, Zhou Hong is a genius with an extremely high aptitude in the way of the sword. If you don't want to waste his aptitude, let him focus on the cultivation of the way of the sword. Xianxia rubbed his chin and said with a smile, you mean, our Iron Bone can't accommodate such a genius sword cultivator? Xianxia said, sword cultivators are 1 in 10,000. Although our Iron Bone has rupturing fist and self/ we don't have any sword skills. We will only be a burden to him here. Xianxia crossed his arms and said with a smile, you seem to know a lot. Xianxia was silent. He suddenly realized that he should just cultivate on his own. Why should he worry about Zhou Hong? It would be bad if his reincarnation identity was exposed. Shua. While he was thinking, a secret manual was thrown over. Take this sword skill and cultivate it first. Whether or not you can comprehend it will depend on your luck. Xianxia said. Sword skill? Xianxia looked at the secret manual with Ling Jian divine technique written on it and said with disdain, it's named after a god. How arrogant. He turned to the first page and saw the words left behind. He sneered and said, since when did our falling star continent have such a person as the solitary sword emperor? It's obviously made up. It was normal that he had not heard of it. The introduction of the item said some, and the word some meant that it was not the falling star continent. Xianxia turned to the second page. When he saw the contents of the sword skill, the disdain on his face gradually disappeared and was replaced by shock. This is, he could not help but say, divine sword skill. Although Knight Emperor's cultivation was not there, he could still roughly judge the quality of the martial skill. After all, he had cultivated many in his previous life. As he continued to study, his expression changed again and again. He said, "This sword skill is probably not weaker than the Nine Heavens cloud-splitting sword technique that I cultivated in the past." Back at his residence, Xianxia did not comprehend the Taishan Sutra and the body metamorphosis scripture. He focused all his attention on the Lingjian divine technique. After a night of comprehension, although he had memorized the sword skill, he knew that even if he learned it, he would not be able to unleash its true power without high attainments in the sword Tao. Xianxia agreed with this point. Although he had learned the sword skill in the cave, due to his limited aptitude, the power he could unleash was not as strong as the 9 forms of the wave-stacking sword technique. Although a divine sword skill was powerful, to unleash its true power, one needed to meet the right person at the right time. Xianxia looked at Zhou Hong standing on the training ground outside the window. He muttered, "This kid has comprehended the fast realm. If he cultivates the sword skill, not only will he be able to unleash its full power, but his sword Tao will also benefit." Knight Emperor thought that it was a waste for a sword Tao seedling to cultivate an iron bone. In the end, Sect Master Jun took out a divine sword skill. This was a slap to his face. The next day, after the AI clan auctioned off the healing pills, the members of the Drizzle Hall planted in the city immediately sent over the latest information. What? Jun Changxiao stood up with a whoosh. His eyes widened as he asked, "How much were they auctioned off?" Li Luoqiu said, 10 healing pills were auctioned off for a total of 6 million taels of silver. The average price was 600,000 taels of silver per pill. Jun Changxiao confirmed that he did not mishear. The corner of his mouth twitched violently as he said, "A single healing pill can be sold for such a high price. As expected, poverty has limited my imagination." Li Luoqiu said, "The major sects are definitely not fools. If they are willing to spend such a large amount of money to buy healing pills, then there must be some kind of miraculous effect." "Oh, right," she said. The information also said that the AI clan had left the AI clan after the auction ended and is heading towards our iron bone. Sect Master. At this moment, Li Qingyang came to report, "The AI clan head has come to visit again." Li Luoqiu was startled. "Again? Please come in." "Yes." Li Luoqiu said, "The AI clan specializes in healing pills and has many connections. They are quite famous in Azure Sun County." "Sect Master, are you not going to personally welcome them?" "There's no need for that," Jun Changxiao said. Li Luoqiu muttered, "As a Sect Master, I am quite arrogant." Not long after, the AI clan head walked into the main hall. He cupped his hands and said politely with a smile, "Sect Master Jun, long time no see. Your cultivation has improved again." "Eh?" He looked at Li Luoqiu and asked, "This is?" "Li Luoqiu, the Hall Master of Iron Bone." Jun Changxiao introduced. "He already has a Hall Master? His development is really fast." AI Shang hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "So it's Hall Master Li." My apologies. Li Luoqiu was stunned. Even if he went to a 6th or 7th-rate sect, the elders would still treat him well. Why was the AI clan head so humble when he came to Iron Bone? Suddenly, she remembered that the sect master had said that he had a good relationship with the AI clan head. It seemed that it was true. As for that bottle of healing pills, could it be? Li Luoqiu's expression froze. After a while, she said in surprise, "The healing pills are also real? P.S. Please vote." AI Shang had 2 goals in mind. First, he offered 2 million in silver notes. Second, he wanted to buy some healing pills. He spent 1 million to buy 10 healing pills, sold them for 6 million, and then gave Sect Master Jun 2 million. This was a really good deal. Li Luoqiu was dumbfounded. If the healing pills that the sect leader took out earlier were genuine, then the AI family's patriarch gave them pills and money. This was too generous. Jun Changxiao took the silver notes and cupped his hands. This seat is very happy to be able to work with AI family head. Without the AI family's marketing, he might not be able to make a huge profit in a short time if he sold the pills himself. AI Shang smiled. My AI family is also very honored to be able to work with Sect Master Jun. Li Luoqiu could tell from his gaze that he wasn't just being polite. She couldn't help but ask, what did they work with? Sect Master Jun Ai Shang placed a few spatial rings on the table and smiled. These are the herbs you bought before. This AI only managed to find them after a month of searching. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. What he lacked now were the 5 types of herbs from the alchemy pavilion. He originally wanted to make a trip to Huyang City, but he didn't expect AI family head to be so perceptive and bring them here in advance. How much? With our relationship, talking about money will hurt our relationship. Just treat it as a gift to Sect Master Jun. Li Luoqiu's eyes widened. Giving pills, silver, and even herbs. Just how close was the AI family head and Sect Master Jun? This? Jun Changxiao pretended to be in a difficult position. He then accepted the spatial rings and cupped his hands. Thank you, AI family head. He knew AI Shang's motive for giving him money and herbs, so he placed a bottle of healing pills on the table. This seat has refined a few more in the past few days. AI family head can auction them on my behalf. Auction them on his behalf? AI family head understood that Sect Master Jun didn't plan to sell them to him at a fixed price. He would split the profits according to the price of the pills. Since Sect Master Jun trusts my AI family so much, this AI will auction them on your behalf. But the price, you get 6, I get 4. AI Shang's expression froze. He was already prepared to split it 20 to 80 or 30 to 70, but he didn't expect it to be 40 to 60. He also didn't expect that he would get the biggest share. Of course. Jun Changxiao said, I have an additional request, and I hope that Master AI can agree to it. Please speak. I'd like to ask Master AI to help me collect the herbs I purchased from your shop and send them to my iron bone every other month. For now, if the disciples of the sect wanted to become stronger, they could only rely on the alchemy pavilion's pills. Therefore, they were willing to give up a portion of their profits and let the AI family continue to provide them with medicinal herbs. No problem, AI Shang said without hesitation. As usual, they signed the contract and stamped it. After the deal was done, AI Shang was about to leave when Jun Changxiao said, Master AI, I've been researching a new type of medicinal pill recently. Are you interested in cooperating? I'm interested. AI Shang hurriedly replied. Jun Changxiao took out 5 low-grade body-shaping pills and said, this medicinal pill is called body-shaping pill. After a martial artist takes it, it can shape their body and meridians, increasing their strength. It's that amazing. AI Shang exclaimed. Most of the medicinal pills sold by the AI family were healing and recovery types. They didn't have any medicinal pills that could directly improve one's physical body. Not only the AI family, but the entire Falling Star continent didn't have any medicinal pills that could improve one's physical body. AI Shang wouldn't doubt the body-shaping pill if it could be refined into a heaven-defying healing pill. He hurriedly asked, the price, the AI family will still be in charge of the auction. I'll take 40% and you'll take 60%, Jun Changxiao said. All right. AI Shang took out a piece of paper again and wrote down the contract. The two signed it. After that, AI Shang cupped his fists and said, Sect Master Jun, I still have some matters to attend to in the family. I'll take my leave first. Jun Changxiao stood up and sent him off. After Patriarch AI left, Li Luoqiu finally regained her senses. The corner of her mouth twitched as she said, Sect Master, the healing pills auctioned by the AI family were you the one who refined them? Yes, Jun Changxiao said. Ah. Li Luoqiu screamed. Jun Changxiao almost fell to the ground in shock. He covered his ears and said, Are you crazy? Swoosh, Li Luoqiu stopped screaming and said with a serious expression, Sect Master, you said you would give me a bottle. You can't go back on your words. Jun Changxiao spread his hands and said, You're not stupid. Why would you want that thing? Li Luoqiu grabbed her hair and looked like she was about to break down. We'll talk about it later. Jun Changxiao joked, I've already given it to Patriarch AI. I don't have any more medicinal pills now. Ah. Li Luoqiu hugged her head and said frantically, I'm too stupid. I'm too stupid. Jun Changxiao shook his head and smiled. He put the bottle of healing pills on the table and said with a smile, "Take it." Li Luocha was overjoyed. She hurriedly and carefully held the bottle in her hand. After all, this was a treasure worth 6 million taels of silver. Xianxia was not stingy with this newly appointed hall master. He gave her a few more bottles of body-shaping pills and said, "Let each member of the Drizzle Hall take one." Now that her physical body was molded, it was time to gather information. After putting the pills into her spatial ring, Li Luocha smiled charmingly and said, "Sect Master, thank you." Night came. Xianxia sat in his study and opened the alchemy furnace. The 5 types of medicinal pills were automatically matched with the medicinal ingredients and fire seeds. All of them were ready to be refined. Patriarch AI sent a lot of medicinal ingredients. He could refine 1,000 sets of healing pills, more than 500 sets of body-shaping pills and chi-gathering pills, more than 700 sets of meridian-charging pills, and more than 300 sets of cyclone pills because the ingredients were rare. It was okay to have fewer cyclone pills. After all, he could still get one for each disciple when he had recruited enough. Xianxia said, "For now, the more chi-gathering pills, the better. Unfortunately, the medicinal ingredients are hard to find." Ding! 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 He began refining the medicinal pills. After a few hours, all 5 types of medicinal pills were refined. "Oh, right." Xianxia said, "How are the medicinal ingredients planted by Elder Wei?" The next day, after finishing the Sect's affairs, he personally went to the medicinal garden and was stunned by the scene inside. At this moment, a variety of medicinal herbs had already sprouted from more than 10 mu of medicinal fields. A dense aura that resembled spiritual energy gathered in the sky. Elder Wei was among the medicinal ingredients. He was bending over to inspect them one by one. There was a smile on his weathered face, as if he was very satisfied with the medicinal ingredients he had carefully cultivated. In the small pavilion outside the medicinal garden. Looking at the large medicinal garden in the distance, Xianxia took a sip of tea and said with emotion, "In such a short time, Elder Wei has grown so many medicinal ingredients. I can't believe it." Elder Wei said, "No medicinal ingredients have been planted here before. The initial growth of the medicinal ingredients will be very slow. When the spiritual energy gradually gathers, the growth period of the medicinal ingredients will be greatly shortened." Xianxia put down his teacup and said, "Elder Wei, how do the medicinal ingredients you planted compare to those sold in the market?" Elder Wei raised his hand to pour tea for him and said confidently, "The same medicinal ingredients are twice as effective as those sold in the market." "That amazing?" Xianxia was surprised, but immediately smiled and said, "Elder Wei is indeed not a simple person. I didn't misjudge him." The system said untimely, "If it wasn't for the side mission given by the system, the host definitely wouldn't have recognized him." Xianxia was too lazy to pay attention to it. He took out the prescriptions for the 5 types of medicinal pills and said, "Elder Wei, when the medicinal ingredients are ripe, please collect these medicinal ingredients. I need them for alchemy." Elder Wei looked carefully and pointed at the medicinal ingredients for the chi-gathering pill. He said, "These medicinal ingredients, there are many in the medicinal garden. As for the other ingredients, there are less." What was lacking? This was the medicinal ingredient, Xianxia said. "How long will it take to ripen?" 10 days, Elder Wei said. 10 days? That wasn't too long. He could give it to the disciples before the challenge to Haochi Sect. After the reconstruction of the inner courtyard, the outer courtyard also began to expand and renovate. The disciples' daily training was also moved to the inner courtyard. Fortunately, the small practice field was big enough. After Li Luocha took the body-shaping pill, she was deeply shocked. After all, she could feel the improvement of her body, meridians, and flesh. She brought her subordinates to join Iron Bone because she was captured and the Desert Eagle. Now, she was rejoicing over her decision. The Drizzle Hall members who didn't go to collect information also took the body-shaping pill and integrated into the sect. Walking in the dark all year round, they naturally cherished a bright life. Unfortunately, most of the gold medal assassins were martial disciples and could only cultivate rupturing fist and self-chop. They couldn't cultivate Yi Jing Jing. In order to let Li Luoqiu and her subordinates completely accept Iron Bone, Jun Changshao gave the Drizzle Hall many preferential policies. For example, they were given 2 molding machines in the training room for them to train. He even considered equipping them with a few Type 88 sniper rifles after they had enough contribution points to create a special army similar to the previous world. A group of professional assassins equipped with sniper rifles and wearing ghillie suits to carry out missions in the dark. Just thinking about it made people excited. The outer courtyard was renovated, and the new and old disciples cultivated in the inner courtyard. Everything was as peaceful as usual. A few days later, in the first month after the various rules were set, all the disciples underwent a strength test. After the strength test was set up, Li Qingyang calculated the strength of his juniors. Therefore, this time's test would determine the winner based on the increase in strength. Su Xiaoma, 6,000 kilograms. Xiao Ziji, 9,000 kilograms. Long Xiang, 4,000 kilograms. Ling Yuanxue, 700 kilograms. Yi Xingchen, 10,000 kilograms. After a series of tests, Su Xiaoma and the other inner disciples had high cultivation and had cultivated for a long time, so their strength was very high. Most of the new disciples were at level 4 or level 5, so their strength was definitely not high. Moreover, this was only a test of the fusion of spiritual power. Some of the disciples' strengths weren't displayed. For example, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei's speed and leg strength. From the looks of it, Yi Xingchen's strength was increasing the fastest. Cultivating both the I Jing Jing and the Tai Xian Sutra at the same time, and breaking through to the second rank of martial disciple, his advantages were gradually showing. Jun Changshao knew that this disciple might have cultivated some kind of mental cultivation method above the divine level, so he was the key target of his attention. He thought to himself, I'll have to bring him along when I go to the Haoqi sect. Xiao Ziji's level and strength did not match. He was only at the 9th stage of the meridian opening realm, but he was able to strike out close to 5,000 jin. The reason for this was due to the extreme cultivation of his physical body. Li Fei and Tian Qi were also not bad. Although they were weaker than senior brother, the overall difference was not too big. Lu Qianxian, on the other hand, was a little mysterious because she did not use her full strength during the test. In terms of strength, these inner sect disciples were definitely the representatives of the sect's disciples. However, Li Qingyang was destined to be the head of internal affairs, so the main disciples who were used to deal the most damage would definitely fall on Lu Qianxian, Xiao Ziji, and Yi Xingchen. Qianxian is good at using spiritual power. Xinji's physical body is extremely strong. Xingchen's fists are hard enough. Little Mo is good at moving around. We have a meat shield, a long-range attacker, and a close-range attacker, Jun Changshao muttered. This guy and a healer are definitely the best team for dungeons. They could only fight in a 5-person dungeon. If they entered a 25-person large-scale dungeon, they would be wiped out. There was still one more person in the attacker position. Ding! Zhou Hong, who was the last to test, slashed at the testing stone. Although he did not cut it open, the strength displayed was 50,000. Oh my god! Junior brother Zhou is so powerful. Looking at the unattainable strength data, all the disciples exclaimed in unison. Yi Xingchen did not think much of it. This was a sword cultivator, and his strength was probably not lower than a sword master's. It was normal for him to gather his sword energy in his weapon and produce 50,000 strength. He even guessed that this person was just dealing with the test and had not completely unleashed his full strength. Not bad, Jun Changshao said in satisfaction. The monthly strength test was not about who had the highest strength, but the degree of increase. Therefore, the 5 outer sect disciples who had the highest strength increase received 3 energy-gathering pills. The 5 outer sect disciples who had the lowest strength increase unfortunately began a 7-day hard life of cleaning the courtyard and washing the dishes. As for the inner sect disciples, because they had a fixed amount of energy-gathering pills as a reward every month, they could only participate in the routine test with everyone else and were not included in the evaluation. In the study, Li Qingyang said, Sect Master, there are more and more disciples. We need more uniforms. Jun Changshao directly gave him 10,000 taels of silver and ordered, make more uniforms of different sizes and give them to the new disciples. Oh, right. Drizzle Hall. Is a hall, after all. Their uniforms must be different from the disciples. Make some according to this sketch. Yes. Money made the world go round. The next day, the uniforms were sent over. The uniforms of the members of Drizzle Hall were mainly gray, and the style was not much different from the uniforms of the male disciples. The uniforms of the hall masters were different. They were mainly simple and bold, and it perfectly accentuated a woman's excellent figure. Do I look good? After changing into her exclusive gray uniform, Li Luoqiu walked around the study. Every advantage of being a beauty was vividly displayed by the clothes. One word, flirtatious. Hurry up and put on the long robe. Xianxia was afraid that he would have a nosebleed if he continued looking. Li Luoqiu put on the black robe and said with a smile, I heard that the uniform was designed by the sect master. It's quite to my liking. Xianxia said, as long as it's a woman who loves beauty, she will definitely like it. Oh, by the way, I plan to choose a few smart disciples to enter Drizzle Hall. You will be in charge of training them. Of course I can. Li Luoqiu said, but Drizzle Hall needs an independent place to conduct special training. She wanted to train them according to the style of a killer. Xianxia drew out an area at the back of the mountain as Drizzle Hall's exclusive training ground. The mountain where Iron Bone was located might not have a name, and it was not a place with good feng shui, but the mountain was very big. The area that the sect occupied was just the tip of the iceberg. In Xianxia's plan, after they had the funds and more disciples, they would develop it further and make the sect's facilities more complete. There were 10 disciples who were assigned to Drizzle Hall, and all of them were very smart. For example, Li Tiansheng, who dreamed of growing wings and flying to the sky. Li Luoqiu was very good at training killers. At the same time, she was also very strict. After the training ground was built, the 10 disciples were trained for a day. They hugged each other and cried together. Li Tiansheng missed Li Fei very much, because compared to strict training, being kicked in the face by a ball was such a happy thing. The most tragic one was Xianxia. Xianxia gave him a divine grade sword technique, but he did not give him a damn sword. How was he supposed to train? He couldn't possibly ask him to poke around with a tree branch, right? No, he had to ask for it. I will give you the cold-edged sword, but on the condition that, Xianxia rested his chin on the back of his hand, and said, not long after, you will go to Haoqi sect to cause trouble. You must perform well. He could give out secret manuals and medicinal pills, but he could not give out weapons casually. He had to contribute to the sect. Su Xiama and the others performed well in the sect competition, so they received the cold-edged sword. How long? About a month. Xianxia said calmly, it's just a 6th-rate sect. Sect master does not need to bring other disciples. I alone will be enough to deal with them all. I alone am enough to deal with them all. Although Xianxia said it casually, it sounded very domineering. He was worthy of the title of Night Emperor from his previous life. He didn't merge with the Iron Bone, nor did he treat himself as a real disciple. However, his previous worldview was overturned by all kinds of secret manuals and medicinal pills. The Iron Bone was not simple at all. The sect leader must have a lot of good things that he hadn't taken out yet. He had to use his strength to prove himself and obtain more resources. At this time, even if the Night Emperor was asked to leave the Iron Bone with a palanquin, he would definitely cling to the pillar in the main hall and refuse to leave. You alone can deal with a 6th-rate sect? Xianxia said, you're that confident? Xianxia said in a low voice, as long as it's a disciple of the Haoqi sect, no matter if it's an inner disciple or a direct disciple, I'll beat them up. Xianxia. Xianxia touched his chin and said, not bad. Xianxia, as long as it's a disciple of the Haoqi sect. Xianxia's words were very clever. It meant that after a month, he could do whatever he wanted in front of the disciples of the 6th-rate sect, but he couldn't face the higher-ups. There was no other way. Time was limited. He was confident in beating the disciples, but to beat the elders of the 6th-rate sect, he had to cultivate for a long time. Okay. Xianxia slapped his thigh and decided, go to the Haoqi sect and smash their place. You'll be the main attacker. If you perform well, you'll be rewarded. If you can't deal damage, you'll be punished. main attacker? Can't deal damage. Although Xianxia did not understand, from the way he was being punished, he could guess that this meant that he had to be strong. Hachi Sect. Whether or not this emperor can obtain more martial arts resources from this brat's hands will all depend on you guys. GGG. Eerie laughter came from Xianxia's room. The sound seemed to pass through the endless void and entered the ears of the Hachi Sect disciples, making them shiver involuntarily. This damn weather, why did it suddenly become cold? The next day, Jun Chongxiao summoned all the inner disciples and began a new round of devilish training. The duration was 20 days, since they were going to cause trouble, they couldn't just bring Xianxia along. He didn't ask Zhou Hong to come. Firstly, it was because his cultivation method was different. Secondly, how could such a strong genius be used to fight small monsters? A year later, the sacred spring mountain would be the stage for his performance. Li Qingyang and the others focused on nurturing their spiritual power because their physical bodies had reached the limit of their cultivation level. The spiritual energy array was activated 24 hours a day, and qi amassing pills were constantly replenished. This kind of training with sufficient resources was a little scary. Even a fifth-rate sect might not be able to reach such a level. I still have more than 200 contribution points. Let's buy Sinner and Xianxia a bottle of high-grade aptitude-modifying elixir each. Jun Chongxiao opened the purchased items column. Ding. The host has spent 100 contribution points and obtained aptitude modification liquid X2. It has been transported into the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 110500. After Xiao Ziji and Xianxia took the elixir, their spiritual roots reached high grade. The former broke through to level 11 meridian opening, and the latter broke through to level 3 martial disciple from level 2 martial disciple. Su Xiaoma and the others would also give it to them. But if they went to cause trouble, it would definitely be a fierce battle. So, they would let Xiao Ziji and Xianxia, who had slightly higher combat strength, improve first so that they could fight against the outstanding disciples of the Hachi sect. Jun Chongxiao wouldn't be idle either. Not only was he comprehending the I Jing Jing, but he was also comprehending the linear speed formula. Even if he only comprehended 10% of this sword technique, it would still be stronger than the 9-form stacking wave sword technique. And Jun Chongxiao didn't think that going to the Hachi sect to spar was just a competition between disciples. When the time came, Qin Haoran would send an elder or personally spar with him. It would be troublesome if his strength couldn't improve. On the small martial arts field, Zhou Hong was still comprehending the sword technique. In the distant green area, Xianxia was miserably practicing the linear speed formula with a branch. Huyang City, AI Family. AI Xiangyao found an outstanding disciple of the family and fed him a body-shaping pill. After testing, he found that the strength of his body had significantly improved. Master, Xiao Ting, a third-grade martial disciple, has increased his strength by 1,000 pounds. This is too scary. AI Xiangyao said in shock. The healing pill was only used for healing. In the Falling Star continent, the most important thing was martial arts. A body-shaping pill could strengthen a martial artist's body and increase his strength. This was definitely very powerful. AI Shang suppressed the shock in his heart and said seriously, Shang Ku, Sect Master Jun is an incredible alchemist. If his body sculpting pill were to be released, it would definitely cause a sensation far greater than the healing pill. AI Xiangyao frowned, Master, if our AI family sells this pill, I'm afraid that it will attract the attention of all the major forces. So, I'm thinking about how to auction it and avoid being targeted by some forces with ulterior motives. AI Xiangyao said while thinking. After thinking for a while, he held his chin and said, we can invite the Blue Mountain Sect's experts to oversee the auction. Good idea. AI Xiangyao agreed. Although the Blue Mountain Sect's level wasn't at the top, it was still a recognized righteous sect. It had a high prestige in the martial arts world. Inviting them to oversee the auction would definitely deter any forces with ulterior motives. Of course, they would definitely have to spend money to hire them. The AI family successfully contacted the Blue Mountain Sect and hired a Peak Wuzong realm elder at a good price. Only then did they release the news of the body-shaping pill. Needless to say, they would definitely announce that they refined it. After all, Xianxia didn't like to show his face. A pill that can strengthen one's body and increase one's strength? When the news spread in the Azure Sun County, many martial artists' first reaction was doubt. However, when they thought about how they were slapped in the face by the healing pill, their doubts quickly weakened. Many clans and sects began to use their connections to inquire about it. In the end, they received confirmation that the AI family indeed had the body-shaping pill and was going to auction it. Thus, they immediately began to gather funds. A pill that could strengthen one's body and strength would definitely be more tempting than a healing pill. After all, it could truly increase one's strength. When Xianxia received news about the body-shaping pill being auctioned, he was looking forward to the price that the AI family would be able to fetch. However, he only looked forward to it and didn't participate. He continued to develop in the sect in a low-key manner. The disciples cultivated in full swing and time passed by. 10 days later, Elder Wei reported, "Sect Master, the herbs you mentioned a few days ago have taken shape and can be used to refine the pill." "Is that so?" Xianxia was overjoyed. Elder Wei had planted quite a number of herbs suitable for refining the qi amassing pill. After carefully harvesting them, there were more than 300 sets. He didn't ask others to help him because he was worried that they would damage the spiritual energy in the herbs. Sect Master. After passing the herbs to Xianxia, Elder Wei said with a serious expression, "It's best to refine these herbs as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if they are stored in the interspatial ring, their medicinal effects will dissipate." The interspatial ring was isolated from the outside world, so the dissipation of medicinal effects was negligible. However, it wasn't hard to see that Elder Wei had a strict pursuit of the medicinal effects of herbs. This also showed that he was definitely not an ordinary medicinal refiner. "I'll start refining today. I should be able to finish them all by tomorrow." Xianxia was still very low-key. He didn't say that he would be done in less than 10 minutes. Elder Wei, who had walked out of the main hall, shook his head and muttered, "Even a high-level alchemist would need a few days to refine so many herbs. How could the sect master refine them in one night?" Ding! 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 In the study, the sound of refining pills rang in Xianxia's ears. It was strange. It took 4 hours to refine more than 300 sets of qi amassing pills. It was even slower than refining the qi revolving pills. Xianxia wondered, "What's going on?" The system said, "The medicinal effects of the herbs determine the quality of the pills. The quality of the pills also determines the refining time." "What you mean is," Xianxia said, "the herbs Elder Wei planted have high medicinal effects, so the quality of the qi amassing pills refined is also high?" "That's right." The system had never doubted the host's clear-headed and occasionally mischievous brain circuits. End of chapter 144. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.